Liu has been reborn into the world of devouring the starry sky, initially intending to bide his time until Luo Feng rises to prominence, selling the rights to reside on Earth before wandering the stars, but unexpectedly activates a system, an infinite life simulator. Chapter 1. Commencement of the Life Simulation. Liu, grab a pack of Baileys and a windproof lighter. Liu chuckled as he handed over the cigarettes and lighter, saying, Uncle K, the usual price 17. The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle K outside the counter, deftly accepted the items, expertly unwrapped the packaging, extracted 2 cigarettes, tossed one to Liu, and placed the other between his lips, lighting it. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly. I thought I was going to suffocate. Uncle K remarked while retrieving a 20-yuan note from his pocket and handing it to Liu. Here's your change, 3 yuan. Liu caught the cigarette, tossed his way, placing it in his mouth, then extracted 3 coins from the cash box at the counter. Observing Uncle K casually pocket the change, he teased, You should smoke less. Smoking is detrimental to health. Not smoking doesn't guarantee good health either. Besides, in this world, the sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. Uncle K waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he turned to leave. True, we are all bound by the hardships of life. Watching Uncle K's departing figure, Liu lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. He then chuckled bitterly. At least for now, life is stable. I just wonder how long this stability will last. I also ponder whether I will live to see Lord Luo rise. I suppose I must take life as it comes. Casually leaning against the chair behind the counter, Liu sighed inwardly. In truth, he is a time traveler. This world is the very same that he had previously encountered in the web novel Devouring the Starry Sky. Here, the strong dominate, while the weak must submit and be slaughtered. Sigh. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind as Liu took a deep breath, the tobacco coursing through his throat into his lungs before he exhaled, a wry smile gracing his features. Upon arriving in this world, he initially believed himself to be the protagonist, only to be met with the harsh slap of reality. 3 years of diligent practice merely rendered him physically robust. As for the path of a martial artist, he hadn't even set foot upon it, let alone catch a glimpse. Over time, Liu had chosen to lay low, content to manage the convenience store left by his parents while caring for his 2 younger sisters, striving to survive in this unforgiving world. Occasionally, he fantasized about living to see Luo Feng ascend. At that point, the rights to reside on Earth would skyrocket in value, allowing him to sell his house and purchase a remote life planet to wander aimlessly. But this was evidently unrealistic. After all, Liu is merely an ordinary person who has yet to embark on the path of cultivation. At best, he might live a century, hardly waiting for Luo Feng's rise. Yet, a flicker of hope within his heart is certainly better than none. Detection indicates the host's attitude is negative, resigned to fate. Shall the system be activated to initiate life simulation? A mechanical voice quietly resonated in his mind. A system. Liu was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Having traversed into the world of devouring the starry sky for over 3 years, he had already resigned himself to a laid-back existence, only for a system to materialize. What a jest! Activate. Liu inhaled deeply, rose to close the door, and eagerly opted to initiate the system. System activated. Shall the life simulation commence? Current usage requires a consumption of 10 monetary units. Current balance, 0. Would you like to recharge? The mechanical voice echoed once more within his mind. Monetary units? Liu, uncertain, attempted to retrieve a red bill from the counter. Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 1. As the mechanical voice sounded, the red bill in Liu's hand vanished instantaneously. 1:100? This meant that to initiate a single life simulation, he would need to expend 1,000 huaxia coins. Liu opened the cash box at the counter, counting the remaining cash, which amounted to less than 5,000, his entire fortune. He withdrew 900, his resolve gradually solidifying. Recharge successful. Current balance, 10. Shall the life simulation commence? Yes. Liu eagerly responded in his mind. Subsequently, words began to materialize before his eyes. At 21, you have yet to embark on the path of martial arts, determined to strive diligently in your training. At 22, after a year of effort, you made no progress. Aside from becoming somewhat more robust, you gained nothing. At 23, after another year of effort, you made no progress. Aside from becoming somewhat more robust, you gained nothing. At 24, while earnestly attempting to cultivate, a nobleman arrives, intent on acquiring your twin sisters as his concubines. You resist fiercely, but are struck down with a single punch. The text was sparse, only a few lines, and after reading it, Liu slowly closed his eyes. An overwhelming silence enveloped his heart. Is mere survival in this world truly so arduous? After a lengthy pause, he scoffed, "Nobleman," as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaunt figure standing tall. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial arts realm of 24 years. 2. The martial arts insights of 24 years. 3. Half a day's memories before death. 2. Without hesitation, Liu chose the second option. He was in urgent need of strength. As for the martial arts realm of option 1, after 3 years of simulation with no progress, what good would that do him? In the next moment, a torrent of martial arts knowledge surged into Liu's mind. These are the fruits of his arduous 3-year simulation of life. I suppose I have attained a commendable status among the junior students of the Martial Arts Academy, Liu mused, gazing at his hands, a tinge of bitterness inevitably crossing his mind. After 3 years of simulation, coupled with an additional 3 years of painstaking practice upon arriving in this world, it takes a full 6 years to reach the ordinary standard of a junior student. One cannot help but acknowledge that Liu's innate talent leaves much to be desired. Were it not for the emergence of the Golden Finger, even granting him an additional 20 years, he might still struggle to ascend to the realm of a martial artist. If 20 years are insufficient, then let it be 30. If 30 are still inadequate, then a century shall suffice. A resolute glimmer sparkled in Liu's eyes. Even if each simulation of life lasts merely 3 years, a century would translate to a total of 34 simulations. At a cost of 1,000 huaxia coins per simulation, 34 would amount to merely 34,000 huaxia coins. For a martial artist, what significance does this hold? It is worth noting that when Lord Luo became a martial artist, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy bestowed upon him a villa, valued at 50 million, along with a martial arts manual worth 20 million and an initial funding of 20 million. Even if he cannot rival Lord Luo, it is unlikely that he possesses less than 500,000, is it not? Top up. Recharge successful, current balance, 42. Would you like to initiate the simulation of life? Yes. As Liu's voice fell, a series of words materialized before his eyes. At 21, you have yet to enter the realm of martial arts, resolved to strive diligently and practice fervently. At 22, after a year of effort, you experience a minor breakthrough in martial arts, becoming a junior student at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At 24, while diligently attempting to cultivate, a noble person suddenly arrives, taking an interest in your twin sisters, seeking to claim them as concubines. You resist fiercely, but are struck down by a single punch. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. The martial arts realm at 24. 2. The martial arts insights at 24. 3. Half a day's memories before death. 1. No sooner had he spoken than Liu felt a warm current surge into his body, accompanied by waves of tingling sensations, as every muscle within him boiled with energy. Moments later, as the tingling subsided, Liu opened his eyes and swung his fist with great force. Boom! The counter shattered in response. A punch force of 400 kilograms. He had become a junior student. Chapter 2. A punching power of 900. An aspiring warrior. Current balance, 32. Would you like to initiate a simulated life? Yes. 2 simulations, 6 years of arduous training. And you have attained the status of an intermediate learner. This level of talent, in the realm of reality, is considered rather dismal. Yet, Liu remained unfazed and immediately commenced the next simulation. It is akin to playing a game. The reason games become wildly popular is that within them, effort guarantees reward, whereas in reality, diligence does not always yield results. At 21, you have become a standout among intermediate learners, contemplating the sale of your property to aid your training. At 22, with the assistance of drugs, your training speed has markedly improved. At 23, your supply of drugs has been depleted, and upon the advice of an assistant instructor at the martial arts school, you decide to join the HR Alliance's military to guard the wilderness base. At 24, during a minor beast tide, you are torn apart by a beast soldier class monster. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial arts realm of your 24-year-old self. 2. The martial arts insights of your 24-year-old self. 3. Half a day of memories from before your death. This time, you didn't even catch a glimpse of that noble. 1. Initiate a simulated life. The text reappears. At 21, you have become a paragon among intermediate learners. Nurtured by the martial arts school, your training speed has improved. At 22, you diligently train and sell your assets to purchase drugs for assistance. At 23, your training continues, but with your drugs exhausted, progress has slowed. At 24, While you're diligently training, a noble arrives, taking an interest in your twin sisters, wishing to take them as concubines. You resist desperately, but are ultimately killed by a single punch. In this simulation, Li Yu's strength had reached that of an intermediate learner, garnering the attention and training from the martial arts school, yet the final outcome remained unchanged. He was still killed by that noble's punch. Li Yu's expression turned grim. He understood that to be able to disregard the martial arts school and act with such impunity, the backing of this noble must be extraordinarily formidable. At the very least, they must be a warrior of general rank or higher. Contemplating this, Li Yu clenched his fists, a hint of ferocity surfacing upon his visage. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial arts realm of your 24-year-old self. 2. The martial arts insights of your 24-year-old self. 3. Half a day of memories from before your death. Without hesitation, Li Yu decisively chose option 1. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect for him at this juncture is the martial arts realm. All else is ephemeral. His foremost priority is to elevate himself to the status of a warrior. Once he becomes a warrior, regardless of which faction he joins, he would secure the necessary capital to commence anew. With funds, he could continue the life simulation and strengthen himself, whether for his 2 sisters or for his own sake. He needed to grow stronger. At the very least, he must ensure that he would not be casually exterminated by that noble 3 years hence. Initiate simulated life. The text materializes. At 21, you become a paragon among intermediate learners, merely a step away from advanced status, nurtured by the martial arts school. Yet out of concern, you leave the Yayan district with your sisters. At 22, due to your status as an intermediate learner, you join the HR Alliance, serving as an assistant instructor in its martial arts school. With the aid of drugs, your punching power reaches 600, elevating you to an advanced learner. At 23, you diligently train, gradually enhancing your martial arts progress. At 24, while you are ardently training, a noble arrives, taking an interest in your twin sisters, wishing to claim them as concubines. You resist fiercely, and in a moment of life and death, your punching power surpasses 900, allowing you to become a quasi-warrior. You are still killed by a single punch. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial arts realm of your 24-year-old self. 2. The martial arts insights of your 24-year-old self. 3. Half a day of memories from before your death. Current balance. 2. This fellow is relentless. Li Yu's expression grew grim. He had already left the Yayan district with his sisters, yet he still could not escape the gaze of this noble. Surely, he cannot leave the Jiangnan Bay City, can he? One must understand that within the worldview of the swallowing starry sky, Earth chapter, traversing various Bay cities, incurs an exorbitant cost and is fraught with peril. Now that he has become a quasi-warrior, breaking through to warrior status should enable a Shui and a Yu to move into the warrior district, which ought to alleviate some concerns. Li Yu took a deep breath, resolutely making a decision. 1. Accompanied by a familiar tingling sensation, his muscles surged, and Li Yu successfully transcended the advanced learner stage to become a quasi-warrior. Punching power, 900. He must go to the martial arts school to validate his status as an advanced learner and confirm that he now possesses quasi-warrior combat strength. And if all else fails, he would mortgage his house to the bank. Rising, he donned the clothes atop the table and strode towards the door. He needed money. Brother, where are you going? Just as Li Yu stepped out of the shop, 2 graceful figures appeared, gazing at him with inquiry. It was none other than his twin sisters, Li Shui and Li Yu. I made some progress. I'm heading to the martial arts school. Li Yu smiled broadly, feeling a deep affection for these 2 sisters. After all, he wouldn't risk his life in every endeavor if he didn't care for them. Be careful at the martial arts school. Come back early. Rest assured, Li Yu replied as he walked away, his silhouette gradually receding. Ah, he hasn't given up. Can warriors truly be something we aspire to? Li Shui gazed at her brother's receding figure, letting out a low sigh before pulling her sister into the convenience store. Li Shui was well aware of her brother's situation. If he truly had talent, he wouldn't still be a beginner learner at 21. Yayan District, Extreme Martial Arts School. Ding! Since Li Yu was a beginner learner at Extreme Martial Arts School, he was allowed to enter directly with his card. Li Wa, what brings you here? Still not giving up? The bald, muscular man, over 6 feet tall with a gruesome scar on his face, approached Li Yu, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. You must be 21 by now, yet you are still a beginner learner. Perhaps it's time to abandon this futile resistance. Laughter erupted among the numerous learners gathered in the schoolyard, on the grass, and within the pavilions upon seeing Li Yu enter. Clearly, he was not without notoriety here. However, it was also true that being 21 and still a beginner learner was indeed rare. Li Yu was aware of this and paid it no heed. making his way directly to the advanced learner's classroom. Upon entering, he noticed a significant reduction in numbers. Within the 100-meter wide training hall, only a dozen individuals were present. This was the advanced learner's classroom. Beginner learners should be in the other area. As soon as Liu entered, he attracted the attention of the dozen or so advanced learners in the training hall. One of them, a bald man over 6 feet tall with a menacing scar on his face, approached him and spoke. I have reached the status of an advanced learner, hence my presence here. Liu's expression remained composed as he replied softly. Chapter 3. Mortgaging Property, HR Alliance. Are you certain? The bald man regarded Liu with a hint of skepticism. Dressed in beginner learner attire, claiming to possess the strength of an advanced learner. Very well. Since there is nothing else to do, you may give it a try. If you meet the standards, we can easily validate your status as an advanced learner. Otherwise, wearing beginner learner attire indefinitely isn't ideal. The bald man scrutinized him for a moment before breaking into a smile and inquiring. Shall we test your punching power or speed? Let us start with punching power. I wish to ascertain my current level. All right. The bald man nodded slightly and then approached the punching power testing machine in the training hall. At that moment, a robust man was vigorously striking the punching pad, and a series of numbers flickered on the screen above. 876, 894, 815, 907. Hold on a moment. Young Wu, what is the matter? The robust man raised his gaze toward the bald, muscular figure, his fist still vigorously swinging, continuing to land over a dozen blows before finally pausing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired in a deep, rumbling voice. That young brother mentioned he has met the standards of an advanced student and wishes to give it a try. Yang Wu gestured toward Liu and replied, That sounds splendid, come forth. Not lingering any longer upon realizing a newcomer was present, the sturdy man turned and relinquished his spot to Liu. Without hesitation, Liu seized the opportunity and, gathering his strength, delivered a powerful punch. Beep, beep, beep. The punch power testing machine emitted a series of 3 sounds. Yang Wu and the muscular man, standing by as spectators, exchanged astonished glances. They both understood that such sounds from the testing machine were not commonplace. They signified only one possibility, punch power exceeding 1,000. Indeed, their gaze fell upon the display screen of the punch power tester, 1124. What hidden depths? Yang Wu said, observing Liu, clad in the attire of a novice, who claimed to have attained the prowess of an advanced student. Yet his punch power had directly reached the threshold for a quasi-martial artist. This is somewhat extraordinary, isn't it? In truth, Liu himself had not anticipated that his punch could surpass 1,000. At this moment, he was ecstatic, his fists flying as the resounding crashes echoed continuously. Within mere seconds, Liu's fists had imprinted over a dozen marks upon the punching target. Meanwhile, the punch testing machine's display screen flashed a series of numbers. 1004, 981, 1073, 947. An average punch power exceeding 1,000. On the 4th floor of the advanced student teaching building, a middle-aged man with black hair stood near the skylight, observing the students training below. Beep, beep, beep. A faint sound emanated from downstairs. The black-haired man tilted his head slightly. That must be the punch power testing machine downstairs. It is the most basic of models which emits such sounds upon reaching 1,000. Is it that Yang Wu fellow? The only one fond of training in the martial arts hall and capable of surpassing 1,000 with a single punch would be him. However, he must have made some progress. Otherwise, he couldn't achieve a punch power of 1,000 consistently. As he spoke, the black-haired man made his way downstairs, the distance of 2 flights of stairs being trivial for a warrior of his caliber. Instructor, Commander Jiang, who is that lad? The black-haired man inquired, observing Liu as he struck the punch power testing machine. He frowned slightly. It was not Yang Wu, and the young man was dressed in novice attire. I do not know. Yang Wu shook his head and recounted the entire sequence of events to Jiang Yin. Do not smash it. We need to assess speed. Mere brute force is of little use. After listening, Jiang Yin fell into a brief contemplation, then suddenly halted. When he reappeared, he had firmly grasped Liu's descending fist. Commander Jiang, regardless, having spent 3 years in this martial arts hall, he still remembered Liu and promptly greeted him. Let's dispense with the formalities. Let's measure speed. Jiang Yin waved his hand and led Liu to the speed testing track, standing beside him with keen interest. Is this akin to forcing a duck onto a perch? Liu thought with a wry smile, but paid it little mind. After adjusting his breathing, he exerted himself with vigor. The 60-meter track, under Liu's full acceleration, was traversed in an instant, his body propelling forward like a released arrow until he surged past the speed testing zone. 267 milliseconds. Jiang Yin observed the attire on Liu and the numbers on the display screen, silently, stroking his chin, consistently delivering punches exceeding 1,000 in power, with a speed of 267 milliseconds. By this measure, even if his nerve reaction speed is somewhat lacking, he would still comfortably surpass the threshold for a quasi-martial artist. Where on earth did such a person emerge from? Liu, 21 years old. An assistant glanced at Liu's novice student ID, quickly gathering his basic information. A 21-year-old quasi-martial artist, quite impressive. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. While not a genius, a 21-year-old quasi-martial artist certainly stood out among the crowd. Liu, your strength has reached the standard of a quasi-martial artist. What do you think about joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall once you become a martial artist? Absolutely. I plan to participate in the quasi-martial artist assessment on April 1st. Liu replied promptly to Jiang Yin. Compared to the military and the HR Alliance, Liu preferred the two major martial arts halls, as their management was relatively lenient and offered greater freedom. Of course, the HR Alliance and the military were not out of the question, but they required compensation if you offer enough. I would not hesitate to become a mercenary on the edge of danger. 5 minutes later, Liu stood at the entrance of the martial arts hall, clutching the advanced student credentials of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He had not received a single cent as startup capital. The earliest he could expect any funds would be after the quasi-martial artist assessment on April 1st, the day after tomorrow, upon meeting the standards and signing the martial artist contract. Thus, Liu faced a choice. Either patiently await the quasi-martial artist assessment or mortgage the property left behind by his parents to obtain funds to enhance his strength. It appeared to be a dual-option dilemma, but in reality, it was a single choice. Hello, I would like to mortgage a property. Where can I handle this? He walked directly toward the HR Alliance. Compared to a bank, the HR Alliance offered a more diverse array of services, which might not suit ordinary people, but proved more convenient and effective for martial artists. Even though Liu was not yet a martial artist, as a quasi-martial artist awaiting the signing of his contract, he was likely in higher demand. Sorry, sir, we only serve martial artists here. For property mortgages, please go to the bank. The service staff responded with gentle politeness. I am an advanced student of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and have met the standards of a quasi-martial artist. I am scheduled for the assessment on the 1st of next month. Could you make an exception? I will consult my supervisor. Thank you for your assistance, Liu replied, then waited quietly. Moments later, a middle-aged supervisor approached briskly, confirming Liu's advanced student credentials before leading him into a martial arts training hall. The punch power testing machine and other equipment inside were quite similar to those at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Following a brief evaluation, the supervisor confirmed that Liu's abilities exceeded the standards for a quasi-martial artist and efficiently processed the property mortgage, extending a warm invitation for Liu to join the HR Alliance upon passing the quasi-martial artist assessment. After all, martial artists were always in demand, regardless of the faction. Chapter 4. The protagonist relies on talent, while I rely on financial investment. Stepping out of the Yayan District HR Alliance branch, Liu glanced at the balance notification on his mobile banking app, a smile breaking across his face. 1 million. Had he gone to a bank, without the status of a quasi-martial artist, he would have been lucky to mortgage 50,000, despite the property's value being around $1 million. This was the privilege of being a martial artist, with 1 million in cash, packed into a case weighing a full 23 pounds. Liu noted that the system was rather inconvenient, requiring cash for any transactions. Time to head home. Grasping the briefcase, he made his way toward the convenience store, casually waving to his neighbors along the way. The Yayan District HR Alliance branch was not far from the convenience store. Even without hurrying, he arrived in just 20 minutes. The capabilities of a martial artist were indeed formidable. Brother, just as he set the briefcase down at his feet and prepared to open the door, the store entrance creaked open, revealing the familiar silhouettes of his two younger sisters. What's the matter? Did you skip class today? Liu raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his voice. Brother, we took a leave of absence. We have something to discuss with you. Noticing the briefcase in Liu's hand, Li Shui and Liu exchanged glances, their expressions turning somewhat grim. What is going on? Liu asked, slightly taken aback but quickly donning a smile. Just speak plainly. Are you worried I wouldn't listen? I wouldn't dare. You two are my ancestors. Quit joking. We're discussing serious matters. Seeing Liu's demeanor, Li Shui and Liu's expressions grew even more serious, and they spoke in unison. Then, perhaps sensing their tone was too harsh, they softened their voices. However, Li Shui deftly took the suitcase from Liu's hands. It was remarkably heavy. After a brief assessment, it weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Brother, we both understand your aspiration to become a martial artist for our betterment, but talent is ultimately a matter of fate. Our family of 3 has not been blessed with the aptitude for martial arts, and there's little we can do about it. Why not focus on running the shop our parents left us, and in a couple of years, find us a sister-in-law. Is that not a reasonable plan? Li Shui held the suitcase, her voice choked with emotion. Please do not cry. Let's discuss this calmly. Li Yu sighed softly, gazing at his two tearful sisters. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a red booklet, placing it on the table. It bore the 4 prominent characters. Extreme Martial Arts School. Haven't we established that brother has made some progress? What about the basic trust between us? Even if there is progress, what does it mean to be a mid-level student? Can you not be so naive? At 21, does it matter if you're a mid-level student? Are you unaware that the ages of 16 to 30 are the most rapid phases of cultivation? The older one gets, the slower the advancement becomes. You are only 9 years away from 30. Having reached the beginner level at 21, how much further can you progress in these 9 years? To mid-level at best. Li Shui disregarded the red booklet on the table, her tear-streaked face becoming increasingly agitated. Your brother is already a high-level student and has met the qualifications for a quasi-martial artist, preparing for the assessment soon. Observing the stunned expressions of his sisters, Li Yu sighed again, picked up the red booklet, opened it, and held it before Li Shui's tearful face. The contents were straightforward. Beneath a photograph of Li Yu were the bold characters declaring him a high-level student, followed by the red seal of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The approver, Jiang Yan. What? Li Shui and Li Yu were momentarily frozen in disbelief. This means you are now a martial artist. Li Yu grinned widely at his dazed sisters, feeling quite pleased with himself. Today, after feeling a notable improvement in my strength, I decided to test myself at the school. Unexpectedly, the supervisor Jiang informed me that I am eligible for the quasi-martial artist assessment, and I am certain to pass. Once I pass the quasi-martial artist assessment, I can apply for the martial artist combat examination. I am confident in my combat abilities. In about a month or 2, I will officially become a martial artist. Really? Li Shui stammered, her lips trembling, while Li Yu was no better, having turned into a weeping little kitten. However, this time, her tears were those of joy. After all, it meant he would be a martial artist. It represented the most transcendent group among humanity, signifying privilege, wealth, and status. How could it be false? After today's test, Supervisor Jiang even invited me to join the Extreme Martial Arts School upon passing the quasi-martial artist assessment. Along with a villa in Mingyue community and $1 million as startup capital, Li Yu explained, smiling brightly. Unbeknownst to him, the $1 million was merely the lowest tier of funding. Even at 21, as a quasi-martial artist, he may not be considered a genius, but he was certainly among the elite of his kind, with potential to secure over $5 million in startup funds. Yet, this was sufficient to bring tears of joy to Li Shui and Li Yu. 2 hours later, having finally comforted his sisters, Li Yu entered his room, feeling somewhat drained, and shook his head. So exhausting to console my sisters. Recharge. Recharge successful, current balance. 100,002. Would you like to initiate life simulation? Yes. At 21, you become a quasi-martial artist, attracting offers from 2 major martial arts schools, the military and the HR Alliance. Following your sister's suggestion, you join the military and become a member of the Special Forces, holding the rank of second lieutenant. With the resources of the military, you acquire the guidance technique and begin your training, unlocking genetic potential, and overnight your punching power increases by 200, becoming a true martial artist. At 22, you diligently train through the guidance technique, but alas, your talent is too poor, yielding little progress. At 23, despite your efforts through the guidance technique, your meager talent results in negligible gains. Due to prolonged slow progress, you are abandoned by the upper echelons and reassigned to a wilderness base as a platoon leader, with a promotion to first lieutenant. At 24, during a minor beast tide, you are torn apart by a beast soldier-grade monster. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Martial Arts Realm at 24. 2. Martial Arts Insights at 24. 3. Half a day's memories before death. After reading the text, Li Yu was left speechless. Learning the guidance technique and unlocking genetic potential had only resulted in a mere increase of 200 in punching power. If memory served him correctly, Jiang Yan had stated that most individuals saw an increase of around 300 upon their first attempt at the guidance technique. An increase of 600 was considered excellent, and 1,000 classified one as elite. The protagonist, Luo Feng, had seen an increase of 2,000, placing him among the geniuses. So what did his increase of 200 signify? Feeling the tingling sensation in his muscles, Li Yu sighed softly. The protagonist relied on talent. He relied on investing his life. If one attempt was insufficient, then let it be 100. Chapter 5. Price Increase, Specialized Blade Techniques. Initiate Life Simulation. Li Yu agrinat, calling out in his mind. Insufficient balance. unable to initiate life simulation. Insufficient balance? Liu was taken aback. He had just recharged 1,000,000, and at 1,000 per simulation, he should have been able to simulate 1,000 times. How could he be out of balance after just one attempt? Recharge successful. Current balance, 99,992. To use the life simulator, one use now requires 10,000. Liu stared in astonishment at the response from the simulator in his mind. Clearly, the price increase was due to his formal entry into the realm of martial artists. But this was outrageous. From 1,000 to 10,000, a staggering 10-fold increase. Furthermore, he had only just entered as the most basic combat class. How much would it be for a simulation at a higher rank? 1,000 times. Once he reached the war god class, the currency circulating across the entire Earth would hardly suffice for multiple simulations. One step at a time. His current balance was 99,992, just 8 away from 100,000, equating to 80 huaxia coins. He stepped out of his room, rummaged through his belongings, and finally found the 80 huaxia coins. Recharge successful. Current balance, 100,000. Would you like to initiate life simulation? Yes. Watching the text appear before him and seeing his balance reduced to 0, Li was Siga. He needed to make money. Initially, he thought that the funds from mortgaging his property would be sufficient to support his life simulation expenses for the next few days, allowing him to focus solely on the simulations and await the quasi-martial artist assessment. After passing the assessment with the startup capital in hand, he believed he could swiftly ascend to the war god level and then claim the inheritance of Hu Yanba from Babata. The sky would be the limit. But now, it could only be said that plans do not always align with reality. The funds from mortgaging his property had been completely exhausted, and after this simulation, he would be unable to commence the next one for quite some time. He would have to wait until the quasi-martial artist assessment concluded, sign a contract to join a faction, and receive the signing bonus. However, a standard martial artist only received 1,000,000 in startup capital, meaning just one opportunity for life simulation. But for Liu, given his talent, would one simulation suffice? Clearly not. After all, until he resolved the persistent issue with that wealthy benefactor, his single life simulation would only span 3 years. To the wilderness district, Liwa esa resolva gradually solidifia. The quasi-martial artist assessment would be postponed before signing the martial artist contract. He aimed to enhance his strength to the utmost, making his innate talents appear even more resplendent. Only in this manner could he secure a sufficiently substantial amount of initial funding. With financial resources at his disposal, he could continue to embark upon the simulation of life, further augmenting his abilities. Moreover, it was not only the system that required funds, the real world demanded them as well. Whether it be martial arts manuals or weaponry, anything associated with martial artists was far from inexpensive. Thus, the most optimal path for him to amass a fortune lay in the substantial funding he would receive upon signing the martial artist contract. Having made up his mind, Liu turned his gaze to the gradually appearing text before him. At 21, you become a quasi-martial artist, and after passing the martial artist practical examination, you attract the attention of 2 major martial arts schools, the military and the HR Alliance, but you reject them all, choosing instead to venture into the wilderness and become a mercenary. Within the mercenary ranks, although you do not receive the finest training, the daily struggles for survival propel your martial understanding to unprecedented heights. At 22, after a year of life and death battles, your martial realm reaches the advanced warrior level, and your insights into martial arts surpass your previous understanding. At 23, your base encounters a beast tide, and you resist with all your might. In a desperate struggle, your swordsmanship reaches the mastery level. In the midst of the beast tide, you are torn to shreds by a beast general-level monster. Indeed, battles between life and death yield the most significant progress. Liu grinned and remarked, although he didn't even survive to see 24. The gains he obtained were indisputably greater than any prior experience. Not only had his martial realm reached the advanced warrior level, but his swordsmanship had also attained mastery. Regrettably, he could only choose one. Simulation complete. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial realm of 23. 2. The martial insights of 23. 3. Half a day's memories before death. Liu shook his head and rose, too. His decision was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Previously, he had not considered entering the wilderness. His primary goal was to become a martial artist, naturally leading him to prioritize his martial realm. Now that he had resolved to head to the wilderness, it was imperative to address this shortcoming. Otherwise, possessing only a martial realm would not suffice. In the wilderness, he would be fortunate to survive even 2 days. Furthermore, mastery-level swordsmanship was inherently more valuable than an advanced warrior-level martial realm. After all, mastery was a realm that only general-level martial artists should be able to tread upon. At the instantly, Yu made his choice. A wealth of knowledge and experience regarding swordsmanship, along with various combat techniques, quietly flooded his mind. In that fleeting moment, even without a sword in hand, he felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned swordsman. At that moment, Liu could truly be regarded as a bona fide martial artist. In the early morning, "Hey, what are you squatting there for?" Li Shui and Liu, fully dressed, opened the door and found Liu squatting at the convenience store entrance, exhaling clouds of smoke, and curiously inquired, "You two took a leave this morning. I'm taking you both to the martial arts school." Liu replied with a smile upon seeing his two sisters. "Why are we going to the martial arts school? We still have classes," they protested. "Stop dawdling, keep up." Liu shrugged and turned to exit the convenience store. Since he had decided not to take the quasi-martial artist examination for the time being, he had to reassure his sisters. Witnessing it firsthand was the best way to convey his intentions. Furthermore, he needed to visit the martial arts school today anyway. His request was simple, to borrow a sword. Unfortunately, he was currently destitute and could only resort to borrowing at the martial arts school. Upon seeing Liu set off, Li Shui and Liu exchanged resigned glances before hastily jogging to catch up. Along the way, they called their teacher to inform them of their leave. Ding! After a journey of over 10 miles, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts School after more than half an hour. Liu swiped his student ID, leading the two sisters into the courtyard. "Good morning, senior brother." Senior brother. Although it was still early morning, there were a few scattered students on the lawn. While they might not know Liu personally, they recognized the advanced student ID hanging from his neck and immediately expressed their respect. After all, out of thousands of students at the martial arts school, only a few hundred held advanced status. Liu paid them no mind and headed straight for the advanced student teaching building, with Li Shui and Liu closely following behind. Chapter 6, Jiang Yin's Persuasion. Inside the training hall of the advanced student teaching building, a dozen or so advanced members were engrossed in their training. Upon noticing someone enter, they lifted their heads. "Oh, Liu, here to train?" Young Wu, who was currently sparring with the burly man who had given Liu his spot yesterday, called out after wiping the sweat from his brow. "I felt a bit of progress after returning home yesterday, so I thought I would come to test my skills. I also have something to discuss with Instructor Jiang." Liu replied to Yang Wu, then briefed the two sisters before making his way to the 4th floor of the advanced teaching building. He needed to inform Jiang Yin that he would not be participating in the martial artist examination for the time being and see if he could borrow a weapon from the Extreme Martial Arts School. Upon reaching the 4th floor of the advanced student building, he easily found Jiang Yin, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the students on the lawn below. Liu, what brings you here?" Jiang Yin sensed Liu's presence as soon as he stepped onto the 4th floor, turning to him with a hint of smile. After Liu left yesterday, Jiang Yin had thoroughly reviewed Liu's information through the Extreme Martial Arts School's channels. At 21, lacking a substantial family background, he had still managed to meet the standards of a quasi-martial artist. While he might not compare to those prodigies, he could still become a general-level martial artist in the future, which indicated considerable talent. After all, Jiang Yin himself was merely a general-level martial artist. Thus, if he could recruit Liu into the Extreme Martial Arts School, he would reap the rewards from the school. As for the possibility of Liu refusing to join, Jiang Yin did not believe it likely. After all, compared to other factions, the martial artist's identity in the school was far more liberated. If Liu desired to be a martial artist, he would naturally prioritize the Extreme Martial Arts School over the neighboring Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. After all, both were among the two major martial arts schools in the world, and the benefits offered by the Thunderbolt School were no different from those provided by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even if, hypothetically, Liu were to reject joining the Extreme Martial Arts School, Jiang Yin would suffer no losses. Instead, he would gain a valuable connection to a talented martial artist. "Instructor Jiang, I wish to postpone my quasi-martial artist examination." Liu did not hesitate and got straight to the point. Postponed to when? Jiang Yin was taken aback. The examination was scheduled for tomorrow, so why would he choose to withdraw and delay at this juncture? I'd like to postpone it until June 1st. That's fine. Even if you were to start the quasi-martial artist examination tomorrow, you would still have to wait until August 1st for the Unified Martial Artist Practical Examination. Postponing the quasi-martial artist examination to June 1st won't pose any issues. Jiang Yin stroked his chin, then inquired, "But during this month-long delay, what do you intend to do?" "The wilderness zone, Li Iwa Robelia." There was no need to conceal his intention to venture into the wilderness zone from Jiang Yin. After all, he still needed to borrow a sword from him. The wilderness zone? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, his expression momentarily stunned. "Why do you want to go to the wilderness zone? You can't possibly be unaware of the situation there." Yamaware Liu grinned, his pearly white teeth gleaming ominously. You know yet still wish to go. You have yet to undergo gene energy training. You aren't even a proper martial artist. Merely a quasi-martial artist. In the wilderness zone, even a single warrior-level monster could take your life. Jiang Yin remained silent for a moment before attempting to dissuade him. I can manage. After returning home yesterday, I felt some progress. I'm nearly at the level of a proper martial artist now. The standard for a quasi-warrior is a punch force of 900. After cultivating the genetic original energy, an ordinary individual can expect an increase of approximately 300, which means the threshold for an entry-level warrior is set at 1200. Liu already possesses a punch force of around 1000. And with the additional 200 gained from the simulation of cultivating the genetic original energy, he precisely meets the requirement of 1200, thus attaining the status of an entry-level warrior. Though the source of your confidence remains a mystery, it is imperative to understand that numerical values on paper do not encapsulate the entirety of one's capabilities. Even if you possess the punch force, speed, and reflexes of a certified warrior, you are at a distinct disadvantage in terms of combat experience. Venturing into the wilderness without any combat experience is akin to courting death. In his final remarks, Jiang Yin spoke with deliberate pauses, emphasizing his concern. If you wish to enter the wilderness, you could certainly wait until the practical assessments for warriors conclude and join the extreme martial arts hall. At that time, you could accompany a squad of general-level warriors into the wilderness. There is no need to rush. Instructor Jiang, my mind is made up. Liwa Raplia, his gaze resolute, showing no signs of wavering despite Jiang Yin's counsel. After all, if he wished to grow stronger before signing the warrior contract and secure a substantial sum of startup capital, venturing into the wilderness was his only option. It was utterly impossible to amass enough funds for a simulated life within the confines of the base city. Even with extreme frugality, accumulating $1 million would take him 3 to 5 decades, if not longer. Since you are resolute, then go ahead. I am intrigued to see what gives you such confidence. Observing Liu's unwavering demeanor, Jiang Yin fell silent, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. It was futile to try to dissuade one so determined. Let us first test your punch force. The standard for an entry-level warrior is an average punch force of 1200. Let us see how you fare. Approaching the punch force testing machine, Jiang Yin addressed Liu. Without hesitation, Liu summoned his strength and unleashed a powerful punch that struck the testing machine with tremendous force. Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted 3 beeps, and the display screen subsequently revealed a number, 1415. This exceeded the standard for entry-level warriors by a full 200. Remarkable. In just one night, his punch force has increased by 200. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. The notion of cultivating the genetic original energy flickered in his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, even the most rudimentary guiding techniques were beyond the financial reach of Liu, who had lost his parents, let alone a 21-year-old quasi-warrior who could not possibly achieve a 200 increase in punch force from cultivating the genetic original energy for the first time. If this 200 increase is the source of your confidence, let me assure you, it is insufficient. While perplexed, Jiang Yin continued to struggle with his thoughts, earnestly advising, the monsters in the wilderness are categorized into beast soldier, beast general, and lord levels, corresponding to warriors, general-level warriors, and demigods respectively. Even the weakest H-level B soldiers are on par with your current strength. Do not be mistaken, even if your punch force were to double. Facing the wilderness alone would be a perilous endeavor. Moreover, you lack any combat experience. I possess a certain degree of combat experience, Liu replied, his tone subdued. He recognized that he did not have a precise understanding of the wilderness. As he had mentioned to Jiang Yin, his current strength was indeed comparable to the weakest H-level monsters. But did he have any other choices? Given his meager talents, if he remained in the base city for 3 years, he would undoubtedly be crushed by the so-called noblemen. It would be far better to venture into the wilderness. Fortune favors the bold. Do you truly possess combat experience? Jiang Yin scoffed, as if he had heard a jest, a smirk crossing his lips. What weapon are you skilled with? A knife. Then let us spar. I wish to witness your combat experience. Jiang Yin retorted, as he entered the weapon room adjacent to the training hall, retrieving 2 single-handed war knives. He tossed one to Liu and casually held the other, its blade directed at Liu. At that moment, all the advanced students in the training hall, including Liu's twin sisters, gathered around. While they were unaware of the exchange between Liu and Jiang Yin, it was human nature to be drawn to excitement, especially when the spectacle involved Jiang Yin, the pinnacle of combat prowess at the extreme martial arts hall. As Liu grasped the war knife Jiang Yin had thrown, a sense of familiarity surged within him, as if the knife were an extension of his body. His mastery of the blade was formidable, "Come forth," Jiang Yin commanded, wielding his sword casually. Yet his knife suddenly slashed towards Li Yu with ferocity. There was no finesse, merely the most straightforward horizontal strike. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The spectators beheld Li Yu stagger back several steps before stabilizing himself. He actually managed to block it. Surely, Jiang Yin must have gone easy on him. Such a statement echoed with absurdity. Jiang Yin was a mid-level general warrior. Yang Wu turned to the individual who had spoken, an incredulous expression on his face. The speaker merely scratched his nose, unable to argue back. Nonetheless, even if Jiang Yin had indeed held back, Li Yu's defense was sufficient to astonish everyone. "No wonder you exude such confidence," Jiang Yin remarked, his previously casual demeanor fading. He was acutely aware of the significance of that strike. Even without exerting his full strength, Jiang Yin had intended for that blow to deter Li Yu. Although it lacked any technique, the force behind it was a staggering 3,000. Such power was formidable, even among mid-level warriors, let alone for an entry-level warrior like Li Yu. Yet, the reality stood before them. Li Yu had withstood it unscathed. This could only imply two possibilities. Either Li Yu had concealed his true strength, having reached mid-level or even high-level warrior status, or his mastery of the blade was exceptionally high, allowing him to mitigate the blow's force. Again, Jiang Yin swung the war knife once more, a glimmer of excitement dancing across his face. This time, he may have stumbled upon a treasure. Clang, clang, clang. The two Blood Shadow war knives clashed violently, their figures weaving through the air. Observers could see that Li Yu was at a disadvantage. Yet, he managed to parry Jiang Yin's strikes with great effort. This was already an extraordinary feat. The disparity between warriors and general warriors lies not solely in raw power. The comprehension of martial arts is paramount. Otherwise, even if one ascended to the rank of general warrior, they would merely be a hollow shell of their potential. Jiang Yin certainly did not belong to that category. As a renowned warrior in the Ian district, he was formidable indeed. Specialized, Jiang Yin noted, observing Li Yu's tenacity. It was clear that he was not concealing his strength. Not only was there no reason for Li Yu to do so, but Jiang Yin had also discerned it during their second exchange. Even when Jiang Yin became serious, Li Yu continued to engage him, albeit on the defensive. Each encounter was a struggle, yet they were clearly on the same level. Specialized, Jiang Yin felt a surge of exhilaration. At just 21 years old, a quasi-warrior with specialized mastery of the blade, such a combination could only be described with one word: genius, a genuine prodigy. How many general-level warriors have dedicated their lives to mastering a single path only to remain at the specialized level? Yet here stood Li Yu, a mere 21 years of age. At this moment, the status of a quasi-warrior held little significance in Jiang Yin's eyes. The realm of martial arts could still be augmented by external forces, yet comprehension is solely reliant on oneself. This is the essence of talent. Clang! A resounding crash echoed from the clash of the weapons held by Li Yu and Jiang Yin, followed by the sight of Li Yu being forcefully driven back over 10 paces under Jiang Yin's might. His arms trembled, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. "Why have you delayed the warrior assessment and ventured into the wilderness zone?" Jiang Yin excitedly inquired, retracting his blade. "I aim to strengthen myself as much as possible before undergoing the quasi-warrior assessment. Only then can I secure more resources upon signing the warrior contract," Li Yu replied, gazing at his trembling arms with a wry smile, evidently aware that Jiang Yin had applied additional force in his final strike. There exists a notion that with 4 ounces, one can deflect 1,000 pounds. Yet equally, there is the principle of brute strength overcoming finesse. Indeed, Jiang Yin pondered in silence upon hearing Li Yu's response, yet soon realized the reasoning behind it. "Have you not considered the peril of entering the wilderness zone?" he challenged. "In the martial arts realm, one must strive to compete. To fear death is to forfeit the title of warrior." Li Yu grinned broadly, a glint of madness in his eyes. He too desired a stable existence. Yet in this world, weakness is a cardinal sin. To avoid becoming prey, one must only grow stronger. What a compelling statement on the necessity of martial competition. And what a bold assertion regarding the cowardice of those who fear death. Jiang Yin exclaimed, taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "You need not postpone your quasi-warrior assessment any longer. After you complete it tomorrow, I will assist you in connecting with a warrior squad. You shall accompany them into the wilderness zone. As for the warrior contract, we shall discuss it once your practical examination concludes. However, you must assure me of one thing. Under equal conditions, consider my extreme martial arts hall first." "Without a doubt," Li Yu responded with a radiant smile. To join a warrior squad in their venture into the wilderness zone was indeed a splendid opportunity. He was no fool. He understood the peril of entering the wilderness alone. Yet sometimes, there simply exists no alternative. Chapter 8. Quasi-Warrior Assessment. A prodigy skilled in advanced sword techniques. You should have signed a warrior contract with him at the earliest opportunity. Late at night, within the skylight of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's advanced student building, two figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, one of whom was Jiang Yin from earlier. He sought to grow stronger before signing the warrior contract to secure a more favorable deal. Could this not be understood? Jiang Yin gazed into the darkness, his voice flat. In the span of 3 short months from May to August, how much could he truly improve? Such matters were beyond my control. He had made his request. And if it posed no harm, what could I do? Even if a warrior contract were signed now, what of it? The maximum penalty for breach amounts to merely 300 million. Should the benefits fail to match those from other factions, he would inevitably be poached regardless. Jiang Yin's thoughts flowed in a calm stream, and after articulating them, the other individual fell into silence, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the martial arts realm is fiercely competitive. Observing the other's reluctance to engage in further debate, Jiang Yin chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the distance. Murmuring to himself, I am heading to the Central Extreme Hall. I shall likely not return by noon. Do not wait for me to dine. In the early morning, after finishing his soy milk, Li rose and addressed the two sisters. I will message you once I pass the assessment. Await my good news. Brother, good luck. Li Shui and Liu nodded enthusiastically. How about we take a day off today, sister? We can not only manage the store, but also keep our phones handy to receive updates immediately. Liu proposed upon watching Li Yu's departing figure. That sounds splendid. Li Shui readily agreed. To be honest, ever since witnessing her brother's potential to become a warrior the previous day, she had been too excited to sleep well that night. Naturally, she had no inclination to attend class. Having made their decision, Li Shui took out her phone and called their teacher to request a leave of absence. Initially, their teacher expressed some discontent, given that consecutive absences were detrimental to their senior year studies. However, upon hearing that Li Shui's request was due to her brother's quasi-warrior assessment, the teacher fell silent for a moment before acquiescing. After all, being a warrior in this world signifies a transcendent existence. Give me a pack of Whiteley Coon. A voice pierced through the air, prompting the sisters to skillfully retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the table and hand it over. What are you two doing here? Skipping class? The customer, evidently a familiar face, accepted the cigarettes, opened the pack, and lit one while inquiring with surprise. We took a leave. You two are in senior year, right? How can you afford to skip at such a crucial time? Where's your brother off to? The customer frowned slightly. My brother is participating in the quasi-warrior assessment. The quasi-warrior assessment. The customer was taken aback, his expression turning envious. After all, those eligible for the assessment were on the brink of becoming warriors. Even if they failed the assessment with a few more years of effort, they would inevitably attain that status. Sir, this is Mingwei community. Please do not approach. Otherwise, if you enter the yellow line area, we reserve the right to open fire. On Li Yu's side, after exiting the convenience store, he hurried towards the subway, following the navigation instructions along Line 11 to Zhongmen Road Station, then transferring to Line 1 to finally arrive at the heart of Yangzhou City. After a 10-minute walk, he successfully reached his destination, Mingwei Community. The headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City was located within this community. Liu, an advanced student from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's Ian branch. I have come for the quasi-warrior assessment. Gazing at the 6 armed soldiers stationed at the community entrance, Liu refrained from any rash movements and explained. Oh, it's only just past 7. You've arrived quite early. An elderly man with graying hair emerged slowly from the adjacent lounge, holding a tablet. Please present your ID and advanced student certificate for verification. After retrieving his ID and student certificate, Liu handed them over. The elder casually accepted them and swiped through the tablet, revealing some information on screen. All right, you may enter. I hope you pass smoothly. The elder glanced at the information, waved his hand, and the electric sliding door opened slowly, allowing a soldier with an assault rifle to accompany Li Yu inside. Sir, I will escort you into the Extreme Hall. During this time, as you only possess access to the Extreme Hall, not the Warrior's family area, please refrain from wandering about. Otherwise, even if I do not take action, my fellow patrolling officers will, the soldier cautioned Li Yu. Understood. Li Yu nodded, acknowledging the soldier's weapon, indicating his compliance. As the Mingwei community served as the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City, it was indeed vast. Following Li Yu's walking pace, it took him a full 10 minutes to reach the central Extreme Hall of the community. Once the soldier confirmed Li Yu's entry, he departed, leaving Liu to await the commencement of the quasi-warrior assessment, as he had arrived rather early. Liu, you're here quite early. The assessment was scheduled for 10 o'clock. As Liu sat on the sofa, resting his eyes and waiting for time to pass, a loud voice suddenly broke the silence. Turning his head, Liu spotted a bald, muscular man entering his line of sight. It was none other than Yang Wu. Young Wu, are you also here for the quasi-warrior assessment? Liu recalled only fragments of the early plot from Swallowed Star. But he remembered that Yang Wu had passed the assessment alongside Luo Feng. He has come several times already. Accompanying Yang Wu was a tall, fair-skinned woman clad in form-fitting attire, who couldn't help but laugh. Last month, I failed again. I don't believe this time will be any different. Scanning the area for any sign of Luo Feng, Liu subtly nodded, acknowledging the uncertainty. Yi Xian, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Yang Wu shot her a glare before proceeding to introduce the two. Silence. A sharp reprimand echoed through the air, causing the 9 individuals engaged in discussion to turn their heads in unison. A middle-aged man clad in loose, athletic garb came into view. Upstairs. We shall commence the preliminary warrior assessment shortly. No more disruptions, he commanded. Understood. The group nodded in response, following the middle-aged man into the elevator. Ascending to the 6th floor. Chapter 9. The preliminary warrior assessment. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, a vast training hall emerged before them, populated by numerous figures, including Jiang Yin, the master of the Yain district. There are quite a few people here, 9 in total. That's more than I encountered during my own assessment years ago, he remarked. Among the gathered figures, a tall woman with striking features marred by a prominent scar spoke first. You participated in the preliminary warrior assessment a decade ago. Can you truly compare that to the present? A middle-aged man with long, flowing hair turned his gaze towards Liu and the others, stating, everyone, come forth and prepare for the test. Yes, Instructor Wu, the 9, including Liu, replied respectfully. They had already been briefed by their respective instructors. The man leading them was none other than Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. First, present your identification cards. The individual who had escorted Liu and the others collected their IDs and promptly handed them to Wu Tong. He casually extracted one card, swiping it across a device nearby, which instantly projected the personal information stored within. Liu, first up, Wu Tong announced, glancing at the information on the screen. Raising an eyebrow. Old Jiang, how did you manage to bring forth a newcomer from the Yain district? 21 years old, quite impressive. Jiang Yin chuckled. Isn't it only natural to come forth when one is confident? Oh, such confidence. I hope you aren't like that Yang Wu kid, always just here for the spectacle. Ha ha, an elderly man beside Jiang commented, his physique robust. Old Jiang seems to have a great deal of faith in this Liu. Wu Tong observed with a hearty laugh. For this lad, Jiang Yin specifically requested my presence. How could I not have confidence? The initially speaking woman interjected coolly. That may be true, but boy, hurry up. The assembled warriors watched Liu with keen interest, eager to witness his performance in the assessment. Liu, show them your prowess. Jiang Yin encouraged. No sooner had he finished speaking than Liu approached the punching target, adjusted his breathing slightly, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a strike with his fist that struck the target like a cannonball. Bang! With a resounding crash, the electronic screen above the punching target flickered to life, displaying the number 1457. Goodness, 1457. That's quite commendable for a novice warrior post-training in the guiding technique, Wu Tong remarked, nodding appreciatively. However, the scarred woman interjected coldly. Indeed impressive, yet Liu exerted all his strength for that single blow, which may destabilize his center of gravity. In a battle against a beast, losing one's balance could have dire consequences, and I trust one need not elaborate on that. Your criticism is rather harsh. After all, he is still a child. An indecision is to be expected. However, that does not excuse your mistakes. Instability in combat is tantamount to suicide. Wu Tong chuckled lightly, then addressed the 9. Understood. They nodded, though whether they truly absorbed his words remained ambiguous. In any case, Liu did not. His 3 years of simulated combat experience had taught him that in battle, one must give their all with every strike. Huh, do you think Jiang Yin brought me here for nothing? To have my team take this lad into the wilderness, Wu Tong said, waving his hand dismissively. But that's a discussion for later. Next, he gestured for the woman to be silent and retrieve the next identification card. Next, Tianqi. Liu returned to the group, his gaze lingering on the scarred woman. After all, it seemed clear that she was part of the warrior team Jiang Yin had assembled for him. The 9 soon completed their punching power tests, all surpassing the minimum requirement. After all, Those lacking the capability to meet such a fundamental standard would not even bother applying for the preliminary warrior assessment, and instructors would not enroll them. The second test involved a speed assessment, which saw more participants stumble. The first to be eliminated was Yang Wu, whose passing mark was 25 ms. He achieved a disappointing 24.5 ms. With a sigh, he returned to the group, feeling somewhat dejected. Had he been in better form, perhaps he could have succeeded. But alas, reality offers no what-ifs. Liu, having gone first in the punching power test, was naturally the last for the speed assessment. However, he felt confident in his abilities, simply striving to run his best, ultimately clocking in at a commendable 28.4 ms, well above the passing mark. Not bad. You've exceeded the minimum standard by a significant margin, Wu Tong remarked, nodding in approval. Ultimately, 4 individuals were eliminated in the speed test, leaving only 5 remaining. Follow me, Wu Tong instructed, leading the 5 along with the onlookers to the adjacent neuroresponse testing room. First up, Liu. As Liu stepped into the testing area, Wu Tong pressed the activation button, encircling the perimeter with a red beam of light. You're not permitted to leave the testing area until the test concludes. Failure to comply will result in immediate disqualification, and touching the red line will incur penalties. After briefly explaining the rules, Wu Tong initiated the test. The neuroresponse testing machine began to rotate, emitting beams of crimson light, accompanied by rubber-tipped projectiles. The former moved swiftly, while the latter was nearly impossible to evade. Liu could only do his utmost to dodge, though he was occasionally struck. A minute passed swiftly. As the machine halted, the screen revealed Liu's results. In 60 seconds, struck 34 times, did not touch the red light. Passed. Wu Tong regarded the screen with a slight smile. Congratulations. Liu, from this moment forth, you are a preliminary warrior. Thank you, Instructor Wu. Liu nodded respectfully. With only 5 participants remaining for the neuroresponse test, results were quickly assessed. 1 individual unfortunately failed, leading to their disqualification. Of the initial 9, only 4 emerged as preliminary warriors. While the ratio may appear favorable, the reality is that the Yayan district alone boasts thousands of students, making the odds of an ordinary person becoming a warrior exceedingly slim. Wu Tong then gathered the 4, presenting them with contracts for the warrior qualification assessment for their signatures, before delving into explanations regarding genetic potential and guiding techniques. The emphasis was notably on Hong, which was to be expected, as he is the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and currently Earth's foremost champion. Subsequently, several armed soldiers were summoned to escort the other 3 away from the premises, leaving only Liu behind. Liwa, I am aware of your intentions to venture into the wilderness to hone your skills further, thereby enhancing your strength and securing a higher initial funding upon signing your warrior contract. Wu Tong observed, his demeanor calm. However, you are mistaken. You must understand that what Jiang Yin regards as your talent does not lie in your martial arts level, but rather in your swordsmanship. A 21-year-old preliminary warrior is commendable, yet it does not reach the level of genius. Thus, regardless of whether you venture into the wilderness, if you do not return as a battle commander level warrior, the ultimate outcome will not differ significantly. Therefore, I personally advise you to review the benefits and consider signing the contract now. With that, Wu Tong produced a list and a contract from the side. Chapter 10. Signing the warrior contract. Liu accepted the list handed to him by Wu Tong. Glancing over it, his heart racing in surprise. Beyond the standard provisions of a villa, there was also an initial funding of 10 million, along with a total value not exceeding 40 million for manuals on body techniques, guiding techniques, and offensive methods. When combined, the total exceeds 50 million. In stark contrast, an ordinary martial artist, upon signing the martial artist contract, receives a mere 1 million as startup capital. It is no wonder that Wu Tong remarked that unless one returns having achieved the rank of a battle general, the ultimate outcome will not differ significantly. I apologize, but I would prefer to make my decision after returning from the wild zone. Gazing at the list, Liu remained silent for a considerable time before slowly pushing it back. He felt an intense allure. By signing the martial artist contract now, he could instantly obtain the startup funds provided by the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even if it were merely 10 million at his disposal, it would allow him to simulate life 10 times over. Yet, Liu still harbored some reluctance. He yearned for more. You seem quite confident in yourself, Wu Tong observed, glancing at the returned list and contract, stroking his chin with a smile. However, such confidence is unwarranted. This treatment is based on your current potential. Should your abilities undergo substantial transformation in the future, the contract benefits will likewise increase. After all, the forces in this world are not limited to my Extreme Martial Arts School alone. Should the treatment fail to match your talent, you may breach the contract and depart. Naturally, there will be those willing to pay for your services. Ultimately, the penalty for breaching the martial artist contract is a mere 300 million at most. Very well. I am willing to join the extreme martial arts school. After a moment of silence, Liu nodded slightly in response. Then simply sign here. Wu Tong nodded slightly and pushed the contract and pen back toward Liu. With a smile, he watched as Liu completed the signature and extended his hand, saying, Bokuma, Liuwa. You are now part of the family at the extreme martial arts school. Liu stood and shook his hand. From this day forward, you may directly move into the martial artist villa community. As for your startup funds and chosen techniques, once you officially become a martial artist and possess martial artist privileges, you will gain access to the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School to select techniques. The startup funds will be directly deposited into your martial artist account. Wu Tong explained with a cheerful demeanor. Must I wait until I officially become a martial artist to utilize these startup funds? Liu was momentarily taken aback, his smile becoming somewhat rigid. So, it turns out he had merely been elated for nothing. He would only be able to access the startup funds after completing the martial artist practical assessment. Correct. The preliminary martial artist assessment can be conducted on August 1st. What? Do you currently have a pressing need for funds? Wu Tong raised an eyebrow slightly. After I return, I will be heading into the wild zone. If possible, I would like to utilize the startup funds to purchase equipment. Liu sighed internally and explained. He certainly could not admit to needing the money for life simulation. Who would believe that? That's easily arranged. Just let Jiang Yin retrieve whatever weapons you need from the armory, Wu Tong replied with a hearty laugh. After offering a few more words of advice, he instructed Jiang Yin to take Liu away from the extreme martial arts hall. Accompanying them was the scarred-faced woman. Once in the car, Jiang Yin and the scarred-faced woman had their own vehicle. So Liu opted not to take the subway, but instead joined them on their drive to Yain District. I'll inform Shui and the others, he said. Jiang Yin was driving, with the scarred-faced woman in the passenger seat, while Liu sat in the back. The three did not engage in conversation. Liu took out his phone and called his sister, Li Shui. Hello. As soon as the number connected, his sister's voice came through the phone. It's me, your brother. Li Iwagata Charafuri. Of course, I passed, and I've already signed a martial artist contract. The preliminary martial artist certificate should arrive in a few days. Don't cry. We can talk more when I get back. Right now, I'm in Jiang Yin's car. We should arrive in Yain District shortly. Okay, bye. After hanging up, a smile spread across Liu's face. Even if he did not receive the startup funds, signing the martial artist contract early meant he could move into the martial artist community sooner. Though he currently lacked 100 million, if he had it, Liu would be eager to initiate a life simulation immediately. He was skeptical that, having joined the extreme martial arts school and bearing its emblem, that so-called nobleman would dare act recklessly against him, as long as that nobleman was not present to crush him at will. The gains from a single life simulation would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. Family? The scarred-faced woman observed Liu's smile through the rearview mirror and, after a moment of silence, inquired slowly. Yes, my sister. Liu promptly responded to her question, for she was the captain of the martial artist team Jiang Yin had enlisted for him, responsible for ensuring his safety during the upcoming months in the wild zone, which was a matter of life and death for him. Your sister? Aren't you going to inform your parents? The scarred-faced woman raised her eyebrows slightly, taken aback. My parents have passed away. I only have 2 younger sisters, Liu replied, his expression neutral as he mentioned his original self's parents. It was a normal occurrence, though he had been in the devouring starry sky world for 5 years. The original self's parents had died when he was merely 7 years old, and the scant memories he inherited contained little of them. Thus, Liu felt no particular emotional weight regarding their absence. However, the scarred-faced woman seemed unaware of this, as if she believed she had uncovered a wound in Liu's heart. After a brief silence, she said, I'm sorry. It's nothing. What's your name? Which martial artist team are you the captain of? Liu shrugged indifferently and then inquired. My name is Meng Yin, captain of the battle general level martial artist team. The Funeral Fox Squad, the scarred-faced woman replied. Jiang Yin, who was driving, added, Yin originally wasn't supposed to stay in Jiangnan Bay City, but for your sake, I requested that they extend their stay by a day. Yin has also agreed to let you temporarily join the Funeral Fox Squad. But don't think that being part of a battle general level martial artist team guarantees absolute safety. Understood. Liu nodded slightly, a hint of gratitude crossing his face. Jiang Yin indeed valued him, having managed to secure him a position in a battle general level martial artist team. This level of strength was sufficient to ensure a certain degree of safety in the wild zone. However, let me make this clear from the outset. The Funeral Fox Squad will, within its capabilities, provide you with opportunities for practice and growth, allowing you to adapt to combat while offering assistance within reason. Meng Yin interjected after Jiang Yin finished speaking. But you must also show progress. I can grant you a single task adaptation period. If after one task you cannot adjust to your role, I'm afraid you'll have to leave. Sister Yin, I understand, Liu responded immediately. He possessed experience from life simulations and was acutely aware that within the wild zone, martial artist teams were akin to dancing on a knife's edge. Having a burden within the team could easily lead everyone to ruin. Therefore, he understood well that Jiang Yin's south effort to place him in such a formidable team as the Funeral Fox Squad was a significant favor. Chapter 11. Moving into Mingwei Community. Once you return, take care of matters at home, and then prepare yourself. We will be leaving the base city tonight, Meng Yin noted, observing Li Yu's attitude and nodding slightly. It was satisfactory that he could absorb this information. Although Li Yu's strength was not particularly high, when combined with his specialized swordsmanship, his overall combat power could rival that of most mid-level warriors. For those of lesser prowess, even high-level warriors might not necessarily be able to defeat him. This level of strength was quite commendable. After all, while it was termed a battle general level martial artist team, only Meng Yin among them was truly a battle general. The remaining 5 members, aside from marksmen, were all high-level warriors. Naturally, the firepower exerted by the marksmen, utilizing firearms, surpassed that of these high-level warriors, with the most powerful among them capable of posing a threat to even low-level battle generals. As they continued to chat, Jiang Yin's vehicle entered the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yain District, parked, and directly took Li Yu to the equipment warehouse. Since this is your first venture into the wild zone, my advice is to equip yourself with some decent weapons, Jiang Yin said, looking at Li Yu. Then there were the weapons and equipment, which you could take at your leisure. However, upon your return, should any damage occur, you would be required to compensate for it at the market rate. Understood. Li Yu nodded slightly, his gaze filled with excitement as he surveyed the armory. I require a Class 5 combat suit, the Blood Shadow Warblade A6 model, along with a backpack and a tactical communication watch. Without hesitation, Li Yu swiftly articulated his needs based on his expertise. Jiang Yin listened intently as he retrieved each item and presented it before Li Yu. The Blood Shadow Warblade A6 model is priced at 20 million. The Class 5 combat suit, including combat boots, costs 18 million, adding the backpack and communication watch. The total comes to 39 million. Jiang Yin glanced over the equipment and remarked, upon your return, should you wish to retain them, you will need to compensate half the price, amounting to 19,500,000. If you do not wish to keep them and desire to exchange for new items, simply return them to me, and you may settle the payment with me or purchase from Meng Yin. Both of us possess a star-level contribution point, allowing you to acquire them at half price. Meng Yin nodded in agreement, but then cautioned cold weapons and firearms can be purchased with assistance from others, which is permitted by the martial arts school. However, various manuals and guiding techniques cannot be procured via others. Any purchases made without the school's consent cannot be disseminated. Li Yu acknowledged this with a nod. He was well aware of these stipulations, yet he felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, the manuals acquired in simulation life cannot be utilized in reality. If discovered, it could be construed as unauthorized replication and dissemination of manuals, infringing upon the creator's ownership rights. But Li Yu had already made payments in his simulated life. Wasn't this a form of coercive secondary consumption? Under the blazing sun, a truck halted in front of Li Yu's convenience store. Li Yu and his 2 younger sisters began loading items onto the truck, since the Burial Fox Squad was set to depart the base city for the wilderness that very night. Li Yu felt no inclination to wait and promptly notified the moving company to commence the process. Yes, the funds for the moving company were borrowed from Meng Yin. 100,000. Without further ado, as soon as Li Yu spoke, the transfer notification arrived. Sister Yin is so generous. Meanwhile, Li Shui and Li Yu, aware that they were relocating to the martial artist community, were cheerful, though their faces fell with concern upon hearing that their brother was heading to the wilderness. What are these 3 kids up to? Moving things in broad daylight? Aren't those 2 girls in their senior year? Why are they moving instead of attending class on such a hot day? Having lived in this convenience store for many years, the trio was well acquainted with the neighboring community. As friends and neighbors observed with curiosity, Li Yu stood up with a smile and proclaimed, I have just passed the preliminary martial artist assessment and joined the Extreme Martial Arts School. We are moving to the Mingwei community. When the martial artist practical assessment concludes on August 1st, I kindly invite all the uncles and aunts to attend the celebration. The residents near the convenience store were largely from the lower strata of the city, all dreaming of a day when they could rise above their circumstances. Thus, Li Yu's ascension to a martial artist and his relocation to the Mingwei community reserved for martial artists, symbolized a significant leap upward in their eyes. In an instant, whether among neighbors or curious passersby, and even the workers from the moving company, admiration glimmered in their eyes. Luo Ge, what are you envious about? Your son Ah Feng is also a senior student now, isn't he? At just 18, he too could one day be like this employer and become a martial artist. By the truck, two workers jested as they transported items. Let's hope so. Let us ensure we do a good job for him. Though this employer is easygoing, we must fulfill our duties well. The middle-aged man, known as Luo Ge, wiped his brow and replied with a smile. All right then. The men chuckled in agreement. There wasn't much to move, as the three children had been living in the store. Their personal belongings were quickly loaded. The remaining stock in the store was left untouched, as Liu planned to decide whether to vacate or sell it after returning from the wilderness. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of neighbors and throngs of onlookers, Liu's family departed in a taxi, followed by the truck laden with their former belongings. These items, while not particularly valuable, held sentimental worth for the three siblings, and they felt reluctant to part with them. After all, taking them along would not be too burdensome. So they decided to bring everything. Thus, they entered the martial artist community, laden with 5 years' worth of possessions from the devouring starry sky world. Stop the vehicle. At the entrance of the Mingyue community, 6 armed soldiers stood at attention, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Liu's group, one soldier jogged forward, raising his assault rifle while shouting loudly. The other 5 soldiers promptly chambered their weapons, ready for action. Observing this, Liu hurriedly exited the vehicle. After his documents were checked and verified, 7 or 8 soldiers rushed from within the community to assist with the unloading. As for the moving company, they were not permitted entry. Mr. Liu, your residence is this building. While helping with the unloading, an elderly man with gray hair held a document and pointed to a villa, saying, "This is Villa 189, which has 3 floors, a basement, and a large balcony on the 3rd floor. The total area is 472 square meters, and with the basement, courtyard, and balcony, it amounts to approximately 750 square meters." Chapter 12, The Burial Fox Squad. 750 square meters. As soon as the elder finished speaking, both Liu and his sisters fell into silence. Before coming to the devouring starry sky, Liu had never lived in such a spacious house, let alone Li Shui and Liu. The area they had occupied in the convenience store, excluding the business space, was barely a few dozen square meters. Moreover, due to gender separation, they had been residing in a cramped 5-square-meter room. Now, confronted with this luxurious villa adorned with red and white walls, it was only natural they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of their new living situation. Accepting the document from the elder's hands, Liu nodded slightly before watching the soldiers and the elder depart. "I will likely be away for 3 months. You two must take care of yourselves. And if anything arises, seek out Instructor Jiang at the Extreme Martial Arts School." Briefly surveying the villa's layout, Liu reiterated his instructions to his younger sisters before preparing to leave. After all, the Burial Fox Squad was scheduled to depart the base city for the wilderness that evening, and he needed to prepare for an immediate departure. "Be careful, brother." Li Shui and Liu expressed their concerns. The wilderness is a term encompassing all land outside human settlements, including fallen cities, suburbs, towns, and forests. These areas signify danger. After bidding farewell to his sisters, Liu took a taxi to the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yayan District, where Meng Yin awaited their rendezvous. "Is everything arranged at home?" Observing Liu clad in his combat suit, Meng Yin nodded slightly before inquiring. "It's all taken care of." Dressed in his combat attire and gripping his warblade, Liu affirmed with a nod. "Then let us proceed." Meng Yin nodded and, after exchanging a fist bump with Jiang Yin, turned toward the underground garage. "Stay safe." Jiang Yin patted Liu's shoulder and cautioned. "Rest assured." Liu nodded before boarding the vehicle driven by Meng Yin, and they swiftly set off. Their destination, Jiangnan Base City, HR Alliance Mall. "Stop the vehicle." A soldier approached at a jog, verifying Liu and Meng Yan's identities before signaling the rear to proceed. So many soldiers. Gazing through the car window at the panoramic view of the HR Alliance Mall, Liu couldn't help but marvel, just looking at the central 88-story skyscraper. Not to mention the surrounding plaza, there were no fewer than 1,000 patrolling soldiers, each appearing highly trained. In terms of display, the HR Alliance had certainly executed it flawlessly. The Jiangnan Base City, with a permanent resident population exceeding 200 million, stands as one of the 6 major base cities in the Huashan Nation. It is not an exaggeration to say that the HR Alliance has established its headquarters here with such an arrangement. As Meng Yin drove into the garage, she casually explained to Liu, "That might be a bit too much. If you ever encounter a beast tide and are fortunate enough to survive until the end, then you will truly understand what exaggeration means." Meng Yin shook her head and chuckled softly, then elegantly strode toward the towering skyscraper, with Liu hastily following her. "Please, come in," greeted two attendants clad in kipeos at the entrance of the skyscraper, bowing respectfully. Following Meng Yan's pointed direction, Liu's gaze fell upon 5 individuals dressed in combat attire, 3 men and 2 women, who were leisurely sipping tea while watching a performance on stage. The first floor is for warriors to relax and entertain themselves, while the second floor is where the HR Alliance conducts its business. The monster materials you hunt can be sold here. The prices are considerably higher, but without contribution points, the choice is yours. Meng Yan remarked casually as she settled beside the 5, crossing her long legs. Liu nodded in agreement before finding a vacant seat for himself. "Sister Yan is back. Is this the newcomer you mentioned?" One member of the Zhonghu team inquired, eyeing Liu with a smile. "Yes, let me introduce you all," Meng Yan replied, sitting up. "This is Liu, a prospective warrior with combat capabilities barely reaching the high warrior level, but lacking in experience. This is Xiao Cheng, a high warrior adept with the spear. Su Ting, also a high warrior, specializes in the Blood Shadow Warblade, much like you. Gao Cheng, a high warrior. Ran Su, a high warrior. And Ma Xian, a mid-level warrior. Yet she excels with firearms and can pose a threat to beast general level monsters if she wields rare weaponry." After introducing the 5, Meng Yan turned to introduce herself. "As for me, I am Meng Yan, a junior battle general specializing in curved blades." Liu nodded slightly, noting the balanced gender ratio among the 3 men and 3 women. However, their strengths were undeniable. Amongst the 6, there was a battle general level warrior, and the others were all at least high warriors. "Well, Liu, since you also wield a blade, once we enter the wilderness zone, you can learn from Sister Ting," Ma Xian said with a bright smile, seemingly attempting to foster a sense of camaraderie. "Sure." Li Yue replied, observing Machine's petite frame. Unable to fathom how she could handle heavy firearms, yet he nodded in agreement. "I've trained similarly." Su Ting, referred to as Sister Ting, spoke nonchalantly. "A prospective warrior with high warrior-level combat power. If Sister Yan is correct, that leaves only one possibility. Your blade technique has reached the proficiency level." The mention of proficiency level momentarily stunned the 4, excluding Meng Yan. "Is it possible? Proficiency level?" Ma Xian stuttered, while the others also appeared equally astonished. The significance of the proficiency level was not lost on any of them, as they were all stuck at the high warrior level and understood its weight. Many junior battle generals lacked proficiency level blade techniques, yet this young man, a prospective warrior, possessed one. Indeed, Liu's blade technique has indeed reached the proficiency level. Meng Yan confirmed with a slight nod. She had verified this, and had it not been for Jiang Yin's assertion about Liu's blade technique, she would never have allowed him to join the team. However, that did not guarantee his place in the Zhonghu team. Meng Yan narrowed her eyes and stated coldly, "I have given him a trial period for 1 mission. If he is unable to adapt to his role during this mission, he will have to leave. The Zhonghu team does not accommodate burdens." Chapter 13. The initial confrontation. Meng Yan spoke without mercy, a chill evident on her face. Anyone witnessing her would not doubt her resolve. "Sister Yan, rest assured, if I cannot meet the Zhonghu team's expectations, I will leave of my own accord." Liu replied with a smile, harboring no resentment. He understood clearly that in the heat of battle, everyday combat power was irrelevant. Even the highest daily combat prowess could falter at critical moments, potentially leading the entire team into irreversible peril. Given the stakes involved in the team's safety, Meng Yan's caution was entirely justified. "Well, if everyone is ready, let us prepare to depart." Meng Yan nodded, glancing at the time. "We must reach the military district before nightfall. Whether we venture into the wilderness zone will be decided later." "All right." Liu and the other team members responded in unison. "Get in the vehicle." The HR Alliance provided a dedicated vehicle, so with Liu as a temporary member, the Zhonghu team, consisting of 7 individuals, boarded the Alliance's dedicated transport to the train station. As the train departed, they watched the lights of the base city recede into the distance. Several hundred kilometers west of Jiangnan Bay City lay a military district's outpost. The 7 fully armed warriors disembarked from the train, forming the Zhonghu team led by Meng Yan and Liu. "This is the military district's outpost. We will resupply here before entering the wilderness zone and heading north. Our destination is uncertain. We will return to the military district once we have hunted enough prey," Meng Yan explained. Considering that it was Liu's first time in the wilderness zone, "You will rest in B3. An officer at the military outpost tossed a key to Meng Yan, smiling as he added, "If you manage to acquire anything valuable, feel free to sell it to me for the Underground Alliance. We can discuss the price." Meng Yan accepted the key, casually responding, "These officers are partly from the 2 major martial arts schools and the Underground Alliance. while they provide services. They also purchase materials for monsters. As Meng Yin searched for the B3 residents, she elaborated to Li Yu. Their prices are slightly higher than those of the martial arts schools, but only marginally. As a newcomer to the martial arts school, you should primarily sell to them. After all, many items lack contribution points, making it unwise to sell elsewhere. All right, Li Yu nodded slightly, though he did not dwell on it. B3, over there. Ma Xin, with her keen eyes, was the first to spot the residence designated as B3. It was a two-story building, and Meng Yin swiped the chip-enabled key across the door, which then opened automatically. Of course, this was merely a temporary residence provided by the outpost. Once the Zhonghu team departed, it would be assigned to the next warrior team. Everyone should rest. We depart at dawn tomorrow, Meng Yin said casually, nestling into the sofa, crossing her long legs, and closing her eyes. Understood. The members of the Zhonghu team nodded in agreement. Li Yu remained silent, finding a comfortable position to rest, despite the advice he had inherited that nighttime travel was preferable. After all, traveling at night was less taxing and conserved resources. However, since Meng Yin had arranged it this way, he would not contradict her. As time swiftly passed in their rest, it soon reached 4 o'clock the following morning, with the sky just beginning to brighten. The fully armed Zhonghu team departed from the military district's outpost, officially stepping into the wilderness zone. The 7-member team, with Meng Yin and Su Ting leading the way, and Ma Exine wielding a large sniper rifle alongside Li Yu in the middle, followed by Gao Cheng, Ran Su, and Xiao Cheng at the rear, ventured north along the national highway. Meng Yin, striding with her long legs, spoke softly. Our destination is a county town, where we will establish a simple encampment and hunt the monsters surrounding the area. Li Yu nodded, indicating that he had taken note of this. Subsequently, apart from the sound of battle boots scraping against the asphalt, there was an eerie silence. Roar. Time slipped away as daylight gradually broke through, and finally, amidst the stillness, a roar erupted. The 7 members of the team instantly heightened their vigilance. It was merely a false alarm. As the creature that had roared came into clearer view, Meng Yin wiped the sweat from her delicate face and announced, 3G grade shadow leopards. Li Yu, you take the lead. Understood. Li Yu set down the supplies he had been carrying on his shoulder, brandished his blood shadow battle blade, and stepped forward. He was acutely aware that this was Meng Yan's first test of his abilities. Should he fail to contend with even 3G grade beasts, there would be no reason for them to continue escorting him. None of the members of the Funeral Fox squad, including Meng Yan, who shared a bond with Jiang Yan, would ever become his caretakers. Jiang Yan's influence had not yet reached such heights. The other 5 members of the Funeral Fox squad quietly observed Li Yu's performance. Whether it was the mastery of the blade or his combat prowess, which rivaled that of advanced warriors, these were merely words spoken by Meng Yan. It was not that they doubted her, but rather they firmly believed in the adage that seeing is believing. The 3 shadow leopards hesitated, continuously roaring at Li Yu and his companions, seemingly aware that this group of humans was not to be trifled with, yet still reluctant to abandon their potential prey. As Li Yu stepped forward alone, the beasts could no longer restrain themselves, and the leader lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Li Yu did not shy away. He collided directly with it, and just before impact, he deftly swept the blood shadow battle blade across the neck of the shadow leopard. A fountain of blood erupted, and the creature fell lifelessly to the ground. What a swift strike! Both Meng Yin and the other members of the Funeral Fox squad were taken aback. Setting aside the mastery of his technique, the sheer proficiency of his movements was on par with seasoned warriors who danced with death. Is this truly a novice? 5 pairs of bewildered eyes turned toward Meng Yin, reflecting their puzzlement. How could I possibly agree to his joining the squad without some measure of capability? It was to be expected. Meng Yan's lips twitched slightly, yet she maintained a facade of calm. She too had not anticipated that this young man would dispatch the beast so effortlessly. The specialized blade technique had not even been employed. It was merely a simple collision followed by a slash, and 1 shadow leopard was sent to its demise. Bravo, Captain! The praises rang out in unison. In the brief moment of their conversation, the other 2 shadow leopards also met their end at the hands of Li Yu, dispatched with a few swift strokes of his blade. However, upon vanquishing them, he found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain which materials from the shadow leopards were the most valuable. Yet, if he were to collect everything, his backpack would soon be overflowing, and he wondered who would even purchase such commodities. Would he sell them as pork to a butcher? The only valuable item from the shadow leopards was a long tendon from their cervical spines. Observing Li Yu standing beside the corpse of the shadow leopard, lost in thought, Su Ting approached, swung her battle blade, and struck fiercely at the creature's neck, exposing its stark white bones. She then grasped the transparent object within the bone, pulling out a nearly clear tendon. Liu followed suit, quickly acquiring 2 more tendons in hand. Chapter 14. Arrival at County 1307. You killed this shadow leopard. It belongs to you, Su Ting remarked, tossing the tendon to Li Yu with a nonchalant tone. Li Yu accepted it without hesitation, stowing it away in his backpack. The others paid little mind. After all, the materials from beast soldier-grade monsters were generally not very valuable. The rationale was quite simple. Beast soldier-grade creatures could easily be slain with firearms. Even a skilled marksman could take one down without the need for a warrior. Coupled with their abundance, it was only natural that they were not worth much. Thus, every time the Funeral Fox squad set out to hunt, they would often abandon a multitude of low-grade beast materials due to limited backpack space. However, for Liu at this moment, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. The tendons from the 3 shadow leopards could fetch around 5,000 if sold to a martial arts academy, or up to 8,000 in the Underground Alliance. This rate of earning was exponentially greater than anything he had experienced in the base city. Just recalling his struggles to accumulate even 10,000 over 6 months in the base city brought tears to his eyes. Liu, well done. As they packed their belongings and continued their journey, Meng Yin suddenly patted Liu on the shoulder, stating, clearly after this battle, she deemed him capable of becoming a temporary member of the Funeral Fox squad, signaling their acceptance of him. 2 days later, after traveling for 2 days, the Funeral Fox squad walked along a dilapidated asphalt road, their faces finally showing some signs of emotion as a vast cluster of buildings emerged before them. It was evident that this was the destination of the Funeral Fox squad, County 1307. We've finally arrived, the vivacious Ma Xian murmured as she gazed at County 1307. Li released a quiet sigh of relief. During these 2 days, aside from the initial encounter with the shadow leopards, he had hardly engaged in combat. The rest of the time had been spent either resting or enduring the grueling pace of their journey, which had indeed been exhausting. He had taken the opportunity to ask Ma Xian about their encounters, and she had explained that there was no need to waste time on beast soldier-grade monsters. She had calculated the worth. A high-level beast soldier-grade monster would yield important materials worth between 5,000 to 15,000. Yet, a primary beast general-grade monster could sell for 500,000 to 1.5 million. Mid-level beast generals could fetch prices soaring into the hundreds of millions. Thus, the Funeral Fox squad's initial goal was to hunt primary beast general-grade monsters, rendering any time spent on beast soldier-grade monsters unproductive. Silencio un let net cesar, suting admonits masin, turning to her with a stern expression before focusing intently ahead. For the past 2 days, we've been traveling along the road through desolate areas, which is why we haven't encountered many monsters. Meng Yin cast a glance at Liu, lowering her voice to say, most monsters reside in densely populated urban areas, and we are about to enter one. Stay alert. Understod Yanye Li Enodit. Everyone, be cautious. Ahead lies the territory of a tiger mastiff, which should be a mid-level beast general, and its pack contains numerous beast soldier-grade monsters. This is not our target. We will circumvent it. If we are attacked by any monsters, eliminate them at the first opportunity. Understood Yanye. The 6 replied in unison, their voices hushed. They then proceeded along a narrow path, moving cautiously yet swiftly. Whenever they encountered monsters, they would evade them if possible. Should evasion prove impossible, Meng, you would deal with the threat. After all, it was imperative to ensure a swift kill without any missteps. Following each encounter, they would leave immediately, neglecting to collect materials from the slain beasts, fearing the scent of blood might attract others. If surrounded in a relentless tide of beasts, even a squad of mere beast general warriors, let alone a war god, could be overwhelmed. The tale of war god Luo Feng, who perished amid a beast tide in the original Swallowing the Starry Sky, served as a cautionary example. Moreover, Luo Feng was a formidable warrior among his peers. Thus, with utmost caution, they successfully avoided nearly 20 encounters and swiftly dispatched 9 beast soldier-grade creatures before finally locating a suitable place to set up camp, an office building. The rationale was straightforward. This building was the tallest in the vicinity, soaring to 18 stories. The rooftop terrace of such a high-rise structure was relatively safe within the city. After all, most monsters could not reach such heights, and even if they attempted to ascend via the stairs, their numbers would be limited. On the shelf lay a machine gun. As long as the ammunition did not run out, the beast soldier-level monsters posed no threat. Even the beast general-level creatures would be under the careful surveillance of Meng Yin and her companions. Ultimately, even if they found themselves outmatched, they would have a considerable window to escape. To the rooftop, Meng Yin waved her hand and led the way up the stairs. Her eyes, vigilant, scanned the surroundings as they ascended. Liu and Su Ting closely followed Meng Yan, each wielding a blood shadow battle knife, maintaining a combat-ready stance. A ferocious roar echoed. And suddenly, a beastly shadow lunged at Meng Yan, baring its gaping maw. It was a high-level beast soldier, a Tibetan mastiff. In a swift motion, Meng Yan effortlessly cleaved it in two with her curved blade. One could not help but admire Meng Yan, as a warrior of the battle general tier. Her presence made the lurking monsters hesitate. Once they emerged, it was akin to her dispatching them as easily as one would a mere child. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Upon reaching the 18th floor of the office building and securing the stairwell to prevent any creatures from ascending unnoticed, the group finally exhaled in relief. They scanned the vicinity for any beast general level monsters, reminding one another to keep their bodies concealed. Otherwise, they could attract unwanted attention from the beasts below. Meng Yan retrieved a pair of binoculars and some high-energy food from her backpack, chewing as she issued instructions. The six nodded in agreement. Everyone, except Ma Xen, produced binoculars from their bags to survey the area. Ma Xen, on the other hand, opened the iron case she had been carrying, setting aside the ammunition within, and began assembling the remaining firearm components. Soon, a formidable 2-meter-long sniper rifle emerged before them, complete with an optical sight, grip, and suppressor. Loading a special crimson bullet, she lifted the heavy sniper rifle, nearly twice her height, preparing to calibrate it. Notify me upon sighting a beast general level monster. Yes, we shall take on the task of locating the beast generals. You should rest for now, Meng Yan replied, still chewing on her high-energy food without glancing back. Chapter 15. The Hunt is On. When discussing the significance of the Morning Fox team, Meng Yan, as a battle general tier warrior, was undoubtedly the most crucial member. This was indisputable. The second most vital member was undoubtedly Ma Xen. Despite her only possessing mid-tier warrior strength and being easily overpowered in hand-to-hand combat by Liu, she wielded firearms to such an extent that she could contribute significantly to the hunt, surpassing even Meng Yan, a bona fide battle general. Without Ma Xen, the Morning Fox team would never consider engaging beast general level monsters due to the overwhelming difficulty and danger involved, when the rewards did not justify the risks. Even with Meng Yan's authentic battle general prowess, they would have to retreat and opt for hunting beast soldier level monsters instead. Liu was clearly aware of this, remaining focused on observing their surroundings. Yan Jia, look over there. Suddenly, Gao Cheng pointed in a direction, whispering in surprise. Liu and the others swiftly moved towards where Gao Cheng indicated, scrutinizing the area. They soon discovered a serpentine figure, a vibrant green snake, slithering along the path beside a 3-story building, measuring over 10 meters in length. A beast general. Meng Yan's eyes sparkled with recognition as she contemplated. It's a bamboo viper. Bamboo viper? Liu was momentarily taken aback. This species existed on Earth prior to her arrival, known for its lethal venom. Yet it was evident that the creature before them was of a different variety. The bamboo viper, a formidable serpent-type monster, was not only venomous but also covered in armored scales, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Its scales, a striking green, earned it the name bamboo viper. Su Ting, noticing Liu's confusion, quietly explained while casting hopeful glances at Ma Xen, who had positioned herself by the heavy sniper rifle, ready to take aim. Given the snake's formidable defense, a single shot may not suffice to bring it down. Ma Xen observed the undulating bamboo viper through her binoculars, then removed the crimson bullet from the sniper rifle, replacing it with a black one. She then lay prone at the edge of the rooftop, adjusting the nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle, and slowly stated, "Everyone stay alert." The six remained silent, their gazes fixed on the bamboo viper through the binoculars, holding their breath. Bang! The sound of the shot was muffled by the suppressor, resonating with a subdued thud. At the moment the shot rang out, the black bullet zipped forward, reaching several times the speed of sound before crashing into the viper's triangular head. The alloy projectile collided with the snake's armored scales, penetrating them, leaving a gaping hole in its head, which then fell lifelessly to the ground. Splendid. The six on the rooftop exchanged excited glances. They had been fortunate. A single shot had shattered its skull. Ma Xen looked up, a hint of regret in her eyes as she regarded the ammunition magazine of her sniper rifle. We can repurchase the bullets, but this equipment is quite valuable. Su Ting, noticing Ma Xen's fixation on the magazine, chimed in with a grin. That bamboo viper skull alone is worth 5 million. Just think how many bullets you could buy with that. Indeed, Ma Xen chuckled, scratching her head sheepishly. Prepare yourselves. We must descend to collect materials. Gao Cheng, you assist Ma Xen in carrying a box and ensure her protection while she provides suppressive fire. Su Ting, you are in charge of gathering materials. Liu, Ran Su and Xiao Cheng, come with me to clear the way. Meng Yin swiftly made her decision. After issuing her orders, she opened the door to the stairwell, cautiously yet rapidly making her way downstairs, with the rest of the Morning Fox team closely trailing behind. Confirming the bamboo viper was indeed dead, 5 minutes later, the hidden Morning Fox team observed the lifeless creature from the shadows, assessing the situation. We're not the only ones eyeing the bamboo viper's corpse, Meng Yin noted, scanning the area where beast soldier-level monsters lurked, poised to make their move. As per usual, Ran Su and Xiao Cheng, you two will attract the attention of the beasts. The rest will follow the plan. She ordered. Li Wa, join Gao Cheng to protect Ma Xin, initially intending to include Li Yu in the charge. Meng Yin hesitated, recalling that Li Yu was a newcomer. Yan Ye, have no worries. We will fulfill our task. Li Yu, aware of Meng Yan's concerns, remained undeterred. After all, once the fighting commenced, Ma Xin would be responsible for suppressive fire, ensuring their involvement in the battle. All right, let us move. Meng Yin nodded slightly, issuing the command. Hot. Ma Xion's heavy machine gun opened fire first, followed by Ran Su, Xiao Cheng, and Meng Yin charging towards the beast horde, their blades dancing as blood splattered around them. Beast soldier-level monsters, when facing a battle general-level warrior, could only be crushed unless their numbers reached a certain threshold. The disparity between the two sides was too great. Li Yu unleashed firepower, wielding the Blood Shadow battle knife, weighing over 100 kilograms, with remarkable ease. His specialized swordsmanship held firm against the onslaught of a dozen beast soldier-level monsters. Su Ting, responsible for material collection, wasted no time. She wielded her battle knife in one hand while drawing a dagger with the other, swiftly reaching the corpse of the bamboo viper. With a powerful strike, she cleaved the already damaged snake head in two and plunged the dagger into the center of its body, making a swift incision. A gallbladder fell into her grasp, followed by slicing around the flesh and skin, removing the scaled hide. Yan Ye, having gathered two vital materials, Su Ting wasted no time and called out to Meng Yin. Retreat. Meng Yin dispatched another beast soldier with a swift strike before shouting. They then fled in haste, with Li Yu and the others closely following. They scattered and hid until nearly an hour later when a Morning Fox team quietly returned to the rooftop of the 18th floor of the office building. A successful start. Meng Yin picked up the snake gall and lifted the snake's skin, her brows arching slightly as she smiled. It seems we'll make quite a profit this time. Just this bamboo leaf green alone is worth a significant sum. Ran Su, instruct Li Yu on how to process the materials. Since we have newcomers, I'll briefly outline the rules for distributing the spoils. It's rather straightforward. The distribution is based on each person's contribution during the battle. The greater the role one plays, the larger their share of the spoils. However, all this will have to wait until we return to the supply base for a comprehensive allocation. Discussing it now would be premature. After all, we are still in a densely built area, which is exceedingly perilous, so everyone must remain vigilant. Understood? The six of them nodded in unison. They were all acutely aware that free warriors venturing into the wilderness zone faced extreme danger, with a death rate that was astonishingly high. All right, everyone should rest for now. We've just been through a fierce battle. Observing the demeanor of the six, Meng Yin chose not to pursue the topic further, as she was merely offering a routine reminder. They would resume their activities at 5 in the afternoon. Yes. Chapter 16. Return to the supply base. 5 hours slipped by quietly as the group rested. After replenishing their energy with high-energy food, they resumed their vigil, peering through binoculars to survey the surroundings. Yet, even by the break of dawn the next day, there were no signs of fortune. A few beast general-level monsters passed by below, but either they were surrounded by a horde of beast soldier-level monsters, or they were simply too formidable to provoke. Even if they managed to slay the former, they could not retrieve the corpses to gather materials for fear of being overwhelmed. As for the latter, Li Yu and the others had no hope of victory. After all, the strongest among them, Meng Yin, was merely at the initial battle general level. Ma Xin fired a few shots, but their effectiveness was far from previous successes. The beast general-level monsters either bore little impact or were surrounded by numerous beast soldier-level monsters, making it impossible to engage. Though the overall mood of the Zhonghu team was somewhat subdued, they did not dwell on it excessively, including Li Yu. After all, there was a reason why the price of initial beast general-level monsters differed so greatly from that of high-level beast soldier-level monsters. Meng Yin glanced at the sky. It was nearly dawn. Li Yu, Gao Cheng, please take turns keeping watch while the others rest. Understood, Sister Yin, Li Yu, and Gao Cheng replied, while the remaining 5 settled down on the rooftop to close their eyes and rest. However, even under the blazing sun, no suitable targets were found. You two should also take a rest. I'll keep watch with Su Ting. Meng Yan's voice came from behind. I'll rigged, Liwa Nudda. Then retreated from the rooftop edge with Gao Cheng, leaning against the wall to rest. Maintaining ample energy in the wilderness zone was essential. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped, fortunate to have fled swiftly. On the rooftop of the office building, the Zhonghu team lay sprawled on the ground, as if they had just survived a calamity. Who would have imagined that a horde of monsters would suddenly emerge? Ma Xian gazed at her bent, heavy sniper rifle, her small face etched with dismay. Repairs for this won't come cheap. We'll need to set aside funds from this operation's earnings. After Meng Yan spoke, she looked at each injured team member, a sense of helplessness flashing in her heart. Initially, they had targeted a solitary purple sky wolf, an initial beast general level, which Ma Xian had severely injured using her heavy sniper rifle before the seven descended. However, no one anticipated that after they had slain this initial beast general monster and begun collecting materials, a horde of monsters would charge forth. The leading monster was not particularly strong, only at the initial beast general level. In a one-on-one confrontation, Meng Yan would not have feared it. Yet, the sheer number of its minions posed a significant threat. Faced with nearly 100 beast soldier-level monsters, they were not only unable to fight back, but even if they could, they dared not engage. No one would dare to engage in widespread slaughter in such a densely built area. At least, the Zhonghu team lacked the capability. A large-scale battle would undoubtedly attract nearby beast hordes, and a congregation of beasts throughout an entire county would be insurmountable even for a battle god-level warrior. Ma Xian's heavy sniper rifle was damaged when the initial beast general monster scratched it during their escape. Fortunately, the leading monster of the charging horde was only at the initial beast general level. Thanks to Meng Yan's formidable strength, they managed to break through. Had it been a medium beast general level monster, the Zhonghu team would likely have met their demise. They failed to collect the wolf skin tendons and fangs from the purple sky wolf. Su Ting's somber voice broke the silence. We only managed to collect the skull and eyeballs. Well, that's something. Meng Yan waved her hand, retrieving high-energy food from her backpack to replenish her strength. We incurred at least 3 million in losses. Ma sin lamentet. The most valuable materials on the purple sky wolf were indeed the skull and tendons, which were the priciest, followed by the wolf skin, eyeballs, and fangs. The tendons from an initial beast general level purple sky wolf alone could fetch at least 2 million, and along with the wolf skin and fangs, they were worth nearly 3 million altogether. Li Yu and the others remained silent, but as they chewed on high-energy food to regain strength, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in their eyes, especially Li Yu, who couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache at the thought that 3 million was enough for him to undergo 3 simulations of life. The physical pain at that moment was inconsequential. Surviving was already a blessing. After calculating the time and the gains, Meng Yan decisively stated, "Let's head back to the supply base for some adjustments and then venture out again." All right. The 6 had no objections and readily agreed. After all, they had already spent 10 days on the rooftop, and considering the round trip, half a month had passed, with their food supplies nearly exhausted. As for drinking water, they had run out by the 3rd day. However, during these nearly 13 days, the Zhonghu team's harvest was also quite considerable. Discounting the purple sky wolf that had nearly led them to disaster, they had hunted a total of 3 beast general level monsters. Though all were initial beast generals, they could still fetch a handsome price. After all, the vital materials from an initial beast general level monster typically sold for between 5 to 15 million. Thus, those 3 would be worth at least 15 million. It was no wonder that when Meng Yan heard about a loan request, she immediately transferred Li Yu 100,000 without a second thought. For free warriors active in the wilderness zone, a sum of 10 or 20,000 was indeed considered trivial. Upon deciding to return to the supply base, the Zhonghu team did not immediately descend, but took the time to tend to their wounds, replenish their energy, and begin resting. They needed to be in optimal condition to navigate the densely built areas on their return journey. Thus, the Zhonghu team waited until deep into the night before cautiously making their descent. The formation remained the same, Meng Yan and Su Ting leading the way, Li Yu and Ma Xian in the middle, while Ran Su, Xiao Cheng, and Gao Cheng brought up the rear. Upon reaching the final floor, they proceeded cautiously and swiftly along the narrow path, just as they had on their way in. With their food supplies nearly depleted, they moved even more quickly than before. After circumventing 7 or 8 monster hordes, the Zhonghu team once again arrived at the outskirts of County 1307. Following, that was a lengthy journey. However, since this was a return trip, there was no need to hasten. Upon seeing the dawn, they casually selected a small 4-story villa's restroom to light a campfire. Of course, necessary precautions were taken, with the flames concealed and smoke directed into the lower rooms. Thus, the Zhonghu team enjoyed their first hot meal in half a month. The next day, they continued their return journey toward the supply base, killing numerous beast soldier-level monsters along the way. After all, their backpack only contained materials from a few beast general-level monsters, leaving ample space. Chapter 17. Dividing the spoils and initiating the simulation of life. Thus, the Morning Fox team spent 3 days traversing the road to reach the supply base constructed by the military. The journey took 2 days to go and 3 days to return, not to mention the additional time spent leisurely traveling, all while carrying 7 backpacks filled with materials. Although these bags contain materials harvested from beast soldier-level monsters, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Thus, these 7 backpacks were worth a fortune, easily exceeding $1 million. Upon entering the supply base, the Morning Fox team was assigned to a temporary resting place in Residence B8. It was quite similar to the previous B3, consisting of a quaint 2-story building. Finally, they could rest without worry. As soon as they stepped inside, Ma Xin tossed her backpack onto the sofa and collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, "Who could argue with that?" Li Yu replied, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Indeed, even though the return journey was comparatively easier, it was only relative. There was never absolute safety in the wilderness, and a constant tension lingered in their hearts. Of course, it was far better than being in the wild, where danger lurked at every corner. After finishing their meal, they planned to sell the materials and split the earnings. Meng Yan's face also bore a relaxed expression as she casually arranged the details and used her communication watch to notify the supply base for food delivery. She then slumped onto the sofa, her long legs resting on the chair in front of her. She was indeed quite exhausted. After all, as the team's strongest fighter, the pressure and responsibility she bore were far beyond what Li Yu and the others could comprehend. The meal arrived promptly, consisting of over 10 dishes, complete with wine and meat. The members of the Morning Fox team wasted no time and began to feast heartily. Meng Yan even poured herself a glass of red wine, savoring it delicately. Even the petite Ma Xin indulged in several glasses of wine, relishing the moment. Previously, she had refrained from drinking due to the imminent journey into the wilderness, fearing any misstep, but now that they had returned and were in a safe haven, there was no need for self-restraint. The warriors active in the wild lived life on the edge, often adhering to the philosophy of seizing joy while one can. They earned much, yet spent it just as swiftly. After their meal, the 7 members of the Morning Fox team approached the HR Alliance representative at the supply base and promptly handed over the 7 bags of materials for sale. Meng Yan had initially considered suggesting that Li Yu retain some materials to sell to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for contribution value. But she quickly recalled that he was still merely a provisional warrior, yet to complete the practical assessment, and far from officially joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon returning to Residence B8, the Morning Fox team commenced the eagerly anticipated distribution of their earnings. Li Yu had gathered 18 types of ordinary beast soldier-level materials, encompassing both G and F grades, averaging just over 6,000 per item, totaling around 11,000. Meng Yan, seated at the head, began the allocation process. According to the long-standing customs of the Morning Fox team, materials from beast soldier-level monsters were typically claimed by the individual who harvested them, and Li Yu paid little mind to it. After all, a full backpack containing 18 beast soldier-level materials was worth merely 11,000, a pittance compared to the profits from a more formidable beast general-level materials. Gao Cheng had collected a total of 11 types of ordinary beast soldier-level materials, all rated F, averaging around 8,500, summing to approximately 95,000. Su Ting, Ran Su, Xiao Cheng, and Gao Cheng had also contributed their shares of ordinary beast soldier-level materials. Once the statistics for the beast soldier-level materials were presented, Meng Yan asked if there were any objections. Having received none, she smiled broadly at her companions, who were all filled with anticipation, and proceeded to the next segment: materials from beast general-level monsters. During this expedition, they had slain 4 beast general-level monsters, including the bamboo leaf green and purple sky wolf. Due to uncontrollable factors, they could only collect partial materials from the purple sky wolf, which included a skull and a pair of eyeballs, fetching a total of 4 million. They allocated 1 million for Ma Xin to repair her firearm, leaving 3 million. According to their rules, Meng Yan would take 40%, Ma Xin 20%, and the remaining 40% would be divided among the others. No objections were raised. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was primarily Ma Xin and Meng Yan who had played decisive roles in slaying the beast general-level monsters. It was only fitting that they received the larger share. The bamboo leaf green yielded the highest profit, with all its materials selling for a total of 14 million. And the same distribution ratio applied. Meng Yin 4, Ma Xin 2, with the remaining 4 divided among the rest. No objections were raised. The total for another monster was 9 million, with the same distribution ratio. Again, no objections were raised. The last beast general level monster sold for 980,000, with the same distribution ratio. No objections were raised. Meng Yin swiftly articulated the division of spoils, ensuring to inquire about any dissent after each statement. Once the final proportions were agreed upon, she began to calculate the sums. For the purple sky wolf, for million yielded 120,000 for her, 160,000 for Ma Xin, and 24,000 each for Li Yu, Su Ting, Ran Su, Xiao Cheng, and Gao Cheng. For the bamboo leaf green, 14 million yielded 560,000 for her, 280,000 for Ma Xin, and 112,000 each for the others. For the 9 million, she received 360,000, Ma Xin 180,000, and 72,000 for each of the rest. Lastly, the 980,000 yielded 392,000 for her, 196,000 for Ma Xin, and 78,400 for each of the others. In total, Meng Yin received 14,320,000, Ma Xin 816,000, and each of the others 286,400. No objections were raised. Seeing her companions nod in agreement, Meng Yin slightly inclined her head before dialing the bank to initiate the transfer. As a notification of funds arriving chimed through her communication watch, smiles spread across the faces of the team. However, Li Yu's watch remained silent. All right, you're not even a warrior. Your communication watch is registered under Jiang Yin's identity information. Meng Yin facepalmed and, after inquiring about Li Yu's bank account number, instructed the bank to proceed with the transfer. Ding! A message pinged on her phone. The Industrial and Commercial Bank confirmed a deposit of 2,874,000. The 10,000 Li Yu owed Meng Yin had already been deducted. Sister Yin, is there a bank nearby? Li Yu asked, his face lighting up as he checked his balance. Finally, he could simulate a life of his own. He had nearly forgotten about this golden opportunity. Yes. Why do you ask? I want to transfer some money to my sister. I didn't leave her with much. The National Bank was just across from the residential area. Meng Yin, without suspicion, pointed him in the right direction and then closed her eyes to rest. Li Yu promptly exited, heading for the National Bank. Half an hour later, he emerged with 2 briefcases in hand, and his phone displayed a balance of 374,000. He had lost a total of 250,000. 200,000 was packed in the 2 briefcases, while the remaining 50,000 had been transferred to his sister's account. Recharge. Finding a testing room with a partition, Li Yu stepped inside. Recharge successful. Current balance, 200,000. Would you like to activate life simulation? Activate life simulation. Chapter 18. A new use for the life simulator. At 21, you become a primary warrior level fighter. After your adventures in the wilderness, you return to the base city to participate in a practical assessment for warriors. Due to your overwhelming strength and your mastery of specialized sword techniques, you easily emerge victorious and, as a result, receive offers from the HR Alliance, the military, and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, ultimately choosing to join the HR Alliance. At 22, under the HR Alliance's rigorous training, despite lacking exceptional talent, with the assistance of pharmaceuticals and technology, your strength reaches the high warrior level. At 23, you hit a plateau, despite the HR Alliance's dedicated training. You experience no further progress. At 24, confronted by a formidable noble, despite your strength reaching the pinnacle of high warrior level. With a combined combat power barely touching the battle general level, you're easily defeated. Upon reviewing the information from the life simulation, Li Yu maintained a calm demeanor, his heart devoid of any tumult. After having been slain so many times, what is one more occasion to add to the tally? However, from his scant few lines of text, I have gleaned some valuable information. Firstly, the prowess of this noble individual is at least at the level of a primary battle general. For it is no small feat to easily vanquish a high-ranking warrior capable of employing specialized sword techniques. Their strength cannot be inferior to that of a battle general. It is inconceivable, barring the exception of a psychic master. Furthermore, the power backing them must be at least at the counselor level, equivalent to a planetary tier warrior. Otherwise, such rampant behavior would be impossible. Additionally, Li Yu deduces that this so-called noble is likely a youth, impetuous and brimming with vigor, engaging in endeavors without regard for the consequences. Simulation complete. You may choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. The martial realm of a 24-year-old. 2. The martial enlightenment of a 24-year-old. 3. Half a day's memories before death. Without hesitation, Li Yu selected the martial realm. As the words left his lips, a familiar, tingling sensation enveloped him, and he felt his muscles surging with vitality. High-ranking warrior level. Moments later, the tingling subsided, and Liu gazed at his palm, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him. If, just moments ago, he could barely reach the high-ranking warrior level due to his primary warrior realm and specialized sword techniques. Now, without the specialized techniques, he was nonetheless a bona fide high-ranking warrior. If he were to incorporate specialized sword techniques, he could even contend with a newly minted battle general in a couple of exchanges, with an additional million to simulate life once more. Even if he could not ascend to the battle general level, he would be close enough. Liu regarded his balance with a light chuckle, but he did not immediately embark on the next life simulation. Instead, he rose from the lavatory and returned to Residence B8. By this time, the members of the Funeral Fox team, having feasted and quenched their thirst, had retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Liu made his way to his own room, seated himself with legs crossed, soles upwards, hands resting on his thighs, palms facing up. He recalled the 5 hearts toward heaven training method of genetic original energy he had witnessed at the Extreme Conference. Thus, he persisted for 2 hours before resolutely conceding defeat. It was not that he was incapable of sensing. During the explanation of the 5 hearts toward heaven training method, Wu Tong had clearly stated that the initial sensing was the most challenging. Those with exceptional talent might perceive cosmic energy within hours, while those less fortunate could spend a year and a half on this endeavor. Yet, Liu could not truly be considered novice. Though he had never practiced in the real world, he had honed his skills for over a decade in simulated life. Naturally, he cannot be devoid of sensing cosmic energy. Alas, his innate talent was woefully inadequate, resulting in only the faintest perception of cosmic energy, and the absorption ratio was pitifully small. He would need to rely on a cheat. Having lamented his plight, Liu rose and made a beeline for Meng Yan's room. He had not initially harbored hopes for remarkable training outcomes. He simply wished to bolster his strength and gain a respectable reputation. When Luo Feng first trained in genetic original energy, his punching power surged from 1100 to 3100, a staggering increase of 2000. Liu considered it entirely reasonable for his first attempt at training to elevate his power from 1400 to 3000. After all, a 1000+ increase was merely a modest gain for a genius who had attained specialized sword techniques at the quasi-warrior stage. He decided to save the remaining opportunity for simulation life for later. Liu opened his door and stepped outside. Through his several simulations, he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of a life simulation system's functions and surmised its myriad potential applications. The most straightforward was, of course, the direct life simulation, which could enhance martial realms and martial enlightenment, both of which would directly augment Liu's combat prowess. The third option, half a day's memories before death, had been left unselected by Liu, but that did not imply it lacked utility. In fact, among the three, it was likely the most advantageous in the long run. Nevertheless, for the time being, Liu required the first 2 options to amplify his strength. He did not intend to utilize the third until he had resolved the matter of the so-called noble. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. Beyond these 3 functionalities, Liu had also hypothesized a novel method of utilization that was to employ the life simulation when on the brink of exhaustion in battle. For when Liu selected the martial realm option, his physical functions would be restored to their peak condition. Imagine it. When an adversary has battered you into a state of utter fatigue, preparing to relish in the spoils of victory, your combat power instantaneously surges to its zenith, perhaps even surpassing it. What a spectacle that would be. A peak state card indeed, a trump card worth keeping. Even if he were to utilize the life simulation, he would most likely not ascend to the battle general level within 3 years. It would be wiser to reserve it as a contingency plan. Liu, you're back? Money. As Liu descended to the first floor, Meng Yan emerged from her room with sleepy eyes, ready to greet him, only to suddenly freeze. Her gaze sharpened in an instant. She detected a sense of crisis emanating from Liu. Have you successfully trained in genetic original energy? Chapter 19. Seizing opportunities early. Just like in the original narrative, Jiang Yan's first reaction upon witnessing Luo Feng's significant power increase. Meng Yan's immediate response was to conclude that Liu had indeed succeeded in his training of genetic original energy. Moreover, the magnitude of his enhancement was undoubtedly substantial. Otherwise, she would not have sensed such an overwhelming pressure. It is worth noting that Meng Yan was a battle general. Even as a primary battle general, the chasm between her and a warrior was immense and nearly insurmountable. Yes, I just returned and successfully trained upstairs. Liu nodded slightly. Let us go. Meng Yin swiftly grasped Li Yu's hand and hurried toward the door. Her urgency led the other members of the Funeral Fox team to believe that a significant event had transpired, prompting them to grab their gear and follow closely behind. Ma Xian was the most exaggerated of them all, her petite stature of 1.50 meters carrying a hefty machine gun while awkwardly lugging a box of ammunition. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of sirens pierced the air as a squad of law enforcement officers clad in combat uniforms rushed towards them. Upon seeing the group's attire and the heavy machine gun and ammunition in Ma Xian's hands, they instantly tensed up. The leading officer drew his combat knife and bellowed, "Put down your weapons. Fighting is prohibited within the supply base. Otherwise, the security team has the right to eliminate you." The commanding shout and the blaring sirens attracted numerous warriors to converge in the vicinity. In the distance, several more law enforcement teams were swiftly approaching. Isn't this the Funeral Fox team? What's transpired? Have they escalated to wielding a heavy machine gun? This commotion led to the immediate recognition of the Funeral Fox team, a squad of battle general-level warriors active in the wasteland, prompting a flurry of discussion among onlookers. Of course, the remarks about confronting the law enforcement team were merely the musings of those eager for gossip. "What are you doing? Put down your weapons." By this point, Meng Yin was also taken aback, and she turned to command her fully armed 5 comrades. Provoking the military district's authority, she, Meng Yin, still wished to live a couple more years. What was going on? The person in charge of the supply base, clad in military attire and adorned with 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder, approached briskly, closely followed by several burly men, including the head of the HR Alliance at the supply base. Zhang Yu. Meng Yin clearly recognized the military man and, upon seeing the members of the Funeral Fox team had lowered their weapons, stepped forward to explain, "It's like this. We, the Funeral Fox team, just returned from the wasteland, and emotions were a bit heightened. My reaction was a tad excessive, which led to this misunderstanding." Zhang Hui, having listened to Meng Yan's explanation, nodded slightly, signaling the enforcement team to disperse, and then remarked, "It is understandable that you are on edge after just emerging from the wilderness zone. However, the enforcement team's heightened alertness is not unwarranted. In your current state, heading straight into a densely populated area would naturally provoke concern." With that, Zhang Hui gestured towards the Fox burial team, specifically pointing at Ma Xian. Liu followed his gaze and noticed that not only had Ma Xian's heavy machine gun's safety been disengaged, but the ammunition box was also wide open, prompting an involuntary twitch at the corners of her mouth. Had she been in the enforcement team's position, she too would have been on high alert. After all, in a crowded area, even a high-ranking warrior would struggle to match the destructive power of a heavy machine gun, no matter how skilled the warriors in the vicinity. Ma Xian's 145mm caliber machine gun, once activated, would decimate any warrior-class combatants before the ammunition was exhausted. Only warriors of the general class could mount an effective resistance. However, within the entire supply base, how many general-class warriors could there be? Even among elite squads, there would be at most 1 or 2. Have your people stow their weapons, particularly that heavy machine gun, and return it to your quarters. If the enforcement team sees it again, it will be confiscated on spot. Zhang Hui waved his hand dismissively, not delving into the details of responsibility. Meng Yin, seizing the opportunity offered by Zhang Hui, ordered Ma Xian to return the heavy machine gun to their quarters. Once the members of the Fox burial team had reholstered their weapons, they turned to Zhang Hui, with one member asking, "Major Zhang, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, what's next for us?" "I was just about to inquire why your reaction was so extreme," Zhang Hui replied, gesturing for them to continue. Meng Yin had no intention of withholding the truth and promptly explained the reason. She felt no burden in doing so, as it was of little consequence for others to learn about Li Yu's prowess and potential. After all, the truth would be discovered sooner or later. Furthermore, Li Yu had already signed a warrior contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If others wished to poach him, they would need to consider this factor. Of course, Meng Yin harbored some selfish motives. She believed that the emergence of Li Yu's talents would attract attention and competition from other factions, ultimately benefiting her. After all, she was not Jiang Yin, who could conceal Li Yu's information without reaping the rewards from the Martial Arts Academy. "Oh, you felt a sense of crisis upon successfully cultivating the genetic primal energy for the first time?" Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow, visibly moved. While Meng Yan's strength was considerably less than his own, she was still a genuine warrior of the general class. How much must she have increased to feel threatened? Li Yu's swordsmanship had reached the specialization level, Meng Yan elaborated. Instantly, Zhang Hui's interest peaked, and without further contemplation, he strode directly to the training grounds with Meng Yan and Li Yu in tow. "Li Yu, unleash your full strength and strike that punching bag." Upon arriving at the training facility, Meng Yan's excitement bubbled over as she approached the punching power testing machine. She was eager to gauge Li Yu's current punching power, which had evidently instilled a sense of intimidation in her. Li Yu, undeterred, stepped up to the punching power machine, adjusted his breathing, and then summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the target. Not only was Meng Yan curious, but he too was keen to discover the extent of his strength at that moment. Boom! The sound resonated like a deep thud against a drum, causing the punching bag to sway. The display screen lit up with a series of numbers. 6,417. In that moment, everyone, including Li Yu, was left in a state of shock. Zhang Hui was unaware of Li Yu's previous strength, but Meng Yan had a clear understanding. Previously, Li Yu's punching power was around 1,400, and only with the specialized swordsmanship could he barely rival an ordinary high-ranking warrior, who typically had a punching power of around 4,000. Yet now, with a full-force punch, he had achieved a staggering 6,400. No wonder Meng Yan felt a sense of crisis emanating from Li Yu. The normal punching power for an initial warrior class typically ranged from 800 to 16,000. This 6,400 punching power, combined with his specialized swordsmanship, undoubtedly placed him on the threshold of the warrior class. However, such talent was indeed somewhat monstrous. Meng Yan reflected on her own first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy, which had resulted in an increase of nearly 1,000 in punching power. She had thought of herself as somewhat elite, but observing Li Yu, she suddenly felt like an amateur. As he had increased by a staggering 5,000, Zhang Hui raised his hand, signaling for a moment's pause, before turning to retrieve his phone and contact his superior. Though he was unaware of Li Yu's strength prior to cultivating the genetic primal energy, that detail was now irrelevant. After all, how strong could he have been before? At most 2,000. The first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy had resulted in a 4,000 boost, and, with specialized swordsmanship, this kind of genius was unlikely to emerge more than once in 5 years within the entire Jiangnan Bay City. If there was a chance to attract him to the military before the Extreme Martial Arts Academy made their move, it was now or never. Chapter 20. The Military's Recruitment. Meng Yan observed Zhang Hui contacting his superior and could easily deduce his intention to relay the news. With a shrug, she too took out her phone and dialed Jiang Yan's number. Once connected, she relayed the information about Li Yu's successful cultivation of genetic primal energy and his 5,000 increase in punching power, as well as the military's interest in recruiting him. After a stunned WSC, the call was abruptly terminated. Soon, there would be quite a spectacle to witness. After completing her call, Meng Yan crossed her arms, a smile gracing her face as she prepared to be a spectator. The military personnel should arrive first. Simply state that you have already signed a warrior contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and delay until their representatives arrive. Understood, Sister Yan. Li Yu nodded slightly, glancing at the 4 digits displayed on the punching power machine, his smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He truly hadn't anticipated that his punching power would reach 6,400. Once you make it big, don't forget your Sister Yan. Meng Yan patted Li Yu on the shoulder, grinning. You might not realize what it means to increase your punching power by 5,000 upon your first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy. Meng Yan took a moment to gather her thoughts and continued. Let me put it this way. For a typical warrior, the first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy is akin to a body that has never absorbed cosmic energy for over a decade. Therefore, the initial success brings about astonishing improvements in physical capabilities. However, this is only true for the first attempt. From the second round onwards, every increment becomes increasingly marginal, necessitating years of diligent practice for gradual enhancement. Moreover, the progress achieved upon the first successful cultivation of genetic primal energy can, to some degree, reflect the individual's innate physical aptitude. The lowest common increase is around 300 to 600. Even reaching 1,000 is considered excellent, qualifying one as elite. Yet you, Li Yu, have surged by a remarkable 5,000. I cannot speak for other Bay cities, but within the entirety of Jiangnan Bay City, with a population of 2 billion, I have yet to witness such a prodigious talent in the last 5 years. Sister Yan, you're exaggerating, Li Yu interjected, waving his hands, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. A prodigious talent? Others may not know, but Li Yu is acutely aware of the truth. ISNTE, his first attempt at cultivating genetic primal energy only resulted in a 200 increase in punching power, falling short of the average. Even in the simulated life scenario, he had to rely on the HR Alliance's dedicated training for 3 long years to reach the high-ranking warrior level. Such talent hardly qualifies as extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as a waste. Yet, in another light, Meng Yan, Jiang Yan, And even Major Zhang, we could never have fathomed that there existed individuals with such a systematic advantage. After all, in their understanding of normal warriors, the most significant leaps in strength occurred during the first cultivation of genetic primal energy. What exaggeration could there possibly be? Meng Yan rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard Li Yu's ostentatious display, and continued, when the military personnel arrive later, they will undoubtedly offer you lucrative promises. But do not let their allure cloud your judgment. Wait until the representatives from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall arrive. This way, regardless of which faction you ultimately choose to join, you can maximize your benefits. Li Yu nodded slightly, touched by Meng Yan's constant consideration for him, and could not help but inquire, Sister Yan, if the treatment offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall pales in comparison to that of the military. Will my joining the military have any repercussions for you? And, Instructor Jiang? They can't provide sufficient compensation. That has nothing to do with me. Meng Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Although she was a martial artist affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and had signed a contract with them. So what? If they failed to attract talent, it bore no relation to her. Even if they attempted to bully her, Meng Yan was prepared to walk away without a second thought. At most, she would have to pay a breach of contract fee of 300 million. As an experienced warrior of the battle general rank, she had no doubt about finding another opportunity. Furthermore, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, being the strongest martial arts organization in the world, founded by the world's foremost powerhouse, Hong. How could they possibly compete with the military? Just as Meng Yan's thoughts settled, a voice interrupted her. Turning to look, a robust man clad in military attire strode in with a commanding presence. Even from a distance, Li Yu could sense the formidable aura exuding from him. On his shoulder, he bore the insignia of 2 bars and 3 stars. Lin Hai, Meng Yan, beside Li Yu, gazed at the newcomer in astonishment, slowly revealing his identity. Lin Hai, Chief Instructor of the Special Forces Brigade of the Jiangnan Military District, holding the rank of Colonel. His strength is at the peak battle general level. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback. A military officer of 2 bars and 3 stars, with peak battle general strength, had come specifically for him. The military was indeed placing significant importance on him. Let us forego formalities. Lin Hai approached Li Yu directly, sizing him up briefly before casually waving his hand. Getting straight to the point, I am Lin Hai, Chief Instructor of the Special Forces Brigade of the Jiangnan Military District. After receiving notification from Major Zhang, I hurried over. On my way here, I looked at your family background. Coming from an ordinary family, having lost both parents and raising 2 younger sisters, your circumstances are among the less fortunate. Yet, you have managed to reach this point at the age of 21. Your talent and effort are commendable. A hint of embarrassment resurfaced on Li Yu's face. Was his relentless dedication in the simulated life truly considered effort? I admire you and recognize your talent, believing you have a promising future ahead. Therefore, in my capacity as Chief Instructor of the Special Forces Brigade of the Jiangnan Military District, I formally invite you to join the nation and the Jiangnan Military District to collectively safeguard our homeland. Lin Hai regarded Li Yu, his voice resonating with conviction. Apologies, but I've already signed a martial artist contract with the Extreme Martial Art Hall. Li Yu responded after a moment of silence. He did not deny that Lin Hai's invitation stirred something within him. Once upon a time, he harbored dreams of becoming a soldier to protect his country. However, rational contemplation led him to weigh the pros and cons, and he realized that the military was not quite suitable for him at this moment. He was in dire need of money. Moreover, joining the military would require adherence to its rules and regulations, which posed a considerable restriction for Li Yu. That is a minor concern. Since it is a contract, naturally, it can be breached. According to regulations, the maximum penalty for breach is merely 300 million. Your value far exceeds that amount, and the Jiangnan Military District will bear this breach fee. Furthermore, do not harbor excessive concerns. My invitation to you to join the Jiangnan Military District certainly comes with substantial offerings. Within the borders of Huaxia, the governmental military forces are undoubtedly the strongest. The benefits you receive will be equivalent to, if not greater than, what the Extreme Martial Arts Hall offers. Trust me, joining the Jiangnan Military District will not stifle your talent. It will only enhance your strength. Chapter 21, Choices. Colonel Lin, what your Jiangnan Military District can provide, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall can certainly match. Moreover, even if you join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as long as the nation requires it, the martial artists of the hall will equally contribute. Martial arts transcend borders, but martial artists have allegiances, just as I, Wu Tong, a Huaxia martial artist, prioritize my country. A disdainful snort echoed, and a tall, middle-aged man clad in black athletic wear entered the training hall. It was none other than Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall Yangzhou branch. Following closely behind him was Jiang Yin. Upon learning that Li Yu had successfully cultivated genetic primal energy for the first time, resulting in a 5,000 increase in punching power, immediately contacted his superior, Wu Tong. Wu Tong, upon hearing this news, was equally astonished and promptly took a special vehicle to arrive. A 5,000 increase. What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a feat? Based on experience, a 1,000 increase upon first cultivating genetic primal energy would secure a spot as a battle general. There was even the possibility of ascending to the god of war level. With Li Yu's 5,000 increase in punching power, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure among the gods of war. How could Wu Tong not be exhilarated? Upon hearing that personnel from the Jiangnan military district were already en route, he could not help but rush over in haste, fearing that this prodigy, destined for the extreme martial arts hall, might be snatched away by the military. As for the martial artist contract Li Yu had already signed, the breach fee of 300 million was of little consequence. Fortunately, while he did not arrive as swiftly as Lin Hai, he was still timely. Had he arrived 10 minutes later, Li Yu, this prodigy, might have already been whisked away by Lin Hai. In that case, Lin Hai would have taken Li Yu directly into the Jiangnan military district, and Wu Tong would not even have had the chance to see him. I naturally trust in the strength of the extreme martial arts hall, but you, Wu Tong, are a different matter altogether. Upon seeing Wu Tong's arrival, Lin Hai's brow furrowed, and he remarked coldly, "You, Wu Tong, are merely the head of the Yangzhou branch of the extreme martial arts hall. Your authority does not surpass mine. What I, Lin Hai, can directly decide regarding benefits, you, Wu Tong, must apply for. Above me is only the Jiangnan military district command, whereas you, Wu Tong, have the Yangzhou branch above you, and above that, the Honing headquarters, and even higher, the inspectorate. If the Jiangnan military district command opposes the benefits I offer to Li Yu, I possess the capability and authority to enforce them. Do you, Wu Tong, have that power?" Lin Hai's expression remained calm, yet his words were piercingly sharp. Wu Tong's countenance instantly darkened. It was evident that he did not. The authority Wu Tong possessed was limited to what was offered to Luo Feng in the original text, a starting fund of 20 million and 3 manuals on movement techniques, guiding techniques, and offensive techniques valued at no more than 50 million. Beyond that, he would need to submit an application. If the higher-ups disapproved, he would have no choice but to resign himself to the decision. "I do not have that power, but I do." Another voice cut in abruptly. Turning to look, an ethereal figure emerged through the projector, held by Jiang Yin. The projection revealed a middle-aged man donned in traditional Chinese attire. The supervisor, Wu Tong, upon seeing the man in the Tang suit, quickly bowed respectfully. The man merely nodded before directing his gaze toward Li Yu. "You must be Li Yu?" The man in the Tang suit inquired gently, then nodded. "You are indeed a promising talent." "Zhuge Tao." Lin Hai observed the projection with a somewhat grim expression. He understood that his efforts today were likely in vain. "Lin Hai, let us not dawdle. Let us be forthright. We should each present the conditions within our authority and allow Li Yu to make his own choice." "Agreed." Lin Hai nodded and subsequently retrieved a list from his pocket, presenting it to Li Yu. Upon receiving the list, Li Yu cast a quick glance and felt an involuntary shock surge within him. Aside from the customary individual villas within the military district, the initial funding alone amounted to a staggering 200 million huaxia coins. Moreover, it appeared that the military district was not merely offering this sum. Rather, they perceived that for a martial artist of Li Yu's caliber, such an amount would suffice for present needs. As for the reasoning behind this assessment, one need only examine the details below. If Li Yu could elevate his overall combat prowess to that of a mid-level war general within 2 years, he would be entitled to a complimentary blood ginseng valued at 20 billion huaxia coins. Should he reach the level of a high-level war general within the same time frame, he would be granted a dragon blood worth 80 billion huaxia coins, free of charge. This was indeed a significant investment. Glancing over the list, Zhuge Tao chuckled softly. Setting aside the dragon blood valued at 80 billion, a treasure exclusive to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, even the internal price was half of that amount. Other factions seeking to procure dragon blood from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would face prices at least double that rate, and it remained a limited offering. However, since Hong was a Huaxia national and the purchase was sanctioned by the Huaxia government, the markup should not be as exorbitant. The conditions provided by the Jiangnan military district were ones I could match, with an additional clause. If, during the martial artist practical assessment on August 1st, you could officially step into the ranks of a war general and succeed in defeating a mid-level beast general using your specialized sword technique, I would apply for you to take the B-level examination. Passing this examination would grant you entry into the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This elite training camp is also referred to as the War God Preparatory Camp. Zhuge Tao gazed at Liu, softly making this promise. The quota for the elite training camp exceeded Zhuge Tao's authority. Even as a council-level, planet-level inspector, he could not merely promise such a position. Yet, he dared to make this assertion. After all, it was already June, and the martial artist practical assessment he had promised was set for August 1st. At most, there was a little over a month remaining. Currently, Liu's punching power stood at 6,400, placing him among the better performers at the high-level warrior tier. Yet he remained distant from the war general level. This meant that Liu had to elevate his punching power to 8,000 within a little over a month to officially enter the ranks of war generals. Furthermore, he would need to successfully slay a mid-level beast general in direct combat. The difficulty of this task was unfathomable. You truly dare to make such a promise? Lin Hai scoffed lightly, but refrained from following suit in making any guarantees, instead directing his gaze towards Liu. The reason was simple. Such matters had exceeded his capacity to influence, and he was unable to deliver. My apologies. Liu pondered for long, while before slightly bowing towards Lin Hai. I am grateful for the Jiangnan Military District's generous offer. I had previously promised Instructor Jiang that under equal conditions, I would prioritize the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 22. Jiang Yin joins the Funeral Fox Squad. Regardless, as long as one wishes to join the nation, the doors of the Jiangnan Military District will always be open to you. Lin Hai sighed softly, a hint of bitterness in his demeanor. Upon meeting Zhuge Tao, he had sensed that this trip might be in vain, and now it seemed his intuition had proven correct. There was no alternative. As the largest personal force on Earth, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, led by the world's strongest, Hong, held a more advantageous position in talent recruitment than the Huaxia government. With that, he turned and departed. Liwa, do you wish to return now to amend your martial artist contract, or would you prefer to do so after the practical assessment on August 1st? Watching Lin Hai's retreating figure, Zhuge Tao smiled faintly, and then looked at Liu, inquiring gently. August 1st, Liu replied without hesitation. I plan to continue honing my skills in the wilderness zone. After all, for him at this moment, there was no pressing need to rush back to revise the contract. Modifying the contract would not yield immediate access to funds. The funds would only reach his martial artist account after the practical assessment concluded. Moreover, even if he obtained this initial funding, he could not utilize it to commence his simulated life. As the stipulation for the 200 million in startup capital mandated its allocation towards purchasing weapons, manuals, and guiding techniques, with no freedom for discretionary distribution. Nevertheless, Liu contemplated that he could use this 200 million in startup funds to purchase weapons from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and subsequently sell them on the market, which seemed feasible. Besides these considerations, another reason lingered, as long as he refrained from claiming his previously initiated simulated life. Each subsequent simulation would benefit from the enhancements afforded by this 200 million Huaxia coin startup capital. At the very least, it would offer him double the joy. As for the dragon blood and blood ginseng, Liu was acutely aware of his own talents. Without external aids, it would be nearly impossible to secure such rewards. Very well, Zhuge Tao nodded slightly. Youthful ambition is to be expected. Moreover, your willingness to engage in combat in the wilderness zone ahead of time is a commendable trait. He then turned to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin. Supervisor, Jiang Yin responded respectfully. You have played an invaluable role in nurturing such a talent from the Yain district. Zhuge Tao remarked, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Jiang Yin smiled, slightly embarrassed, and replied, it has little to do with me. The credit primarily belongs to Li Yu's own diligence. Zhuge Tao smiled and nodded, saying, do not be so modest. Merit is merit. I have taken note of your contributions. Now, I have a task for you. Supervisor, please go ahead, Jiang Yin replied, momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Before Liu returns to the base city, you will temporarily join the Funeral Fox Squad. As for the responsibilities in the Yain district, I will arrange for someone to take over for a while, Zhuge Tao decided after a moment of contemplation. He admired Li Yu's fervor, but necessary precautions were still essential. After all, talent is rare. With only Meng Yin as the sole war general within the Funeral Fox Squad, alongside Jiang Yin, the presence of two war generals would ensure Li Yu's safety, provided they did not venture into overly perilous areas. Understood. Jiang Yin, initially surprised, quickly nodded in agreement. He comprehended Zhuge Tao's intentions. Upon seeing Jiang Yin acquiesce, Zhuge Tao deactivated the projection and ended the communication device. You are joining us in the Funeral Fox Squad? Jiang Yin grinned, revealing his excitement. For the next month, I am counting on Captain Ming to lead me to wealth. He had not participated in the wilderness zone as a free martial artist for several years, let alone engage in combat against monsters. Yet, the fighting spirit within him remained. That sounds splendid. Meng Yin was equally elated, as she was fully aware of Jiang Yin's strength. With such a formidable war general joining their ranks, the Funeral Fox Squad would possess the capability to encircle and eliminate low-level beast generals without suffering losses, even if they did not manage to severely injure a beast general like Ma Xian beforehand. As for the trivial matter of splitting rewards, it was inconsequential. The ability to slay a high-level beast general would yield at least 100 million Huaxia coins. Was that not more profitable than the arduous effort required to eliminate low-level beast generals? Liu was also cognizant of these matters, a hint of excitement illuminating his features. It seems you all have just returned from the wilderness zone. When do you intend to re-enter? Ma Xian's heavy sniper rifle was damaged during our last expedition into the wilderness zone and is currently under repair, which will take approximately a day. Once Ma Xian's rifle is ready, we will head back into the wilderness zone. Meng Yin responded without hesitation. Were there any casualties? Jiang Yin, upon hearing that Ma Xian's heavy sniper rifle had been damaged, momentarily paused, then inquired with concern. Though he was unaware of what the Funeral Fox Squad had encountered during their last foray into the wilderness zone, Ma Xian, as a gunsmith, held extreme importance and combat prowess. Logically, she should be one of the most protected members of the martial artist squad, if her firearm could sustain damage. What the other squad members? No, it's merely some superficial injuries, nothing of consequence. Meng Yin waved her hand dismissively, signaling Jiang Yin not to worry. Let us return to our residence first. We shall discuss our destination for the evening. Jiang Yin nodded slightly, then followed Meng Yin as they departed the training hall, heading straight for Residence B8. Upon opening the door, they encountered Gao Cheng and others engaged in a card game. While Ma Xian was engrossed in a drama with Su Ting, Meng Yin paid them no mind. After all, having just returned from the wilderness zone, it was only natural to seek some form of entertainment after such prolonged tension. Welcome back, Sister Yin. Just how much has your gene energy increased after your first training? You had us all riled up, thinking something grave had occurred. The moment Meng Yin stepped through the door, the 5 individuals inside tensed, but upon recognizing her, they relaxed and resumed their game. Ma Xian, glancing at the screen, remarked, I just lost a big one. I had a 145mm heavy machine gun set up, and the safety was off. 5,000. Feigning indifference, Meng Yin entered the residence. Isn't it just 5,000? Sister Yin, you truly have a flair for exaggeration. Ma Xian chimed in, but suddenly realized something was amiss. 5,000? 5,000? Sister Yin, you must be adding a zero. Don't scare me. The child is frightfully anxious. For a moment, the 3 card players were taken aback, even failing to notice the additional presence in the room, as a chorus of incredulous voices erupted. In that instant, even the usually aloof Su Ting wore a look of astonishment. Isn't it a bit much? It's merely 5,000, and I've truly never seen such a figure before. Observing the expressions of the 5, Meng Yin couldn't help but chuckle, recalling her own reaction at that time. Jiang Yin, standing behind her, wore a smile as well. 5,000? I've never even seen an increase of 2,000. With a population of 200 million in the entire Jiangnan Bay City, it was rare for even 2 prodigies to emerge in a year, each boasting a 2,000 increase in their gene energy. Sister Yin, your words imply we've seen such feats before. Gao Cheng remarked, glancing at Liu, unable to hide his astonishment. Among their entire Funeral Fox team, Meng Yin had undoubtedly achieved the highest increase during her first training session, while the others were all around 500 to 800. Meng Yin had experienced an increase of approximately 1,000. It was this innate talent that allowed her to ascend to the ranks of battle generals at the age of nearly 30. Conversely, Liu's increase in strength was 5-fold compared to Meng Yan's. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in the minds of the 5. Is this the realm of geniuses? If Liu's strength had indeed surged by 5,000, coupled with his mastery of advanced sword techniques, would he not be on par with a battle general? Su Ting was the first to seize upon this notion, her expression brightening. After all, having 1 battle general is a boon for a martial arts team, but possessing 2 is an extraordinary advantage. Even if this battle general, like Liu, barely scraped by, the principle remained unchanged. Right? Liu's current strength hovers around 6,400, and with his expert-level sword techniques, he could rival an opponent with 8,000 strength. Of course, this 8,000 strength opponent would not have attained the battle general standard in terms of weapon comprehension or agility. But are they truly worthy of being called battle general warriors? Yet, such details were secondary. Liu should now be our Funeral Fox team's second strongest combatant, his role in battle only eclipsed by Xin. Gao Cheng said with a chuckle, and the other four nodded in agreement. Ahem. Jiang Yin, standing behind Meng Yin, felt increasingly exasperated after hearing Gao Cheng's words. Upon witnessing the other four nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but cough heavily. He acknowledged Liu's talent, but questioned how his combat strength could possibly surpass his own. Not to mention, even Meng Yan's strength was slightly inferior to his. Seeing the confused expressions on the four faces, Jiang Yin's frustration shifted into resignation, only alleviated when Liu laughed and said, "What do you mean by second strongest? There's a big shot right here." Huh? Liu pointed at Jiang Yin with a grin, explaining, from now on, Instructor Jiang will be joining our Funeral Fox team. Indeed, Jiang Yin was now officially part of the Funeral Fox team, expected to depart by the end of July. Meng Yin nodded, casting a serious glance at everyone before commanding, "From this moment, rest up. Tomorrow we will replenish our supplies and ammunition. Once my Xion's gun is repaired, we shall head into the wilderness zone." Understood. The excitement amongst Gao Cheng and the others was palpable. With Jiang Yin joining the Funeral Fox team, they now boasted two seasoned and genuine battle generals, alongside the barely qualifying Liu. 3 battle generals in total, with my Xion's proficiency in firearms. The Funeral Fox team could now even tackle high-level beast generals. At this moment, no one considered the need for recovery after just returning from the wilderness zone. A high-level beast general, even the most ordinary, could yield materials worth hundreds of millions. With such profit in sight, there was no time for rest. This time, we cannot venture into those small county towns. Shall we target a regional city or the city center? The 7 pairs of eyes gleamed with anticipation, fixated on Meng Yin. In the past, they had only dared to explore the outskirts of regional cities, as their team had only one battle general. The city center? Meng Yin hesitated to make a decision. How about we go bold and head to City 014? Jiang Yin observed the indecisiveness of the others, pursing his lips, and said with a low chuckle, "City 014? The others were momentarily taken aback. Aside from Liu, the rest displayed signs of internal conflict. If it were the previous Funeral Fox team, such considerations would never have arisen. With only one battle general, even regional cities would be beyond their reach, content to roam the county towns. After all, City 014 was essentially the former provincial capital of Guizhou, Guiyang. As a provincial capital, its area and development before the Great Rebirth period were beyond reproach. However, the splendor of the pre-Great Rebirth era also implied present dangers. Just as Shanghai, once dubbed the Oriental capital of demons before the Great Rebirth, is now City 003. Countless buildings conceal innumerable formidable beasts. Where the phrase a beast general is no better than a dog is hardly an exaggeration, with lords abundant everywhere. The core areas of that place were even rife with numerous formidable beasts of lord rank and above. Of course, Guiyang could not compare to Shanghai, but the logic remained the same. For the current Funeral Fox team, it was exceedingly perilous. I have no objections. Su Ting was the first to express her agreement. I have no objections either. Life is but a fleeting moment. Let us take the plunge. Liu, what say you? The group turned their attention to Liu, for he was the most integral member of the team. Even Jiang Yin had joined the team due to Liu's presence. If he disagreed, any consent from Jiang Yin or Meng Yin would be futile. Such is the privilege of a genius. I have no objections, Liu stated, but I suggest we gradually advance from the outskirts and retreat when necessary. He was not disheartened, merely pragmatic. Of course, we should approach cautiously from the outskirts and withdraw when the situation demands. Jiang Yin added with a grin, "We are here to explore, not to meet our demise. We shall set off tomorrow evening, heading westward. In approximately 4 days, we should reach the outskirts of City 014. Following this, he adeptly outlined the Funeral Fox team's general route. Seeing no dissent among the group, Jiang Yin tucked the map away, heading straight for the supply base military district. We need to borrow some gear. After all, when he arrived, he never anticipated joining the Morning Fox squad, nor did he expect to venture into the perilous City 014. Liu and the others retreated to their respective quarters, seizing the opportunity to rest. After all, they faced 5 consecutive days of arduous travel before reaching City 014. They needed to maintain their optimal condition before leaving the supply base. Time swiftly slipped away as they waited. At dawn on the following day, all members of the Morning Fox squad, with the exception of Ma Xian, departed their lodgings to replenish their supplies. High-energy food had already been nearly exhausted back in County 1307, and they had to gather some bandages and other essentials. This time, there could be no room for negligence. Ma Xian, meanwhile, went to check on the maintenance progress of her firearm. As they prepared to hunt formidable monsters in City 014, her heavy sniper rifle was indispensable. Chapter 24. The Opening. By the time Li Yu and the others, laden with supplies, made their way to the assembly point, it was already evening. They reunited with Ma Xian, who was armed with her repaired weapon. Fully equipped, the Morning Fox squad departed the military supply base once again, stepping into the wilderness. The group of 8 consisted of Jiang Yin and Meng Yin, the 2 formidable warriors, leading the way, followed closely by Su Ting and Gao Cheng. In the middle, Ma Xian bore her heavy sniper rifle, flanked by Xiao Cheng and Ran Su. Bringing up the rear this time was Li Yu. The arrangement of this formation clearly indicated that Li Yu had earned the recognition of all squad members, both for her combat prowess and experience. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted such a critical position to her. Our objective was unmistakable: City 014, the former capital of Guizhou Province, Guiyang. We would travel by night and rest during the day, aiming to arrive in approximately 5 days. Under the cover of darkness, as they strode along the high-speed asphalt road, Li Yu and her companions exchanged subtle nods. They pressed forward along the seemingly endless asphalt road. As the sky dimmed, it gradually brightened again with the passage of time. "Let's find a place to rest and set off at dusk," Meng Yin suggested, gazing up at the blazing sun. Indeed, Li Yu and the others responded somberly. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, a cluster of buildings came into view. It was a long-abandoned service area. "This will do." Meng Yin initially thought to continue searching for a safer resting spot, but Jiang Yin halted her with a decisive gesture. Everyone, including Li Yu, looked at Jiang Yin in confusion. Their thoughts were largely aligned. They did not believe the service station was suitable for resting. After all, the tallest structure was merely 3 stories high, and such a height could easily be scaled by most beast soldier-level monsters, not to mention beast general-level creatures. "You haven't been here before, so you're unaware of the circumstances," Jiang Yin remarked, approaching the service area while drawing his combat knife in preparation for battle. Guizhou Province is characterized by its mountainous terrain and lack of plains. We are traversing a highway, so this is already a decent resting point. We just need to remain vigilant. Li Wei instantly understood. Having occasionally traveled on highways before arriving in the devouring starry sky, he was aware that there were hardly any tall buildings near highways, particularly in mountainous regions. Most structures were single-story houses or small 2-story buildings, constructed from various materials. Compared to those, the service station was at least built with reinforced concrete, making it a relatively good resting spot. As for why they weren't heading straight from the county roads to City 014, the highway's safety was one reason. Moreover, Guizhou, known for its 8 mountains, 1 river, and 1 field, comprises over 90 mountainous and hilly terrain. Thus, most county towns are situated on or among the peaks, making travel time-consuming and not significantly safer. After all, the presence of taller buildings often signified the presence of monsters. This information was hastily gathered by the Morning Fox squad when they decided to head to City 014. Better late than never. Thus, while Meng Yin and the others reacted more slowly than Li Yu, they soon caught on, nodding slightly. They prepared for battle and advanced toward the service station. From the outside, the service station appeared modest, with a clear layout. The large building was divided into several halls, serving as restrooms, a lobby, and a dining area. Through the main entrance, they could faintly see several beast silhouettes passing by, 1 beast general level and over 20 beast soldier level creatures. "Let us get started." Jiang Yin cautiously surveyed the service station's interior, a smile spreading across his face. "Li Yu, you will deal with the beast general level creature with me. Meng Yin, you handle the other 20+ beast soldier level ones. Swiftly eliminate them." Jiang Yin quickly assigned tasks, signaling Li Yu to follow him as he readied his blade, his gaze fixed intently on the beast general level monster. No more than 10 seconds. Meng Yin unsheathed her curved blade, raised a finger, and transformed into a blur, rushing into the service station ahead of everyone else. As a formidable warrior, she dispatched the beast soldier-level monsters with ease, claiming 2 lives in an instant. Li Yu and Jiang Yin also dashed forward, becoming 2 fleeting shadows as they charged at the beast general-level creature. Roar! The beast general, a feline creature, raged upon witnessing Meng Yin massacre its subordinates. Just as it lunged toward Meng Yin, Li Yu struck it back with a powerful blow. However, he too staggered back a few steps, his palm sustaining minor injuries. "Excellent!" Jiang Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Then, wielding his blood-soaked combat knife, he transformed into a blur, reappearing less than half a meter from the beast general. Boom! The blade clashed violently against the beast's claws. Both creatures stumbled back, Yet Jiang Yin quickly regained his footing and lunged forward once more. The beast general, caught off guard, attempted to defend itself, but this time a sharp crack echoed as the knife blade struck down, seemingly breaking its bones. Witnessing this, Jiang Yin's expression turned ferocious. Amidst the beast's roars, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The beast general managed to resist for a time, but with Meng Yin and Li Yu, who had already wiped out the beast soldier-level monsters, joining the fray, its demise was inevitable. Let us check the surroundings to ensure there are no stragglers. Understood. Meng Yin, Su Ting, and the others nodded slightly before dispersing throughout the service station, cautiously inspecting every corner. Ultimately, they reconvened on the second floor of the service station. With only 3 stories, the rooftop would not provide adequate concealment, so it was wiser to remain on the second floor. Li Yu, and Su Ting will keep watch. We'll switch with Ma Xin in 5 hours. The rest of you can rest. After collecting materials from the recently slain beast general, Meng Yin casually arranged their situation before sitting on the floor, pulling out a pack of high-energy food to quickly replenish her strength. She then closed her eyes to rest. The other 5 followed suit. 5 hours passed quietly. When Meng Yin and Ma Xin simultaneously opened their eyes and stood, Li Yu and Su Ting began their rest. Subsequently, Jiang Yin and Gao Cheng took over. As night fell, Meng Yin rose once more, signaling everyone to continue their journey westward, bearing with them the precious materials from the beast general. As for the beast soldier-level materials, they amounted to little more than a few tens of thousands. Such trifling sums were not worth the effort. Chapter 25. Crisis and Opportunity Coexist. Thus, the Morning Fox squad traversed the highway for 5 days, finally entering the vicinity of City 014. Cautiously taking refuge in a convenience store, they surveyed their surroundings, overlooking the remnants of a once thriving metropolis before the Great Nirvana, now replaced by verdant hills and clear waters. Having entered the outskirts of City 014, their destination lay approximately 5 kilometers away at a commercial plaza named Wanda. Jiang Yin held the map and, after a brief moment, spoke softly. The commercial plaza spans an impressive area of 180,000 square meters, and due to its commercial nature, it is surrounded by a multitude of buildings. This, in turn, signifies the presence of numerous monsters. However, as this area lies on the outskirts of City 014, encounters with Lord-level beasts are generally rare. Thus, it serves as an excellent training ground for us. Noticing the nods of agreement from the others, Jiang Yin issued a warning. The vast mountains signify something that requires no elaborate explanation. In short, everyone must remain on high alert. This is not Jiangnan. Above and below, monsters may emerge at any moment. With that, he unsheathed his battle blade and gestured slightly. Let us depart. Li Yu and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Li Yu keenly sensed the peculiarities of this place. As the capital of Guizhou province prior to the Great Nirvana, and designated as a first-tier city with the number 014, Li Yu noted that he had yet to encounter any sign of humanity, either during his journey here or now. This absence was inherently unreasonable. He recalled that in the original narrative, City 003, Shanghai, the foggy metropolis, was depicted as bustling with martial artists engaged in hunting, both in the urban center and the suburbs. Though Guiyang may not rival Shanghai's vibrancy, it surely should not be devoid of activity. After all, even in the initial entry to County 1307, one could occasionally hear the sounds of skirmishes between various martial artist teams. However, upon further reflection, the reason became clear. The abundance of martial artists hunting in Shanghai stemmed from its prior prosperity and proximity to the sea, which led the government to establish a substantial supply base there. This allowed martial artists from various regions to enter the city swiftly and effectively for hunting, unlike the clumsy members of the Zhonghu team, who took a full 5 days to reach the urban area. As for why a base was not established near Guiyang, it was simply not feasible. The mountainous terrain would make constructing a large military supply base a labor-intensive and resource-draining endeavor, even before the Great Nirvana, let alone now. This is one of the reasons why the entire Guizhou province lacks a base city. Additionally, the absence of martial artists in this area has resulted in a high quality of monsters. As if sensing Li Yu's thoughts, Jiang Yin whispered an explanation beside him. This place embodies danger, but danger has always coexisted with opportunity. Li Yu nodded in agreement. A distance of 5 kilometers, if traversed on a straight road at full speed, would allow even the least physically capable member of the Zhonghu team, Ma Xin, to arrive within 2 minutes. Yet, the Zhonghu team took a full hour to cover the distance. It was unavoidable, as the various beast general-level monsters that had been absent for 5 days had all returned today. Despite the team's efforts to avoid confrontation, they still encountered several monsters face to face, resulting in unavoidable clashes. Hurry upstairs. Jiang Yin sighed with relief as he gazed at the residential building before him. In this brief time, he and Liu, along with Meng Yin, had already slain 3 beast general-level monsters. Since he had taken on the role of the main force, his condition had significantly deteriorated after taking down those 3. If he did not find a safe place to rest soon, he would be inclined to slap himself. What a hassle, City 014. Liu and the others wasted no time and cautiously but swiftly entered the residential building, evidently aware of Jiang Yin's waning stamina. Thus taking the lead was Meng Yin. Jiang Yin and Liu provided support from the sides. The building was not particularly tall, consisting of 17 floors. Meng Yin led the Zhonghu team swiftly to the 10th floor, where nearly 20 various monsters roared and charged at her. Fortunately, they were all beast soldier-level monsters, and with an impassive expression, Meng Yin swung her curved blade, dispatching each monster with precision. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Jiang Yin located a centrally positioned room and indicated, "During our time in City 014, this room shall serve as our temporary base." Liu nodded in agreement. After all, it was not feasible to rest on a rooftop as they had in County 1307, where the beast-type monsters could not scale such heights. However, higher floors would not deter aerial monsters. Seeing that no one had objections, Jiang Yin nodded, sat cross-legged, and retrieved a high-energy food source from his backpack to replenish his stamina. "Everyone, head to the bedroom to rest. Tonight, Ran Su and I will take the night watch. Remember, no noise or light is allowed." Meng Yin swiftly issued her command. Her expression turned serious and icy as she emphasized the final part. Normally, aerial monsters would not attack residential buildings, but if they became aware of human presence within, the situation would change drastically. After all, even lower-tier beast, soldier-level aerial creatures could easily demolish walls. Understood. The others, mindful of their own lives, did not dare to take it lightly, each responding earnestly. Meng Yin then relaxed her expression and stepped out of the room, settling into a less conspicuous corner to observe the city below. Ran Su mirrored Meng Yan's actions, sitting in a corner with binoculars to survey the area. The following day, as dawn broke, Liu awoke naturally, stretched his body, and exited the room. His first sight was Ran Su, intently observing the city below through the binoculars. "Any discoveries?" Liu inquired with a smile. Ran Su immediately responded, "In mere moment, I have spotted over a dozen monsters, among which there are actually 4 beast general-level monsters, and most of them lack accompanying beast soldier-level minions." His face lit up with excitement, for the greatest challenge in defeating beast general-level monsters was not their own strength, but rather the multitude of beast soldier-level companions that accompanied them. These minions, regardless of their combat prowess, could be dispatched even by someone like my Xian. However, if one could not eliminate the threat swiftly and escape, being overwhelmed would spell doom. Not even a battle god-level martial artist could evade that fate. In County 1307, a single beast general-level monster could command hundreds of beast soldier-level creatures. In more remote towns, it was even possible for an entire town's monsters to be under the dominion of a single beast general-level monster. Yet in City 014, even in the suburbs, Ran Su had not observed a beast general-level monster with even 10 subordinates. Some were even solitary wolves, devoid of any companions. This indicated that hunting beast general-level monsters here posed significantly lower difficulty and risk compared to hunting them in small counties. Indeed, crisis and opportunity coexist. Chapter 26. Lucrative Gains. With beast general-level monsters abundant everywhere, City 014 lived up to its reputation. Meng Yin, binoculars in hand, surveyed the area below and could not help but smile broadly. "Prepare yourselves. It's time to earn some money." "Absolutely." The others shared her enthusiasm. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment, gazing at the countless beast general-level monsters below. They were already tempted. These were tangible riches in the form of Hua Xia currency. However, as the captain of the Zhonghu team, Meng Yin held the primary responsibility for hunting beast generals, so she had to suppress her excitement and rest. Yet, upon her prompting, the team naturally became invigorated. As for danger, those who feared it and sought stability would never become martial artists. They would remain within the confines of base cities. Even a low-tier warrior could live comfortably there. But such a life was merely sufficient for survival. After all, whether it be cultivation manuals, weaponry, or supplementary medicinal herbs, anything related to martial artists came at a steep price. The latter, in particular, was exorbitantly expensive. Those who ventured into the wilderness were primarily individuals seeking to grow stronger, willing to dance on the edge of a knife. A little risk was trivial in the face of enormous rewards. A line of 8 individuals swiftly readied themselves, ensuring that their ceremonial offerings were discreetly placed in a concealed corner. All were lightly equipped, their backpacks containing only a modest supply of high-energy sustenance. With a clang, Jiang Yin, the apex of the Zhonghu squad's combat prowess, took the lead without hesitation, carefully prying open the stairway door and descending rapidly. Close behind him was Li Yu, followed by Gao Cheng, Ran Su, Su Ting, and Xiao Cheng on either side, with Ma Xian positioned centrally. Bringing up the rear was Meng Yan. Be vigilant and refrain from making any noise, Jiang Yin instructed. Moments later, the Zhonghu squad, comprising 8 members, found themselves on the ground floor, gazing at the indistinct forms of monsters lurking outside. In a hushed tone, Jiang Yin remarked, "What do you think of that creature over there?" Li Yu directed her gaze toward the convenience store approximately 200 meters away, where a shadowy figure of a beast became discernible. Judging by its outline, it appeared to be a colossal wolf. A wolf? That will do. Jiang Yin concurred, and after observing the giant wolf for a few seconds, he nodded slightly. The solitary nature of wolves meant that this one had no subordinate bee soldiers accompanying it. Furthermore, from the wolf's fur coloration, Jiang Yin assessed its strength to be at the level of a junior beast general. You all keep watch for any threats in the vicinity. Meng Yan, Li Wa. We will engage together and swiftly conclude this fight, Jiang Yin commanded decisively upon identifying their target. Understood, with a few nods from his companions. Jiang Yin gripped his blood shadow battle knife tightly, and with a low shout, charged forward. Li Yu and Meng Yin transformed into fleeting shadows, closely following him. The remaining 5 dispersed rapidly, maintaining their formation while staying alert to their surroundings, wary of other beast general-level monsters or human warriors that might disrupt their mission. In the wilderness, the dangers were not solely from the various monsters, but also from fellow human warriors. Much like the Huya squad in the original story, who sought to eliminate the entire Hua Chue squad merely to vent their frustrations. Fortunately, human warriors were likely scarce in this cursed place. Roar. The beast general-level giant wolf, previously feasting on the carcass of a solitary wild boar, sprang to its feet in alarm as Jiang Yin approached, unleashing an enraged roar. Shut it, Jiang Yin retorted, wielding his blood shadow battle knife and delivering a fierce slash. Boom! The blade clashed violently with the wolf's claws. Just as the giant wolf prepared to roar again, blood erupted from its heart and neck, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, gradually losing its life force. The 2 splashes of blood were from Li Yu and Meng Yan. The ease with which a beast general-level monster was dispatched by 3 battle general-level warriors was remarkable. A slight smile graced Meng Yan's face as she began to dissect the giant wolf's corpse. Honestly, with 3 battle general-level warriors facing a junior beast general-level lone wolf, if we couldn't finish it quickly, we might as well hang ourselves. Jiang Yin rolled his eyes, teasing Meng Yan's comment, though a hint of amusement lingered on his face. The materials from this beast general-level giant wolf could easily fetch several million, marking an excellent start to their venture. Indeed, traversing the wilderness for profit was unparalleled. The speed at which cash could be generated was unmatched. It seemed they would be able to hunt numerous beast general-level monsters today. Li Yu's face radiated delight. Finally, I could find out who that person is, she thought, grinning. She had long wished to use that half-memory from before her death to uncover the identity of the so-called noble figure, but reason told her that it was unwise. In the early stages of their development, each opportunity for a simulated life was invaluable. Wasting one for that piece of information was not worth it. After all, knowing would not alter the course of events. If she could not defeat that person 3 years later, how could she possibly do so now? There were no tangible benefits to be gained. However, the situation had changed. In just 2 minutes, the 3 of them could jointly slay a beast general-level creature. Once sold, they could expect to receive around 7 to 8 million Huaxia coins. Although Li Yu's strength was not on par with Meng Yan and Jiang Yin, her share would still amount to 1 million or 2. 2 simulated life opportunities. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Upon their return to the base city, they could expect to have tens of millions in hand. Wasting an opportunity would not be significant at that point. Of course, by the time she reached the battle general level, the cost of simulated lives would likely increase, but to what degree remained uncertain. If it were still 1,000-fold, that would mean 1 billion. Upon selling the loot, she would first ascertain the identity of that individual, focusing thereafter on insights into martial arts. Li Yu resolved decisively within her heart. Let us move on to the next one. Meng Yan had just finished collecting the materials from the giant wolf, placing them in her backpack, and nodded slightly towards Li Yu and the others. In that moment, the entire Zhonghu squad was enveloped in a fervent state of excitement. Though they had anticipated high efficiency in hunting monsters in Guiyang, given their 5-day journey, they had not expected it to be this remarkable. Jiang Yan, Li Yu, and Meng Yan, the trio of battle general-level warriors, could easily dispatch a junior beast general-level monster without much effort. By day's end, they could hunt nearly 10 beast general-level creatures. Even if these were all junior beast generals, the profits were still astonishing. After all, the materials from a junior beast general typically sold for between 5 to 15 million. 10 creatures in a day meant the entire team could net between 50 to 150 million. One could hardly claim that a money printing machine could produce such returns in a month. Chapter 27. The Journey Home. The pace of profit in a large city is unparalleled. On the 10th floor of a residential building, the Zhonghu squad convened to tally their achievements over the past 10 days, and they could not help but feel a sense of awe. This included Ma Xian and the others. Although the primary combat force was Jiang Yan and Meng Yan, with Li Yu providing support, the remaining 5 had also played a crucial role in maintaining vigilance. While Jiang Yan and Li Yu feasted on the spoils, the others still shared in the broth. Despite merely sipping, their gains were exponentially greater than what they had experienced in the county town previously. Over the past 10 days, Li Yu and the others had slain nearly 100 junior beast general-level monsters and 1 intermediate beast general-level monster, with a total value estimated around 1 billion. Meng Yan and Jiang Yan, as the main combatants, each took 30%, while Li Yu, serving as a supporting role, received 20%, leaving the remaining 20% for Su Ting, Ma Xian, and the others to divide. This meant each individual could expect to pocket around 40 to 50 million. In contrast, during their previous hunts in the county town, Su Ting and the others might not even earn that much in a year. For instance, during their last expedition in County 1307, accounting for travel time, they spent a total of 20 days and, aside from Ma Xian, the rest earned less than 300,000 each. What should we do next? Liu Sikit, Lojidin Herbinojulas. Over the past 10 days, they had indeed hunted aggressively. Yet this had led to a diminishing number of junior beast general-level monsters in the surrounding area. They were now nearly impossible to find. Looking around, the only beast general-level monsters visible were a few intermediate and high-level ones still roaming about. However, Li Yu was acutely aware of their own capabilities. While taking down a junior beast general-level monster was straightforward for the 3 of them, facing an intermediate beast general-level monster would prove challenging. As for high-level beasts, they would consider fleeing rather than fighting. We have indeed been rather ruthless in our hunting these past 10 days, Jiang Yan acknowledged, nodding slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he checked his watch. We now have 2 options. One is to take our leave while we are ahead and return to Jiangnan Bay City from City 014. After all, Li Yu has yet to undergo the martial artist practical assessment. Does it truly matter whether Brother Yu participates in the practical examination for martial artists at the elementary war general level? Moreover, it is only early July. With over 20 days remaining until the martial artist practical assessment, we can certainly remain in City 014 a little longer and return 10 days later. Listening to Jiang Yan's words, the expressions of Gao Cheng and Xiao Cheng below were somewhat sullen. Clearly, they were not inclined towards this option. After all, the Zhonghu team is currently raking in tens of millions, even over 100 million, in profits daily, even if they merely get a taste of the broth. They stand to gain a substantial 4 million. 4 million a day translates to 40 million in 10 days. How could they not be tempted by such prospects? The beast general-level monsters in this region have been nearly exterminated by us, and staying here any longer would be futile. The members of the Zhonghu team nodded, slightly in agreement. Although monsters are rampant, each migration takes time. And since the elementary beast general-level monsters have been wiped out by Li Yu and his companions, their numbers will not significantly increase for at least a dozen days. However, if they recklessly leave Guiyang Wanda Plaza for other locations, not only would the dangers be heightened, but the potential profits may not match those they currently enjoy. After all, after 10 days of hunting, Li Yu and his team are most familiar with the areas surrounding the plaza. Alternatively, they could remain here quietly, waiting for the beast general-level monsters to proliferate, but similarly, by that time, Li Yu's martial artist practical assessment would be delayed. Jiang Yan's face remained placid as he elaborated. As for a third option, he felt it unnecessary to mention. He himself was only familiar with the outskirts of Guiyang City, particularly the Wanda Plaza area. Venturing beyond this zone, whether to delve deeper or hunt around the suburbs, would be excessively perilous. Jiang Yan was merely an elementary war, general-level martial artist. If Li Yu insisted on pushing forward, he would have no choice but to depart alone. Their relationship had not yet reached the point of such camaraderie. At this moment, the decision lay with Li Yu. Should they continue hunting and forego the martial artist practical assessment? Or should they take their winnings and return to the base city? Let us return to the base city. Liu discerned Jiang Yin's stance, and without hesitation, nodded in agreement. After all, no matter how much money they earned, it remains illusory until transformed into strength. Rushing back to convert this bounty into power is the pressing priority. Agreed, Meng Yin concurred decisively. 10 days of intense combat had left her somewhat exhausted, and returning to the base city for recuperation was indeed a sensible choice. Though some felt a twinge of regret, the overwhelming consensus among the three main members rendered any dissent futile. They could only accept the decision with equanimity. Let us rest for a bit. We'll depart from City 014 tomorrow morning, retracing our steps. After Jiang Yin spoke, he assigned 2 individuals to keep watch during the night, and then returned to his room to rest. Liu and the others followed suit. After all, the journey back was not guaranteed to be safe. Maintaining their readiness in the wilderness was paramount. Nightfall arrived, gradually giving way to dawn. As the sky brightened, the fully armed 8 members descended from the residential building and made their way toward the highway. Due to the Zhonghu team's successful extermination of numerous beast general-level monsters over the past 10 days, the risks were significantly reduced compared to their arrival. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant and cautious. After all, the elementary beast general-level monsters had mostly been eradicated. Should they inadvertently provoke any beast general-level monsters, they would find themselves facing formidable foes. It was not until they stepped onto the highway that the Zhonghu team began to relax, turning to gaze back at City 014. Once my martial artist practical assessment concludes, my strength should reach the war general level. At that time, I shall return. Li Iwa Grinatsilanli. His smile conveying more than words could express. We can quicken our pace. We should arrive at Jiangnan Bay City in about 4 days, Meng Yin remarked, glancing at her communicator with a smile. The group nodded in agreement and set off towards the rising sun along the highway. For a time, the only sound was the rhythmic scuffing of combat boots against the asphalt. Chapter 28. 97 Monsters. Since they were retracing their route, the journey back was even more monotonous than the initial trek. Aside from rest periods, it was simply tedious walking. Finally, we arrived at the supply base. Gazing at the distant, looming walls, the tension that had gripped the 8, including Jiang Yin, for the past 3 days finally began to ease. After all, they were in the wilderness. Even on the return journey, vigilance was essential, as no one could predict whether a beast general-level monster had taken up residence near the highway after their departure. Halt! A powerful spotlight swept over them, revealing the menacing muzzles of several heavy machine guns aimed directly at Liu. Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Zhonghu Team. Meng Yin paid no mind, understanding this was standard procedure. She walked to the entrance, presenting her martial artist credentials to the approaching officer. Oh, Meng Yin, where have you been? Although this was not the military supply base from which Liu and the others had departed, Meng Yin had been active in the wilderness around Jiangnan Bay City for some time, and the officer clearly recognized her. After glancing over the martial artist credentials, he returned them and paused to observe the enormous backpacks carried by Meng Yin and her comrades. Looks like you've made quite the haul. Well, of course, coming from a city, if we didn't have any spoils, would we be here for the thrill? Meng Yin rolled her eyes, then directly inquired. Are there still trains heading back to the base city? Why waste time? Just give me the good stuff for the HR Alliance. We can negotiate the prices. After selling, you can rest at the supply base and head back the next day. Upon hearing that Meng Yin had returned from the city, the officer's interest piqued, and he approached with a broad smile. You have access to materials from nearly 100 beast general-level monsters. The officer was momentarily taken aback. Nearly 100? Have you breached the lair of the beast generals, or something? No, it's just past 1 in the morning. In another 20 minutes, a train will arrive. The officer waved his hand, chuckling, and pointed towards the station. Meng Yin paid him no further heed and walked directly towards the station, with Liu and the others closely following. They must have ventured deep into the city. Reckless indeed, the officer mused, watching the 8 retreating figures. An ordinary war general-level martial artist team, daring to delve into the city. What audacity! They were indeed fortunate. The train is about to arrive. Passengers disembarking should check their belongings and prepare to exit. The conductor's voice echoed throughout the carriage, followed by the automatic opening of the train doors with a whoosh. The 8 members of the Zhonghu team disembarked in succession. Let us head straight to the HR Alliance, sell off our haul, and then find a hotel to freshen up. Meng Yin showed no concern for her appearance as she exited the station, heading straight for the martial artist exclusive passageway. The girls were unconcerned, and naturally, the men in Liu's group felt no need to worry either, as they were clad in combat uniforms, which mitigated any risks of indecency. They might appear a bit dirty or disheveled, with the occasional dark red blood dripping as they walked. Yes, supervisor, I should be able to report back tonight. Jiang Yin's phone rang. It was Zhuge Tao. Noticing the location of the group had entered Jiangnan Bay City, he immediately called. I was just worried something might happen to you, genius. Meng Yin watched Jiang Yin reassuring Zhuge Tao and was slightly taken aback. One of the four major figures of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City actually placed such importance on Li Yu. They had only just returned to the Bay City, yet had already made the call. However, upon further consideration, 5,000 seemed reasonable. Li Yu beamed, but refrained from responding. As they walked along the martial artist exclusive passageway, they reached a small arena at the end, which housed vehicles from Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Thunder Martial Arts Hall, HR Alliance, and various martial artist families, all waiting in readiness for martial artists. Should we sell to the Martial Arts Hall or the HR Alliance? Meng Yin paused and inquired. The HR Alliance, of course. Li Yu has yet to undertake the practical assessment for the aspiring martial artist and lacks a martial artist account. For the time being, neither of us is in need of contribution points. Jiang Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Meng Yin didn't mind. She was indifferent. Selling to the HR Alliance would yield a greater sum, which was quite suitable. After all, her current contribution point level was sufficient. To the HR Alliance marketplace, then. The 8 individuals entered 2 HR Alliance vehicles. All right. The driver nodded and promptly ignited the engine, propelling the spacious, comfort-oriented SUV forward. Once the materials were sold, Li Yu must treat us to a meal. He stands to profit significantly this time. Li Yu occupied the passenger seat of the first car, with Meng Yin, Su Ting, and Ma Xin seated behind him. He was the only male in the vehicle, as the driver was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Well then, Sister Xin, you choose the venue. Let us indulge in a lavish feast. You said it, don't try to weasel out later. How could I? Am I the type to do that? Observing the playful banter between Ma Xin and Li Yu, Meng Yin chuckled and shook her head, paying it no mind. This transaction would net Li Yu at least 2 of his minor objectives. What delicacies couldn't they afford? Moments latte. The 2 dedicated vehicles passed through the military checkpoint and drove directly into the HR Alliance's Grand Hall. As the doors swung open, the 8 members of the Morning Fox squad disembarked. Miss Meng Yan, right? Manager Feng has been awaiting your arrival upstairs. A fair-skinned, poised young woman approached, her short hair framing her sharp features and exuding competence. Without further ado, Meng Yin followed the young woman into the hall and ascended to the 21st floor as directed. It appears you've made quite a profit on this trip. Upon entering the 21st floor, a bald, round-faced elder came into view, evidently awaiting their arrival. Speak up. What treasures do you have? Leading them into the office, the elder plopped onto the sofa with a smile. Show me what you've got. Old Feng, you need to keep your composure. Meng Yin smiled, successfully piquing Manager Feng's curiosity, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. However, upon seeing Meng Yin extract materials from her backpack, he slightly pursed his lips. Initial tier beast general level shadow cats. Commendable. I'll buy them for 7 million. Present the materials from the beast general level monsters as well. And the remaining beast soldier level materials can be discarded. There's no need to bring them up specifically. Manager Feng appeared somewhat disappointed. What beast soldier level? Meng Yin chuckled, unzipping her backpack and spreading a variety of monster materials across the floor. Tigers, cats, wolves, pigs, an endless array. Yet one thing was uniform. All were materials from beast general level monsters. The remaining backpacks, are they all? What else would they be? Meng Yin retorted. This is remarkable. How many are there? Manager Feng exclaimed, quickly retrieving a device to measure the hall. 97. Manager Feng's hand froze mid-operation. He was left dumbfounded. 97 beast general level monster materials. Surely you are the primary buyer of these materials? Chapter 29. I choose 3. 95 initial tier beast generals, 2 intermediate tier beast generals. Did you raid a lord level den? Manager Feng swiftly examined each piece of monster material on the ground, taking a full 20 minutes before slowly lifting his head, his face a mask of shock. Our Morning Fox squad ventured into the urban area this time, with 3 battle, general-level warriors and sharpshooter. Not to mention several skilled high-level warriors. Isn't that quite normal? Meng Yin shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at Manager Feng. Old Feng, just give me your offer. This batch of materials is indeed impressive, and the quantity is substantial. 600 million Huaxia coins. Manager Feng inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. It was he, the manager responsible for acquiring monster materials at the HR Alliance market, who seldom handled such large transactions. Farewell. Meng Yin frowned, signaling with her hand, and began stuffing the materials back into her backpack. You still have that foul temper. Prices can be negotiated. Manager Feng chuckled wryly, stopping Meng Yan. Nearly 100 beast general level monsters, including intermediate tier ones. And you're offering me 600 million? Are you joking? Meng Yan ignored Manager Feng, continuing to pack the materials. Then what's your price? A flat 12 billion. Meng Yan, don't jest. How can that be worth 12 billion? True, it's nearly 100 beast general level monsters. But only 2 are intermediate tier. The rest are initial tier, and it can't possibly reach 12 billion. Manager Feng looked at Meng Yan, aghast at her audacity. His lips twitching slightly. The others exchanged knowing smiles behind them. During their internal discussions, they had estimated the value of this nearly 100 beast general level monster materials. Their opinions aligned closely, estimating it between 7 to 9 billion. After all, Manager Feng was right. Most were initial tier, with prices generally ranging from 5 to 15 million. Thus, averaging 6 to 9 million per head seemed reasonable. We specifically invited 2 battle general level experts to enter the urban area. We risked our lives to secure this batch of materials. A flat 10 billion. If you agree, the materials are yours. If not, I'll seek another buyer. Do you think monster materials won't sell? Meng Yan subtly threatened, then pulled the emotional card. Besides, I came directly to you this time, not reaching out to anyone else. Merely considering our rapport. If you decline, I'll swiftly take my leave. Of course, how could I refuse? Let's negotiate further. How about 9 billion? Meng Yan shook her head. 95 billion. A flat 10 billion, take it or leave it. Meng Yan's expression remained unfazed. Seeing Manager Feng's silence, she stood and grabbed her backpack. Forget it, 10 billion it is. Manager Feng sighed slightly, reaching out to stop Meng Yan, saying, well, there you have it. Meng Yan shrugged, laughing heartily. As they exited, Li Yu and the others were left empty-handed. While Meng Yan glanced at her phone's bank balance and promptly transferred funds to each individual's private account, a total of 1 billion. Jiang Yin and I will each take 300 million, Li Yu 200 million, and the rest 4 million each. Excellent. The group watched as notifications of balance changes lit up on their 10-cent watches or phones, their faces brimming with excitement. Let us all freshen up at the hotel briefly. Then we'll have dinner on the 3rd floor. Meng Yan was in high spirits. After all, she had earned 300 million Huaxia coins in less than a month. Half an hour later, on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance marketplace, within a luxurious restaurant's private room, a round table occupied most of the space, laden with an abundance of dishes. All members of the Morning Fox squad gathered around, raising their glasses in a toast. This time, I earned more than I did in the entire previous year, Gao Chung remarked, tilting his head to down a cup, 2 tails of white liquor sliding down his throat. Who isn't? Ransu also downed a cup of 2 tails of liquor, merrily rambling. Li Yu sat in a corner, engrossed in chatting with a girl on his phone. When he finally looked up, aside from Meng Yan, the rest seemed utterly intoxicated, though they were all martial artists. Li Yu felt their drinking capacity paled in comparison to his from his past life. 2 hours later, as everyone sobered up, Meng Yan stood up. Jiang Yan, as the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Yayan District, must depart tomorrow. Li Yu is similarly bound. He needs to undergo the practical assessment for aspiring martial artists on August 1st, after which the Extreme Martial Arts Hall should find him a more suitable martial artist squad. The group's expressions shifted slightly. The team's ability to hunt down so many beast general level monsters was fundamentally due to the enhancement of their high-end combat power. Without the 2 of them, the Morning Fox squad wouldn't even have dared to enter the outskirts of the city. Now, with the imminent departure of 2 elite warriors, the Funeral Fox squad is likely to find themselves back in their previous predicament. In the end, everyone bids farewell. Li Yu helps the inebriated Jiang Yin into the hotel. After unceremoniously tossing Jiang Yin onto the bed, he resolutely makes his way to his own room. He activates the simulation of life. Current balance, 0. At the age of 21, having become a high-ranking warrior, you return to the base city after an adventure in the wilderness, participating in a practical assessment for warriors. Due to your overwhelming strength, you easily emerge victorious, possessing the prowess of a battle general, adept in brutal techniques. Upon learning that you had accompanied a team of warriors into the wilderness, various factions express their eagerness to recruit you. At 22, after weighing the pros and cons, you choose to join the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. While it cannot provide the same level of nurturing as the HR Alliance, it still offers you substantial resources. At 23, after consuming various precious resources, your strength progresses slightly. At 24, confronted by a hostile noble, despite your current strength being comparable to that of a battle general, you swiftly fall in defeat under the hands of the opponent's bodyguards. Simulation complete. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Martial Arts Realm of 24. 2. The Martial Arts Insights of 24. 3. Half a day of memories before death. I choose 3. Liu declared decisively. Chapter 30. Confusion. As soon as the words left his lips, Liu felt fragments of memories materialize in his mind. These were indeed the memories from half a day before the death of the simulated Liu. Here, he finally discerned the identity of the noble, a mixed-blood youth, whose strength was approximately at the initial battle general level. The one who killed him was the opponent's bodyguard, 2 in total, a burly Caucasian and an elderly man, both of whom possessed strength no less than that of a high-ranking battle general. Seated on the grand bed of the hotel, Liu immersed himself in the memories and then slowly opened his eyes, a grin spreading across his face. He finally recognized who it was. Li Bei, the sole heir of the high-ranking war god Li Yao. Indeed, just as he had surmised, the background was extraordinarily substantial, and given his youth, he acted without regard for consequences. In the original narrative, it was this very trait that led to his demise at the hands of Luo Feng. I will settle this score with you in due time. Li wa grinat silanli. The following dawn, Liu rose early and accompanied Jiang Yin to the extreme pavilion at the center of the Minghua community. After signing a new warrior contract under Wu Tong's watchful gaze, he was pulled by Jiang Yin to share a lunch with a group of warriors at headquarters. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon that he finally excused himself to head to Villa number 189 in the Minghua community. Li Shui and Liu were attending classes, so Liu quickly freshened up, changed into casual attire, and headed straight to the bank. With a substantial sum of 200 million in hand, he aimed to convert it into strength without delay. Sir, you wish to withdraw 200 million in cash. The middle-aged manager in the VIP room of Huaxia Bank looked bewildered at Liu, who was seated on the sofa. Is that not feasible? The sum was indeed too large to process immediately. The manager offered a wry smile and inquired, "May I ask what you intend to do with such a significant amount of cash? Must I explain the purpose of my withdrawal?" Liu retorted with annoyance. He had no desire to detail his need for so much cash. It was merely that the system only recognized cash. Of course, it's not necessary, but due to the magnitude of the amount, we need to transfer it from other branches. You will have to wait a while. How much can you provide me right now? 20 million should be manageable. Then I'll take 20 million. Half an hour later, Liu emerged with 2 large travel cases in tow. Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 200,000. Would you like to activate the simulation of life? No. Upon returning to the villa, Liu casually discarded the empty travel cases in the hall and retreated to his room, lost in contemplation. The system's insistence on cash was quite vexing for him. Currently, each simulation required a mere 1 million, which was relatively manageable. But what would it entail when he reached the battle general level? 10 billion? If this trend continued, a war god would require 1 trillion for a single simulation. And what about planetary levels? 100 trillion? Considering all the currency on Earth, would that suffice for a planetary level simulation? Clearly it would not. This meant that by the time he reached the war god level, he would have essentially run out of options, relying solely on his own training. However, Liu was acutely aware of his own talent. He understood better than anyone that even with arduous training, it might take a millennium to achieve the planetary level. Should he seize the current opportunity to ally with Luo Feng? Gazing at the system's balance, Liu fell silent, murmuring to himself. At that moment, he felt a sense of confusion regarding his future. For now, he decided to focus on eliminating Li Wei first. Moments later, Liu broke into a smile, dismissing his worries, one step at a time. Even if he found himself unable to simulate life due to insufficient funds at the war god level. Once Lord Luo ascended and ventured into the universe, the currency would likely shift to cosmic standards. By then, the value of Earth's land would have increased. Selling it could at least yield enough to acquire a life-sustaining planet, thereby enabling his simulation of life. As for what would happen if conditions did not change, Liu would have to consider purchasing printing machines for self-production and sales. In any case, a living person cannot be suffocated by trivial matters. Activate the simulation of life. Liu shouted internally, grinning. Subsequently, words appeared before his eyes. At 21, you have become a high-ranking warrior. Just returning to the base city, you learned that in your previous lives, you perished at the hands of Li Wei, leaving you in deep contemplation, yet feeling helpless. Due to your absolute strength, you easily clinch victory in the preliminary warrior assessment, showcasing battle, general-level prowess, and proficient techniques, attracting the attention of various factions. At 22, after weighing the pros and cons, you reject those factions and choose to remain at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. At 23, after enduring a period of stagnation in your cultivation, you opt to consume a genetic potion, successfully elevating your strength to the battle general level. With your strength now at the battle general level, The Extreme Martial Arts Academy presents you with the promised blood ginseng, which, upon consumption, further enhances your power. At 24, Li Wei approaches you, expressing goodwill and seeking to take your sister as a concubine. After your firm refusal, he bears a grudge and subsequently kills you in the wilderness. Simulation complete. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Martial Arts Realm of 24. 2. The Martial Arts Insights of 24. 3. Half a day of memories before death. How audacious. After reviewing the information from the simulation of life, Liu grinned. Just because he had refused him, Li Wei treated a genius from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy with such reckless abandon. No wonder he met his end at the hands of Luo Feng in the original narrative. As for the subsequent retribution from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy upon discovering Li Wei, what relevance did that hold for the deceased Liu? Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. At least this time, the opponent would not dare to act against him in the base city. Without hesitation, Liu opted for the martial arts realm. Soon, the familiar tingling sensation enveloped him, and amidst the boiling of his muscles, he successfully transcended the warrior stage, becoming a battle general-level warrior. Coupled with Liu's specialized knife techniques, at this moment, he was nearly on par with Meng Yan. After all, upon reaching the battle general level, he had also consumed a blood ginseng awarded by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a substance worth 2 billion huaxia coins, which undoubtedly contributed to his prowess and improved his aptitude to some extent. Ding dong, a light chime echoed. Brother, is it you back? The grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing 2 stunning young ladies who gracefully stepped inside. They were none other than Liu's twin sisters. Ah, they have just returned. As Liu descended the staircase, he cast a contemplative glance at his sisters. Radiantly pure and beautiful, yet not overwhelmingly stunning enough to warrant Li Wei's intense infatuation. No, that was an understatement. His obsession bordered on madness. The genius of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy dared to kill indiscriminately. What else could that be if not madness? Chapter 31 Gold. After sharing a lunch with his sisters to offer them some comfort, Liu retreated once more to his room. He tentatively summoned in his mind, initiate simulated life? Insufficient balance. Current activation of simulated life is not possible. Current balance, 19,000. Would you like to recharge? Recharge deemed unreasonable. Modification applied. Current available recharge item, gold. Balance adjusted according to current gold market prices. Current balance, 00475. Cost for a single simulation, for monetary units. As anticipated, the balance was insufficient. Glancing at the simulator's response, Liu hastily retrieved his phone to check the price of gold, 400 huaxia coins per gram. Having deposited 20 million huaxia coins, with each simulation costing 1 million, the remaining 19 million converted into gold yielded a balance of 00475. This meant, at the present gold price, 100 million could be exchanged for 250 grams of gold, equating to a balance of 0.25. To conduct a single simulation of life, 1 ton of gold was required, converted into huaxia coins that amounted to 400 million for a single simulation. It was not the 1,000-fold increase Liu had initially imagined, but rather a 400-fold. Had I known, I would have withdrawn the entire 200 million. Liu chuckled bitterly, rubbing his forehead. If he had been aware that the balance could be adjusted according to the current market price, he would have withdrawn all 200 million without hesitation, regardless of the 2-hour wait. After all, market prices fluctuate. What stands at 400 today may not hold tomorrow. If he wished to proceed with simulation, he would have to acquire gold in large quantities, and the price would only rise further. More importantly, while money could be managed, Liu had even contemplated producing and selling his own printed currency, but gold as a precious metal was finite. Checking the statistics, Liu found that Huaxia's gold reserves were approximately 300 tons. Each simulation consumed 1 ton. Tears welled up in his eyes. Was it feasible to deplete the national treasury? Better to save up for a significant purchase. After a brief period of contemplation, Liu resolved that, given the remaining 1.9 billion funds would undoubtedly elevate gold prices. Even at a rate of 400 huaxia coins per gram, it would still fall short of the cost for a single simulation. It would be wiser to conserve his resources and ensure he could at least make a single substantial acquisition of the quantity needed for a simulation. With this decision made, Liu dismissed further thoughts, picked up his training sword, and vented his emotions in the training room before retreating to his bedroom for rest. In the following days, apart from repaying the 1 million owed for the mortgage property at the HR Alliance on the first day, Liu's routine consisted solely of oscillating between the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Mingyue community, eagerly awaiting the martial artist practical assessment on August 1st. Despite his current prowess being commendable for an initial-level warrior, he remained classified as a prospective martial artist, and without a martial artist account. He could not access the Academy's network, let alone utilize the 200 million startup funds offered by the Academy. Otherwise, he would have ventured out immediately. Even if he couldn't enlist Meng Yan's team, becoming a lone wolf in the wilderness would be far more productive than wasting time in the base city. However, it was worth noting that amidst his frequent visits to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he had yet to catch sight of Luo Feng. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to align with him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the night of July 31st, the eve of the martial artist practical assessment. On the top balcony of Villa 189 in the Mingyue community, Liu reclined on a wooden lounge chair, sipping on a drink while gazing at the starry sky, his eyes deep and contemplative, lost in thought. "Brother, why are you still awake?" A voice called from behind, prompting Liu to turn and see his sister Li Shui, followed closely by Liu. It appeared they had just returned from school. Ignoring them, he continued to sip his drink. "There's no hurry. What time is it? It's already past 11. You have a martial artist practical assessment tomorrow. You should rest early. I've heard that there's a mortality rate in the assessment." Li Shui exclaimed, concern etched on her delicate face. "Those challenges are a mere walk in the park for your brother." Liu chuckled softly, bemused. If an initial-level warrior like him were to stumble in the practical assessment, that would indeed be laughable. "That won't do. You must go rest now." Li Shui, unperturbed by Liu's confidence, pulled him up and insisted he leave the balcony. "All right, I'll heed your advice." Liu relented, shaking his head in resignation, then pushed open the glass door to enter his bedroom, casually lying down to rest. On the morning of August 1st, Liu arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy early. By that time, a group of over 20 individuals had already gathered. At the forefront stood a familiar face, Jiang Yan. "Instructor Jiang, what is the process for the martial artist practical assessment?" "What else could it be? Simply transported to a designated location to fulfill the task requirements." Jiang Yan responded casually, glancing at Liu. "Is the task difficult?" "To you, it's inconsequential. You're merely going through the motions," Jiang Yan retorted with a laugh. "Brother Yang, who is this?" A slender young man beside Yang Wu, who had met Liu previously, inquired, observing Liu engaged in light-hearted conversation with Jiang Yan. Given his appearance, he appeared to be another prospective martial artist. Yet Luo Feng had no recollection of him. Moreover, Jiang Yan seemed to hold him in high regard. "This is Liu. Liwa. Indeed, a remarkable anomaly." Yang Wu remarqued, retelling US impressive capabilities. After all, he carried the title of a junior student while boasting the strength of an advanced student, capable of contending with warrior-level martial artists. He was the only one Yang Wu had encountered in over 20 years who fit such a description. Anomaly? The slender young man was increasingly bewildered. What extraordinary feats must Liu have accomplished to earn such a label? His prowess, it was rumored, could rival that of Instructor Jiang. WOC. The slender young man couldn't suppress an expletive. On par with Jiang Yan? But Jiang Yan is a warrior-level martial artist. Chapter 32. The first encounter with Luo Feng. Were you two discussing? Jiang Yan, whose hearing was remarkably acute, suddenly turned to the slender young man and Yang Wu, who were engaged in hushed conversation. "Nothing much." Yang Wu waved his hand dismissively, then playfully draped an arm around Luo Feng, signaling that they were merely jesting. "Quiet down. The practical assessment for prospective martial artists is about to commence, and you're making quite the ruckus." "Yes." Jiang Yan nodded slightly at Yang Wu and the slender young man's response, before turning back to Liu, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder where Yang Wu got his information. To say my strength is on par with yours? I was certainly holding back at the time. Of course, I'm aware of that. However, I have officially stepped into the warrior level now. Their claims are not unfounded." Liwa tesa, upsharving Jiang, Nyan's discomfort. "You've officially entered the warrior level?" "Indeed." Liu nodded slightly, a broad smile on his face. "That makes sense. You recently underwent gene energy training, and your progress has indeed been remarkable. Furthermore, considering that you are already on the brink of becoming a battle general, it is only natural to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough." Jiang Yan first felt incredulous, but soon rational explanations flooded his mind, leaving him somewhat contemplative. After 23 years of arduous training, he found himself surpassed by a mere youth in his 20s. It could only be said that this was fate. Should he ascend to the status of a war god in the future, let him not forget that Jiang Yan was his guiding light. With that, he patted Liu on the shoulder, falling silent as they awaited the train in peace. "Who is that with Yang Wu?" Observing Jiang Yan's visibly disheartened demeanor, Liu shrugged and chuckled, subsequently pointing at the lean young man beside Yang Wu. "Ah, That is Luo Feng, another prodigy, though slightly inferior to you. Jiang Yin regarded the individual Liu indicated, pondering for a moment before responding. What do you mean by that? He is also from our Yian District's extreme martial arts school. He succeeded in his first attempt at cultivating genetic primal energy, boosting his punch power by 2,000, an extraordinary genius. In the entire Jiangnan Bay City, with a population of 200 million, only one or two emerge each year. Jiang Yin could not help but lament that the contribution points he had accrued over the past decade paled in comparison to the meager sums brought by the two youths. Liu coughed lightly, smiling as he remarked, "He is certainly more impressive than Lord Luo." He then turned his gaze toward the lean young man, feeling somewhat odd. Standing at 175 meters tall and clad in a rather ordinary blue tracksuit, he appeared quite slender. Who would have imagined that this unassuming young man would become the future Lord of the Galaxy, commanding the universe? On Luo Feng's side, upon noticing Liu's gaze, he instantly responded with a warm smile. In that moment, Liu felt a yearning to ally himself with such a remarkable individual. Yet he was at a loss on how to approach him. After all, it would be absurd to simply walk up to Luo Feng and declare, "I know you will be the Lord of the Galaxy in the future. I wish to be your ally." Luo Feng would undoubtedly think him mad. For now, his understanding of Earth was quite limited, with only a vague awareness of the major factions and cultivation realms among martial artists. However, once Luo Feng completed his practical assessment for aspiring martial artists and formally entered the wildlands, he would enter a phase of rapid development. Liu sensed that Luo Feng's ascent to the status of a war god might outpace his own remarkable progress. While he was busy demanding cash or gold in large quantities, none of which were stress-free pursuits, as they awaited the train, the members gathered, and under Jiang Yin's leadership, over 30 aspiring martial artists, including Liu, Yang Wu, and Luo Feng, boarded a vehicle heading to the train station. From there, they would travel by train to the Jiangnan Bay City's Northern Military District. The train sped along, producing a sound of friction as it raced forward, carrying many aspiring martial artists participating in the practical assessment. Liu was among them, seated alone in the front row, gazing at a massive LCD screen at the front of the carriage, biding his time. Behind him sat Luo Feng and Yang Wu side by side. With a soft sound, the enormous LCD screen at the front of the carriage suddenly illuminated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who cleared his throat before speaking. "Dear aspiring martial artists, future warriors, I hail from the HR Alliance." A familiar recruitment pitch ensued, much like when Liu described his experience of mortgaging his property. No faction would ever disdain having more martial artists. Liu paid little attention, remaining seated as he listened quietly to the middle-aged man's redundant speech. For a full 15 minutes, the man droned on, and Liu felt his patience wearing thin before the speaker finally paused to transition to the next topic. "Dear future warriors," the LCD screen transitioned to display a stern-looking middle-aged man in military attire. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and I am the Deputy Director of the Jiangnan Bay City's Security Bureau. Within the borders of our great nation, the government and military forces are always the most formidable. By joining the government and military, you will receive the best support anywhere in our nation." His words were concise and impactful, swiftly delivering the message. "Dear aspiring martial artists, I am Wang, the supervisor of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Our Thunderbolt School was established by the invincible god of speed, Thor, and we have branches in every base city around the globe." Another lengthy monologue followed. Liu shrugged helplessly, choosing to ignore it. 10 minutes later, a familiar face appeared on the LCD screen. Zhuge Tao, of course. He too could not escape the lengthy exposition. Aside from the representative of the Jiangnan Military District who spoke concisely, the others engaged in self-aggrandizing rhetoric regarding their faction's capabilities, including the Extreme Martial Arts School. In summary, the Government Military District boasted local advantages, while Extreme and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Schools had the backing of extraordinary masters. As for the HR Alliance, they had wealth. However, no matter how wealthy, it mattered little to Liu. He had already chosen to join the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even if the HR Alliance offered him 10 billion, he would not switch allegiances, for he had already signed a martial artist contract and felt a sense of obligation to uphold his reputation. Of course, if they offered him 10 tons of gold, he might weep with gratitude and accept. Once he reached planetary status, he would ensure a prosperous future for himself. As the promotional speeches from the upper echelons of the four factions concluded, the carriage erupted into lively discussions, and Liu's curiosity about Luo Feng intensified, prompting him to initiate conversation. "Yang Gu, which faction do you intend to join?" With a friendly smile, Liu turned to inquire, setting aside the prospect of forming alliances. Cultivating good relations was always beneficial. Just as Zhuge Tao believed that Luo Feng had the potential to ascend to the battle god level, he was willing to invest 50 million in him. No need for that. Just call me Wuzi, Yang Wu replied, somewhat startled by Li Yu's approach. After all, their acquaintance was limited, and the same applied to Luo Feng. I plan to join the extreme martial arts school, Yang Wu said after a moment's hesitation, smiling as he responded to Li Yu's inquiry. Because my instructor and past seniors have all joined the extreme martial arts school. Since both you and Luo Feng are joining, I will too. After all, joining the extreme martial arts school allows access to HR Alliance missions and rewards, and selling monster materials is also at one's discretion. I'm younger than you, so calling you Yang Gu is appropriate. Wasn't it you who guided me through the advanced student assessment back then? As for Luo Feng, I've heard from Instructor Jiang that he increased his punch power by 2,000 on his first attempt, an unparalleled genius. It is entirely reasonable for him to choose to join the extreme martial arts school. Liu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. You jest, Wuzi. I'm no genius. You are far superior to me. I heard from Yang Gu that you can match Instructor Jiang. Observing the youthful countenance of Luo Feng, Li Yu's smile radiated warmth and enthusiasm. It must be said, young Lord Luo truly understood the ways of the world. Hearing the title of Yu Gu was quite gratifying. No, not all. I am still quite some distance away from the seasoned battle generals like Instructor Jiang. Li Yu humbly waved his hand, responding with a smile. The train is about to arrive at the station. All aspiring martial artists, please prepare to disembark. The announcement echoed through the carriage. Just as Li Yu was about to continue his conversation with Lord Luo, the loudspeaker announced the imminent arrival, and the train began to gradually slow down before coming to a halt. With a whoosh, the doors of the 10-carriage train opened simultaneously, and the aspiring martial artists within began to disembark in an orderly manner. Before their eyes lay a vast military camp, stretching infinitely into the horizon. Even on the periphery, one can effortlessly discover an abundance of heavy weaponry positions, the least formidable being the 145mm heavy machine gun, once regarded by Ma Xin as a treasured relic. Countless gaping muzzles are aimed at the military camp's exterior, while a multitude of well-trained soldiers, armed with exquisite weapons, stand vigilant. Numerous feral eyes, akin to those of beasts, flit back and forth beyond the camp's alert line, emitting roars yet daring not to cross the threshold. Compared to the supply base previously witnessed, this place bears a closer resemblance to a true military encampment. Indeed, as described in the texts, upon departing the base city, one encounters a myriad of monsters. The writings proved accurate. Beside Li Yu, Luo Feng's eyes glimmered with excitement, momentarily fulfilling his curiosity to a great extent. Ordinary individuals are confined to life within the base city or congregated in military camps. Only the martial artists dare engage in combat with these terrifying beasts. This place feels like a mere farce. Li Yu chuckled, shaking his head. These beasts are all orchestrated, predominantly of the lowest rank. Should they falter, they can merely call for assistance. Hardly an epic battle. If you don't mind, after the martial artist practical assessment, would you join me on our inaugural venture into the wilderness? Li Yu smiled as he spoke. Brother Yu, you've been to the wilderness? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled new. Indeed, I recently returned. Having accompanied a martial artist team to the city to hunt monsters, Li Yu nodded slightly, then turned to Luo Feng with an invitation. What do you say, Fengzi? Along with Brother Yang, though I may not be exceptionally strong, my prowess is commendable among elementary battle generals. Let us avoid perilous areas and leisurely wander county town. Seeking modest fortunes, Luo Feng hesitated, for entering the wilderness as a novice without joining a competent martial artist team could spell certain doom. He felt it prudent to consult Jiang Yin first. This was not indecisiveness, merely caution. Those who struggle to refuse others often meet an early demise. Li Yu was evidently aware of this truth. However, his invitation to Luo Feng stemmed not only from a desire to benefit from the protagonist's aura, but also from the hope of encountering Li Wei along the way. He needed to settle the score with Li Wei. No worries, discuss it thoroughly with Instructor Jiang after your return. If it seems suitable, we shall go together. All right. Thank you, Brother Yu. Luo Feng's expression of gratitude was interrupted by a resounding voice that resonated in the ears of every aspiring martial artist. Welcome to the Northern Military District of Jiangnan Bay City. Your practical assessment as aspiring martial artists of Group 1681 will take place here in our Northern Military District. I hope most of you will pass the assessment, but more importantly, I wish for all of you to exit the assessment venue alive. Instantly, the area fell into a profound silence. To this group of aspiring martial artists, unacquainted with monsters, the specter of death loomed closer than ever before. Luo Feng felt the weight of this reality too. Subsequently, under the military district arrangement, the 681 aspiring martial artists were served lunch, meat and vegetables, quite a sumptuous feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they were provided a space to rest. In the afternoon, they regrouped in a square where high-ranking officials from the Jiangnan Military District, Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, and the HR Alliance awaited. Li Yu's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on two familiar faces. Lin Hai, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulder, and Wu Tong. After swiftly acquiring their weaponry, Li Yu donned the gear casually, though it hardly inspired seriousness. Compared to the weapon Jiang Yan had lent him before, this equipment was a poor substitute. The pair of alloy combat boots, military trousers, and a tactical vest, along with the blood shadow battle knife in his hand, hardly seemed worth $1 million. Luo Feng, a voice called from afar. Li looked up to see Wu Tong. After tidying himself up, he approached, with Luo Feng rushing to follow suit. Supervisor Wu, Uncle Wu. They followed Wu Tong into a quiet second-floor lounge. In Chapter 34, The Crushing Bureau. Are you proposing a bet? Upon entering the second floor, they found several individuals seated, sipping tea and conversing. Li Yu recognized too Zhuge Tao, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan City, one of the 4 great figures, and Lin Hai, the chief instructor of the Special Forces at the Jiangnan Military District Headquarters. Zhuge, are these the 2 extraordinary talents you mentioned? I feel they are no better than those from our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, boomed the burly man seated opposite Zhuge Tao, eyeing Li Yu and Luo Feng with a hearty laugh. Our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall has also recruited 2 ahead of time. One possesses physical attributes that rival theirs, while the other is a genius with firearms. He gestured towards 2 young men seated nearby, who stood upon meeting his gaze. I am Wandong, Iam Ma, Xiao. The 2 introduced themselves, one cold, the other warm. Li Yu, he shrugged, dismissing their introductions. He had already surmised the purpose behind their summons. Luo Feng followed suit with his introduction. Li Iwa, Luo Feng. The aloof young man, Wandong, spoke directly. Do you 2 have the courage to compete? In tonight's martial artist practical assessment, who will secure the highest score? With that, a glint of combativeness sparked in Wandong's eyes. No, you should ask Luo Feng. Li Yu replied without a moment's hesitation, promptly shifting the responsibility to Luo Feng. I have no interest either. Luo Feng quickly concurred, shaking his head. Wandong paused momentarily, then offered a cold laugh, seemingly satisfied without pressing further. These 2 little fellows are quite intriguing. They display composure, not rushing in with heated heads. I rather like these 2 young men, haha. The burly man from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall chuckled, entirely oblivious to the peculiar expressions exchanged between Zhuge Tao and the military dignitaries. Among the 3 factions present, perhaps only the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall remained unaware of Li Yu's true capabilities. However, they said nothing. After all, it was not their reputation at stake. The martial artist practical assessment will commence shortly. Let us proceed. Zhuge Tao signaled for Wu Tong to escort Li Yu and Luo Feng away. As they entered the ranks of aspiring martial artists, they followed the throng, guided by military personnel, walking for nearly half an hour until reaching the outskirts of a small town. By then, the moon had risen, and from the town, an array of disquieting sounds emanated. Navigating past the numerous soldiers stationed on patrol around the community, the aspiring martial artists could see countless beastly eyes, drooling and fixated upon them. Hurry! The number of monsters inside is insufficient. Bring in another 3 000 H-rank monsters. They vaguely overheard commands from within the town, shortly before witnessing heavy trucks transporting a multitude of monsters into the area. Luo Feng, Wu Tong remarked, observing the scene before him with an unperturbed demeanor. Having good physical attributes and proficient blade skills does not guarantee success in battling monsters. After all, some individuals panic at the sight of blood, rendering their full combat potential utterly ineffective. This is precisely why we conduct martial artist practical assessments, to temper your resolve and prepare you for life and death combat. Remember, do not show mercy. Understood. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Supervisor Wu, just how many monsters are there? Li Yu surveyed the town's expanse, turning to Wu Tong. What does it matter how many monsters there are? You're merely going through the motions. Do not slay too many, Wu Tong replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was in truth his first encounter with a battle general-level martial artist participating in a practical assessment for aspiring martial artists. If this fellow were to unleash his full potential upon the 30,000 monsters designated for the assessment, one might question whether he could even survive until midnight. Most of the creatures herein are classified as H-rank monsters, equivalent to the novice warrior tier, and are arguably even less formidable. After all, They lack intelligence and are driven solely by a bloodthirsty urge to slaughter. Although they exhibit aggressive tendencies, any moderately seasoned novice warrior can easily dispatch them with a bit of caution. However, few experienced warriors participate in the practical assessments against these monsters, as most are fledgling warriors who have never encountered bloodshed. Despite their physical prowess being comparable to that of novice warriors, they fall short in life-and-death combat. This has led to numerous incidents of near warriors perishing or becoming crippled during these assessments. Facing a seasoned warrior like Liu, however, is an entirely different matter. I'll just take down a few. Securing first place shouldn't be an issue, right? 50 should suffice for the top spot, so don't overdo it. If you kill too many, it might be difficult to explain to the military district. In the end, Wu Tong delivered his final warning. Relax, I got this. Liu shrugged, dismissing his concerns, and listened as an officer detailed the rules and regulations of the practical assessment. It was set to commence at 18:30 tonight and conclude at 6:30 the following morning. The more monsters one slaughters, the higher the score. Proof of each kill is required in the form of a severed left ear. Any form of infighting is strictly prohibited, with violators facing immediate execution. At the conclusion, the top 60 scorers would advance to attain warrior status, while the bottom 40 would be eliminated. Clear and straightforward. The officer then offered some advice regarding performance evaluation and ranking criteria, but Liu paid little attention, only waiting for the officer's lengthy speech to conclude before leisurely entering the town. As the sole entrance closed behind him, the practical assessment officially began. Shortly after entering the town, Liu parted ways with Luo Feng and Yang Wu, offering no resistance or reason to halt their departure. After all, the dangers posed by the practical assessment were trivial compared to those in the wilderness. If they couldn't face this alone, they would struggle as lone wolves or members of a warrior squad in the future. Time passed slowly, and Liu made no deliberate attempts to seek out monsters. After casually dispatching a few, he sought a shaded spot to take a nap, entirely untroubled by the possibility of a monster ambush. As for why he killed a few, it was merely a precaution against oversleeping. Chapter 35. Digging for people. As time slipped away, the secluded town was rife with combat. Only the area where Liu lay sleeping remained relatively peaceful. Occasionally, a few oblivious monsters would approach him, only to be swiftly decapitated by a flash of his blade. The overwhelming pressure of his prowess instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. After all, this town served as the venue for the practical assessment, and all monsters had been captured by the military. The strongest among them were G rank, equivalent to intermediate warriors. Monsters of this caliber posed no challenge to Liu, and even Luo Feng could easily slay them at present. Adjacent to the secluded town, within a large building, an array of liquid crystal displays surrounded the room, showcasing the events unfolding in various areas of the town. Hundreds of soldiers were seated before the screens, vigilantly monitoring the novice warriors undergoing the practical assessment. Whenever they spotted someone on the verge of defeat, they promptly alerted the enforcement team for rescue. How naive their methods were. Outside an isolated room, two burly men leaned against the railing, wine glasses in hand, sipping while observing the comprehensive surveillance on the large screen. One was the supervisor from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, whom Liu had previously encountered in a tranquil building, while the other was clad in military attire, sporting a single star on his shoulder. "Major, weren't we once as clumsy in our battles against monsters?" remarked the burly man, taking a sip of the fiery liquid that coursed down his throat, a hint of nostalgia in his smile. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, 2 decades had elapsed. The officer echoed this sentiment, then playfully punched the burly man on the chest, teasing, "You Wong have risen to the position of supervisor at the Thunderbolt Academy. Quite the big shot." The burly man chuckled heartily. "And you, Iron Monkey, have also climbed to a rank of 1 star. All thanks to our hard-fought battles." The officer shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions, when a loud report interrupted them. "Report." A young lieutenant jogged over, saluting before delivering his message, clutching a freshly printed photograph. "Our drone has detected a novice warrior leaning against a wall in a blind spot of the surveillance. It's unclear whether he is unconscious or otherwise. Unless there is a special circumstance, notify the enforcement team for rescue," the officer instructed, though he couldn't comprehend why such a trivial matter required his approval. "Report. There is a special circumstance." "What special circumstance?" The officer took the photograph from the lieutenant, revealing a young man in his 20s, motionless against the wall, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, yet devoid of any blood. Fainted from fear? The officer furrowed his brow. While such occurrences sounded implausible, they were not entirely unheard of. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. If he had fainted from fear, it would be too coincidental for him to collapse in a surveillance blind spot. Isn't this Liu? The burly man, named Wang, leaned closer, examining the photograph captured by the drone, instantly recognizing the identity. Liu. The officer frowned slightly. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it mentioned before, but he couldn't recall the context. A genius recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. But what is he doing lying there? Wang pondered aloud. Exhausted from battle? Unlikely. He bears no signs of injury, so fatigue seems implausible. Fainted from fear? Even less likely. A talent recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy cannot be so weak. Report. I have reviewed the entire footage of this novice warrior. He easily dispatched 5 H-rank monsters before disappearing from the surveillance. He must have remained in this state ever since. The lieutenant reported with clarity. Take me to the surveillance footage. The officer was somewhat perplexed. If he had effortlessly slain 5 H-rank monsters, it was almost guaranteed he would pass the practical assessment. In that case, why was he lying there? Wang closely followed, eager to uncover the extent of Liu's confidence. The lieutenant approached a display screen, typing a few commands, and the screen began to play back all surveillance footage of Liu since entering the town, at 5 times the normal speed. The footage played swiftly before the officer and the burly man's scrutinizing eyes. His true strength was sufficient to dominate H-rank monsters, and his combat experience was impressive. As 2 battle general-level warriors, their discerning eyes provided immediate assessments, at least at the high warrior level. An intermediate warrior could not manage such ease. I see now why Wu Tong is so confident. He has this ace up his sleeve, Wang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Fixated on the screen, displaying Liu. His talent is indeed remarkable. He must have been in the wilderness, or else he wouldn't possess such experience with monsters. The officer shrugged, voicing his opinion, but being overly arrogant in the practical assessment by sleeping in a surveillance blind spot is quite reckless. An experienced high-level warrior would not succumb to fear or fatigue against mere H-rank monsters. There must be another explanation. Bring up Luo Feng's perspective. Wang instructed without hesitation. Upon witnessing the officer's nod, the second lieutenant hesitated no longer. After identifying Luo Feng, he swiftly summoned the surveillance footage. At that moment, Luo Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous creature. Thus it sufficed to directly synchronize the monitoring visuals. This young man possesses remarkable prowess. As I gazed at the screen, both the officer and the burly man were taken aback. A youth clad in battle attire, wielding a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow battle knife, was valiantly resisting the onslaught of 5 shadow cats. Yet, it was apparent to the officer and the brawny man that he could effortlessly resolve the situation. He was utilizing the martial arts practical assessment as a free training opportunity, a true gem. Furthermore, his agility was extraordinary. At the micro level, both the burly man and the officer remarked simultaneously, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Achieving micro-level agility is a feat that even many battle general-level martial artists cannot accomplish, yet this mere 18-year-old lad has attained it. Has the Extreme Martial Arts Academy struck a stroke of luck, discovering 2 treasures at once? Observing Luo Feng on the screen, the burly man felt a pang of envy surge within him, bitterly exclaiming, that Liu is merely talented. This Luo Feng is absurd. At just 18, his agility reaches the micro-level. What greatness awaits in his future? In that moment, Liu paled in comparison to Luo Feng in the burly man's eyes. After all, physical prowess and realms can be bolstered by talent, technology, and treasures, but agility is something that requires battle experience and a solid foundation to even hope to attain. Chapter 36. The Martial Artist Practical Assessment concludes. Liu, lost in slumber, remained unaware that even in his dreams, he was being captured by aerial drones. Awakening as dawn broke, he murmured to himself, "It seems we're nearing the end." Rising, he stepped out of the surveillance blind spot, armed with his blood shadow battle knife. He strode confidently down the street. He paid little heed to the H-grade monsters, for, regardless of their monetary value, the materials were not his to claim. Nevertheless, one must seize the opportunity. After all, as a battle general-level martial artist, failing to place within the top 10 in the practical assessment would not earn him ire from Wu Tong, yet it felt inappropriate to him. He resolved to slay 100 or so beasts. Shrugging his shoulders, he prepared to unleash an overwhelming assault, akin to a child playing with toys. Report. In a standalone, extensive structure, an officer adorned with a single star upon his shoulder stood alone, his keen gaze fixed on the display screen, which showcased Luo Feng's figure. As for the burly man, surnamed Wang, he had departed a few hours prior, taking with him the practical assessment footage of Liu and Luo Feng. On the screen, Luo Feng was besieged by 3 tiger mastiffs, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron-furred wild boars, deftly evading each assault from the 7 diverse H-grade monsters with remarkable finesse, as if merely strolling through a garden. Report. The young lieutenant's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly shouted, "Speak! That Liu has commenced his actions." Now, the officer was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his wristwatch. Only 10 minutes remained until the assessment concluded. What was he up to? As he approached the lieutenant, he furrowed his brow. The display screen revealed that Liu's target was precisely the gathering of beasts. Has he lost his mind? Prepare the enforcement team for immediate rescue. Though he struggled to comprehend the situation, it was, after all, a martial artist practical assessment. Even if the participating aspiring martial artists acted recklessly, their safety must be ensured to the greatest extent possible. Well, let us see how lucky Liu is. Yes, the young lieutenant nodded, promptly relaying Liu's location to the enforcement team. However, as he sent the coordinates and glanced back at the electronic screen, he was rendered speechless. Not only, but the officer with a single star on his shoulder was also left in shock. The display showed Liu, as if taking a leisurely stroll, casually swinging his blood shadow battle knife, decapitating the 3 shadow cats that lunged at him in an instant. Advancing further, he dispatched several more H-grade monsters with a single stroke. Has the Extreme Martial Arts Academy gone mad? The officer's lips twitched involuntarily. In previous one-on-one encounters, it was not evident, for even high-level warrior martial artists could effortlessly slay H-grade monsters with their rich experience. Yet, to traverse through a throng of beasts and easily eliminate each assailant was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary high-level warrior. He must be at the very least a battle general-level martial artist, one with combat experience. What on earth is the Extreme Martial Arts Academy thinking? Allowing a battle general-level martial artist to participate in an aspiring martial artist assessment. Having realized this, the officer immediately pulled out his phone, intending to contact the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. But then he suddenly recalled that Lin Hai had mentioned this Liu to him. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. The officer set down his phone, reminiscing about the information Lin Hai had shared: battle, general-level combat power, mastery of advanced sword techniques, and the successful initial cultivation of genetic primal energy, resulting in a 5,000 increase in punching power. How could Lin Hai, that fool, fail to seize the opportunity to recruit such a talent immediately? The officer grumbled under his breath before continuing to observe Liu's real-time monitoring. Suddenly, a shrill announcement cut through the air, accompanied by a booming voice. The martial artist practical assessment time has concluded. All aspiring martial artists, gather immediately at the town's exit. All aspiring martial artists, gather immediately at the town's exit. Is it over already? Li wa shuja, perturbat. Casually severing the left ear of a beast and placing it into his backpack as he made his way toward the town's exit. By the time he arrived, the entrance of the town was teeming with people. Aside from Liu, every aspiring martial artist bore traces of blood on their bodies. Soon, another blaring horn echoed, as heavy trucks emerged from the town that Liu and the others had just exited, one of which halted before them, laden with dozens of human corpses. Engaging in battle against monsters is akin to walking a tightrope. Why does society afford martial artists privileges? Because you can slay beasts and protect the city. Thus you are granted such rights. To tread this path, one must be prepared to risk their life at any moment. If you're not ready, you may leave at once. I assure you, no one will stop you. A stern officer surveyed the crowd, pointing towards the exit as he barked angrily. This was merely a martial artist practical assessment, arranged with the weakest monsters for your benefit. If you cannot even surpass this hurdle, what will you do when you enter the wilderness and still have a life to lament? The area fell silent in an instant. The officer then turned to leave, while soldiers began tallying the left ears of the monsters slain by the aspiring martial artists to calculate their scores. Liu, carrying a backpack brimming with the left ears of beasts, was first to be counted. Liu, is it? Hand over the left ears of the monsters you've slain. With a flourish, Liu upturned his backpack, causing a multitude of monster left ears to cascade forth before the officer in charge of counting, forming a small mound. Quite a collection. The officer, taken aback, began counting diligently. A total of 87. As of now, you have the highest number of kills, and it is very likely you will be the one with the most kills in this martial artist practical assessment. Next, the tallying proceeded swiftly, and within half an hour, the results of the practical assessment for 631 aspiring martial artists were unveiled. 60 advanced, while 40 were eliminated. Undoubtedly, Liu claimed the title for the highest number of monster kills. The second highest was Wan Dong from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, with 51 kills. Following closely was Lord Luo Feng, with 36 kills. Yet, the rankings of kills held little significance. The one who truly benefited from this practical assessment was Luo Feng. After all, he had successfully refined his agility to the micro level through the monsters encountered in the martial artist practical assessment, a feat only the true protagonist, Luo Feng, could achieve. Shortly after the officer announced the conclusion of the martial arts practical assessment, Liu and Luo Feng were invited to a lounge. It goes without saying that this was an attempt to recruit them. This time, it was the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. After declining their offer, the group returned to the base city. At last, Liu gained access to the internal martial artist network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, ready to utilize his 200 million in startup funds. Chapter 37. Secrets of the Art, Re-entering the Wilderness Zone. In the serene training room, Liu sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the tablet before him. The screen displayed the contents of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's internal network, while the balance in the upper right corner, a staggering 200 million, caught his eye. This was indeed the promised startup capital from the Academy, designated solely for the purchase of secret techniques, martial arts, and guidance methods. With a gentle tap on the tablet, Liu navigated directly to the section for secret techniques. He had already learned the guidance methods during his simulated life, and typically, such knowledge goes unnoticed by others, rendering further expenditure unnecessary. The same could be said for martial arts. However, martial arts secrets, especially those of an offensive nature, are easily detectable once employed. As for exploiting glitches for double or triple joy, Liu considered the exorbitant cost of a single simulation and decided to leave it to fate. Reflecting on his recent readings regarding mental manipulators, he absent-mindedly stroked his smooth chin. Perhaps pursuing the path of a mental manipulator in future simulations could be worthwhile. After all, mental manipulators possess far superior life-preserving and combat capabilities compared to ordinary martial artists during the Earth phase. By the time they reach the cosmic stage, the disparity between the two would be negligible. Lost in thought, yet undeterred, Liu continued to swipe through the screen, scrutinizing various secret techniques. As a practitioner of the blade, his primary focus was on sword techniques. The most desirable choice was undoubtedly the Thunder God's blade technique, Ninefold Thunderblade, priced at a hefty 100 billion. With 4-star contribution points to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, one could procure it at half the cost, 50 billion. In the original narrative, Luo Feng cultivated this very technique, which indeed wielded astonishing power. Even within Liu's earlier simulated life at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he had selected this blade technique, though regrettably, he had never managed to gain entry. However, considering his previous experiences and the advantage of his simulation ability, Liu hesitated briefly before deciding to purchase it. He acquired the first 3 levels for 100 million, leaving him with 100 million in startup capital. Next, he explored the agility techniques, and upon finding a commendable one, he spent another 100 million from his account. Thus, Liu's entire startup fund was expended. Had he been allowed to use this money independently, he could have invested it in gold, and with the remaining 1.9 billion he possessed, it would have sufficed for a single simulation. Alas, the funds were restricted solely for the acquisition of secret techniques, guidance methods, and martial arts. It was time to earn some money. Liu shrugged in exasperation. Ever since acquiring this system, he felt he had never known a moment of leisure, perpetually fretting over finances. At this rate, he sensed that surpassing the impoverished Qian Wu, the national leader, was merely a matter of time. Such poverty was intolerable. The efficiency of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was remarkable. Within an hour, copies of the first 3 levels of the Ninefold Thunderblade and the agility technique Cloud Ladder were delivered, holding the 200 million worth of discs. Liu listened to the martial artist's warnings before returning to the training room to commence his cultivation. As for weapons, upon learning about the set Liu had borrowed from Jiang Yin, Zhuge Tao waved his hand, indicating that it was a gift. Liu attempted to decline, but Zhuge Tao did not afford him the opportunity. He casually told Jiang Yin that he would cover the cost before departing from Mingyue community. The nearly 20 million worth of weapons seemed trivial in Zhuge Tao's eyes. Regardless, the weapons set, including the Blood Shadow Combat Blade, a 6 model, and the Series 5 combat suit, was more than adequate for Liu's current level. 3 days later, at Mingyue Community, Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Uncle Wu, I choose Brother Yu. Dressed in a black combat suit, Luo Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. All right. Liu will likely depart alongside the Morning Fox team. A squad of 2 battle general class martial artists will sufficiently ensure both your training and safety. Wu Tong nodded slightly. He had just called Luo Feng over to inquire whether he wished to enter the wilderness zone, join Zhuge Tao's arranged Firehammer team, or accompany Liu into the wilderness zone. The choice was evident. In Luo Feng's eyes, Liu held greater status than the unfamiliar Firehammer team. After all, Wu Tong mentioned that Liu's current strength and experience were not inferior to Jiang Yin's. Furthermore, the Morning Fox team was itself composed of battle general class martial artists. presenting a significant advantage over the Firehammer team. "What do you think, Liu?" "I am capable," Liu promptly replied, though a hint of concern crossed his face. "However, the Morning Fox team may not be able to join us. They just returned from a city not long ago, having been on high alert for an extended period. It has only been a few days. They might not be willing to venture into the wilderness zone again." Liu conveyed his thoughts honestly. Wu Tong paused for a moment, contemplating that killing nearly 100 beast general class monsters within a month, even if most were low tier, would indeed be a trial for the Morning Fox team members. It was entirely understandable that they would wish to rest for a while. He had no authority to compel them. "Then you should both join the Firehammer team." "I intend to go solo this time," Liu shrugged, expressing his preference. Wu Tong felt somewhat helpless. Even though he sensed that Liu's solitary journey into the wilderness zone was unsafe, he had to concede to his resolute attitude. Battle general class martial artists could ensure their safety in the wilderness zone, provided they did not venture into the core areas. As for Luo Feng, he was assigned to the Firehammer team. Liu, on the other hand, boarded a train, departing from Jiangnan City, heading straight for the supply base of the Southeast Military District. This base was larger than that of the North Military District in Jiangnan. Seated on the train, Liu perused the descriptions of the Southeast Military District on his phone, and a thought flashed through his mind. Upon arriving at the station, he gazed at the supply base, further confirming his suspicion. The scale of the Southeast Military District was undoubtedly far greater than that of the North Military District in Jiangnan, evident from both the supply base and the quality of martial artists present. It was only natural, given its proximity to City 003, the former magical city of Shanghai. One could expect such configurations, and even a level higher would seem reasonable. Standing on the balcony of his assigned residence, Liu gazed out at the vast remnants of the metropolis, murmuring to himself. It was uncertain how Wu Tong would react if he had known beforehand that Liu's destination was City 003. Chapter 38, Bloodshed. After all, while battle general class martial artists could ensure a degree of safety in certain areas, those areas could never encompass City 003. Yet, Liu felt he had no choice. He could not simply wait behind Luo Feng, hoping to encounter Li Wei. Moreover, even if he did meet Li Wei with his current strength, he could not possibly contend with Li Wei's two bodyguards. However, merely watching Luo Feng slay was somewhat unsatisfactory, especially since he had met his demise at the hands of that individual over a dozen times. To not take action felt like a betrayal of his own resentment. Yet, to achieve such an aim, he needed to grow stronger. This, in turn, required financial investment. The minimum cost of 400 million for a single simulation left Liu with no other option but to head to the city. Thus, he decided to boldly venture to City 003, the former Shanghai. With a brief preparation of supplies, Liu shouldered his backpack and set off down the highway alone. After traversing the highway for 2 days, I officially entered the confines of City 003. As twilight descended, Liu, under the silver glow of the moonlight, swiftly determined his destination. An amusement park located less than 2 kilometers away. The expansive grounds were flanked by dense clusters of buildings, undoubtedly teeming with monsters. Having made his decision, Liu wasted no time, cautiously advancing along the narrow path. Gripping his blood shadow battle blade tightly, he felt akin to a taut bowstring, perpetually poised for action. A thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the city, abruptly halted by a human's furious shout. Evidently, a Lord-level monster was engaged in combat with a God-level warrior in that direction. Yet, this did not deter Liu. He continued to tread cautiously and swiftly forward. Under normal circumstances, a warrior of his caliber could cover such a distance in an instant, but here it took him a full 20 minutes. Along the way, he encountered several high-ranking beast soldiers, each swiftly dispatched with a single decisive strike. He dared not linger to collect materials, hastily fleeing to avoid the attention of other monsters. At this juncture, even a second-s delay could heighten the risk of being besieged. Should that occur, with his current strength, he would be torn to shreds by countless beasts in an instant. Upon reaching his destination, Liu meticulously searched for a suitable place to reside. Much like his previous experience in City 014, he selected a high-rise building situated centrally. This would suffice. With his target confirmed, he ascended rapidly, dispatching any beast soldiers encountered on the way with swift precision until he reached the 12th floor of the residential building. True to the reputation of City 003, the 12th floor housed a spacious apartment of over 70 square meters. Liu quickly set up traps designed to alert him, then collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The number of beast general level monsters he had witnessed on this journey far surpassed those he had encountered alongside the Morning Fox squad in City 014. Although the situation had not yet reached the point where Lord-level monsters roamed freely, it was alarmingly close. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of warrior-level monsters. It was no wonder the Southeast Military District was considerably larger than the Northern Military District of a Jiangnan Bay city. Regret washed over him at the thought that he should have brought Meng Yin along. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only face them with equanimity. Cautiously stepping over the traps he had laid, Liu ascended to the 13th floor, where he eradicated the monsters present. He then secured the passage from the 13th to the 14th floor with traps, replicating the methods utilized on the 11th floor. After all, Liu was alone, and during his moments of rest, he had no one to keep watch. Such precautions were not excessive. Moreover, these traps were not intended to eliminate foes, but rather to emit sounds upon triggering, preparing Liu for any imminent threats, thus preventing him from reacting in haste. Having completed these preparations, Liu let out a slight sigh of relief, leaning against his backpack laden with supplies, closing his eyes to rest. Yet even in repose, his hand remained steadfastly gripping the hilt of the Blood Shadow battle blade. In the early hours, as dawn began to break, Liu opened his eyes, rose, and made his way to the balcony. The biting cold wind stung his face, invigorating him instantly. It was time to commence. Liu pressed his lips together, grasped the Blood Shadow battle blade, and gingerly navigated around the traps he had set the previous night before swiftly descending the stairs. City 003 was indeed perilous, yet it bore similarities to City 014. While the number of beast general level monsters was increasing, the difficulty in exterminating them concurrently diminished. After all, in the county and town regions, no beast general level monster was without its retinue of 100 or more beast soldier level monsters for protection. Even the strong would hesitate to confront them directly. Being besieged by a horde of beasts would spell disaster. Here, many beast general level monsters existed. While the weaker might perish upon entry, the challenge for the strong was comparatively less daunting. This presented an opportunity. Cautiously skirting the amusement park's perimeter, Liu sought out the weaker beast general level monsters that lacked a phalanx of beast soldiers. He would then muster all his strength to eliminate them, gather materials, and make a swift exit. Thus, Liu lingered around the amusement park for a full 8 days. During this period, he successfully vanquished nearly 30 beast general level monsters. Although they were all of the initial rank, he was eager to return to the base and ascertain their market value. Gazing at his bulging backpack, Liu no longer tarried. He chewed on high-energy food and hoisted his pack, remaining vigilant as he descended. The highway lay approximately 2 kilometers away. Liu squinted towards the distant highway, steeled himself, and stealthily made his way towards it. In a mere 2 kilometers, he swiftly completed the journey. The moment his feet touched the asphalt, the tension within him gradually eased. Yet, this was still a wilderness area. Liu took only a brief rest before setting off toward the supply base of the Southeast Military District. With nearly 30 beast general-level monster materials in his backpack, Liu felt confident that they should fetch at least 200 million Huaxia coins. Coupled with his existing wealth of 1,900,000,000 Huaxia coins, he should be able to amass enough to acquire a ton of gold. With that, he would have the opportunity to simulate life. Whether to enhance his strength or to serve as a lasting card for a return to greatness, the choice would ultimately be his own. Chapter 39. Who is the benefactor? Mr. Liu, are you certain you wish to settle all payments in gold? The head of materials procurement for the HR Alliance, stationed at the capital base city, stared at the young man before him in disbelief. In all his years, he had never encountered such audacity. 27 beast general-level monsters, with a total material value exceeding 200 million, and he intended to exchange it all for gold? No, Li Iwarablia. Shaking his head as he pushed a bank card across the table. This card contains another 200 million. In total, 400 million. Acquire as much as you can. After leaving City 003 and returning to the Southeast Military District supply base, Liu opted not to sell the monster corpses immediately. Instead, he boarded a train bound for the capital base city, the largest and closest to the Southeast Military District. Subsequently, he visited the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to sell off materials from a relatively inexpensive initial beast general-level monster. After verifying his identity as an initial warrior, he made his way to the HR Alliance Mall. After negotiating a price with the manager, he conveyed his request, payment in gold. Based on the current market price for gold, approximately 400 G. The total value of the monster materials combined with the 200 million in cash should entitle him to 1,000 gold. Could they accommodate that? Liu pulled out his phone, displaying the current international gold price, and slid it across the table. That is feasible. However, are you certain you want to convert all 400 million in cash into gold? The HR Alliance manager inquired once more. 1,000 gold, or 1 ton of gold, represented an immense fortune, regardless of whether it was during the Great Nirvana era or now. Otherwise, The phrases gold in chaotic times, antiques in prosperous times would not exist. It was not impossible to procure. After all, the importance of gold today had diminished compared to the Great Nirvana era, as various alloys could serve as adequate substitutes. I am certain, Li responded promptly. Very well, please wait a moment while I consult with my superiors. All right. Half an hour later, Liu emerged from the HR Alliance Mall, now carrying a large suitcase. With a suitcase in hand, he entered a hotel and presented his martial artist credentials to secure a room. Upon opening his suitcase, he revealed neatly arranged gold bars, each weighing in at 50 grams, collectively amounting to a staggering 20 million Chinese yuan. This was indeed a ton of gold. As he picked up one of the gold bars and weighed it in his hand, Liu could not help but marvel at its heft. If he had possessed even a single bar in his previous life, it would have afforded him a considerable degree of financial freedom, wouldn't it? Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 10,475. Would you like to initiate a simulated life? The system immediately responded in his mind. Without hesitation, Liu opted for the simulated life. He had previously contemplated saving his simulation attempts as a trump card for when he encountered insurmountable foes, to be deployed only when he was utterly exhausted from battle. However, after some reflection, he ultimately decided to prioritize enhancing his own strength instead, given the limited number of simulations available for the time being. Text materialized before him. At 21, you have attained the rank of a novice warrior, earning wealth through hunting monsters in City 003 to augment your strength. At 22, while hunting in City 003, you suddenly attracted the attention of a divine warrior who uncovered a bounty of 100 billion on the murderer. And with the assistance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the capital, you successfully cleared your name. At 23, amid frenzied slaughter, your prowess escalated to the level of an intermediate warrior, and your agility reached a remarkable level. At 24, a minor beast tide erupted in City 003, and you were torn to shreds by the onslaught of countless monsters. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Martial Arts Realm of 24. 2. The Martial Arts Insights of 24. 3. Memories from half a day before your death. Liu found himself momentarily dumbfounded by the sparse lines of text. It dawned on him only after reading the second line that Li Wei would meet his demise at the hands of Luo Feng early next year. Subsequently, Li Yao and his aunt would issue a staggering bounty of 100 billion yuan. So, who was it that killed him during his 24th year in the simulated life? Surely, Li Wei would not still be fixated on his sister after his own demise, would he? Who, then, was this influential figure? A cascade of questions flooded Li Yu's mind as he began to recall the memories from his third choice, the fleeting moments before his death in the simulated life. He remembered a young man, possessing strength at the novice warrior level, flanked by 2 bodyguards of at least intermediate warrior caliber. Strangely, there were no conclusive images to affirm that this individual was Li Wei. The young man had not introduced himself, but rather bluntly stated his intention to take Li Yu's 2 sisters as concubines. When Li Yu refused, a deadly confrontation ensued, resulting in his demise at the hands of the 2 bodyguards. Indeed, no evidence existed to confirm the identity of this man as Li Wei. Previously, Li Yu had rashly assumed this nobleman to be Li Wei, primarily due to the alignment of the circumstances in his memory. 2 high-ranking warrior bodyguards. A reckless young man of warrior caliber. However, upon further contemplation, it became evident that many individuals could fit this description. Considering appearances, the gap between a 28 or 29-year-old and a 20-something youth is not substantial. While fewer of the former attained the warrior level, many of the latter, nearing their 30s, do. Particularly among the offspring of affluent families, the path to reaching the warrior level is often facilitated by technology and artifacts. As for the high-ranking warrior bodyguards, they are trivial for such families, akin to how the noble offspring of the Wang family warned Luo Feng to distance himself from Su Xin, accompanied by 4 warrior-level protectors. Thus, even a divine warrior must bow to sufficient authority. The final point, however, was crucial: the audacity to eliminate a genius member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall within the base city. This was the reason Li Yu had initially believed this nobleman to be Li Wei. After all, it is not uncommon for a spoiled young master, like Li Wei, to act without regard for consequences. But now, the possibility of Li Wei being the perpetrator seemed increasingly unlikely. Who, then, was this nobleman? After much contemplation, Li Yu shook his head, opting to set aside the mystery. He resolved to strengthen himself. Once he reached the divine warrior level, he doubted that this young master would be capable of defeating him. As for revenge, although he was unaware of the assailant's identity, he retained a vivid memory of the man's face. One cannot escape their fate forever. Regardless of the identity of this nobleman, Li Yu would eventually settle the score. As for Li Wei, Li Yu felt indifferent. Since it was not him, there was no need for retribution. He would simply watch as Luo Feng dealt with him. After all, Li Wei was not a benevolent character. His continued existence posed a threat. Moreover, upon his demise, Li Yao and his aunt would issue a monumental bounty of 100 billion yuan. Li Yu could not help but feel tempted. 100 billion. At the current exchange rate, this amounted to a staggering 250 tons of gold, a sum sufficient to allow Li Yu to undertake 250 simulations of life. Who wouldn't be enticed by that? Of course, 250 tons was likely the entirety of China's gold reserves. With the onset of the Great Rebirth era, the significance of gold had diminished, replaced by various cost-effective and efficient alloys. Consequently, surviving nations ceased extraction of gold or from beneath the Earth's surface. The current gold reserves were remnants from before the Great Rebirth. Nonetheless, amidst the ruins of major cities, numerous gold ornaments could still be scattered about. And when the market could no longer procure gold, it would be prudent to organize expeditions to explore these remnants. I choose option 1. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, Li Yu focused on the system, contemplating the martial arts realm and insights from his 24-year-old self before making his decision. Option 1. The martial arts realm. Intermediate warrior level. Though the allure of the martial arts insights, particularly the mastery of agility, was tempting, Li Yu ultimately dismissed it. The raw power gap between a novice warrior and an intermediate warrior could not be compensated for by refined agility alone. As the tingling sensation subsided, Li Yu felt his physical attributes surge once more, reaching a prominent standard among intermediate warriors. After merely a day's respite in the capital Bay City, he returned to the supply base of the Southeast Military District. Once he replenished his resources, wielding the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, he re-entered City 003. This time, however, he did not venture to the amusement park he had previously frequented, but rather chose a community named Vank Dream City. He hoped to encounter Luo Feng there, seeking to join him in merriment. After all, he had only just attained the intermediate warrior level, while Luo Feng had ascended to the high warrior level. According to the logic of spiritual mind masters being 2 ranks higher, Luo Feng's current prowess as a spiritual mind master equated to that of an intermediate warrior. However, a spiritual mind master of the same level far surpassed an ordinary warrior, and this was merely the beginning of Luo Feng's rise. Before long, his martial prowess would ascend to the novice warrior level, while his spiritual mind mastery would reach the high warrior level. It was at this juncture that he would encounter Li Wei, swiftly dispatching 4 warrior-level combatants, 2 of whom were high-ranking warriors. This exemplified the terrifying potential of a spiritual mind master. Li Yu had once aspired to become a psychic master in the realm of the Sims, yet ultimately found himself helpless, unable to alter his fate despite his inherent talent. Given this reality, it was evident that Luo Feng would soon surpass him. Shaking his head, Li Yu lamented the disparity. Those who relied on cheats advanced far more swiftly than those who did not, a truth even a dog would find amusing. After a 2-day journey on the highway, Li Yu arrived at his destination, Vank Fantasy City. Upon entering a residential building on the 12th floor, designated as his resting place, he began to set up traps around him. Only after securing the area did he set his supplies aside and allow himself a moment of respite. In City 003, every action necessitated that he maintained an optimal state. When it came to life and death situations, prudence was paramount. Otherwise, it would not be a struggle for survival, but rather a march toward demise. Meanwhile, Lord Luo and the Firehammer team were aboard a train, officially entering City 003. After ensuring their basic supplies were replenished, they made their way towards Vank Fantasy City, where Li Yu was stationed. Truly, City 003 was formidable. As they approached Vank Fantasy City, a team of martial artists stealthily entered, swiftly locating a residential building where they settled into an apartment on the 11th floor as their temporary refuge. Excitement filled the air as they reminisced about the recent battle. They had long heard of the dangers, yet the reality was far more perilous than anticipated. One burly man, armed with a large firearm, exclaimed, "Despite our caution, we were forced into combat with a low-tier beast general. What horrors must lurk in the heart of the city?" The city? It's a chaotic mix of dragons and fish. The team leader, gripping his sword, chuckled in response. There, one can encounter divine warriors and lord-level beasts aplenty, monsters on land, and those that land from the sea, alongside the formidable warriors from various bases, including our own Huaxia's elite. Without divine-level strength, venturing there is tantamount to seeking death. The team nodded vigorously, and the leader continued. Everyone retired to the bedrooms and remained vigilant. The windows are small enough that avian-type beasts cannot enter. Chenggu and Wei Tai. You two will take turns keeping watch tonight. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader glanced around and made swift arrangements. With that, everyone but the two sentinels retreated to their rooms to rest. In City 003, a poor state could very well become the catalyst for one's demise. Just as they settled in, a startled exclamation from Wei Tai echoed from outside. WOC. What is it? The leader asked, gripping his sword, his expression shifting to one of tension. A martial artist is hunting monsters below. Wei Tai replied urgently. The others, now alert, emerged from their quarters, binoculars in hand. Following Wei Tai's pointing finger, a figure clad in black combat attire, wielding a blood shadow blade, came into view. At least a mid-tier battle general. The leader assessed, as he observed the figure deftly behead a low-tier beast general and quickly gather materials before making a hasty retreat. Muttered Luo Feng. A hint of confusion etched on his face. You know him? Yes, he was in the same cohort during the martial artist practical assessment. He has achieved battle general status. But what is he doing here? Luo Feng found it hard to believe. Hadn't you mentioned wanting to become a lone wolf? How could he possibly be in City 003? Surely, he hadn't come alone? This was madness. Chapter 41. Temporary entry into the Firehammer team. The same cohort for the martial artist practical assessment? The leader was momentarily taken aback. Luo Feng had initially succeeded in cultivating his gene origin energy, boosting his punching power by 2,000, and through rigorous training, he had attained high-tier warrior status. Relying on his psychic master talent and characteristics, he could barely be compared to a mid-tier battle general. This sequence of events, while seemingly exaggerated, fell within the realm of reason. However, what manner of being was this individual before them? The practical assessment had concluded not long ago, and yet here stood a mid-tier battle general. Moreover, he appeared to be a regular warrior, not a psychic master. If he had consumed something akin to an A-grade gene elixir that drained his potential, he must be an extraordinary talent. There was a high likelihood he would soon ascend to the ranks of divine-level warriors. Indeed, Uncle Wu initially arranged for me to accompany Yu Gu into the wilderness area. Luo Feng, having limited knowledge of Liu, organized his thoughts before speaking again. At that time, Yu Ji's team members were reluctant to return to the wilderness immediately after returning from the city, which is why I joined the Firehammer team. So, in a way, we owe him for discovering such a gem as you, Luo Feng. The burly man with the firearm chuckled, giving Luo Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Does that mean he came to City 003 all alone? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, and the previously jovial, burly man slowly sobered. To venture into a place like City 003 as a lone wolf, it was the privilege reserved for divine-level warriors. The leader and the others, unfamiliar with Liu, refrained from further commentary, silently acknowledging the adage that high skill breeds boldness. Stay alert while you rest. Chengu, assist me with the firearm and be ready to reinforce at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, the leader, witnessing Liu's swift and efficient dispatch of a low-tier beast general, made quick arrangements. Fengzi, come with me. We should greet this Liu. After all, we've seen him in action. It would be remiss not to introduce ourselves. If it's feasible, we should recruit him into our Firehammer team. Such an addition would greatly enhance both our safety and efficiency. All right, despite the considerable number of kills he had amassed recently, Liu felt little improvement in his strength. In a large chain supermarket, a young man dragged a massive wild boar carcass inside. As he collected the valuable materials from the beast, a sigh escaped his lips. Over the past 5 days, he had slain numerous beast generals, matching his prior efficiency from 10 days of hunting low-tier beast generals. Yet, these encounters bore little fruit in terms of personal growth. After all, he had only been battling low-tier beast generals. Winning swiftly through surprise and strength was efficient, but offered little in terms of honing his skills. Seeking out monsters of comparable strength proved futile as well. This was City 003, where beasts stronger than him were plentiful. Even by sheer luck, encountering a beast general was unlikely. Inundated by the tide of countless beast, soldier-level creatures, Liu found himself with no opportunity to escape. Unlike Luo Feng, who, as a psychic master, could carve a path through the horde and had a high chance of survival through flight, Liu had no such recourse. In the face of a beast tide, his only options were to flee or face certain death, either by exhaustion or direct confrontation. There was no third outcome. As for personal growth, he would leave that to the Sims. After hastily collecting the materials, Liu muttered to himself and prepared to depart swiftly. However, at the moment he stood, something caught his eye. Instinctively, he drew his blood shadow blade, momentarily hesitating before striking downwards toward the entrance above. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the assailant staggered back several meters before regaining his footing. A skilled opponent among low-tier battle generals. Who are you lurking about? Li Yu's voice, lowered in the wilderness, held a trace of menace. As he inherited the memories and experiences from countless simulations of life, he learned that in the wilderness, the most perilous threats are not always the monsters. They may also come from fellow human warriors. This notion is further corroborated by the realities of his world, where self-interest is the root of all actions. The two warriors before him approached stealthily, and regardless of their intentions, the imperative was clear: eliminate them if possible. Should a mistake be made, one could ponder the consequences later. "It's me, you." The one standing behind the other promptly stepped forward. His voice was low, yet Li Yu recognized him immediately. "Luo Feng, let us find a safe place to talk." Although he relaxed slightly, aware that this was not the venue for reminiscing, Li Yu beckoned Luo Feng and the other low-level warrior to follow him to his resting quarters. "Goodness, I do need to slay at least 20 or 30 beasts to amass this much material." Entering the building Li Yu designated as his refuge, he carefully sidestepped traps and observed the bulging backpacks inside the bedroom. Both Luo Feng and the warrior captain, who was of the battle general rank, couldn't help but stiffen in surprise. The materials from 20 to 30 beast generals, even if they were all of a low tier, would be worth at least 200 million Huaxia coins. "What brings you here? I recall you were part of the Fire Hammer Squad, honing your skills in the wilderness. How did you end up in City 003? Li Yu feigned ignorance, casually sitting on a piece of discarded stone in the bedroom as he inquired. "Word has it that City 003 offers greater rewards, so we thought we'd take a chance." Luo Feng replied with a grin, then proceeded to introduce the identity of the warrior captain he had just fought, Gao Feng. He then posed his own question. Li Yu had no intention of concealing anything and returned Luo Feng's prior response in kind, causing both to draw a sharp breath. Indeed, he had ventured alone into City 003. What audacity! Typically, even those newly ascended to the God of War rank would hesitate to enter City 003 alone. Yet Li Yu, a mid-level battle general, dared to do so. In that moment, both Luo Feng and Gao Feng comprehended fully Li Yu's rationale for setting so many traps in the vicinity. Operating as a lone wolf in City 003, no level of caution was excessive. "Li Yu, is it not too perilous for you to be alone in City 003? Why not temporarily join our Firehammer Squad? This way, you can ensure your safety during rest and also have the freedom to select suitable monsters for your trials." Chapter 42, Ninefold Thunderblade, achieved. Gao Feng cut straight to the chase, articulating his purpose. After all, he believed that for a talent like Li Yu, hunting monsters was secondary to the invaluable experience gained through combat. Thus, having a warrior squad as support would undoubtedly yield better results than facing challenges alone. "Our squad consists of 6 members, all at the low-level battle general rank, so you need not worry about us slowing you down." All right. Li Yu had chosen to remain near Vank Dream City specifically to await Luo Feng, intending to leverage Luo Feng's rapid development to soar to greater heights together. Now that both had broached the topic, there was no pretense of dissent. He readily agreed. After tidying up the monster materials they had collected, he followed Gao Feng, cautiously descending the stairs to their encampment. The members of the Firehammer Squad were quite pleased to see Li Yu. After all, as Gao Feng had surmised, having an additional strong warrior in the squad meant an increase in combat prowess and safety. As for the division of spoils, with a larger pool, their shares would only increase. That night, Li Yu finally enjoyed a relatively restful sleep in City 003 for the first time. However, mindful of the need for vigilance, he gripped the hilt of his blood shadow blade tightly even in slumber, positioning himself as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Gao Feng and the others noticed this, but chose not to comment. After all, a person audacious enough to venture alone into City 003 had every right to be wary. The night passed, and morning arrived. Should we start with low-level beast generals or medium-level ones? Standing on the balcony, braving the winter chill against his cheeks, Li Yu inquired of Gao Feng while holding a pair of binoculars. "You've been scouting City 003 for nearly a month. You should decide," Gao Feng replied, surveying the scene below. "Then let us test the waters with a medium-level beast general first." Li Yu, peering through the binoculars, spotted a massive crocodile within a gold shop, noting the thick black line on its armored back, confirming its identity as a medium-level beast general. "All right, that black-armored giant crocodile?" Gao Feng did not mind Li Yu choosing a medium-level monster. After all, Li Yu possessed the strength to easily slay low-level beast generals, and now with a warrior squad. Why not target a medium-level one? Following Li Yu's lead, Gao Feng observed the enormous crocodile lounging in the gold shop, revealing a massive tail. Indeed, the black-armored giant crocodile possessed formidable defenses and terrifying bite force. Yet its sensitivity was inferior even to that of a more adept high-level warrior, and crucially, there were no beast soldiers guarding it. It was quite suitable to be their opening target. Seeing Liu nod slightly, Luo Feng wasted no time, waving his hand to summon the others, pointing at the black-armored giant crocodile with a grin. "Brothers, wake up. We're off to earn some money. A medium-level beast general is worth quite a bit." Truly, this was City 003, where such a creature lacked the protection of beast soldiers. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chun Gu, shared knowing smiles, all brimming with confidence. After all, a squad composed entirely of battle generals, with two mid-level warriors, would find dealing with a medium-level black-armored giant crocodile to be a piece of cake. Wouldn't it? There are no monsters within 20 meters. After Liu decided to join the Fire Hammer Squad, Luo Feng no longer concealed his identity as a psychic warrior. Now, he swept the surroundings with his psychic energy and waved his hand, stating, "Psychic warriors are truly remarkable. They surpass any detector." Chen Gu, armed with a heavy firearm, chuckled, but upon receiving a glare from Luo Feng, quickly suppressed his mirth. They proceeded cautiously towards the black-armored giant crocodile in the gold shop. Maintaining a simple formation, the strongest and most resilient led the way, Liu. Following him were Luo Feng and Luo Feng on either side, with the weakest gunman, Chen Gu, positioned centrally, while Wei Tai and Wei Qing brought up the rear. "Wei Tai, stay vigilant around us. I'll charge in first." If the battle isn't resolved in 10 seconds, Luo Feng and Luo Feng, you both follow up quickly to finish it. Liu's eyes gleamed with a hint of battle fervor as he regarded the colossal crocodile. After receiving a nod of consent from Luo Feng, he surged forward, his blood shadow blade descending like a mountain upon the beast. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile, being a medium-level beast general, immediately sensed the presence of this human who dared to provoke it and let out a furious roar as it lunged forward. Clang! The alloy of the blood shadow blade collided against the scales of the black-armored giant crocodile, and despite Liu's full-force strike, it left merely a white mark upon the dark scales. Impressive! Liu charged again, swinging his blood shadow blade repeatedly against the crocodile's armor as it retaliated with its own roars. Soon, 10 seconds had elapsed. "Stop!" Luo Feng, observing Liu's increasingly frenzied assault, grasped Luo Feng's arm to prevent him from moving forward and explained, "You is likely practicing the ninefold Thunderblade, honing his technique through battle. This is a critical moment. Unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb him." Ninefold Thunderblade? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he nodded slightly, retreating a couple of steps to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Is this truly the ninefold Thunderblade? Liu swung his battle blade down with reckless abandon, each attempt growing increasingly swift, until at last, in one decisive motion, the blade fell with an effortless grace. The speed of the blood shadow battle blade surged dramatically, its force escalating in tandem with its velocity, surpassing any strike Liu had previously delivered, and crashing down upon the armored scales of the black-armored giant crocodile. This time, what was once deemed impenetrable bore several fine cracks, akin to strands of hair. The first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade accomplished. At this moment, Liu finally comprehended the profound words spoken by the Thunder God within the ninefold Thunderblade manual. With a fixed blade quality, the faster the speed, the more terrifying the energy contained within. When velocity reaches a certain threshold, even a gentle stream of water can effortlessly slay a beast, and a mere sheet of paper can slice through the world with ease. Now, with a single stroke, Liu combined both the subtle and overt forces, elevating the original potency from a full 10-fold to an astonishing 14-fold, an increase of a full 40%. Furthermore, when combined with the accompanying technique, Flowing Light, and the guiding method, Ninefold Hun Yuan, the synergistic effect of these three elements manifested instantaneously as 11-2. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile emitted a mournful wail. It had barely managed to withstand Liu's blood shadow battle blade, but upon the invocation of the ninefold Thunderblade, every scale struck shattered instantly, ultimately succumbing to Liu's blade in a final, decapitating blow. Retreat! Swiftly gathering the precious materials from the black-armored giant crocodile and stowing them in his backpack, Liu issued a low command and vanished, hastening back to his residence. Chapter 43. The Vault. Liu, have you mastered the ninefold Thunderblade? As soon as he entered his dwelling, before he could even set down his backpack, Luo Feng eagerly inquired. "I was fortunate enough to master the first layer," Liu replied with a grin. Truly a genius, Chen Gu exclaimed, placing his heavy firearm down and giving a thumbs up in admiration. The ninefold Thunderblade, conceived by the legendary Thunder God, founder of the Thunderbolt Martial Academy, possesses an exceptionally daunting level of difficulty in its cultivation. It can be said that among the myriad warriors wielding blades on Earth, over 75% have attempted to train in the ninefold Thunderblade. Among those Liu knows, none have failed to acquire the ninefold Thunderblade. Jiang Yin, Meng Yin, Su Ting, Luo Feng, all have endeavored to cultivate it. Although only Luo Feng has managed to purchase the first 3 layers outright. Jiang Yin and the others opted to acquire the first layer initially before considering the subsequent levels. After all, this endeavor is indeed quite costly. The full price for the first layer is 50 million. Even at half price, it amounts to 25 million. The first 2 layers are valued at 100 million, the first 3 at 200 million, the first 4 at 500 million, and the first 5 at 2 billion. For most warrior-level combatants, spending 25 million to test their luck is already a considerable luxury, let alone for advanced warrior-level fighters like Su Ting. Naturally, aside from Luo Feng, none have successfully cultivated it. Yet the immense rewards derived from such a challenging endeavor are equally substantial. Once one successfully cultivates the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, with both overt and covert energies combined, it yields a remarkable 14-fold force, a staggering increase of 40%. Presently, Liyu's combat prowess ranks among the mainstream level of mid-tier warriors, with a punch capable of exerting approximately 22,000 in strength. After employing the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, this could escalate to around 31,000. It is noteworthy that the physical attributes of mid-tier warriors typically range between 16,000 to 32,000. Surpassing 32,000 qualifies one as a high-tier warrior. Thus, Liu, wielding the ninefold Thunderblade, can already contend with those newly stepping into the realm of high-tier warriors. And this is merely the first layer. The second layer, comprising 2 levels of covert energy and 1 of overt energy, can unleash an astonishing 21-fold power. The third layer, 28-fold. The fourth layer, 35-fold. The ninth layer, a staggering 70-fold. A 7-fold increase. Following this logic, a prospective warrior with a physical threshold just reaching 900, upon wielding the ninth layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, could rival a high-tier warrior like Su Ting, who is merely 1 step away from the warrior level. Of course, finding a prospective warrior capable of grasping the ninefold Thunderblade to such an extent on Earth is highly unlikely. Perhaps in the primal universe. It may be a different story. Liu felt a flicker of joy within, yet upon gazing at Lord Luo, he shook his head. Luo Feng's current strength should be at the high-tier warrior level, with mental prowess at the mid-tier warrior level. But he has achieved the second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, augmenting his combat power by 210. With an enhanced punch force of 6,000, it could reach 12,000 under the boost, comparable to an ordinary seasoned low-tier warrior. He then retrieved a piece of golden jewelry from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. This was something he had pocketed after slaying the black-armored giant crocodile, as it happened to be near a jewelry store. Although it had been nearly looted clean, Li still found value in it. What do you intend to do with that? Gao Feng casually picked up a gold chain, not paying it much mind. Even with gold priced at 400 per gram, it was of little significance in their eyes. After all, this item weighed considerably more than processed materials from beasts. And wandering the city to collect, it was less efficient than directly hunting monsters. I have a particular fondness for gold. I simply took it when I saw it. Liu offered a nonchalant explanation, and the others did not probe further. Personal preferences are not something they could dictate or control. At most, they might caution him if his obsession with such hobbies appeared to spiral out of control, but whether he chose to heed their advice was none of their concern. Chen Gu, however, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I recall seeing a mention of a vault on the martial artist forum earlier. A vault? The eyes of the group instantly turned to Chen Gu, particularly Liu, whose gaze shone with fervor. Yes, it's located in the Villa District, a private vault that wasn't relocated when the government forces withdrew. Subsequently, it was occupied by several high-tier beast generals, and the cost of pursuing them is quite high. So it should still be intact. Chen Gu recalled this with a hint of uncertainty. I'll make a call. Liu's expression brimmed with excitement. Extracting a vault from an area dominated by high-tier beast generals would require at least 1 warrior of divine caliber to venture forth personally. Yet, would a divine warrior really go out of their way for mere gold? It stands to reason that the vault is likely still in pristine condition. Hello? An astonished female voice emerged from Liu's communication device. It was Meng Yan. Sister Yan, Could you look up any post regarding a vault near the Vank Fantasy City in City 003? Since Liu had journeyed alone to City 003, all items concerning his safety had been entrusted to the supply base, including his phone. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and the others were in a similar predicament. Thus, to gather information from the martial artist forum, he could only rely on Meng Yin, who was still resting in the Jiangnan Bay City. Though Meng Yin did not fully grasp the situation, she wasted no time, as it was a simple task for her. After accessing the martial artist forum and compiling some information about the vault near the Vank Fantasy City in City 003, she succinctly conveyed it to Liu. There are 4 high-tier beast generals, and among them, one is on the verge of entering the Lord level. It's quite dangerous, but there's at least a ton of gold stored within, likely around 3 to 5 tons. Let us proceed to the Villa District. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement, a fervent expression adorning his face. He had already resolved that if the Firehammer team was unwilling to assist him, he would have to part ways. As for his initial intention to cling to Luo Feng for support and settle scores with Li Wei, those matters were inconsequential. Gold was of utmost importance. The simulation of life is indeed everlasting. What does it matter whether one clings to the powerful or not, as long as he engages in simulated life sufficiently often? Next year, he shall become the very pillar of the City Lord. Chapter 44. The Enhancement of Understanding. To venture into the Villa District, the members of the Firehammer squad were momentarily taken aback. The presence of 4 high-ranking beast general-level monsters posed a considerable challenge for them. After all, the strongest members of the team were merely Li Yu and Luo Feng, who were respectively a mid-level battle general psychic master and a martial artist on the cusp of advancing to high-level battle general. The other members, including Gao Feng, were all at the elementary battle general level, with even Wei Tai and Wei Qing barely scraping by the threshold of that rank. While they could surround and slay a single high-ranking beast general, encountering 4 at once was another matter entirely. The Villa District was quite expansive and located in the outskirts, where Luo Feng, being a psychic master, had little to fear from the lower-level beast soldiers. After a moment of serious contemplation, Gao Feng concluded to swiftly eliminate a high-ranking beast general while ensuring safety. There is but one method. Chenggu will first injure it with a heavy sniper rifle, after which Luo Feng, and Li will be responsible for severing its tail, while Wei Tai and Wei Qing will handle the approaching beast soldier-level monsters. I have no objections. Neither do I. Nor do we. I have an objection. Chenggu raised his hand with a wry smile. Boss. To penetrate the scales of a high-ranking beast general, one would need at least A-grade armor-piercing ammunition. I certainly do not possess such a thing. Each round costs 8 million, and even at half price in the martial arts hall, it would still be 4 million. I cannot afford to carry that every time I venture out. Let us first replenish our supplies at the base. After a brief silence, Liu spoke up alone. The proceeds from the monster materials I've collected will be evenly shared among everyone, and I shall cover the cost of the armor-piercing rounds. That is not appropriate. Absolutely not. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad instantly rejected the idea. What nonsense is this? The materials from these monsters were acquired solely through Liu's efforts, and they had contributed nothing. How could they possibly share in the spoils? If I recall correctly, everyone just entered City 003 and returned empty-handed, which was perfectly fitting, wasn't he it? Liu shook his head, and his retort left everyone speechless. Returning empty-handed was indeed inappropriate. However, sharing the spoils was even less so. The sum was far too substantial. If it were merely a few 100,000, the members of the Firehammer squad would have accepted it, treating it as Liu's treat for a grand sword. Yet this batch of materials, comprising nearly 30 high-ranking beast general monsters, was worth over 200 million. To split it equally would mean each person receiving at least 30 million. How could that be? Would the Firehammer squad still have any face left? Observing the continued refusal from the others, Liu sighed and decided to reassure the Firehammer squad by offering an explanation. My recent encounter with the black-armored giant crocodile was immensely beneficial. Hence my eagerness upon hearing of high-ranking beast generals in the Villa District. To compensate everyone, I propose we distribute this batch of materials later. Liu's expression was earnest. After all, it was he who suggested the venture into the Villa District, and if successful, he would be the primary beneficiary, potentially amassing several tons of gold, enough to elevate him to the level of a war god if fortune smiled upon him. In light of such immense gains, the 200 million worth of monster materials seemed trivial. Not to mention, the cash equivalent of 200 million would not even suffice for a single opportunity to simulate life, and even if it could, converting cash into gold would waste a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, Liu sensed that engaging in life and death battles against opponents stronger than himself was indeed beneficial for his cultivation. Moreover, whether it was due to the increased frequency of death in simulated life or not, Liu felt his aptitude for understanding was gradually improving. In the past, before the emergence of the system, he had struggled to even glimpse the path of a martial artist, but now, through combat, he effortlessly mastered the 9-layer Thunderblade. He remained unconvinced that the influence of simulated life had no contribution to his progress. Understanding, in fact, was the most crucial aspect throughout the entire narrative of Swallowing the Stars. Talent is but an illusion. Only understanding holds the true essence. As long as one possesses sufficient understanding and comprehends the laws of the universe, transcending boundaries becomes a non-issue. For there are countless treasures capable of enhancing one's realm. On Earth alone, Baba Ta possesses a plethora of Widya crystals specifically designed for cultivation above planetary levels. If administered to an ordinary martial artist, each one could help them attain the status of a council member. However, blindly consuming such treasures for advancement, no matter how quickly one rises initially, would ultimately lead to stagnation, resulting in a lifetime of stagnation. Those with strong understanding, however, would progress even earlier. This is precisely why, after Luo Feng joined the Virtual Universe Company, the company provided a vast array of nutrition solutions derived from various treasures to assist geniuses in elevating their realms. Splitting the spoils was definitely out of the question. Gao Feng promptly denied the notion, and after a moment of contemplation, he proposed a solution. Since you have single-handedly slain these monsters, you should undoubtedly take the lion's share, while the remaining 5 of us can split the rest as a fee for our efforts. Thus, you would receive 90%, and we would share the remaining 10%. Luo Feng and the others nodded in agreement. After 2 days of travel, without needing to engage in life and death struggles with monsters, each person would still walk away with 500,000. This was undeniably a good deal. I can't allow that. We're already taking a significant advantage at 10%. If you continue to be so distant, we might as well part ways. Observing Gao Feng's resolute demeanor, Liu sighed and nodded in acquiescence. They then gathered their materials and set off on the return journey. Arriving back at their destination only to return was a first for Gao Feng and the others. 2 days later, Liu and his companions, weary from travel, entered the supply base of the Southeast Military District. They then boarded a train directly heading to the capital city base. Unfortunately, while monster materials could be sold at the supply base, items like A-grade armor-piercing rounds could only be procured from the major powers in large base cities. They first sold nearly 30 Beast General-level monster materials to the HR Alliance, then purchased a tablet at the roadside, logged into their martial artist accounts, and accessed the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to buy A-grade heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing rounds. Was it impossible to purchase A-grade armor-piercing rounds from the HR Alliance Mall? Clearly not. As one of the 4 major powers within a super-large base city, there was virtually nothing the HR Alliance could not procure. The issue was that if Liu and his companions attempted to purchase from the HR Alliance, each round would cost 8 million Huaxia coins, without any room for negotiation. However, in the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, with Gao Feng's sufficient contribution points, if he purchased on their behalf, the price for A-grade armor-piercing rounds would be half, amounting to 4 million Huaxia coins. The price difference was substantial, and it was entirely reasonable to make an additional trip. The efficiency of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was consistently commendable. Within 2 hours of purchase, a sealed black box was delivered to Liu and his companions by a martial artist. Upon opening it, 4 bullets shimmering with a ghostly blue hue came into view. 4 rounds cost a total of 16 million. After Liu's insistence and Gao Feng's reasoned arguments, it was decided that Liu would bear 70% of the cost, while the entire Firehammer squad would share the remaining 30%. With the bullets in hand, the Firehammer squad wasted no time and boarded the train once more to return to the Southeast Military District supply base. After resting for a night at the supply base, they set off towards City 003, heading directly for the Villa District. Chapter 45, A Bountiful Hall. The Villa District, home to the Treasury, lay in the outskirts, slightly more remote than the Vank Fantasy City where Liu had previously resided. Moreover, with few nearby buildings, the quality of the monsters was not particularly high. There were hardly any high-ranking beast generals to be found. As they journeyed, Liu and his companions encountered only 4 initial-level beast general monsters, which was to be expected. If they were in a densely populated area, it would be unlikely for 4 high-ranking beast generals to occupy it. In a manner reminiscent of their previous encounter at Vank Fantasy City, It is utterly implausible for any force lacking Lord-level prowess to establish a foothold in this territory, let alone in the core area that lies deeper within. We shall first confront this formidable beast general among the 4 high-grade beasts. Outside the villa district, Liu and his group of 6 concealed themselves amid the grass, gazing at the tranquil compound enclosed by a fence. Gao Feng produced some documents and pointed to a photograph, asserting, "Let us deal with the easier target first." "I have no objections." "Neither do I." "Sounds good," responded the others. Following Gao Feng's gesture, Liu and the others focused on the image of a colossal feline with 2 tails, nodding in agreement. The 2-tailed tiger cat is relatively the most manageable among the 4 high-grade beast generals present. I will lure it out. Chenggu, keep your rifle ready. Liu and Luo Feng will respond to the signal. As soon as the words left his lips, Gao Feng rose, wielding 2 gleaming silver hammers, easily tearing through the fence with a thunderous roar that drew countless beastly eyes towards him. Upon realizing a human was before them, they instantly roared and charged at Gao Feng in a frenzied stampede. However, these were merely beast soldier-level monsters, and the disparity in strength between them and Gao Feng was immense. Even the high-grade beast soldiers could not escape the fate of being crushed by a single hammer blow. In that moment, Gao Feng surged forward with unstoppable momentum, embodying the spirit that no one could stand in his way. Meanwhile, Chenggu swiftly ascended a sprawling tree, carefully setting up his assembled heavy sniper rifle. He gingerly retrieved a sealed black iron box from his backpack, opened it, and extracted 4 shimmering azure bullets, loading them into the chamber one by one. Below, Wei Tai and Wei Qing remained still, tasked with protecting Chenggu. Liu and Luo Feng gripped their blood shadow war blades tightly, their eyes fixed on Gao Feng, poised to spring into action at any moment. All awaited the emergence of the 2-tailed tiger cat. Meow! A piercing cry of the cat rang out unexpectedly, and under the watchful gaze of Liu and Luo Feng, an orange, beastly silhouette suddenly materialized. Gao Feng's expression shifted, and he retreated in haste. Now, Liu and Luo Feng sprang into action, the former wielding his blood shadow warblade, while the latter, using his mental prowess, summoned a flurry of flying knives that circled around him before launching towards the 2-tailed tiger cat. Currently an advanced warrior, Luo Feng's mental manipulation allowed each flying knife to deliver an impact comparable to the full force of a mid-tier general, with 6 knives equating to the combined might of 6 mid-tier beast generals. As the 2-tailed tiger cat narrowly evaded one blade, another followed closely, and just as it deflected that, a blood shadow war blade struck again. Soon after, 2 hammers descended upon it. In that instant, despite being a high-grade beast general, the creature found itself overwhelmed and beleaguered. After all, cats are creatures of speed rather than defense or offense. But just as it contemplated fleeing, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, and an azure bullet shot from 100 meters away, striking the center of its forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The beast general's sturdy skull crumbled like fragile glass under the impact of the 4 million per bullet specialized ammunition, shattering upon contact. The 2-tailed tiger cat collapsed lifelessly to the ground. That shot was magnificent. A slight cheer escaped Gao Feng's lips as he promptly began to harvest materials from the slain beast. Meanwhile, Liu and Luo Feng took it upon themselves to clear the remaining beast soldier-level monsters. After all, 3 more high-grade beast generals awaited them. And every additional kill now would mean 1 less adversary during the forthcoming beast tide. Thus, without hesitation, the 2 began to eliminate the multitude of beast soldiers below, with Luo Feng proving to be the swifter of the pair. His 6 flying knives danced through the air, and it became impossible to count how many beast soldiers had fallen to his assault. Roar! Hiss! Not long after, 2 enraged roars pierced the air, and before Liu and Luo Feng's eyes, a wolf and a boar emerged into view, 2 of the 3 remaining high-grade beast generals residing within this villa district. The Moon Shadow Wolf and the Unicorn Wild Boar, both high-grade generals, had hurried over upon sensing the demise of the 2-tailed tiger cat. Yet as they approached, they were met with the gruesome sight of the dismembered body. Before they could charge, however, 2 bullets whizzed from 100 meters away, striking one in the abdomen and the other in the joint of its foreleg. The former's abdomen erupted with a gaping wound, while the latter's leg bones were shattered upon impact. It must be said that despite their exorbitant cost, the results were undeniably impressive. At that moment, only Liu perceived the worth of each bullet as 4 million. The efficacy was astounding. The Moon Shadow Wolf, now with a massive blood hole in its belly, found itself in a dire state, retreating under the relentless onslaught of Liu's blood shadow warblade until it met its end with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, The unicorn wild boar, with its shattered foreleg, struggled to keep pace and was no match for Luo Feng, a mid-tier general and mental manipulator. Under the full assault of the 6 flying knives, it too met a swift demise. Where's that monkey? They hastily gathered the materials from both creatures' bodies, then steeled themselves for the final high-grade beast general, the one whose strength was said to be perilously close to that of a lord. However, after a considerable wait, aside from the corpses of numerous beast soldiers around them, Li Yu and his companions found nothing. The powerful monkey seemed to have vanished without a trace, eluding their grasp. Let us move. Gao Feng waved his hand to beckon Chenggu and the others to follow, then led the way towards the location of the treasury indicated in their documents. It was the remains of a medium-sized villa, seemingly comparable in size to Li Yu's residence in Minghua community. There was a basement below. Upon entering the basement and switching on his portable flashlight, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad were momentarily blinded by the glimmer of gold before their eyes. What lay before them was a staggering array of gold bricks, uniformly stacked, amounting to at least 7 or 8 tons. Gao Feng swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Outside the villa district, a team of 9 martial artists advanced cautiously. It seems a considerable number of monsters have recently perished here. One elder among the 9 suddenly halted and remarked. Chapter 46. What must come will eventually arrive. This is an incredible windfall. As the Fire Hammer Squad emerged from the dilapidated and desolate villa district, Chenggu, armed with his firearm, was the first to burst into laughter. Who would have thought this place could yield such an abundance of gold? Gao Feng, wielding the Blood Shadow warblade, chimed in with a tone tinged with awe. A full 6 to 7 tons of gold, worth a staggering 2.4 billion Huaxia coins at current market rates. Such a colossal sum would entice even the mightiest of war gods. Who would have imagined we would stumble upon this bounty? Well, let's head back first, process this gold, and then return, Li Yu suggested, his face aglow with delight. Carrying 6 to 7 tons of gold would indeed be a burden for their team, and considering safety and other factors, they ultimately decided that each member would carry 500, with 6 individuals that amounted to 3 tons. The remaining 4 tons would be deposited directly into the system by Li Yu. Recharge successful, current balance, 480, adding the 500 from Li Yu's backpack. The current balance stood at 520. Such a romantic number. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that Li Yu's funds would enable him to simulate life 5 times. Just as Li Yu contemplated how to confront the affluent individual upon their return, Luo Feng's voice thundered, and the glinting flying knives surrounding his body suddenly pointed in a singular direction. Li Yu and Gao Feng swiftly turned to look, only to see a martial artist squad approaching from a distance. There were 9 of them, all warriors, with the exception of a youth and a robust man. The remaining 7 were of Asian descent. They gazed at the backpacks of Li Yu and his companions, their eyes betraying a hint of greed. After all, the sight before them revealed the corpses of 3 high-ranking beast general-level monsters, and the sagging backpacks of this group clearly contained a substantial haul. What could their worth be? Merely the value of those 3 high-ranking beast generals would amount to around 500 million, when combined with the odds and ends from other beast generals. Estimating a total of 1 billion would be far from excessive. Fortunately for them, they were unaware that the sagging backpacks concealed 3 tons of gold. Otherwise, if they knew that a few individuals were burdened with such wealth, they might not hesitate to act. After all, 3 tons of gold alone would be worth over 1 billion. Yet, even so, this was enough to stir their avarice. To encounter the Tiger 2 squad here was truly a haunting presence. Gao Feng's gaze swept over the 9 individuals before him, his expression gradually turning icy. He was well aware of what the Tiger 2 squad represented. However, he was uncertain about the origins of the 3 individuals accompanying them. Was this simply fate's design? Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. The Tiger 2 squad, the mixed-race youth, the burly Caucasian, and the gray-haired elder. There was no doubt, apart from Li Wei, there was no other possibility. Yet, the villa district was already at the outskirts of City 003, hundreds of kilometers away from a location where Luo Feng encountered Li Wei in the original narrative. How had they possibly crossed paths here? The Fire Hammer Squad? He was astonished to learn that they had managed to slay 3 high-ranking beast general-level monsters. Their squad strength was escalating rapidly. The captain of the Tiger 2 squad was equally surprised to run into such an old acquaintance, sneering coldly, "If you know what's good for you, leave the backpacks and scram. Our Thunder Squad might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship." The Thunder Squad? Indeed, this esteemed Lu is the captain of our Thunder Squad, while Mr. Karen serves as our vice captain. It goes without saying that the esteemed Lu is the gray-haired elder, and Mr. Karen is the burly Caucasian. Li Yu sighed softly, directing his gaze toward the mixed-race youth. He was curious to see if this Li Wei was as arrogant as portrayed in the original narrative. This is my first time in City 003. Leave the backpacks behind, and you may go. The mixed-race youth smiled, his tone calm, as though discussing trivial matters. It seemed that the billion-yuan bounty was a necessity to pursue. Li Yu shook his head, his eyes gradually growing fierce. He could understand Li Wei's mindset. After all, as the sole offspring of the high-ranking war god Li Yao, he had always been accustomed to having the wind at his back and rain at his call, fostering an audacious disposition. This was precisely why Li Yu had initially rashly assumed that the esteemed individual was Li Wei. However, this had nothing to do with Li Yu. His aunt was Li Yao's wife, not his. If Li Wei desired it, he should come and take it himself. Li Yu crossed his arms, his expression languid, yet a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. 3 tons of gold combined, let alone fetching $1 billion. Li Yu was uncertain if he could even afford that. You think you could just take what you please? Gao Feng hefted his heavy hammer, his gaze chilling. The backpacks are here. Come and take them if you dare. Luo Feng scoffed, casually tossing the backpack he bore behind him, 6 flying daggers suspended at his back. Since we could slay 3 high-ranking beast generals, we certainly won't be intimidated by you lot of miscreants. If you wish to fight, we are more than willing to oblige. Oh, and a friendly reminder, we still have some A-grade armor-piercing rounds left. As he spoke, Chun Gu, standing behind, retrieved an iron box from his pocket, extracting gleaming azure-hued bullets to load into his firearm. A-grade armor-piercing rounds? The faces of the 9 individuals instantly soured, unable to resist glancing toward Chun Gu, who had already aimed his heavy sniper rifle at them. The safety disengaged, especially upon witnessing him load the azure-hued bullets. Their expressions grew even graver. They were all too aware of what A-grade armor-piercing rounds could do. They could tear through the scales of high-ranking beast generals. And even a god-level warrior could not afford to ignore their potency. After all, humans and monsters were fundamentally different. Human skin's defensive capabilities could not compare to the scales of monsters. Of course, while it was crucial not to underestimate them, high-ranking beast general-level warriors could easily evade bullets due to their speed, let alone god-level warriors. A-grade armor-piercing rounds, intermediate war, general-level spiritual practitioners. All of them at the war general level. The 9 members of the Thunder Squad exchanged glances. It was evident that the Fire Hammer Squad before them was not weak. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and their purpose for entering City 003 was not to hunt monsters. Rather, it was to protect Li Wei as he underwent practical training in the wilderness. If anything went awry with Li Wei, it would not matter if they could reap tens of billions of Huaxia coins. Both Li Yao and his aunt were formidable characters. Chapter 47, Separation 24. Young Master, since you have come to the wilderness for training, it is best to deal with the monsters personally, the gray-haired elder said softly as he approached Li Wei. The burly Caucasian behind him also nodded slightly. They had no grievances with Li Yu and his companions, and there was no need to take such risks. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Tiger Tooth Squad wore expressions of reluctance. Yet within the Thunder Squad, their influence was limited, and so was their voice. Very well, then we shall leave. Li Wei appeared helpless, having no choice but to nod in agreement. Despite his arrogance, he understood the importance of prioritizing the advice of 2 experienced bodyguards in the face of significant matters in the wilderness. Consider yourselves fortunate. With that decision made, the members of the Tiger Tooth Squad cast unwilling glances at Luo Feng and the others, one burly high-level warrior muttering curses directed at Luo Feng, resembling Zhang Zihu from the original story. The Tiger Tooth Squad, watching the Thunder Squad depart, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad, aside from Li Yu, wore expressions of indignation. Chen Gu, in particular, gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I truly wanted to shoot them then and there. Who wouldn't? Wei Tai echoed somberly. They were all part of the same warrior squad, having fought side by side for many years, forming deep bonds. However, had they engaged in combat just now, it was uncertain if they could have taken down all their opponents. After all, the strongest among them was likely Li Yu, at the peak of intermediate war general level, while the gray-haired elder and the burly Caucasian were both formidable high-ranking war general-level warriors. Their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Qingge, where are they headed now? After a prolonged silence, Luo Feng suddenly spoke. They are moving towards City 003. Wei Qing replied promptly, peering through his binoculars. Captain, Brother Yu, Brother Chun. Li Yu pulled out his binoculars, observing the position of the Thunder Squad before calling out to his companions. Upon meeting their gaze, he clenched his fists. His voice low, I cannot forget Brother Zhang's grudge. What do you mean? Li Iwa Inkidat. Although he was already aware of the subsequent plot, he couldn't help but nod slightly at Luo Feng's demeanor. Loyalty and camaraderie. Unlike certain individuals nearby, were the best companions to rely on. I intend to secretly follow them, waiting for the right moment to eliminate them all. As he spoke, a chilling glint flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. Luo Feng, I will accompany you. We cannot let old Zhang's grudge go unavenged. Chenggu immediately echoed Luo Feng's sentiment. His teeth gritted, clearly harboring a deep bond with the late old Zhang. Brother Chen, I would be the most capable one to go. Though Luo Feng was seething with rage, he remained composed. The Firehammer squad comprised 7 members total, aside from himself. He deemed Liu unsuitable in his eyes. He was a spiritual practitioner. Even if he couldn't defeat those 2 high-ranking war generals, he wouldn't be easily overwhelmed. After all, he could fly. Of course, the war god level was different. Even if a war god couldn't fly, they could glide briefly through the air using their strength, easily killing Luo Feng. The distinction between war generals and war gods was significant. Your strength is insufficient. Liu regarded the seething Chenggu, gently shaking his head. You have barely reached the beginner war general level. Your presence would only be a liability. After a brief pause, he continued, however, engaging in combat is undoubtedly necessary. After all, do you truly wish to eradicate the Tiger Tooth squad? The Tiger Tooth squad harbors intentions to eliminate you as well. According to the account I heard from Luo Feng, the Tiger Tooth squad has become your sworn enemies. Now that they have encountered you, how could they possibly allow you to return unscathed and continue to grow stronger? The group nodded slightly in agreement. Although we had not slain many beasts on this journey, the gold nuggets we collected are indeed of considerable value and can replenish the base. Liu contemplated for a moment before issuing instructions. Here is the plan. Gao Feng and the others will return first, while I will accompany Luo Feng to follow the Thunder Squad. Brother Yu. Luo Feng attempted to interject, but was promptly interrupted by Liu. Luo Feng is a mentalist, and I am a high-ranking warrior. If the 2 of us go together, we can eliminate a couple of them, and then force that hybrid youth to abandon the Tiger Tooth squad. This would yield the most favorable and reasonable outcome. After all, the members of the Tiger Tooth squad are merely hired bodyguards for Li Wei, with no personal ties to him. They would only be targeting the Tiger Tooth squad. If we lower our stance, Li Wei is unlikely to overreach. Yet, reality is often devoid of logic. In the original text, Luo Feng had already humbled himself to an extreme, even going so far as to offer the double-line snake, valued at over $1 billion, as a gift to Li Wei. Yet he was still met with disdain. Had he understood the wisdom of mercy, he would not have ultimately fallen victim to Luo Feng's sudden attack. High-ranking warrior? The group gasped slightly. In such a short span of time, had he truly ascended to the status of a high-ranking warrior? In another 2 years, would he not directly reach the level of a war god? You all must exercise extreme caution. Gao Feng patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. We must not delay. You should leave at once. Understood. Gao Feng nodded decisively before turning to depart. However, as he left, Liu stealthily snatched the communication watch from Luo Feng's wrist, connected it to his own, and quietly tucked it into Chenggu's backpack. Chenggu understood instantly, nodding slightly before gradually moving away. The villa area was situated on the outskirts of City 003, merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the highway. As Liu and Luo Feng observed the Firehammer squad merging onto the expressway, they turned and dashed in the direction where Li Wei and the others had retreated. Before long, they entered a densely constructed area. Liu and Luo Feng swiftly surged into a residential building and, within a few breaths, appeared before a window on the 5th floor. They then retrieved binoculars to commence their search for the Thunder Squad's whereabouts. There, Luo Feng was the first to spot them, a look of delight illuminating his face. Following Luo Feng's gaze, Liu saw 2 figures on the 6th floor balcony of a hotel. One of them was none other than Zhang Ziu. Now we wait for the right opportunity. Having located the Thunder Squad's position, Liu turned back into the room to await a suitable moment to strike. Despite both he and Luo Feng being high-ranking warriors, the opposing force was numerous, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly be resolved swiftly. If the battle could not be concluded quickly, it would provide the enemy an opportunity to call for help, which would spell disaster for Liu and his companions. When facing a war god-level warrior, any resistance from Liu and Luo Feng would be utterly futile. Initiating simulated life. While Luo Feng remained outside to keep watch, Liu entered the room and activated the simulation. As he could not convert gold into currency in front of everyone, his current balance stood at 480. This was sufficient for 4 simulations. Liu focused ahead as text materialized before him. At 21, you have become a mid-ranking warrior, your combat power nearing that of a high-ranking warrior. During your retaliation against the Tiger Tooth Squad, you were compelled to kill Li Wei, subsequently fleeing to Jiangnan Bay City. At 22, despite having handed over the communicative watch to Chun Gu, Li Yao designated you as the prime suspect after reviewing the surveillance of the supply base. At 23, through rigorous training, your strength has successfully reached high-ranking warrior status, yet Li Yao directly identifies you as the murderer. At 24, under the protection of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you have managed to survive these past 3 years unscathed, but during a hunting excursion, you were slain by Li Yao. I knew it. Li Yu swiftly perused the few lines, shrugging off the information. It was merely as expected. Given Li Yao's regard for Li Wei, it was only logical that he would scour City 003 thoroughly following Li Wei's demise. Designating him as a suspect was only to be anticipated. Interestingly, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall managed to protect him until he was 24, even after Li Yao had confirmed him as the murderer. This indicated that Li Yao was not the same as the previous benefactor. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. The martial arts realm of 24 years old. 2. The martial arts insights of 24 years old. 3. The memories from the half-day before your death. Current balance, 380. Without hesitation, Li Yu chose the first option. After all, although he was on the verge of becoming a high-ranking warrior, he had yet to reach that pinnacle. Moreover, his martial arts insights had not seen significant growth. As soon as he made his choice, the familiar tingling sensation coursed through his muscles, and after a brief moment of exhilaration, Li Yu stood up and stretched his limbs. High-ranking warrior status. Initiating simulated life. The opportunity for 4 simulations could not be squandered on a single use. While he did not wish to ascend to war god status just yet, he absolutely needed to become a formidable high-ranking warrior. At this point, his status as a high-ranking warrior meant that not even Luo Feng, who could instantly kill 2 high-ranking warriors, nor the esteemed Lu Qianbei could withstand him. Text materialized before him. At 21, you have achieved high-ranking warrior status. Taking advantage of the Thunder Squad's main forces being away, you gradually eliminate the members of the Tiger Tooth Squad. You then part ways with Luo Feng, returning to Jiangnan Bay City, where, with the assistance of Zhuge Tao, you successfully enter the elite training camp. At 22, after a year of rigorous training in the elite training camp, your 9-fold Thunderblade has reached the 3rd level. Although your realm has not seen marked improvement, your combat power has soared. At 23, after another year of arduous training, your strength has seen a slight enhancement. At 24, a terrifying giant beast awakens beneath the waters of New York Bay City, devouring everything in its path, and within just a few days, it reaches the capital Bay City. During the resistance, you are killed by a single strike from the beast. Terrifying giant beast? It must be the golden-horned giant beast. Once again, he had not lived past the age of 24. Memorizing the textual content, Li Yu shrugged and chuckled. Despite numerous simulations, he had never survived beyond the age of 24. Simulation concluded. You may choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. The martial arts realm of 24 years old. 2. The martial arts insights of 24 years old. 3. The memories from the half-day before your death. In the simulations, he had already cultivated the 9-fold Thunderblade to the 3rd level. Did Li Yu even have a choice? A 21-fold increase. If Li Yu had merely been on the verge of becoming a high-ranking warrior earlier, after utilizing the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, he would now be at the mainstream level among high-ranking warriors. How could one refuse such an opportunity? As Li Yu made his choice, an abundance of knowledge and insights regarding martial arts flooded his mind, encompassing the essence of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Initiating simulated life. Checking his balance, which now stood at 280, Li Yu resolved to save 1 simulation for emergencies, while the remainder should be transformed into strength. Fortifying oneself was the ultimate path. At 21, you have become a high-ranking warrior, and upon entering the elite training camp, your strength has increased. At the age of 22, after a year of rigorous training in an elite camp, your prowess reached a prominent standard among high-ranking warriors. By the age of 23, having attained the 5th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, your combat strength peaked at the level of a battle general, with only a war god-level opponent capable of challenging you. At 24, upon the awakening of the Golden Horn Behemoth, you fled from the capital Bay City, successfully preserving your life. Together with Thunder God, Hong, and Luo Feng, you unitedly vanquished the Golden Horn Behemoth. At 25, a faction known as the Norlon Mountain discovered Earth, but during their exploration, you uncovered their presence and ultimately eliminated them to silence them. Your current balance stands at 180. Eliminating witnesses. Li Washuja Umparturvat. After encountering death numerous times, he had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, this time marked the longest duration he had survived in his myriad simulations of life. It had seemed as though he were cursed to perish before the age of 24. Now, at the very least, he had reached the age of 25. Liu made his choice. Ninefold Thunderblade, 5th level, accomplished. As days passed, Liu and Luo Feng kept a vigilant watch over Thunder-S movements. Yet they could not identify the opportune moment to strike. After all, should they engage, even if they couldn't eliminate everyone, they must at least take out the members of the Tiger Tooth team. However, the Thunder team offered no chances each time they left their post. They ensured that the two on night watch remained alert with the true combatants, the gray-haired elder and the burly white man, always in peak condition. Thus, Liu and Luo Feng waited for a full 3 days. No longer could they afford to wait. They needed to eliminate the two left behind. Liu turned to Luo Feng and spoke. In the original narrative, Luo Feng had waited a full 10 days before reluctantly opting to act. Liu, however, possessed no such patience. Their movements were predictable, and if they continued to wait, they would miss the opportunity entirely, even when the team returned to the base city. On the 3rd day, it was likely that Zhang Zihu and the marksman Li Xiao were guarding the hotel. They must be dealt with today. Luo Feng did not dispute. Knowing Liu spoke the truth. After a moment of contemplation, with a steely resolve in his gaze, he replied, "Let us prepare, one for each, and resolve this swiftly." Time flew by, and as dusk fell, Liu and Luo Feng observed the Thunder team leaving the hotel. Only after their forms disappeared from sight did they stealthily depart from their own stronghold, making their way along narrow alleyways toward the hotel. The distance was not long, but under Liu and Luo Feng's deliberate delay, it took them half an hour to reach the rear of the hotel's north entrance. 40 minutes had passed, and the members of the Thunder team had likely moved far away. Liu assessed the time and, taking the lead, cautiously yet swiftly ascended the stairs toward the 6th floor. Luo Feng followed closely behind. It seemed the Thunder team had cleared the hotel of monsters upon their arrival, as they encountered none while making their way to the 6th floor. As they stepped onto the corridor on the 6th floor, Liu and Luo Feng advanced slowly, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the rooms on either side. Soon, they overheard voices engaged in conversation from one particular room. "Here." Liu gestured for Luo Feng to come closer. Confirming it was the right room, they exchanged a subtle nod. Inside the room, Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao had been idly chatting when an unsettling wave of trepidation washed over them. After years of navigating the wilderness, a heightened sense of danger was only natural. Perhaps it was due to Luo Feng's earlier psychic sweep that had sparked their alarm. Trusting this instinct, they became instantly vigilant. Li Xiao gripped his submachine gun, while Zhang Zihu brandished his machete, rising to approach the door. "It's not a monster." Zhang Zihu pushed the door open with his machete, only to find the outside empty. However, just as he prepared to step out and investigate, a blood shadow blade flashed through the air, severing his head in an instant. Li Xiao, positioned behind him, fared no better. Luo Feng's throwing knife hung in the air. In the moment the door swung open, it surged forth like a dark streak of light, obliterating Li Xiao's head. In Zhang Zihu's final moments of awareness, two figures appeared at the doorway, clad in black combat attire, equipped with alloy combat boots and blood shadow blades. They were none other than Luo Feng and Liu. Zhang Zihu's gaze turned vacant, disbelief flooding his mind, yet his throat had already been slit by Liu's blood shadow blade. As his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, the room fell silent, save for the sound of blood dripping from the corpses of Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao. "Let's set the scene to avoid detection," Liu said, glancing at the silent Luo Feng and patting his shoulder. Luo Feng nodded slightly, casting one last look at Zhang Zihu's body before following Liu out of the room and hotel, heading straight for a small beast horde. With their weapons in hand, Liu and Luo Feng swiftly dispatched several beast-soldier level monsters, successfully attracting their ire. They then sprinted back toward the hotel, pursued by 100 or so wild boars. They led the horde to the 6th floor of the hotel before coming to a halt. Luo Feng seized Zhang Zihu's machete, wielding it furiously, with each swing. A wild boar met its demise. Meanwhile, Liu grabbed Li Xiao's submachine gun, tearing into the ammunition belt as he unleashed a barrage upon the boars. After taking down dozens, Liu's ammunition ran dry, prompting both to cease fire. Discarding the machete and submachine gun beside Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao's bodies before swiftly leaping out of the window. The height of the 6th floor posed no challenge to two battle general-level warriors. They easily absorbed the impact, landing on a plastic canopy before making their escape. The surviving wild boars, devoid of targets for revenge, began to wreak havoc upon the hotel's remains. Nevertheless, one must concede that the hotel's construction quality was commendable. Decades had passed, yet remained standing despite the onslaught of the beast soldier-level boars. As for the corpses of Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao, pigs are omnivorous and indiscriminate in their feeding. When the Thunder team returned to the hotel 3 hours later, the once jovial seven had become instantly somber upon entering. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. The gray-haired elder's countenance darkened as he cautiously ascended to the 6th floor. This level had been the focal point of Liu and Luo Feng's ambush, now a scene of chaos, with the remnants of numerous monsters scattered about. The telltale signs of battle, bullet casings, the deformed machete, and the marks from gunfire, spoke volumes of the fierce conflict that had transpired here. Everything appeared unnaturally natural. "Let us head downstairs," the gray-haired elder suddenly commanded. Despite their anger, the members of the Tiger Tooth team complied with their captain's order to descend. Clearly skeptical of the so-called natural order, Liu had anticipated this. After all, seasoned warriors like Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao, though not exceptionally powerful, possessed keen vigilance. Even if a horde of monsters invaded the hotel, they would have reacted promptly, with at least a 50% chance of surviving. If they had perished, they should have sought assistance rather than fighting to the death. This was utterly illogical, unless they had encountered a beast general-level monster that specifically targeted them, and in the ensuing struggle, a swarm of beasts overwhelmed them. But the probability of such an occurrence in reality was minuscule. Yet, recognizing the illogicality of the situation did little to help. The Thunder team gathered Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao as belongings before departing the hotel, vanishing from Liu and Luo Feng's sight. In the subsequent days, every hunting expedition was undertaken with all 7 members present, no longer leaving anyone behind. Clearly, the Thunder team had grown vigilant. Chapter 50. One's own sins bring ruin. Fengzi, I will hold off those 2 elite warriors. Can you swiftly eliminate the remaining members of the Tiger Feng squad? After waiting in vain for 5 days without an opportunity to strike, Liu furrowed his brow and inquired of Luo Feng. Certainly, Luo Feng assessed his current strength, possessing the physical prowess of an elementary warrior, with a mentalist being equivalent to an elite warrior, coupled with a 9-fold Thunderblade. He had absolute confidence only against the elder Lu and the burly Caucasian man among the Thunder team. Then, let us prepare to act. Hearing the anticipated response, Liu nodded, brandished his blood shadow battle blade, and cautiously descended the stairs, with Luo Feng closely following. Die for me. Beneath a dilapidated residential building, Li Wei wielded his battle blade, engaging in a fierce struggle against an elementary beast general, a unicorn wild boar. The elder Lu and the burly Caucasian stood behind, ever ready to provide assistance, while the remaining 4 members of the Tiger Feng squad were stationed around, on high alert. Having a background indeed makes a difference. One bald and muscular member of the Tiger Feng squad, gazing enviously at Li Wei as he fought the beast, murmured, to accumulate battle experience. One must hire 2 elite warriors as bodyguards and enlist our entire squad for vigilance. This treatment is unprecedented. Isn't that the truth? When we first ventured out, we walked a perilous tightrope, taking risks. The gun-wielding brute chimed in, his expression also reflecting envy. For ordinary warriors like them, the wilderness was fraught with danger. The weak had no choices. Encountering threats meant either fighting for their lives or fleeing without hesitation. It's not as if one could cry out, "I cannot defeat this beast," and expect the creature to cease its assault. As for escaping, it was all a matter of luck. Unlike Li Wei, who had the protection of 2 elite warriors, they faced formidable beasts head-on, only sparing Li Wei the opportunity to hone his skills when suitable challenges arose. In the midst of battle, if danger became too great, they would intervene for assistance. Today, the selected elementary beast general was particularly a unicorn wild boar, known for its strength but lack of speed, making it ideal for practice. Good fortune is also a part of strength. Who can one blame? The leader of the Tiger Feng squad shook his head. Stay vigilant. Tiger and Xiao are gone. We must return safely. Once we grow stronger, we will investigate who is behind this. This is certainly no accident. As he spoke, a glimmer of malice flickered across the leader's face. A beast general targeting 2 elite warriors, deliberately lying in wait to achieve a lethal ambush. What a coincidence that is. It is highly probable that a foe of the Tiger Feng squad took advantage of their hunting outing to swiftly eliminate Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao. As for why it was not Li Wei's enemy, someone who could bring along 2 elite warriors as bodyguard for training and experience must have offended foes of at least the war god level. Right? A war god level warrior, wishing to annihilate their group, need not resort to such elaborate schemes. They could easily obliterate them on the very first day of their departure from the base city. Fire Hammer Squad. Suddenly, the name sprang to the leader's mind, and he uttered it through clenched teeth. Was it the Fire Hammer Squad responsible? The bald warrior and his companions were taken aback by their leader's sudden mention of the Fire Hammer Squad, and soon they too were gritting their teeth in fury. Indeed, the Fire Hammer Squad is also in City 003 and harbors a blood feud with our Tiger Feng Squad. It is entirely plausible that they were behind the killings of Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao. When we next enter the wilderness, Panya, will ensure they pay in blood for their debts. The leader of the Tiger Feng Squad's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. The other three shared his sentiment, unaware that Li Yu and Luo Feng, hiding on the second floor of a nearby residential building, had clearly overheard their conversation. How astute their deductions are. However, they must be fortunate enough to survive to enter the wilderness again. Luo Feng dared not make a sound, but the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. Prepare to strike. Li Yu also showed no hesitation. Though he bore no direct grudge against Li Wei or the Tiger Feng Squad, sometimes, killing did not necessitate a personal vendetta, just as the Tiger Feng Squad had ambushed and wronged the Fire Hammer Squad. The remaining 5 members had no quarrel with them either. As long as it serves one's interests, the lives of others are inconsequential. This interest can manifest as tangible rewards, such as money, or intangible ones, such as connections. For instance, the elder Liu and the burly Caucasian must have privately promised the Tiger Feng Squad to help them eliminate the Fire Hammer Squad. It could also be an unseen benefit, like the loss of $1 billion due to Zhang Zihu, compelling the Tiger Feng Squad to eliminate the entire Fire Hammer Squad. Ultimately, it boils down to personal valuation. And in the U.S. eyes, the favor owed to Lord Luo was undoubtedly worth such a price. This was the primary reason Li Yu was willing to expend such great effort to accompany him in eliminating the Tiger Feng Squad. Seeing Luo Feng nod, Li Yu took a moment to steady his breathing before slowly stepping out into the view of Li Wei and the others. Who? The elder Liu and the burly Caucasian immediately became alert. The former rushed towards Li Wei, while the latter engaged the elementary beast general, swiftly decapitating the unicorn wild boar before they both turned to face Li Yu. A member of the Fire Hammer Squad? The leader of the Tiger Feng Squad barked, his eyes lighting up with sudden exhilaration. He had been troubled about how to find members of the Fire Hammer Squad for revenge, and now they had bizarrely delivered themselves right to him. You were the one who killed Zhang Zihu and Li Xiao, weren't you? Where's Gao Feng? Why are you alone? The leader of the Tiger Feng Squad shouted, his voice rising in urgency as he cautiously scanned the surroundings, but ultimately to no avail. And what of it? Li shrugged, his gaze appraising Li Wei. A mixed-blood youth, rather handsome, though he was unlikely to live through the day. Jalaman, Liiwa Spuka Earnasli. I share a blood feud with the Tiger Feng Squad, and their intentions are now quite evident. I did not expect you 3 to intervene. I merely ask that you refrain from interfering, allowing me to settle matters with them in a fight to the death. This young lord must be Li Wei, correct? Although I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, I have heard much of your talents and hold great admiration, hoping you might show mercy. This posture was so humble that Li Yu felt he had never lowered himself to such an extent, yet considering the imminent fate of his opponent, he chose not to dwell on it. Who do you think you are to speak to the young master in such a manner? The elder Liu frowned deeply, delivering a sharp reprimand. Li Yu, a warrior from extreme martial arts, 21 years old, an intermediate warrior. A genius? The others laughed, particularly Li Wei, who seemed to relish witnessing a once great talent struggle in vain. As for extreme martial arts, Li Wei Arlikarat. What a genius! Until one has matured, a genius remains merely a genius. Moreover, killing an unripe genius is indeed an entertaining prospect. You harbor a blood feud with Panya. So you killed 2 of Panya's comrades? Li Wei lazily regarded Li Yu, his expression indifferent. But they are also members of my Thunder Team. You killed members of my Thunder Team and expect us to stand by? Young Master Li Wei, isn't this rather inappropriate? The anticipated outcome unfolded, and Li Yu could only sigh, realizing he had brought this upon himself. Those who are meant to die cannot be salvaged. He adopted a humble demeanor. Firstly, to suggest that he posed little threat, thus avoiding compelling his adversary to immediately seek assistance. Should Li Wei request aid, Li Yao would swiftly summon nearby god-tier warriors to his side, and conveniently, there were 2 such formidable allies who shared a rapport with Li Yao in the vicinity. Secondly, he intended to allay any concerns that Luo Feng might harbor. After all, Luo Feng bore no animosity towards Li Wei, aside from the 2 elite warriors, the Liu Elder and the burly Caucasian. The mere background that Li Wei exhibited was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in Luo Feng. It was preferable not to kill if possible. This sentiment echoed throughout the original narrative. Hence, Li Yu lowered his posture, Either he would spare lives, or he would eliminate all in an instant to avoid future complications. It was evident that Li Wei could not afford to let this matter go unresolved. Luo Feng was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. From a current perspective, slaying Li Wei would yield dire consequences. Yet refraining from doing so would invite even more severe retribution from him. The Lu elder, the burly Caucasian, and Panya gradually closed in, while the bald warrior and his companions encircled Li Wei to prevent any ambush from the Firehammer squad. Kill! Liu bellowed, unleashing his blood shadow battle blade with full force, targeting the Lu elder. In his initial strike, he employed the 9th layer Thunderblade, 5th stage. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, who had been lying in wait, surged forth, launching 7 flying daggers that hurtled towards Li Wei, the Lu elder, the burly Caucasian, and Panya. Under Luo Feng's mental control, the daggers moved faster than bullets, arriving before the sound of sonic booms could register. In an instant, the heads of Li Wei and 3 members of the Tiger 2 squad exploded without any reaction. Simultaneously, Li Yu's Blood Shadow Battle Blade, augmented by the 5th layer 9th Thunderblade, swept across the throats of several adversaries, decapitating them with brutal efficiency. The combined force of the 5th layer 9th Thunderblade and the 5th layer's dark energy totaled a staggering 42% of his strength. As he surveyed the carnage surrounding him, Liu chuckled derisively. When the heavens rage, rain must follow. When man acts rashly, calamity will ensue. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to kill? Chapter 51. Fengzi, let us discuss a lucrative deal worth 100 billion. In Jiangnan Bay City, within the main urban area, nestled among the 6 most prestigious luxury districts of China, a renowned villa atop a mountain stood. Inside, a figure clad in a deep blue training outfit sat cross-legged, long hair cascading around him, eyes tightly shut, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. This was the globally renowned god-tier warrior, Vulture Liao, who had just lost his son, Li Wei, at the hands of Li Yu. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent tone erupted from the communication watch on his wrist. Beep, beep, beep. Away. Liao's eyes flew open, revealing a rare glimmer of fear. He understood precisely what the sound signified. His only son, Li Wei, was in peril. Had both of his bodyguards perished as well? After fruitlessly attempting to contact the Lu elder and the burly Caucasian, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before transforming into a blur, reappearing on the 3rd floor of the villa. Activate. Enter warrior search mode. At Li Yao's command, a 3-dimensional projection materialized in the villa's largest room, revealing an elderly man in a black suit with silver hair. Confirm the coordinates of my son, Li Wei, and the locations of all god-tier warriors within a 100-mile radius. Li Yao's face darkened with murderous intent, his fury simmering beneath the surface. The area surrounding Li Wei is devoid of any god-tier warriors, the elderly figure responded. How is that possible? Li Yao's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. The sensor embedded in Li Wei's combat suit was designed to emit a signal if it failed to detect its owner's life signs within 10 seconds. And Li Yao had arrived at the 3rd floor almost immediately, the entire sequence taking less than 30 seconds. Even a high-ranking god-tier warrior could not have escaped 100 miles within that time frame. As for those below god-tier, how could they possibly have slain Li Wei and his 2 bodyguards in an instant? Those bodyguards were carefully selected by him, both highly skilled among the elite warriors. Search within 100 miles for high-ranking warriors. Despite the implausibility, the urgency of the situation left Li Yao no choice but to issue the command again. Search for god-tier warriors. Utilize the shared system of the god-tier palace to locate the warriors. The elderly figure in black did not initiate the search immediately, but instead stated, an S-level alliance clearance is required to proceed. Conduct the search. Just as Li Yao's expression darkened further, a figure burst into the command room. A stunning woman with golden hair and fair skin, dressed in an elegant gown, as if she had just rushed back from a gala. And indeed, she had. Yes. The elderly figure nodded slightly upon seeing the beautiful woman and commenced the search. This woman was none other than Venina Belinas, the current matriarch of one of the 9 most prestigious families in the HR Alliance, and an esteemed high-ranking god-tier warrior known as Scorpion, approximately 200 kilometers away from the site of Li Wei's demise. 2 figures clad in combat suits stood atop a high-rise, surveying a dilapidated supermarket below. This beast has just laid eggs and is significantly weakened. It presents an excellent opportunity for us to strike. One warrior spoke first, towering at least 2 meters tall, clad in a battle suit that shimmered with a gray hue, wielding a massive spike club. Indeed, prepare thoroughly. The ironclad dragon is entirely different from the high-ranking Lord-class foes we've faced before. If it were a silver moon ferocious wolf, we could easily handle it, but anything with dragon in its name is typically a formidable opponent. The giant nodded in agreement, adding, "This ironclad dragon has reached nearly the peak limits of speed, defense, and strength for a high-ranking Lord-class creature. If it weren't for its temporary weakness from laying eggs, we might not have dared to engage it. Such is fortune," the giant grinned, about to continue when the communication watch on his wrist suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. The other warrior experienced the same. They glanced at their watches, and the moment they caught sight of the news, their earlier smiles instantly froze. Liao's only son is dead. Liwa sansa Liao's impending actions. But at that moment, the two had already entered the large municipal city labeled 023, adjacent to City 003. The instant they eliminated Li Wei, they hastily fled the scene like arrows released from a bow. Liu even employed the movement technique corresponding to the 9th layer Thunderblade. Otherwise, he would have struggled to keep pace with Luo Feng. That rascal was employing mental energy to lighten his load in the wilderness, manipulating a shield behind him to propel himself forward, accelerating his speed to an astonishing 150 meters per second. Even Newton would shed tears. Without utilizing the movement technique corresponding to the 5th layer of the 9th Thunderblade, Liu could only maintain a speed of 100 meters per second at his utmost effort, falling considerably short. Only upon entering City 023 did he finally exhale, reducing his speed. "There are many warriors in this city. We will remain inconspicuous here. Moreover, they may not even confirm that Li Wei is deceased yet. By the time they ascertain the truth and deploy satellites for reconnaissance, it will undoubtedly take some time." Luo Feng seemed to be addressing Liu while simultaneously speaking to himself. Those who can afford to assign 2 high-ranking warriors as bodyguards must have contingencies in other areas. Liu observed as Luo Feng's pace began to slow and shook his head slowly. The current city lord Luo is still too young. They should have learned of Li Wei's demise by now and likely commenced their investigation. With that, Liu gestured subtly to his wrist, indicating urgency. They can utilize communication watches for real-time positioning. Luo Feng was taken aback. What else could it be? Liu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead led Luo Feng onto the expressway, heading towards Jiangnan Bay City. If they kill, then so be it. Luo Feng suddenly gritted his teeth. Thankfully, I have already joined the extreme martial arts school, and my parents and younger brother reside in the martial artist community there. They would not dare to act against them. Huh. Liu shrugged, offering no response. Few are willing to openly engage in such matters, as long as one remains undetected or is willing to bear the consequences. What in this world is truly unattainable, aside from sheer inability? How many times has Liu met his demise in simulated life? Nevertheless, at present, the suspicion surrounding both Liu and Luo Feng appeared minimal. The former, a novice merely embarking on the path of the battle general at the extreme martial arts school, while the latter was merely a warrior-level martial artist. 100 billion. Inside a modest 3-story building within the southeastern military region supply base, Liu and Luo Feng, holding their reissued communication watches, scrutinized the messages received, falling into silence. Liu had anticipated this, while Luo Feng could only stare in astonishment. "Fengzi, let us discuss a business proposition worth 100 billion. Chapter 52, Heart-Stirring. Brother Yu, have you lost your mind? Luo Feng stood in shock after hearing Liu's suggestion. Liu actually had his sights set on the bounty of 100 billion. Upon being offered such a bounty, his first instinct was not to worry about potential retaliation, but rather to contemplate the bounty placed upon him. How could this not be madness? Allow me to analyze this for you, Liu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he organized his thoughts before continuing. In the records of the Extreme Martial Arts School, I am classified as a primary battle general. However, my actual combat prowess is at the high battle general S limit. Should someone attest that I was nearby at the time of the incident, I would undoubtedly become the prime suspect. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Feng nodded in a daze. The combat power of a high battle general, if executed in a surprise attack, indeed held the potential to instantaneously eliminate the elderly Lu, the burly Caucasian, and Li Wei, leaving no opportunity for them to call for help. Furthermore, given that Liu deliberately discarded the communication watch, if Luo Feng could confirm Liu's presence in that vicinity, it would not only label him the primary suspect, but also allow Li Yao and Vin Nina to directly classify him as the murderer. Thus, if he can provide this proof, wouldn't you be entitled to claim their bounty of 100 billion? Liu rubbed his hands together with glee, continuing, then we can split it 50-50, resulting in 200 billion apiece. Brother Yu, this is unrealistic. Even if Li Wei's parents believe that I received 100 billion, what about you? Two high battle gods. Backed by one of the core 9 families of the HR Alliance, the Paulina's family. How would you endure their retaliation? Luo Feng remained silent for a moment before asking hoarsely. Upon discovering that Li Wei's parents had placed a bounty of 100 billion on him, although he felt no regret, panic and suspicion were unavoidable. Especially after receiving calls from Gao Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Qing, and others, he felt like a startled bird. After all, they were aware of his identity as a mentalist. Thus, it was only natural for them to suspect him. Yet, his vigilance was also justified. Perhaps Gao Feng and Wei Qing were merely concerned for him, but the depths of human hearts are unfathomable. In the face of such a staggering sum, anything seemed plausible. Yet here he was, Liu was suggesting that he willingly take the blame, allowing him to claim the bounty. How had he even conceived of such a plan? A wave of exasperation washed over him. High battle god? Liu scoffed. Liu am 21 this year, a high battle general at the limit. Mere steps away from the battle god level. Would I fear a high battle god well past 50? Luo Feng nodded slightly. A 21-year-old high battle general at the limit would almost certainly ascend to the battle god level within 3 years. Thereafter, aspiring to surpass the battle god and become a powerful legislator was not beyond the realm of possibility. His confidence was understandable. Yet, the reality remained. A genius is still just a genius. This did not alter the fact that he was currently only a high battle general. Before he could contend with Liao, what was he? I am about to enter the elite training camp, also known as the Battle God Preparatory Camp, personally overseen by Hong. Not to mention Liao, even any legislator-level powerhouse would find it difficult to challenge me. What about your family? My parents have passed away, leaving only my 2 younger sisters, who are not martial artists, residing in the Mingyue community. With you looking after them, there should be no major issues. Liu explained with a bright smile, though he understood that it was impossible for his sisters to remain unaffected. In the original narrative, Luo Feng, as the hero saving the Earth, faced repercussions after the enemy confirmed his death. Did his family not also become targets? If it were not for Luo Hua's high intellect and emotional intelligence, swiftly trading the spirit of plants left by Luo Feng for status as a protective talisman, upon Luo Feng's return, his family would have nearly perished. The so-called established rules would never constrain those who operate above the top-tier rules. During that time, Luo Feng had faced such treatment. One can only imagine Li Yu, who was far less known and wielded virtually no societal influence. Once they found they could not deal with Liu, Liao and Venina would undoubtedly retaliate against Li Yu's family, thus impacting Li Shui and Li Yu. Hence, Li Yu had never expected Luo Feng's protection to be of significant value. He would ultimately follow Luo Feng's example and order Hong to safeguard Li Yu and Li Shui. Although his current circumstances appeared far less favorable than Luo Feng's at that time, the combat power of a high battle general at the limit, coupled with his 21 years of age, should suffice to persuade Hong to act. Once he made the request, as the temporarily strongest being on Earth and the founder of the most powerful force, even the Paulina's family, backing Venina, would not dare to defy him, for they could not afford the cost of provoking Hong. So, Luo Feng bit his dry lips, remaining silent. He felt a stirring within him. 100 billion Chinese yuan, split 50-50 would yield 500 billion. Securing this 500 billion would be sufficient to acquire a vial of life-giving water for his brother. With the life-giving water, his brother Luo Hua could rise again. However, I will only take 30%. After a prolonged silence, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, resolutely responding to Li Yu. Then elaborating, Brother Yu, you know that my brother's legs are paralyzed. He requires life-giving water for recovery, which costs 300 billion. Were it not for this reason, even if I agreed, I would not take a single cent of the 100 billion bounty. All right, Li did not linger in the discussion with Luo Feng, promptly agreeing. Since Luo Feng only desired 30%, so be it. That extra 20% was equivalent to a full 50 tons of gold. And given the current costs of the battle general level simulated life, that amounted to 50 complete simulations. Moreover, once I enhance my strength in the elite training camp, it seems we could orchestrate another round. Liu stroked his hairless chin, pondering slightly. When the time comes, if I pass the blame on to you, could I potentially claim compensation for mental anguish? Surely, this compensation cannot be less than the bounty amount, right? Chapter 53. Zhuge Tao's Shock. Luo Feng's eyes widened in sudden disbelief as he gazed at Liu. Why are you looking at me like that? Liwa, observing the astonished expression on Luo Feng's face, shrugged and asked with a grin. Is it unreasonable to seek compensation for mental anguish after being pursued by formidable enemies for years over something I never did, only for the truth to eventually come to light? Is it reasonable? Luo Feng stared at Liu, a wave of confusion washing over him. How could he muster the courage to voice such a sentiment? Using the Blood Shadow Battle Blade to kill. No, wait. Luo Feng suddenly realized. It seemed Liu indeed had not committed murder. As it turns out, Li Wei met his demise at the hands of his own flying knife, which obliterated his skull. He merely executed the Lu surname Elder, the burly Caucasian, and Panya, the leader of the Tiger 2 squad. Claiming innocence in this matter does not seem erroneous. In an instant, Luo Feng fell into silence. When the time for compensation arises, I shall claim 30%. What if they refuse to comply? Liu flashed a grin. Then we shall seek someone who is willing to oblige. After a brief discussion, Liu and Luo Feng set off back to Jiangnan Bay City, making their way directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This endeavor hinges on Liu's acceptance into the elite training camp and the genuine protection of his family by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Liu harbored no desire for a scenario where money arrives only to be squandered before he could enjoy it, especially not wanting to witness his sister fall victim due to his actions. Upon entering the Minuet community, neither of them felt inclined to visit their families and instead headed straight for the Central Extreme Martial Arts Hall. You two are back. As soon as they stepped into the hall, they encountered Wu Tong, the chief instructor. Indeed, we escaped from the wilderness. Liu nodded and chuckled heartily. How was your experience as a lone wolf? Wu Tong set aside the documents he was handling, stood up, and approached Liu, giving him a friendly punch on the chest. He refrained from curiosity about why Luo Feng had returned with him, as he was already aware that Liu had joined forces with the Fire Hammer Squad in City 003. Initially impressed by Liu's audacity, he soon realized that everyone has their own path. Liu's choices were beyond his jurisdiction. It was quite exhilarating, far more so than anything in the county. Liu shrugged and then shifted to more pressing matters. Instructor Wu, could you please take me to see Supervisor Zhuge? I believe I have made significant progress this time. See the supervisor? Wu Tong raised an eyebrow, his face brightening with a smile. Very well. Just don't forget about me when you become a god of war. After exchanging a few lighthearted remarks with Liu, he made his way upstairs to message Zhuge Tao to inquire about his availability. Upon receiving a prompt response, Wu Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. That was the elite training camp, colloquially known as the God of War Preparatory Camp. Graduates from there are guaranteed to be god-level warriors. Looking at himself, he lamented his own mediocrity at his age, still merely a mid-tier battle general, already overshadowed by the younger generation. Shaking his head, Wu Tong exited the room, beckoning Liu, then drove the two of them to Zhuge Tao at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Your strength has reached the mid-tier battle general level? Inside the headquarters, Zhuge Tao regarded Liu with keen interest. Yes, I have attained the mid-tier battle general level. Liu affirmed with a slight nod. All right, as I promised. If you achieve mid-tier battle general status and successfully defeat a mid-tier beast general within 2 months after your practical assessment on August 1st, I will assist you in applying for the B-level test. Passing this test will grant you entry into the elite training camp. Prepare yourself. I will go request the B-level examination. Zhuge Tao nodded slightly, then rose to fetch the communication device. Supervisor, wait. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Seeing Zhuge Tao stand, Liu suddenly interjected. A private conversation? Zhuge Tao was taken aback, somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing Liu nod in affirmation, he ascended the stairs to enter an office, with Liu closely following. Speak, what is it? Once inside the office, Zhuge Tao casually tapped the desk, causing the door to close tightly behind them. Sinking into a reclined chair, he inquired, Supervisor, I have reached the limit of high-tier battle general strength. What? As soon as Liu's words left his lips, Zhuge Tao jolted upright, his gaze fixed intently on Liu. Do you understand what it means to be at the limit of high-tier battle general strength? That term does not exist. A high-tier battle general is simply a high-tier battle general. Yamaware Liu Shrujit. 320006-4000 is the benchmark for high-tier battle generals. My current physical prowess is somewhere between 40,000 and just shy of 50,000. That is merely the mainstream standard among high-tier battle generals. Where does the term limit come into play? My ninefold Thunderblade has already reached its 3rd level. The 3rd level of a ninefold Thunderblade grants a 28% increase in power, equating to 28 times. This means I can strike with a force of 100,000. Thus, claiming to be at the limit of high-tier battle general strength is not an exaggeration. Wouldn't you agree? Zhuge Tao was momentarily taken aback again. The 3rd level of a ninefold Thunderblade. Had Liu even possessed it for a mere few days? Achieving the 3rd level so quickly. A strike of 100. 0.000 pounds of force is indeed commendable, even within the ranks of elementary god-level warriors. Are you certain? Zhuge Tao's expression fluctuated, seeking further confirmation. I am certain and can be subjected to verification at any time. Liu reassured him with a nonchalant shrug. He refrained from disclosing that his ninefold Thunderblade had reached the 5th level. After all, he had only purchased the first 3 levels in reality. To claim he had attained the 5th level would invite a multitude of troubles. Nevertheless, the 3rd level seemed to have yielded significant results. You are prepared to enter the elite training camp. The B-level test will merely be a formality for you. Zhuge Tao waved his hand grandly, then began pacing the office before abruptly asking, your request for a private conversation must pertain to something beyond this matter, correct? Liu nodded slightly, fully aware that upon declaring his physical prowess at the mainstream level of high-tier battle general strength and the 3rd level of a ninefold Thunderblade, Zhuge Tao had likely grasped his true intentions. Did you kill Li Wei? It was unavoidable. And what are your intentions? I hope the martial arts hall can protect my 2 younger sisters. I fear Li Yao may retaliate against them. Very well. I will report this to headquarters and ensure they issue a warning to Li Yao and the Polanas family. Zhuge Tao nodded decisively, then turned his attention back to Li Yu. As for the rest, I am indifferent, no matter how far Li Yao's reach extends. It will not encroach upon the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Give me some time, and I will show him what true talent entails. Li Yu grinned, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Tao slowly nodded. At present, Li Yu could be regarded, to a certain extent, as a formidable god-level warrior. A 21-year-old god-level martial artist with a somewhat proud demeanor could be understood. Moreover, Li Yu's behavior did not seem excessively arrogant. Chapter 54. The billion-yuan bounty secured. Does anyone have evidence? In Jiangnan Bay City, atop a villa in the Feng Shui community, a figure suddenly rose, an aura of malice almost palpable. Indeed, Mr. Li Yao, a martial artist named Luo Feng claims to possess definitive evidence. A respectful reply came from an elder clad in a black suit behind him. Where's he? He has already been invited downstairs by Madame Venina. I do have some leads, but whether they suffice for you remains uncertain. In the mountaintop villa, Luo Feng observed the reddened eyes of Venina, striving to maintain an expression of calm. There was no way around it. Having killed her son and then coming to claim a bounty on his own head was an unprecedented thrill for Luo Feng. Whether he would engage in such exhilarating acts in the future was uncertain, but he had certainly never done so before. Had it not been for Li Yu proposing this idea, Luo Feng would never have considered it. I understand your concerns. As long as your information proves accurate, 1 billion Huaxia dollars can be transferred to your account at any moment. In comparison to the credibility of the Polanas family, 1 billion Huaxia dollars is trivial. Venina declared resolutely. If I can demonstrate that a certain martial artist in that area had the information of being an elementary battle general, yet actually possessed the combat strength of a quasi-god, would that be deemed accurate? Luo Feng refrained from immediately revealing Li Yu's information, understanding the strategy of baiting with a carrot and then pulling back. While the information may be deemed valid, it cannot be classified as accurate. Venina retorted instantaneously, her eyes glinting with menace. A pre-war god, which implies possessing combat prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary high-ranking warrior, would indeed have the capability to swiftly eliminate Li Wei and his companions before they could even react. Who is he? Tell me his name, and upon verification, 100 billion Huaxia coins will be promptly transferred to your account. Venina slammed her hand on the table, her voice laced with urgency. What if he deliberately abandoned his communication watch at that time? Luo Feng's expression remained impassive. Who is it? The disparity between actual combat power and the intelligence data is so vast, and he's the only one under investigation that fits the criteria, not to mention the intentional abandonment of the communication device. The intent is glaringly obvious. Tell me his name. Venina questioned for the 3rd time, her aura of a high-ranking war god suddenly pressing down on Luo Feng, making it difficult for him to breathe. State your demands. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black combat uniform descended from the upper floor, entering Luo Feng's line of sight. It was Li Yao, the high-ranking war god, Vulture Li Yao. Before I hand over all the information and evidence I possess, I require to see the bounty. Luo Feng conveyed his request. Certainly, Li Yao nodded slightly. I can even preemptively transfer this 100 billion Huaxia coins to your account, provided your information is sufficiently accurate. Li Yao waved his hand towards his subordinates and then addressed Luo Feng. He exhibited no concern regarding the accuracy of Luo Feng's information, for if it were found to be inaccurate, even if the 100 billion Huaxia coins had already reached Luo Feng's warrior account, they would have to be returned. Furthermore, He had already checked Luo Feng's identity before descending the stairs. A prodigious member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a beginner-level warrior, and having cultivated the ninefold Thunderblade to the 3rd level, had he not already left City 003 as per the tracking, Liao would have nearly regarded him as the prime suspect. While 100 billion is indeed a colossal sum, it would not be enough to compel such a genius to act recklessly. Can it be settled in gold? Gold. Both Vinina and Liao were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded somewhat awkwardly. He could not comprehend why Li Yu instructed him to seek out Li Yao for a gold transaction. Such a commodity was indeed a symbol of wealth before the Great Nirvana, but for warriors post-Great Nirvana, it was merely a metal with decent density. Are you certain? I am certain. According to the current international gold price, each gram of gold is priced at 400 huaxia coins, making 100 billion a total of 250 tons. What do you intend to do with such a vast quantity of gold? Li Yu, who considered himself quite knowledgeable, was nonetheless astonished by Luo Feng's request. 100 billion huaxia coins were not sufficient. He insisted on converting it into 250 tons of gold. Surely it is 250? However, the Bolinas family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, and 250 tons of gold, while a daunting task, was not entirely out of reach for him. Ultimately, after a phone call, he managed to procure 170 tons of gold at the earliest opportunity, essentially depleting the HR Alliance's gold reserves. Luo Feng, seizing the opportunity, agreed to the valuation of 170 tons of gold at 700 billion, with the remaining 300 billion to be settled in cash. After all, he had no practical use for the gold. Shortly thereafter, within half an hour, nearly 100 large suitcases were delivered to Luo Feng, and upon opening them, they were filled with blocks of stamped gold ingots. After Luo Feng's nod of approval, the 300 billion in funds was successfully transferred to his warrior account. It is Li Yu. His strength has reached that of a high-ranking warrior. With the funds deposited, Luo Feng ceased his hesitations and candidly relayed his prepared statement. A high-ranking warrior, possessing the 3rd level of the ninefold Thunderblade, can confirm that Li Yu was nearby at the time of Li Wei's demise, yet there was no sign of him in the communication watch records. This indicates a deliberate concealment of his whereabouts. In an instant, both Vinina and Li Yao concluded that the murderer was indeed Li Yu. However, at that moment, Li Yu was meeting with Yang Hui, the envoy from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters. Yet, at his strong insistence, Yang Hui agreed to extend their stay in Jiangnan Bay City for an additional 2 days. Do not feel perplexed. The treatment one receives is contingent upon one's strength. Li Yu currently qualifies as a warrior of the war god level, and once he truly steps into the war god realm, his combat prowess will undoubtedly reach the mainstream standard of a junior war god. As for Yang Hui, the envoy from the headquarters, while not weak among the war gods, he is merely an average mid-level war god. It is conceivable that in a year or so, Li Yu will be on par with him in strength. Granting him this courtesy is quite understandable. Moreover, Li Yu's continued presence in Jiangnan Bay City is evidently for the purpose of replenishing his simulation life systems balance. As for whether Li Yao might see Li Yu preparing to enter the elite training camp and thus act out of desperation, Li Yu is not particularly worried. After all, in the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Jiangnan Bay City, Li Yao would be unwise to take aggressive action against a warrior comparable to the war god level. The repercussions would be unbearable for both him and the Bolinas family behind him. Furthermore, even if he were to lose his composure and act impulsively, there would be no harm. Even if Li Yu did not recharge the gold from Luo Feng, he still had another opportunity for simulation life. This could be a game changer for Li Yao. Chapter 55, A Surge in Talent. As Li Yu anticipated, when he boarded the battle aircraft of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he still did not witness Li Yao make a move. The greater the backing, the greater the hesitation. Perhaps at this moment, Li Yao and Vinina were standing at some vantage point, watching as Li Yu's large battle aircraft transformed into a streak of light, gritting their teeth in frustration. Liwa, this is your first flight. The expenses will be reimbursed by the Academy, but for any future flights, you will need to bear the cost yourself. In the upper deck's first-class cabin of the large battle aircraft, Yang Hui addressed Li Yu. The ticket price from the 6 base cities of Huaxia to the headquarters in Hongning Bay City is standardized, with ordinary class tickets priced at 10 million Huaxia coins each and first-class tickets at 20 million Huaxia coins each. All right, Li Yu nodded slightly. No wonder the Li Yu in the simulation life did not attempt to relocate to other base cities. Even a single ticket costs nearly 10 million, and the simulated self would have to sell a kidney to afford such an amount. To watch a movie, simply put on headphones. If you do not wish to watch, you may rest instead. There is still over an hour until we reach the headquarters. After Yang Hui finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Li Yu, Placing the headphones over his head, but silencing the sound, checked his balance. Current balance, 171. Would you like to activate simulation life? The text appeared before him. With the addition of 170 tons of gold and the previous remaining opportunity for simulation life, it meant that the current warrior level Liu possessed 171 chances for simulation life. Activate simulation life. Since there was still over an hour until they reached their destination, Liu joyfully commenced his simulation life to make the most of the time. The following text materialized before him. At 21, you have already reached the pinnacle of high-ranking warrior level. Upon entering the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, you quickly distinguished yourself and caught the attention of Hong, the founder and headmaster of the academy. At 22, during a period of intense training, you naturally advanced to the war god level. Relying on the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, your combat strength is comparable to that of a mid-level war god. Subsequently, while heading to the Australian continent, you were ambushed by Li Yao and his men, ultimately exhausting yourself to death. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following 3 options as your reward. Option 1. Martial Arts Realm at 22. Option 2. Martial Arts Insight at 22. Option 3. Half a day of memories before death. Vengeance must be repaid. Li wa flesha agrin, unkun sarunat. For he still had a full 170 simulations of life left. I choose option 2. Opting for one was out of the question. After all, Li Yu was unaware of the exorbitant price that would accompany reaching the God of War level. Currently, it was equivalent to a ton of gold. But what would it be then? Certainly not less than 100 tons. Thus, he aimed to maximize the potential attainable at the general level and subsequently ascend directly to become a formidable figure among the gods of war. Additionally, he had noticed another reason. The more he perished in simulated lives, the more his aptitude in reality seemed to experience a gradual enhancement. For instance, the Ninefold Thunderblade. Initiating the simulation of life, he sensed a slight increase in his understanding of martial arts, prompting him to swiftly commence the next simulation. The familiar text reappeared. At 21, you have reached the pinnacle of the advanced general level and successfully become a god of war martial artist. At 22, you experience slow progress. At 23, in the Australian continent, you are besieged by Li Yao. Simulation ended. You may choose one of the following 3 items as a reward. 1. Martial Arts Realm at 23. 2. Martial Arts Comprehension at 23. 3. Half a day of memories before death. 2. Once more, the text materialized. At 21, you have reached the pinnacle of the advanced general level, and on your way to the elite training camp, you successfully become a god of war martial artist. At 22, after a year of arduous training, you successfully enter the intermediate god of war stage, advancing the Ninefold Thunderblade to the 6th level. At 23, in the Australian continent, you engage in a life-and-death battle with Li Yao, ultimately being obliterated by a laser cannon just as you were about to escape. Simulation ended. You may choose one of the following 3 items as a reward. 1. Martial Arts Realm at 23. 2. Martial Arts Comprehension at 23. 3. Half a day of memories before death. 2. Once more, an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, and when Li Yu regained his senses, they had successfully arrived at the Hongming Bay City and were en route to the airport of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The domain of gold? Li Yu gazed at his hands, and with a mental command, an exceedingly minute magnetic field began to expand from him as the center. With this magnetic field, Li Yu's combat power could achieve a terrifying amplification. How many times had he acquired this in simulations? Li Yu murmured to himself during the past hour on the plane. He had been continuously engaging in simulated lives, and in the last simulation, he suddenly comprehended the domain of gold, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, in the original text, Hong and the Thunder God possessed their own domains at the planetary level, ranking among the most extraordinary geniuses in the universe. So what did that make his general level? Even if his domain of gold could only be considered a rudimentary form. Checking his balance. Current balance, 17. Would you like to initiate a simulation of life? 154 simulations of life. Combined, it was nearly equivalent to a millennium of time. It appeared that frequent deaths indeed facilitated the enhancement of innate talents. The 7th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. A nascent form of the Law of Gold. How could his current combat power be anything less than that of an advanced god of war? With 154 simulations, each time selecting martial arts comprehension, Li Yu found it difficult to digest all at once, but as he examined several critical options, he hesitated to assess his combat power level. After all, according to the original text, Hong was merely a 7th-tier planetary level, yet he could achieve invincibility at that level thanks to his domain. However, Li Yu's current domain was merely a prototype, certainly not comparable to Hong's complete domain. Yet even as a prototype, coupled with the 7th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, it should not fall short of an advanced god of war, right? After all, fundamentally, warriors, generals, and gods were merely apprentices. At this moment, the plane had already landed at the airport of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Hongning Bay City, prompting Liu to momentarily set aside his thoughts and follow Yang Hui off the plane. They then boarded the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's vehicle, a stretched Cadillac, heading towards the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 56, The Consciousness Sensing Helmet. During the Great Nirvana period, the Master established a rudimentary base city on this land with a group of followers, inviting numerous refugees to join. As time passed, the facilities of Hongning Bay City became increasingly comprehensive. Inside the elongated Cadillac, Liu gazed out the window, observing Hongning Bay City, while Yang Hui smiled and began to introduce it to him. With our master present, Hongning Bay City is the safest city in the world. To date, no king-level beast has dared to set foot within its boundaries. With this statement, Yang Hui beamed with confidence. Liu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The most formidable beings on Earth were the so-called royal-level monsters dwelling in the depths of the ocean, their strength comparable to that of the mid to late planetary level. However, Hong's strength not only surpassed the late planetary level, but also encompassed a complete domain. In Babada's words, he was an invincible entity at the planetary level. This placed him in a class of absolutely exceptional competitors on Earth. Naturally, under such overwhelming strength, king-level beasts would not dare to court their own demise. We've arrived at the training camp. Let us disembark. During their conversation, the car had reached the entrance of the elite training camp. Yang Hui glanced at the training camp before opening the car door and stepping out. Liu followed closely behind. Upon entering the training camp, a colossal dragon sculpture came into view, nearly 50 meters in size, its beastly eyes fixated intently on Liu as he crossed the threshold. A dark aura immediately enveloping him, imposing an oppressive presence. Liu recognized that this was due to the pair of beastly eyes on the dragon sculpture, belonging to an SS level or king level beast, which had been slain by Hong and subsequently enshrined there. The material of this black dragon sculpture was quite precious, but the most valuable aspect lay in its pair of eyes. Observing Liu's gaze fixated on the black dragon sculpture, Yang Hui chuckled and began to explain. That is an SS-level black dragon birthed from a volcano, preserved here after being slain by the master. When it was designed, the dragon's eyes were intentionally positioned to face the entrance, ensuring that newcomers, upon entering, would inevitably lock eyes with them and be intimidated by their aura. After finishing, Yang Hui broke into a grin. Liu joined in a light chuckle, albeit tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He couldn't very well admit that he had been frightened, but rather contemplated how much such a piece would fetch if stolen. After all, he recalled that in the original text, Yang Hui mentioned that just the eyes of this sculpture were valued at over 10 billion. Selling it would afford him 25 more simulations of life. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Liu shifted his gaze to the ranking inscribed on the sculpture, and Yang Hui seamlessly transitioned to elucidate the rankings. Once all introductions were complete, Yang Hui led Liu into the interior of the elite training camp to handle the check-in process. You need to undergo a B-level assessment first. Only upon passing can you enter the elite training camp. Otherwise, you will be relegated to the basic training camp. While processing the check-in, Yang Hui advised, so, it's best not to wander around today. Tomorrow at noon, I will take you for the B-level assessment. Understood. Liu nodded slightly. He then watched as Yang Hui departed. In a moment, the entire loft was left with Liu alone. Although the decor was reminiscent of ancient Chinese architectural styles due to Hong's heritage, featuring antique furniture and instruments, it still contained modern amenities such as power strips, electric lights, water heaters, and each individual was provided with a laptop. However, for Liu, this was more than sufficient. After all, he was not one to pursue material indulgences. Rising from his slumber, Liu ascended to the second floor to indulge in a warm shower. Leaning against the balcony railing, he gazed out at the training camp. Frankly speaking, the martial artist community, in terms of greenery and aesthetic appeal, paled in comparison to this elite training facility. After spending a leisurely 10 minutes on the balcony, Liu turned and made his way to his bedroom, commencing his practice of the Jin original energy. It was only late into the night that he finally sought rest, for he had to prepare for the B-level examination the following day. From the descriptions provided by Zhuge Tao and Yang Hui, it seemed that the challenge would be rather formidable, and Liu was keen to avoid failure. After undergoing nearly 200 simulated lives, he had discerned a significant enhancement in his innate talents. At the very least, when practicing the Jin original energy, he no longer suffered the frustration of laborious training yielding no progress. Awakening naturally the next morning, Liu savored his breakfast before attempting to wield the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, a weapon that had accompanied him since he first embarked on his journey as a martial artist. The power he unleashed was commendable, comparable to a proficient combatant among the advanced warriors. Moreover, when he employed the 7th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade and extended the scope of the Golden Domain to encompass the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, the results were astonishingly effective. In that moment, Liu even entertained the notion that he could contend directly with Yang Hui. Thus, he trained diligently until noon. Just as he was about to break for lunch, Yang Hui arrived. "You look well," he remarked as he entered the training room, observing Liu's practice. "Wrap up. We're heading to the Ninefold Tower." "Certainly," Liu replied with a slight nod. After a quick freshening up, he donned a casual outfit and followed Yang Hui toward the Ninefold Tower. The ancient exterior was soon replaced by modern technology upon entering. The floors, walls, and ceilings were all constructed from a robust alloy. To the 9th floor, Yang Hui instructed as he pressed the button for the elevator, leading Liu into the grand hall of the 9th floor. They traversed the spacious hall and entered a room deep within. This is the consciousness sensing helmet, which allows your mind to enter a virtual space with 100 fidelity. The room was vast, containing only 2 sofas upon which rested 2 helmets pulsating with an ethereal blue light. Yang Hui began his explanation. Liu stepped forward, grasping one of the helmets and examining it closely. A virtual reality helmet. This was something he had long anticipated in his past life. Yet during his transition, it had remained at the rudimentary level of VR goggles. Once we enter the virtual space, you will be placed in the trial tower to undertake the B-level examination. Do I simply put on? Follow my lead, Yang Hui replied, reclining on the sofa. Before donning his helmet, he solemnly cautioned Liu. Once you wear the helmet, your consciousness will enter the virtual world. Remain calm. Seeing Liu nod, Yang Hui followed suit, placing the helmet on his head, his eyes instantly becoming vacant behind the transparent glass panel. Taking a deep breath, Liu donned his own helmet. This was his first foray into a virtual world in his lifetime. Chapter 57, Dominating the Arena, B-Level Examination passed. The moment the consciousness-sensing helmet enveloped his head, Liu felt a sudden disorientation, as if his senses, sight, hearing, touch, were abruptly severed. When his awareness returned, the first sight to greet him, aside from Yang Hui standing nearby, was an expansive expanse of silvery terrain. He gazed upwards to behold countless stars shimmering above. Is this the virtual space? Liu Musa, stamping his foot to hear the distinctive metallic clang. This was indeed the virtual realm of the trial tower. Yang Hui swiftly elucidated. The sky is a simulated starry expanse. The silvery ground resembles an alloy. The only structure visible in the entire trial tower space is that, the trial tower. Casting his gaze around, Liu confirmed that only the towering silver edifice pointed out by Yang Hui broke the horizon. Nodding slightly, he stretched his limbs and quickly assessed his current combat capabilities. Indeed, within the virtual space, only consciousness could enter, while the virtual environment would automatically generate a corporeal form. This form possessed uniform physical attributes, a punching power of 10,000, a speed of 150 meters per second, and a neural response speed at the level of an elite beginner warrior. Liu nodded in agreement. With uniform physical attributes, it allowed for a more accurate evaluation of an individual's true combat prowess. Except for the mental practitioners, of course. For them, their primary means of engagement was their mental energy, which could not traverse into the virtual realm, thus significantly impacting their combat effectiveness. However, for Liu, this was inconsequential, as his strengths lay in martial comprehension, which remained applicable even within the virtual domain. Student Liu, please select your battle attire and weapon. Once you have made your selections, you must enter the trial tower within 1 minute to face the B-level examination. An abrupt mechanical voice echoed. Immediately, various types of weapons and battle gear materialized before Liu's eyes. He casually selected an outfit that suited his aesthetic sensibilities and chose the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. After confirming his choices, both the attire and the blade materialized before him. How intriguing that they do not directly synchronize onto my person, he mused, but promptly donned the gear and pushed open the grand doors of the trial tower. Liu, I wish you a successful return, Yang Hui exclaimed with an encouraging smile, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Liu failing the challenge. This could be understood. After all, in Yang Hui's eyes, while the B-level examination posed significant challenges, it was hardly insurmountable for a prodigy like Liu, who had already reached quasi-war god status at the tender age of 21. As Liu stepped into the trial tower, the space around him shifted dramatically. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a vast green plain. The task for the B-level examination reverberated across the landscape, Liu, within 30 minutes, eliminate all 100 initial level beast general grade unicorn wild boars that are besieging you. Should you perish midway, the examination will be deemed a failure. If, after 30 minutes, you have slain fewer than 100 unicorn wild boars, it will similarly be considered a failure. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Liu shrugged slightly. Let us begin directly, confirming the abandonment of preparation time. Shall we commence immediately? Affirmative, he replied nonchalantly. To slay 100 initial level beast general grade unicorn wild boars within 30 minutes was, for an ordinary individual, an almost insurmountable task. After all, each unicorn wild boar bore strength and speed comparable to Liu's current physical capabilities. In such circumstances, to expect a trainee to vanquish a horde of 100 beasts within 30 minutes was a near impossibility. Liu quickly comprehended why the elite training camp was dubbed the War God Preparatory Camp. Only those of exceptional talent could endure such rigorous selection. The B-level examination begins now. As the mechanical voice declared the commencement, Liu swiftly limbered up, then beheld a multitude of colossal wild boars materializing on the grassland 100 meters away. It was the unicorn wild boars. I'll simply employ the 5th level of the ninefold Thunderblade, Liu murmured, lifting the Blood Shadow Battleblade. During his 2-day stay at the Jiangnan Bay City, he had purchased the first 5 levels of the ninefold Thunderblade from the Extreme Martial Arts website to ensure he could utilize it openly. As for why he hadn't bought the complete 7th level, it was simply a matter of finances. The initial 5 tiers of the ninefold Thunderblade alone cost Liu a staggering 10 billion Huaxia coins at half price. To acquire the first 7 tiers, even at half price, one would need to spend an astronomical sum of 100 billion Huaxia coins. The half-price arrangement was facilitated by Zhuge Tao, while the 10 billion was borrowed from Luo Feng. Selling a kidney would barely suffice, as a typical warrior-grade practitioner could only fetch around 10,000 to a million for such a sale. At present, Liu still resides within the realm of the general-level warriors, perhaps able to sell a kidney for 8 to 10 billion. One wonders if the first option in the simulation of life, which elevates the current state to its zenith, includes the kidneys. Roaring, while Liu is lost in thought, 100 rampaging unicorn wild boars, each comparable in size to a conventional tank, charged forth in a frenzy, closing the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye before the realm of the elementary beast commander. The assembled tide of beasts seemed poised to engulf Liu entirely. What nonsense! Liu stood firm, wielding his blade with a swift stroke, the 5th tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, augmented by an impressive 42 times. Blood mist erupted instantaneously from the necks of the first 4 charging unicorn wild boars. It was a complete annihilation. When there exists such a vast disparity in strength between both parties, the significance of numbers is reduced merely to the duration of the encounter. With Liu at the consummate level of micro-perfection, approaching the pinnacle of excellence, coupled with the 5th tier of the ninefold Thunderblade and its 42-fold amplification, the unicorn wild boars, despite their collective charge, were utterly incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm upon him. Conversely, each of Liu's strikes could effortlessly eradicate one or even several of the wild boars. In this scenario, Liu found no need to contemplate any issues. He simply swung the Blood Shadow Battleblade at will, and a cascade of blood mist manifested before him. After dispatching the last unicorn wild boar, a mechanical voice echoed across the prairie. In 6 minutes and 30 seconds, all 100 unicorn wild boars have been eliminated. Congratulations, Liu. You have passed the B-level trial. Is that it? Liu casually plunged the Blood Shadow Battleblade into the ground and gazed skyward. Liu, in 5 seconds, you will automatically exit the virtual space. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 58, a warning from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Although the elite training camp currently consists of merely over 180 individuals, each is fundamentally associated with the 5 major powers and various families within the HR Alliance. As Liu and Yang Hui emerged from the ninefold tower, Yang Hui's voice, low and deliberate, broke the silence. Among them is a member of the Bolena's family. I know, Liu replied. You possess exceptional talent, having attained combat prowess comparable to that of a battle god at just over 20 years old. For you, the battle god level is not the terminus. There is substantial hope for you to ascend to the ranks of the council-level powerhouses that surpass even the battle gods. However, this hinges on your survival until that time. No matter how prodigious a genius, if extinguished before reaching maturity, they ultimately amount to nothing but a pile of dust. It is akin to the fact that if you were to engage me in mortal combat, I could easily dispatch you within 3 moves. Liu nodded slightly. Yang Hui was evidently aware of his slaying of Li Wei. Otherwise, he would not have emphasized the Bolena's family so pointedly. It was also reasonable, given that Yang Hui, As a representative battle god of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, ranked among the upper echelons of battle god practitioners and was thus privy to this information. As for his assertion that he could easily dispatch Liu within 3 moves, Liu merely shrugged and refrained from comment. Do you know how much your head is worth now? Observing Liu's calm demeanor, Yang Hui shook his head before chuckling. In the Battle God Palace, Liao has placed a bounty of 200 billion huaxia coins for your head, alive, and they will pay double. Then I must be quite valuable. Liu replied with a smile, mentally jotting down the figure. 400 billion. Surely, when it comes time to claim damages for emotional distress, demanding double is reasonable, isn't it? Liao is destined to meet his end. This is beyond dispute. Whether at my hands or Luo Feng's, he is fated for demise. However, when the time comes, this account can be discussed with the Bolena's family. Later, within the training camp, the government forces various families from the HR Alliance, and some specialized organizations will undoubtedly seek to entice you to join their ranks, offering money, beauty, power, and a myriad of temptations. Yet, you must remember that the foundation of these offers lies in your ability to provide them with sufficient benefits. As a martial artist, the benefit you can offer is inherently your strength. Therefore, there's no need to overly concern yourself with these suggestions. Your sole focus within the training camp should be on ascending the rankings. The higher your rank, the greater the benefits you will enjoy. This is what the 183 students, including yourself, are striving for within the training camp. Following Yang Hui's gestured direction, Liu's gaze was drawn to the rankings depicted on the black dragon carving. First place, Renatus Bridge, 530,321. What code name do you wish to select? Upon seeing Liu nod, Yang Hui proceeded to the next phase. Today is March 26th. Your official entry into the training camp will be set for April 1st. This means the first 4 digits of your code must be 5704. As for the final 2, you may choose as you wish. After all, as of now, you're the only member joining in April. Liu nodded slightly and randomly suggested a number. Responding, let be 01. 01. Yang Hui shrugged and nodded slightly. Your student code has been confirmed as 570401. The remaining formalities are already underway. Liu nodded again, and then, under Yang Hui's guidance, he entered a cluster of buildings. After a brief exchange of instructions, they parted ways. At that very moment, the name of the 183rd individual appeared on the black dragon carving. In 183, Liu, 570,401. Instantly, the privileged elite of the world received this news. Among these elites were battle god-level warriors, leaders of special government departments, and core members of several significant families within the HR Alliance, including Liao. Boom! The sound of shattering glass resonated as Liao sat in his chair, his expression dark and suffused with a suffocating aura of malice. He had actually succeeded in becoming a student of the elite training camp. Clenching his fists, he gradually pulverized the glass cup he had just crushed, seething with rage as he gazed down at the records and information of Liu laid before him. Every detail of his life, from childhood experiences to familial connections, was meticulously documented. Even if you're a member of the elite training camp, I may not find the opportunity to exact my revenge in the short term. But you have 2 younger sisters. Liao's expression twisted with rage, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes, though ultimately subdued by reason. After all, he was, in every sense, a formidable warrior of the high battle god tier, backed by significant influence. Moreover, given that his wife was the sister of the Bolena's family head, he served as the executive president of the HR Alliance in the Huaxia region, which represented the Bolena's family stance to a significant extent. Naturally, he could not afford to act recklessly as Li Wei had. However, this did nothing to quell Liao's hatred. Furthermore, rules are established by humans, and as such, they can never be flawless. The families of Extreme Martial Arts Academy warriors are at risk. Any rash actions would only provoke a backlash from us, which the Bolena's family cannot withstand. Yet, if approached from a secular perspective, leveraging the HR Alliance's network and power, it could be effortless to influence the area where Liu's family resides, rendering his 2 sisters unable to survive or die. As he spoke, Liao's voice turned venomous. Someone is plotting against Li Shui and Liu. In Jiangnan Bay City, at the headquarters of the Extreme Club, Zhu Getao sat in his office chair, his brow slightly furrowed. Without a doubt, it must be Liao and Vinina's doing. When it comes to grievances, one must seek out the source. Resorting to violence against the family of a martial artist is truly despicable of Liao. Zhu Getao shook his head. Indeed, the only name that can be miscalled is the one that is not miscalled in its moniker. Vulture Scorpion. One can tell at a glance that it is not a pleasant being. Why must I be the one to deal with this? Grumbling to himself, Zhu Getao picked up the phone and dialed a number. Although he is referred to as one of the four titans of the Jiangnan Bay City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he is merely a general-level martial artist. When faced with the actions of a high-level war god like Li Yao, he would undoubtedly be powerless. The call was directed to his pillar of support, his elder brother, a mid-level war god. Zhuge Tao's brother was equally helpless. Being a high-level war god equipped with the Black God set was beyond his capabilities. He could only follow Zhuge Tao's lead, reporting the situation to their superiors for consideration on how to resolve it. They arranged for 24-hour covert protection for Li Yu's two younger sisters, ensuring they would not leave Jiangnan Bay City under any circumstances, absolutely preventing a repeat of the previous incident. Yes, Inspector. Upon hearing this from Li Jihong, the caller hung up but seemed to feel unsettled and made another call. This time, the recipient was Isadora, the speaker of the HR Alliance and the true power behind it. Chapter 59, Dragon Blood, Jiangnan Pavilion. As Yang Hui's figure vanished from view, Liu raised her gaze towards the ancient courtyard ahead, emblazoned with three Chinese characters, Jiangnan Pavilion. Indeed, it was Jiangnan Pavilion. Yang Hui nodded slightly, explaining that the name was derived from the base city's designation. Jiangnan Pavilion, as its name suggests, is where the students of Jiangnan Bay City reside. Currently, there are 2 students residing in Jiangnan Pavilion, and you will be the third. Liu nodded subtly, then heard Yang Hui lower his voice, a friendly reminder. Among the 2 students currently in Jiangnan Pavilion, the most formidable is named Shi Jiang, a warrior of considerable strength. Even I do not have the confidence to defeat him. So it would be wise for you to cultivate a good rapport with them. Liu nodded once more. She had a faint impression of this Shi Jiang, a mid-level war god, at the same rank as Yang Hui, making Yang Hui's lack of confidence entirely reasonable. Shi Jiang currently ranks in the top 5 of the elite training camp, his strength approximately at the mid-level war god tier. However, he has not sought the title of war god. For as long as a martial artist does not hold that title, they may remain in the training camp. It could be said that within the training camp, nearly all those ranked in the top 30 possess battle prowess at the war god level. Li wa shuja unkun saranat. Although such students may seem to occupy a position without contributing, it is a pragmatic reality. After all, within the training camp, they have access to fixed resources for their development, and once outside, they must fend for themselves. Empathizing, Liu thought that if she were in their position, she too would choose to exhaust the resources over 5 years before departing. There is nothing to criticize in that regard. The fact that Shi Jiang can maintain a position in the top 5 in such circumstances speaks volumes of his talent. Even if he graduates now, regardless of which faction he joins, he would be entitled to the most prestigious treatment. For instance, at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, should he choose to join, he could effortlessly attain the position of the Jiangnan Bay City Hall leader. As he spoke, Yang Hui let out a low sigh, expressing a hint of lamentation. His current strength is comparable to Shi Jiang's, yet the benefits he receives are worlds apart. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that Yang Hui is already over 50, while Shi Jiang is yet to reach 30. Given a few more years, when he departs the training camp, it is entirely possible for him to ascend to a level beyond a war god, becoming an assembly member and directly becoming an inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Shi Jiang, Zhao Ruo. In their casual conversation, the two had arrived at a courtyard, gazing up at 3 pavilions nestled within. Yang Hui pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, observing the silent surroundings before calling out. "Anyone here?" A female voice answered. And Liu followed the sound to see a girl with short hair dressed in a loose sleeping robe. A new student? Just then, a figure leaped down from the pavilion ahead, a young man clad in black training attire. He must be Shi Jiang. The girl in the sleeping robe is presumably Zhao Ruo, as mentioned by Yang Hui. Liu, hailing from Yangzhou City, Jiangnan Bay City. I look forward to your guidance. You're too kind. We'll all progress together, Shi Jiang replied, initially feigning modesty before introducing himself with a deep voice. Zhao Ruo, from Su City, Jiangnan Bay City. Zhao Ruo jumped down, excitement evident as she looked at Liu. From today onward, we'll all be residing together in Jiangnan Pavilion. Yang Hui paused for a moment before continuing. You two must take good care of him. Rest assured, Zhao Ruo patted her chest confidently. With me, Zhao Ruo around. Who would dare to harm anyone from Jiangnan Pavilion? Very well. I shall take my leave, Yang Hui said with a smile, not bothering to refute her claim. Before turning to depart, under Zhao Ruo's guidance, the 3 entered the pavilion where Zhao Ruo resided, which was the one on the west side. Jiangnan Pavilion comprises 3 pavilions. The central one is occupied by Shi Jiang, the west side by Zhao Ruo, and naturally, Liu would reside in the eastern pavilion. It remained uncertain where Luo Feng would stay upon joining the elite training camp. With only 3 pavilions, it seemed that the builders had not anticipated that a single base city could accommodate more than 3 individuals in the training camp simultaneously. Thus, it is likely that he would have to share a pavilion with Li Yu. After all, neither Zhao Ruo nor Shi Jiang appeared suitable. Leaving aside Zhao Ruo's other attributes, her appearance alone did not seem well matched with Luo Feng. It would not be fair to say she is unattractive. Although she has short hair and a petite figure, and her skin is somewhat darker with smaller eyes, she is still quite pleasant. Luo Feng, it seems, favors the innocent charm of a girl-next-door type. As for Shi Jiang, if there were no alternatives, it could be assumed that Luo Feng would not object to sharing accommodation with him. However, given that Luo Feng and Li Yu are acquainted and maintain a good relationship, the choice is evident. "Please, make yourselves at home," Zhao Ruo said warmly, ushering them into the living room on the first floor of the pavilion, casually retrieving 3 bottles of drinks and handing them to Li Yu and Shi Jiang, while she opened one for herself. "I arrived in 55, and Shi Jiang Sr. came in 53, so he's been here quite a while longer than you." Zhao Ruo took a sip of her drink and smiled. 53, 55, 57, all from Jiang in Bay City. It's fate. Shi Jiang also smiled, responding, "Indeed. We must rely on our seniors for guidance." Li Yu nodded slightly, chuckling lightly. As for why Shi Jiang entered the training camp in 53, considering the timeline, this year is 57, and he is nearing graduation. How could Yang Hui mention he could still endure a few more years? It is because beneath the elite training camp, there exists a foundational training camp. 2/3 of the members in the elite training camp are those who have risen through the foundational training camp. Shi Jiang is one of them, while Zhao Ruo was brought in through backing. "Li Yu, when you return to your room later, remember to open the laptop assigned to you by the training camp," Shi Jiang advised. "There's an essay document on it detailing the student guidelines." "Yes, while 90% of it may be trivial, it's best to peruse it thoroughly," Zhao Ruo chimed in. "Especially the section regarding points. It's of utmost importance. In the training camp, what treatment you receive depends entirely on the Black Dragon rankings at the entrance. The higher your points, the higher your rank, and consequently, the better your benefits for that month." Thereafter, Zhao Ruo and Shi Jiang provided Li Yu with a general overview of how to earn points and the associated rewards. Finally, when discussing the rare resources that languish at the bottom of the rankings, even truly formidable warriors of the God of War caliber would find themselves envious. This is also the reason why numerous students who have attained the God of War level linger here. Zhao Ruo added, "For instance, our senior brother Shi Jiang," prompting the trio to share a knowing smile. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Yu stepped into the Eastern Pavilion, entering his study. Upon entering, his gaze was drawn not only to a notebook, but also to a black wooden box. Opening the box revealed a test tube secured with foam, containing golden blood that filled about 1/3 of the tube's capacity. Chapter 60, Double Happiness. Dragon Blood? Li Yu casually lifted the test tube from the box, raising it towards the fluorescent light. Under the light's refraction, influenced perhaps by its value, Li Yu felt an inexplicable beauty emanating from the golden liquid within the test tube. This substance is valued at a staggering 8 billion. Well aware of how to utilize dragon blood, Li Yu disregarded the instructions beneath the box and proceeded directly to the secret chamber of the pavilion, preparing to consume it. As for the student guidelines, when would he ever find time to read them? His current punching power stands at over 40,000. If the simulation of life does not affect reality, then doubling it would bring him close to 100,000. In the secret chamber, with dragon blood in hand, Li Yu's mind swirled with thoughts. He had used dragon blood many times in the simulation of life. However, the effects had diminished with each use. The first time yielded an almost 100% increase, but the second time saw the enhancement drop to less than 10%. The subsequent attempts were even less effective. Yet in the real world, Li Yu had never used dragon blood, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. If it were to double, his punching power would approach the 100,000 threshold. Coupled with the 7th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, which offers a 52-fold enhancement, Li Yu was confident that he could overpower Yang Hui. After all, the punching power of a mid-level god of war typically ranged between 128,000 to 256,000 kilograms. With Li Yu's foundational power nearing 100,000, a 52-fold enhancement would result in 520,000 kilograms, making it reasonable to believe that he could handle someone like Yang Hui, a standout among mid-level god of wars. After all, that range of 128,000 to 256,000 kilograms is merely the baseline. What mid-level god of war doesn't possess some combat techniques? Even without enhancements as high as the 9-fold Thunderblade, a reduction would still place their punching power around 600,000 to 700,000 kilograms. Li Yu's confidence primarily stemmed from the embryonic form of his domain, the Golden Domain. Possessing a planetary-level domain would certainly count as a dimensional strike. So even this apprentice-level domain, albeit in its nascent stage, could help him surpass one or two minor realms. Liu felt it was still manageable. Without further ado, it was time to try. In the basement, Liu lay flat on the ground, holding the test tube filled with dragon blood in his left hand. He removed the stopper, and immediately, an extraordinarily unique aroma wafted through the air. It was indescribable, but even just the scent made Liu feel a tingling sensation throughout his body. He then slightly tilted the test tube, allowing the dragon blood to cascade onto his chest. After setting the test tube aside, he swiftly spread the dragon blood across his entire body. A warmth began to envelop him, as if a torrent of heat surged through his veins and meridians. Was that all? Liu felt a tinge of disappointment. According to the information he had gathered, the initial application of dragon blood should be a harrowing experience, potentially even leading to unconsciousness. Yet, while the temperature continued to rise, it remained within an acceptable range. This shouldn't be the case. Typically, those who consume dragon blood are mid to high-level martial artists. What kind of terrifying pain would be required to incapacitate someone of that caliber? But now, it could only mean that Liu's experience with dragon blood in reality had been markedly different. What the heck? Before Liu could finish his thought, he felt the internal heat intensify, as if responding to his musings. The temperature escalated rapidly, accompanied by excruciating pain. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at every part of his body. If forced to describe it, Liu would say it felt akin to slow slicing. The agony continued to rise. How on earth had Luo Feng endured this? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Liu's complexion turned pale, and he could not help but curse. Had it not been for over 100 simulations of life, which had inadvertently heightened his tolerance and resilience, he felt he would have lost consciousness at that moment of escalating agony. Damn it, double the happiness. Liu's face contorted in agony as he slowly rose to a seated position. Pain is a good sign. After all, it indicates that he and the simulation of life are not on the same level. One's effort yields double the reward. The pain is worth it. Beads of sweat the size of pearls rolled down his forehead. As time passed, Liu even wished he could numb his body. It was too painful. However, after over 100 experiences in simulated life, his endurance and resilience had reached a level that few could match, allowing him to remain conscious even as the dragon blood was nearly depleted. Finally, it was over. Liu lay flat on the ground. His body sprawled in a star shape, as if utterly spent. Yet, he wore a satisfied smile. Right now, he must possess at least 80,000 kilograms of punching power. Having not fainted and remaining fully aware, Liu distinctly felt every cell within him consuming the energy contained in the dragon blood and beginning to metamorphose. Useless impurities were expelled from his body during this transformation. His physical prowess increased at a remarkable pace. Time for a shower. After lying in the basement in a star shape for about 10 minutes, Liu finally regained his composure and slowly got up, heading straight for the bathroom. After all, his skin was covered in the impurities expelled from his body, and it stank terribly. After washing up, Liu returned to his study, opened his laptop, and sat down to read intently. Just as Zhao Ruo had mentioned, 90% of the material was trivial. However, the important parts were mostly familiar to him, allowing him to skim through quickly and turn to sections that piqued his interest. Points. Initially, Liu only sensed that these points must be crucial within the elite training camp. However, after reading the information regarding points in the student guidelines, he realized that lacking points would render one utterly helpless. Liu aside in reevaluation. Indeed, any function that aids in cultivation within the training camp typically requires points for access. Moreover, some functions necessitate corresponding rankings to utilize, such as the gravity chamber. The higher one's rank on the Black Dragon leaderboard, the more time one is allotted. Furthermore, anyone who ranks first for 9 consecutive months can earn a portion of dragon blood. Indeed, the very dragon blood Liu had just consumed, valued at a staggering 8 billion. Additionally, one could select any set of martial arts techniques, regardless of level, or receive personal guidance from either Hong or Thunder God. Upon reading this, Liu stroked his chin, lost in thought. He pondered whether he could exchange this opportunity for one-on-one guidance from the world's strongest, Hong, in exchange for 1,000 tons of gold. Was that too much to ask? As a genius martial artist who has comprehended the golden domain, wouldn't it be reasonable to require gold to aid in his cultivation? Chapter 61. Are the young people of today all so extraordinary? Initiating the simulation of life. Confirming that the effects of the dragon blood had concluded, Liu eagerly issued the command in his mind. He was quite curious about how his newly attained God of War level would manifest within the simulation of life. Wait, God of War level? Suddenly, Li Yu's expression froze as if he had just realized something. His current physical prowess has reached an astonishing 80,000, while the benchmark for a god of war-level warrior lies between 64,000 and 128,000 kilograms of foundational punch strength. Thus, it can be concluded that he has indeed ascended to the realm of true god of war-level warriors. However, insufficient balance, unable to activate life simulation. As expected, a mechanical voice cruelly echoed in his mind. Would you like to continue using the life simulator? Current cost for one use, 100 currency. Current balance, 17. 100 tons per use. Li Yu fell into silence. He found himself uncertain whether to feel fortunate or not. The cost of using the life simulation has been escalating. For a novice warrior to transition to a warrior, the price for life simulation surged from 1,000 huaxia coins to 1 million, a staggering increase of 1,000 times. Meanwhile, for a soldier-level warrior to advance to a general level, the cost leaped from 1 million huaxia coins to 1 ton of gold. Given the current international gold price, 1 ton of gold is valued at approximately 400 million huaxia coins, indicating an increase of 400 times. Presently, the price has escalated from 1 ton of gold to 100 tons, reflecting only a 100-fold increase. Yet, a 100-fold is still an immense quantity of gold. Li Yu pondered the vastness of such wealth. The last time he orchestrated a scheme against Li Yao, it nearly emptied the Bolina's family's gold reserves, requiring them to amass a total of 17 tons of gold. Now, with the cost of life simulation set at 100 tons, even depleting the gold reserves of the 5 great nations may not suffice for several rounds of simulation. To continue leveraging the life simulation for an edge, he must expedite his ascension to planetary level and venture into the cosmos. After much contemplation, Li Yu concluded that the most viable solution was to reach planetary level and subsequently depart from Earth. The planet's resources are too limited, and the exorbitant cost of 100 tons for each simulation ensures that even draining all the major powers of Earth would not meet his simulation demands. Thus, the only remedy lies in traversing the universe. Naturally, to embark into the cosmos, an interstellar spacecraft is indispensable, but Li Yu's strength must also attain planetary level. After all, in the vastness of space, those who have not reached planetary level lack even the qualifications to become official citizens. Li Yu had no desire to be captured by slave traders upon entering the universe. While he had contemplated exploring the cosmic realm, he certainly did not wish to do so as a slave. Upon achieving planetary level, although the cost of life simulation would continue to rise, the requisite currency or gold would not place him in such a dire predicament. Once Luo Feng enters the elite training camp and elevates his physical capabilities to God of War level, he would invite him to seek Baba Ta. Following that, once he acquires the inheritance from the meteor star, they would together pursue the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft and depart from Earth. Li Yu swiftly resolved his thoughts. To aid Luo Feng in rapidly enhancing his physical prowess, Li Yu glanced at the now empty test tube beside him. Dragon's blood. The initial use can approximately double the user's physical attributes. In the original narrative, it was indeed a dose of dragon's blood that propelled Luo Feng's combat power to God of War level, with mental prowess rivaling that of high-tier gods of war. Luo Feng should not take long to arrive at the elite training camp. Before his arrival, he must procure a vial of dragon's blood. Li Yu nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the notebook provided by the elite training camp, investigating the means to acquire dragon's blood. Attaining first place each month and accumulating 9 times would yield a vial of dragon's blood valued at 8 billion huaxia coins. Pass next. The fastest would still take 9 months. By then, Lord Luo would have already ascended. Achieving level 5 in the Tower of Trials would grant the position of Extreme Martial Arts Inspector, along with a vial of dragon's blood worth 8 billion huaxia coins. Possible. However, his current strength is insufficient. After all, this position ostensibly requires strength at the planetary level, equivalent to surpassing God of War level on Earth, a status only accessible to members of the Council. At this moment, Li Yu's strength barely matches that of an ordinary high-tier God of War. Thus, the only remaining option is to demonstrate his potential on the rankings. Li Yu murmured to himself, then nodded slightly. He continued to practice the guiding technique in the training room until 7 o'clock, when Zhao Ruo and Shi Jiang arrived to invite him to the welcome party. At the gathering, as Yang Hui had previously mentioned, several factions sought to recruit Li Yu. There were members of the Huaxia military, HR Alliance members, and representatives from various special forces, including mercenary organizations. As for why a prodigious member of the mercenary organization could enter the elite training camp of extreme martial arts, Li Yu had little interest. What astonished him was that members of the HR Alliance would come to recruit him. Were they unaware that he had slain the only son of the Bellina's family, Li Yao, and his wife? This is of no concern. Although the Bellina's family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, they cannot dominate the landscape in Huaxia. Standing before Li Yu was a talented individual affiliated with the Wang family of the capital, exuding confidence. In response, Li Yu merely shrugged, dismissing the matter. He had a general understanding of the HR Alliance's nature. If Bellina's offered terms that were impossible to refuse in exchange, they would undoubtedly be the first to betray him. It wouldn't even be surprising if they took advantage of his situation. The military's recruitment was straightforward, informing Li Yu that if he joined the Huaxia military, the terms of his post-graduation benefits could be discussed later. However, should Li Yu agree to join now, they would provide a yearly operational budget of 5 billion Huaxia coins during his 5-year tenure in the elite training camp. 5 billion. It's worth noting that a novice god of war-level warrior, not a mental energy master, would generally earn around 5 billion in a year. Brother, I'll just enter the training camp. I'll decide on such matters after a while, Li Yu replied with a slight nod and a light smile. All right, enhancing strength is paramount. If you decide to join the Huaxia military, just let me know. Understood, brother. The next day, Zhao Ruo accompanied Li Yu for a brief overview of the various functions and locations within the elite training camp, before leading him back to Jiangnan Pavilion. A tall, young woman was seated cross-legged, clearly awaiting someone. This is Teacher Jiang. For the next 5 years in the training camp, she will be your instructor. Zhao Ruo indicated towards the woman, introducing her. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Li Yu nodded slightly, casting a curious glance at Jiang Feng, who was clad in a purple training outfit. Her figure tall and voluptuous, embodying the very essence of allure. The original narrative's description did not misrepresent her. Ample bosom, curvaceous hips, and a slender waist. Truly a stunning beauty. Alas, Li did not share an affinity for such tastes. The proud and aloof, twin-tailed ponytail is his eternal preference. I am Jiang Feng. For the next 5 years, I will be your direct instructor. Now, take up your sword and follow me outside. Jiang Feng's voice was cool and detached. Li Yu did not linger, grabbing his blood shadow battle blade and following her out. During our first encounter, I know little about you. Therefore, unleash your strongest power and engage me in combat. Jiang Feng instructed, her demeanor unyielding as she regarded Li Yu. Understood. Li Yu hesitated for a brief moment, then, wielding the blood shadow battle blade, dashed towards Jiang Feng, executing a swift and precise strike. What? As Li Yu charged forward, Jiang Feng sensed something amiss. This was not the speed achievable by a general-level warrior. Her initial intention to block with a single-handed curved blade vanished, replaced by the immediate appearance of a second blade. Clang! The resounding clash of alloys reverberated through the air. God of War level. Jiang Feng looked at Li Yu with a hint of astonishment, her mind racing. The records indicated he was a high-tier general, yet the force behind that strike was at least 80,000 kilograms. Clearly, he was a bona fide novice God of War. If one considers the third layer of a 9-fold Thunderblade, and he is merely 21 years old, are the youth of today all so extraordinary? Chapter 62, Hong. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the 7th day of Li Yu's stay at the elite training camp. Over these 7 days, Li Yu has forcefully surged into the top 20 with his absolute prowess. Is this person even human? Clutching a tablet, Zhao Ruo wore an expression of utter despair. Having spent several years in the elite training camp herself, she had barely managed to break into the hundreds among the 187 trainees. Initially, she believed that was a commendable achievement. Yet now, this newcomer, having just entered the training camp, has managed to ascend into the top 20 within a mere 7 days. How extraordinarily abnormal is that? At the beginning, with the incident involving Jiang Feng serving as a precursor, Zhao Ruo's expectations for Li Yu had already soared. She thought he might be able to breach the top 50 in the short term, enter the top 30 within a year, and perhaps in 3 to 5 years. Follow in Shi Zhang's footsteps to reach the top 5. After all, the top 50 in the elite training camp are generally capable of engaging in direct combat with god-level warriors, while the top 30 are indistinguishable from them. As for the top 20, they hold a commendable status among the primary god-level warriors. And Li Yu, at present, holds the rank of 19. Having just joined the training camp, within a mere 7 days, he has achieved a rank of 19. On the rooftop of a tall building within the training camp, a man clad in a black combat suit gazed contemplatively at the rankings etched into the dragon sculpture. If his memory served him correctly, only 5 individuals in the history of the training camp had managed to break into the hundreds within the first month, and among those 5, 4 had ascended to high god-level warriors, with one even becoming a transcendent figure amongst them. To what heights will this Li Yu grow? Notify the master of the hall. This is beyond my capabilities. The man shook his head, and his figure suddenly froze, vanishing from sight. In the evening, Liu returned to the training camp aboard a camp vehicle, glancing up at the rankings. 19, not bad. Let us see if I can reach first place this month. Liu shrugged, not appearing overly concerned. Over these past 7 days, he had almost spent the entire time outdoors, slaying countless beasts. Yet the actual points gained were not substantial. After all, they were all at the beast commander level. Today was quite fruitful. The staff at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall entered the training camp's dedicated vehicle to load materials. After a brief count, they transferred the funds into Liu's martial artist account, remarking, "At this rate, it's not impossible for you to break into the top 5 this month. Just avoid hunting the Lord-level beasts. Otherwise, you'll be scurrying after the beast commanders." Liu echoed this sentiment. To accumulate points. He had nearly exhausted himself hunting beast commander-level monsters over the past few days. However, this was not of great concern. The beast commanders were merely crushed under his might. The sheer number of them could not compensate for the absolute disparity in strength between them in this context. Thus, slaying more was utterly meaningless. But hunting Lord-level beasts? That was also not feasible. It wasn't he that Liu lacked the strength. Over these 7 days, he had sought out a few Lord-level monsters to test his full power, to gauge his capabilities. The ultimate conclusion was that he was at the level of a high God-level warrior. With the 7th level of a 9-fold Thunderblade and the nascent form of the Golden Domain, if he had to describe it, it would be a damage output of 560 and a penetration of 100. Naturally, he was not incapable of defeating Lord-level monsters. The primary issue was the difficulty in monetizing the spoils. After all, this was the stronghold of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Hongning Bay City, and the territory of the elite training camp, making it impossible to sell anonymously to the HR Alliance. If he sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, however, his martial artist rank would instantly be corrected to God level, allowing him to graduate directly from the elite training camp. "You are indeed impressive." As Liu returned to Jiangnan Pavilion, Zhao Ruo hurried over, giving him a thumbs up, her face filled with astonishment. Liu did not respond. He merely shrugged and took a drink from the refrigerator, popping the cap and sipping. This was just the beginning. Liu had only reached the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade so far, with 4 levels still unused. Moreover, besides this, Liu possessed the nascent form of the Golden Domain, Li Iwa. A voice suddenly pierced the air outside Jiangnan Pavilion. Liu turned to see Jiang Feng approaching. "Come with me, someone wishes to meet you." Jiang Feng entered the small courtyard, waving her hand towards Liu, her expression complex. While she felt that Liu was indeed extraordinarily gifted, the person wanting to meet him was none other than Hong, the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the strongest being in the world, revered among the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as if he were a deity. All right, Liu seemed to have guessed who he was to meet and did not dare to delay, promptly following her out of Jiangnan Pavilion. After all, this Hong, though perhaps not on par with Lord Luo, was nonetheless a chosen one of his generation. Possessing his own domain at the planetary level, it was not merely on Earth. Even across the entire galaxy and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there was no such genius. "The master is inside. Go in." Jiang Feng led Liu straight to the heart of the elite training camp, arriving at the entrance of a quiet room. "Seat." As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a tall and robust man in a black coat and trousers leisurely savoring tea. It was a beautiful scene, yet Liu felt an immediate, overwhelming resonance in his mind, as all surrounding matters faded into darkness, leaving only the man at the center of that darkness. Clang! Almost instantly, dazzling golden light flickered wildly in Liu's eyes, and when the brilliance was nearly tangible, the roar in his mind abruptly ceased. His senses, sight, touch, and perception returned to normal. Is this what it means to be planetary level? Liu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the concept of invincibility at the planetary level, as mentioned by Babata, was so profound. Domain? Meanwhile, upon noticing Liu regaining his composure, Hong put down his teacup, sitting upright, his face reflecting astonishment. A student-level warrior possessing a domain? Unbelievable. Hong gazed at Liu, his expression filled with incredulity. "If what you mean is the earlier form I exhibited, it doesn't truly count. It's merely a prototype." Liu slightly shook his head. "No, it's because your strength is insufficient. Hence you cannot project your original force, and thus cannot activate your domain." Hong waved his hand, offering a brief explanation, then rose and directed his gaze towards Liu. "It was Wang Kuan who reported about you, that in just 7 days, you surged into the top 20 of the rankings, so here I am. I initially thought your physical foundation should have reached the initial God level, and the 9-fold Thunderblade would have likely reached above the 4th level. with your combat power comparable to a mid-level god. This was the utmost limit I could envision. After all, you are only 21 years old. Hong paused, then continued, his tone tinged with admiration. But I did not expect you to have already comprehended a domain. What type of domain do you possess? Gold. Liwa brumli raplia. No wonder you have been acquiring gold in such large quantities, even daring to offend the Polanas family. It turns out this can aid in your cultivation. Indeed, I have discovered that gold-bearing ores can assist me in comprehending the golden domain. The higher the purity, the better the effect. Li Yu presented the reasoning he had meticulously prepared, his expression sincere, not betraying a hint of turmoil. After all, while he might be able to conceal his acquisition of so much gold from the general public, it was challenging to deceive Hong before him. At least with Li Yu's current strength, it was difficult to hide anything from Hong. It was better to be forthright. He truly needed gold. The higher the purity, the better the effect. Hong nodded slightly. Regarding gold, I can help you brainstorm some ideas, but do not harbor too high expectations. Thank you, Master. Li Yu immediately expressed his gratitude. As for Hong advising him not to harbor excessive hopes, Li Yu paid little heed to it. Everyone was aware that gold, in essence, holds minimal value, priced at 400 huaxia coins per gram. A ton equates to merely 400 million huaxia coins. While this sum is undoubtedly astronomical for an ordinary individual, it is relatively insignificant for a warrior of the god of war caliber, let alone a powerhouse like Hong. For someone standing at the pinnacle like Hong, the currency of Earth has become utterly meaningless. Whether it is 100 million or 100 billion, it matters not. When currency fails to serve its purpose, it is akin to mere waste paper. Thus, when he advised against harboring too much hope, he was naturally referring not to the price of gold but to its reserves. The couple, Li Yao and his wife, managed to extract a mere 170 tons of gold from the HR Alliance through the Bolinas family. The reserves of the 5 major powers would not surpass that of the HR Alliance by much. In total, it is unlikely to exceed 1,000 tons. Based on current consumption, it would suffice for Li Yu to engage in several simulated lives. I am aware that near City 003, you encountered the vulture Li Yao and the only son of the scorpion Venina Bolinas, whom you were compelled to kill. Subsequently, Li Yao placed a bounty of 100 billion huaxia coins on the identity of the assassin through the Bolinas family. You then claimed this bounty through others. At this, Hong's lips curled slightly in amusement. He had not anticipated Li Yu would undertake such an audacious maneuver. However, he did not dwell on it, instead finding some approval in Li Yu's approach. After all, in his eyes, an ordinary warrior would not dare to strike down someone protected by 2 high-ranking battle generals unless driven to desperation. It is evident to anyone that there must be a god of war-level protector behind him. As for the act of claiming the bounty through another, Hong could only remark on Li Yu's audacity. The individual who helped him claim the bounty also possessed considerable courage. Hadn't their needs already been met? Li Yu shrugged in response. You settle your own grievances. I shall not interfere, but I can assure you that no power beyond the god of war will emerge. Hong looked at Li Yu, who appeared unperturbed, and chuckled softly, shaking his head before making a promise. I can resolve matters with that vulture Li Yao myself, but I fear they may act recklessly. Rest assured, now that I am aware, they will not have the audacity to do so. Hong maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Then I shall await their arrival to meet their demise. Both Hong and Li Yu brimmed with confidence. As Li Yu surmised that Li Yao would likely be unable to resist taking action within a month. After all, from their perspective, Li Yu's progress in strength had been alarmingly rapid. At merely 21, he had already reached the level of an average mid-tier god of war. If this continued, it would not be long before he ascended beyond the god of war, potentially becoming a council member-level powerhouse. Yes, this life and death adventure on the Australian continent will commence sooner than expected. You should eliminate Li Yao promptly. That way, you need not worry about him harming your family. Furthermore, I must remind you that Li Yao once emerged from ancient civilization ruins, acquiring a set of black god armor, which possesses the ability to transform into any attire at will, including a fully encompassing battle suit. Once donned, after a moment of contemplation, Hong added, additionally, the individual who assisted you in claiming the bounty, Luo Feng, is also quite talented and will be brought to the training camp tomorrow for a B-level assessment. As for whether he will participate in the early onset of the life and death adventure, it will depend on his willingness. Typically, even newly arrived trainees are required to partake in life and death adventures, but Luo Feng, having only recently entered the training camp, encountering such an early opportunity is indeed a special circumstance. Special situations warrant special considerations. If Luo Feng is unwilling to participate, it is of little consequence. I am aware of him. Master of the pavilion, I wish to request a portion of dragon blood for him. Li Yu nodded slightly, as the timing indicated that Luo Feng was indeed due to arrive. Requesting a portion of dragon blood for him? The rationale? Hong inquired directly and succinctly. He is a mentalist, and after consuming dragon blood, his physical attributes can nearly reach the god of war level. A mentalist? Hong nodded slightly. If a mentalist's physical attributes attain the god of war level, their rank would be elevated to high-tier god of war. Very well. Wang Kuan will procure that portion of dragon blood for you. Chapter 64. The Australian Continent. Exiting the tranquil chamber. Li Yu received the iron box containing dragon blood from Wang Kuan, the inspector, and made his way towards Jiangnan Pavilion. As he walked, he pondered. Hong's strategy seems to align with the original narrative. He intends to use Li Yao and his wife as sharpening stones against me. So be it. Li Yu shrugged, not overly concerned. With his current strength, he could already contend with a high-tier god of war like Li Yao. However, should he eliminate Li Yao, who would he seek compensation from for the mental anguish incurred due to the bounty? The Bolinas family? That seems plausible. Brother Yu. Just as Li Yu contemplated the aftermath of dealing with Li Yao, a figure emerged from the entrance of Jiangnan Pavilion. It was a young man, robust in stature. Who else could it be but Luo Feng? The elite training camp's life and death adventure in Australia had commenced prematurely. Huaxia, Jiangnan Bay City, Jiangnan Mountains and Rivers. The implications were abundantly clear. Li Yao's expression darkened. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall, fully aware of the blood feud between him and Li Yu, had nonetheless chosen to commence the life and death adventure in Australia ahead of schedule, placing the opportunity for vengeance directly before him. For what purpose, Li Yao understood all too well. It was to use him as a sharpening stone for Li Yu. How ruthless! A fierce expression flickered across Li Yao's face, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Although he remained still, it was evident that he was teetering on the brink of losing control. Such a reaction was entirely reasonable. Li Wei, Li Yao's only son, had perished at Li Yu's hands, and now the Extreme Martial Arts Hall sought to use him, the grieving father, as a sharpening stone for Li Yu. How could one remain calm in such circumstances? Arrange for me a plane ticket. I must journey to the Australian continent. He instructed. I will bring along some elite personnel, departing directly from Huaxia. How long will it take to make the arrangements? After a prolonged silence, Li Yao slowly opened his eyes. His voice low. He recognized this as a trap, yet certain matters, even when understood, must be faced head-on. Given Li Yu's current display of talent, should he delay now? In 2 years, he would no longer even qualify to be a sharpening stone. Moreover, with their enmity already established, whether for his own sake or for avenging his son, he had no choice but to plunge ahead, even knowing that the Australian continent was a trap. In half an hour, I can have you enter the plane as a martial arts training team, and you can disembark midway over the Australian continent. Vin Nina regarded Li Yao and slowly posed a question. What do you intend to bring along? Laser cannons. Li Yao's voice was deep. If he was to be used as a sharpening stone, so be it. But would the geniuses of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall withstand a blast from a laser cannon? Impossible. Vin Nina immediately shook her head in refusal. In Huaxia, the military and government wield immense power, unlike the European Union. I can only arrange for you to board a commercial flight. As for laser cannons, even leveraging the Bolinas family's connections, it is exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Is there truly no alternative? Li Yu's bro furuwa. He had little understanding of Li Yu's strength, only inferring from his current ranking in the elite training camp that he surpassed the mid-tier god of war level. However, the fact that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had such confidence in commencing the life and death adventure in Australia indicated their belief that Li Yu could at least preserve his life under their supervision. To err on the side of caution, Li Yao contemplated bringing along a laser cannon, just in case, but he did not expect Vin Nina to outright refuse. Transporting such an item from Huaxia was simply out of the question. Indeed, even the transfer of large weaponry from Huaxia necessitated prior notification. After all, within Huaxia, even the combined influence of all families within the HR alliance could only exert a limited economic impact. Unlike the European Union, where interests drive all decisions. Although Vin Nina was also consumed by a desire for vengeance, as the sister of the head of the Bolinas family, she managed to retain a semblance of rationality. After a brief pause, she offered a suggestion. You could proceed directly to Europe. The EU is the stronghold of the HR alliance and the home ground of the Bolinas family. By taking an elite team under the guise of martial artists to the EU, you could, through the Bolinas family, rent a banned weapon, such as a laser cannon. Over there, more than 80 of the aircraft and airport security systems are managed by the HR alliance, while in Huaxia, these matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia authorities. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Li Yao nodded slightly. As for the time wasted, It mattered little. If they were to act, it was imperative to ensure a single, decisive resolution, once and for all. Moreover, opportunities were finite. Should Liu ascend to the ranks of the powerful within the War God Council, the prospect of revenge would become utterly unattainable. If Liu did not come to eliminate him, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Once Liu was vanquished, he would ensure that his family experienced a fate worse than death. Everyone must have finished their lunch by now. It's time to prepare. At Honing Bay City, aboard a large passenger aircraft, all 184 students from the elite martial arts academy and several War God instructors had gathered. The aircraft was divided into 3 levels, with a massive LCD screen placed at the front of each section. The screens displayed a video featuring a War God-level instructor explaining the current state of the Australian continent, the existing dangers, and the most significant threats to the students. As they traveled, the video played on a loop, and many students watched intently, even though they were already familiar with much of the content. Shijiang, Liwa, Luo Feng. How about we form a team of 4 when we reach the Australian continent? Zhao Ruo inquired softly. Are you sure? Sure. Jiang furrowed his brow. In the original narrative, Luo Feng had outright rejected any acquaintance with him, let alone now, when he barely knew Zhao Ruo. After all, Zhao Ruo's strength was indeed somewhat lacking. Her combat prowess fell short of War God level, merely qualifying as a commendable high-ranking warrior. For both Shi Jiang and Luo Feng, the Australian continent was rife with formidable monsters, offering an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Thus, they would not play the role of babysitters for Zhao Ruo. However, Liu cast a cheerful glance at Zhao Ruo. Never mind, never mind. Zhao Ruo quickly waved her hand, nearly forgetting that this gentleman had a relentless enemy. That enemy was a high-ranking war god of the Polanas family, and during this perilous venture in Australia, it was highly likely that they would seek revenge. As a mere high-ranking warrior, Zhao Ruo feared that she might become an easy target for the Polanas family's war god. Seeing Liu's expression, Zhao Ruo felt a chill. Chapter 65, Luo Feng's Astonishment. Fengzi, let's go together. Watching Zhao Ruo decline, Liu shrugged and turned his attention to Luo Feng, extending an invitation. All right. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation in the face of Liu's request. After all, from Luo Feng's perspective, he owed Liu far too much. Initially, Liu had taken on a bounty on his behalf, which allowed him to gather enough funds to purchase life water for his brother. And just days prior, he had helped him secure a dragon blood worth 800 billion Huaxia currency from the esteemed Hong, the world's strongest. 800 billion could procure 2 portions of life water with leftover funds. He and Liu were not related, yet it had granted him such a boon. If Liu required assistance, how could he refuse? Furthermore, after consuming the dragon blood, his physical attributes had nearly doubled, allowing him to reach the minimum standard for war god level, and consequently, his status as a mental energy master had naturally ascended to that of a high-ranking war god. With the attributes of a mental energy master combined with the 4th layer of the 9-fold Thunderblade, his combat strength could rival that of Liao. Eliminating the threat would ensure a permanent resolution. Upon seeing Luo Feng nod in agreement, Liu acknowledged him with a slight nod, grateful for his integrity. Then they could seek out Babata, situated 5,000 meters beneath Wudao Island. Liu closed his eyes, beginning to organize his thoughts. After all, he was not a mental energy master and did not meet the criteria for the inheritance of the fallen ink star. However, these were minor details. He had never intended to contend for that inheritance. His focus was solely on the treasure trove held by Babata. If possible, acquiring the legacy of the fallen ink star's lord would also be acceptable, as he could later assist in avenging him. We're almost there, prepare to disembark. After approximately 40 minutes of flight, the passenger aircraft arrived in the vicinity of the Australian continent. As the plane landed and the doors opened, the 184 students and several war god-level instructors swiftly exited the aircraft. Finally arrived, Liu stood upon the vast plains of the Australian continent, gazing into the distance. As far as the eye could see, there were no remnants of buildings, only an expanse of vegetation and scattered monsters. It was all wilderness. Tonight's rest might be a bit troublesome. Silence. A war god instructor from the elite training camp called out loudly. Once the crowd quieted, he nodded in satisfaction and stated, all students, please use your communication watches to record the detailed information and coordinates of your current location. The date is July 4th, 2057, at 3:45 p.m. You will reside here for 1 month. Our aircraft will return to this location to retrieve you all on August 4th at noon. From this moment forth, your adventure begins. Subsequently, all the war god-level instructors swiftly returned to the aircraft, which then slowly ascended into the sky, transforming into a blue light before vanishing from sight. Soon after, the 184 students began to form small teams, heading into the endless wilderness. This time, Shi Jiang did not invite Luo Feng as he had in the original narrative, nor did he choose to join Liu's team. Instead, forming a group with another student ranked among the top 20 in the training camp. Liu understood this choice perfectly. Ultimately, to them, his journey seemed akin to courting death, even though he ranked in the top 20 of the training camp. The disparity in combat strength between his mid-level war god and Li Yao, who was considered strong even among high-ranking war gods, was all too evident. You should now possess high-ranking war, god-level strength, correct? On the way, Liu inquired of Luo Feng. Indeed, after consuming the dragon blood, my physical attributes have reached war god level, and my combat prowess as a mental energy master has successfully attained high-ranking war god level, Luo Feng responded, seemingly sensing Li Yu's concern. That's good. Li nodded slightly. Since Luo Feng had achieved high-ranking war god status, he felt entirely reassured. After all, Luo Feng was responsible for the inheritance of the fallen ink star in their quest for Babata, and if he failed to meet Babata's expectations, it would be unfortunate. However, given that Babata had remained on Earth for a full 50,000 years, as long as Luo Feng's talent could shine through, even if he did not meet Babata's expectations, as long as he did not fall too far below, he should still be accepted. As for the worry regarding Li Yao, Liu had never harbored any concerns. Not to mention that he was merely a high-ranking war god. Even if a planetary-level being, the so-called pinnacle of Earth's warriors, were to confront him, he would remain unfazed. On one hand, there was Hong's promise, and on the other, the balance check. Current balance, 143. Would you like to initiate simulated life? No. Liu gazed at his balance, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, it was Hong. The moment he made his move, Wang Kuan delivered a staggering 126 tons that very night. Coupled with the 17 tons he had left over, that amounted to a total of 143 tons. Though it still fell short for 2 rounds of simulated life, a single round would suffice to elevate him to planetary level. After all, given his current state, even without simulated life, he could reach planetary level within 2 to 3 years. Once he attained that level, his primal energy could be externally manifested, and the nascent form of the golden domain would naturally evolve into a true golden domain. By then, aside from the exceptional talents of Hong and Thor, there would be few on Earth capable of contending with Li Yu. However, Li Yao might act desperately, necessitating caution against his use of strategic weapons such as the laser cannon. Observing Luo Feng, Liu issued a warning. A laser cannon, Luo Feng exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Due to the educational system in Huaxia and the characteristics of the digital age, one could be relatively well-informed. However, in Luo Feng's subconscious and perception, laser cannons and nuclear weapons were the absolute aces among the thermal weapons humanity could manufacture, especially high-grade laser cannons, which were primarily deployed in cities to counter formidable monsters, were highly regulated. In fact, most small to medium-sized base cities were unable to equip them. Given that Li Yao had already resorted to using a laser cannon, it could not possibly be of a low grade. At the very least, it would be capable of dealing with king-level monsters. Otherwise, it would not guarantee absolute safety. While Huaxia could hardly procure such devices, who could say the same for the capitalistic nations of the European Union? Li Yu spoke in a calm tone, appearing somewhat indifferent. Chapter 66. Seizing the laser cannon. The European Union? Luo Feng's expression darkened. There was no need for excessive fear. The power of a laser cannon was indeed terrifying. But the prerequisite was that it could obtain our coordinates for a precise strike. Liu's expression remained unperturbed as he began to press the switch button on his communication watch, holding it down. Beep! With a soft sound, the communication watch powered down, and Liu's explanation followed. The only way they could ascertain our location was by dialing the communication watch to obtain a position fix. As long as we cut the power to the watch, Li Yao would be unable to acquire precise positioning and thus could not utilize the laser cannon. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly, pressing and holding the button on his own wristwatch to shut it down. Coordinates lost? High above the tranquil sea, aboard a military aircraft bound for the Australian continent, Li Yao's expression darkened, his piercing eyes fixated on the projection of Venina within the communication watch. Indeed, Venina's projection shook her head, her face etched with malice. That Li Yu has powered down the communication watch. In other words, we can't locate him? Correct. Damn it. An expletive escaped Li Yao's lips as veins bulged on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly. He had traversed great distances to Europe, leveraging his connections within the Polanas family to procure the laser cannon, only to receive news that Li Yu had shut down the communication watch before even reaching the Australian continent, making it impossible to pinpoint his precise location. What a farce. The Australian continent was vast beyond measure. If Liu wished to evade capture, it could take Liao years to find him. If he couldn't locate him, vengeance would be a futile endeavor, a complete waste. Mr. Liao, shall we continue our journey to the Australian continent? The pilot of the aircraft inquired timidly, observing Liao's near-manic demeanor. Continue, Liao replied, his eyes bloodshot and voice low. He was gambling, wagering that Liu would act impulsively. After all, since Liu dared to partake in a life-and-death venture that had been initiated ahead of time to travel to the Australian continent, it indicated that his power had likely reached the high-ranking war god level, and he possessed the confidence to engage in combat. Liao had considered this aspect when he decided to bring the laser cannon, hoping for a swift victory over his enemy. However, as long as Liu did not possess a godlike perspective, he could not know that Liao had mobilized the laser cannon against him. Thus, should Liu succumb to the urge to act, becoming a target for the laser cannon, he would be instantaneously annihilated. There would be no exceptions. Once he eliminated Liu, the latter's family would be at his mercy, and he could exact whatever revenge he desired. As for Hong's protection, that was contingent upon Liu remaining alive. Should Liu perish, as long as Liao did not act overtly and cause a backlash that would stir public outrage, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would likely turn a blind eye, merely ignoring the situation. And public opinion was precisely the forte of the HR Alliance. Liao was indeed ruthless, just as he fantasized about how to exact revenge on Liu's family after disposing of him. A completely black triangular aircraft ascended for the Hongning Bay City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. Inside the aircraft, aside from the pilot, there were two passengers. Judging by their complexion, one was likely Indian and the other Huaxia. Who could say otherwise? To deal with Liu, they had not only hired 3 war gods, but had also brought out the laser cannon. Among the 2 passengers, the stocky Indian man, with slightly curly hair, could not help but scoff while awkwardly expressing himself in Chinese. Those 3 war gods are certainly bold. They dare to take on this task. They might believe that dealing with a young upstart like Liu, barely in his 20s, would be a walk in the park. And they trust that our Extreme Martial Arts Hall wouldn't trouble them. These hired war gods, the robust man of yellow complexion laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. While it was true that most mercenaries refrained from provoking the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, daring individuals were never in short supply. It was entirely understandable that a few would be willing to accept employment. After all, the remuneration offered by Liao was quite substantial. According to their information, among the 3 war god-level fighters who accepted the hire, one was of medium war god level, while the other 2 were of initial war god level, with payments of 1.5 billion euros for the initial war gods and 3 billion euros for the medium war god. This was already a considerable reward, equivalent to a year's income for these warriors. What they were tasked with was merely to encircle and eliminate a mere 21-year-old young man. Moreover, with the backing of a laser cannon capable of severely injuring king-level monsters and led by a high-ranking war god, it was quite the advantageous situation. Were it not for the knowledge they had received from the King's inspectorate regarding Liu's combat capabilities, they might have been tempted by such an easy opportunity. It was simply a matter of collecting a year's worth of income by merely showing up. However, now, they wouldn't even consider it at double the price. As their aircraft landed on the Australian continent, having barely taken 3 hours, a group of elite warriors was stationed at the base, while numerous scholars were calibrating intricate instruments. Suddenly, a completely black, triangular aircraft appeared before their eyes. It was the aircraft of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. These elite warriors quickly recognized the affiliation of the aircraft. After all, on Earth, only the Extreme Martial Arts Hall manufactured such aircraft in large numbers. All other factions primarily utilized disc-shaped crafts. The American government and the European Union had jointly requested the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to disclose the manufacturing technology of the triangular aircraft for the overall advancement of humanity. Yet, Hong paid them no heed. Puka, Taizong. The hatch of the triangular battle aircraft swung open, and 2 figures leaped down directly. A warrior of divine caliber among the crowd instantly recognized their identities, rendering him speechless. After all, any martial artist who attained the divine rank would inevitably join the divine palace, making these 2 notable figures indeed. Is that James? It's been quite a while. The man known as Iron Sect, a robust Chinese individual, smiled slightly, then surveyed the crowd. The Earth Alliance strictly prohibits the use of laser cannons against fellow humans. He stated authoritatively, by order of the Pavilion Master, we must take this laser cannon with us. Now, you will disassemble the cannon and pack it into boxes, then load it onto our aircraft. Though Iron Sect wore a smile, his tone left no room for dissent. The numerous elite personnel brought by Liao could only comply obediently, hastily transferring the laser cannon into the triangular aircraft they arrived in and promptly notifying Liao, who was out searching for Liu. Chapter 67, Confrontation. The laser cannon has been confiscated? Liao stood at the bank of a river, his expression darkening. He had anticipated this outcome, for in the eyes of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he was merely a sharpening stone for Liu. Once they discovered he possessed the laser cannon and intended to use it to eliminate Liu, they would naturally come to confiscate it. Such an act would undermine their purpose of tempering the genius. However, he did not expect their arrival to be so swift. Just as he set foot on the Australian continent, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy dispatched a special operations team to seize it. Their efficiency was indeed remarkable. Since you want me to be your sharpening stone, I shall oblige. Liao stood quietly, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes, his voice low and menacing. Liu had slain his only son, his sole heir. He would never relent in his quest to eliminate Liu. Meanwhile, Liu, having kept a vigilant watch on the sky, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the triangular aircraft representing the Extreme Martial Arts Academy descend before swiftly departing. He then pressed the activation button on his communication watch. With a soft beep, the device powered on. "Were you up to you?" Luo Feng inquired. Noticing Liu had activated his watch. "Invite him over." Liu grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. He could not possibly lead Liao to Mist Island like in the original story, where Luo Feng ultimately allowed the tiger to return to the mountain. Could he? Luo Feng's actions in the original narrative stemmed from his ignorance of the Babata lurking beneath Mist Island. Liu, however, was well aware of the subsequent events. Why not resolve Liao before heading to Mist Island? By doing so, they could confidently search for the Babata concealed 5,000 meters below the island. As for the spirit of the flora on Mist Island, once they dealt with the Babata, even the wood spirit crystal would suffice for sustenance. Who would still covet that so-called spirit of flora? Such things were merely alluring to the impoverished souls on earth. You should hide. Liao is unaware of your presence. If I falter, you may catch him off guard. Understood. Luo Feng nodded vigorously before vanishing from a U.S. site. The communication watch is active. Liao. You should be arriving soon. Liu murmured, a glimmer of golden brilliance flickering in his eyes. Madam, the call has been connected. The target's communication watch is active. In a spacious room within the Paris base, Wanina furrowed her brows as she sat in a swivel chair, facing several staff members with laptops. What? Wanina rose abruptly, her expression brightening. The target's communication watch is active, and the coordinates have been confirmed. The responding staff member quickly affirmed. Transfer it to the gentleman immediately. Wanina commanded without hesitation. Yes. The staff member, visibly excited, promptly relayed the location information to Liao, who was far away on the Australian continent. After all, while Wanina was beautiful, she was also a rose with thorns, and her temper was far from pleasant. Failing to locate the target's coordinates would likely result in a dire consequence for him. After all, Wanina Polanas was known as the Scorpion, her character quite evident. Suddenly activating the communication watch, coupled with the coordinates remaining unchanged, indicated that he was waiting for me. In Australia, Liao gazed at the positioning of Liu on his communication watch, a manic grin spreading across his face, followed by a laugh that echoed through the wilderness, deterring any monstrous creature from approaching the combat-suited human. Let us see what gives you such confidence. Liao's expression twisted into a snarl. His battle prowess was already formidable among the high-ranking deities, with a black god suit acquired from ancient ruins. Unless faced with a king-level monster or a planetary-level entity, superior to a divine warrior, or a high-grade laser cannon, he could scarcely fathom what could inflict mortal harm upon him. Only 50 kilometers away. Liu, I hope you're there, Liao murmured, then paused momentarily before a terrifying sonic boom erupted, propelling him forward like a black streak. Racing towards Liu's coordinates, under the ultimate explosion of a high-ranking divine warrior, his speed could reach twice the speed of sound. Thus, despite the 50-kilometer distance seemingly vast, he arrived in mere minutes. Here you are. Liu greeted the approaching Liao and the 3 divine-level warriors trailing closely behind with enthusiasm. Liu, as you wished. I have arrived. Liao's voice was dark as his armor suddenly fell away, revealing black skin spreading from his chest. So this is the Black God suit, Liu observed, nodding slightly at the black skin enveloping Liao, including his mouth and nose. According to Hong's description, once the Black God suit was activated, no divine-level attacks could penetrate it. As for attacks from divine-level warriors, the residual force through the Black God suit could be virtually disregarded by a high-ranking divine warrior like Liao. It was no wonder Hong had specifically warned that under such circumstances, Liao was practically invincible among divine warriors. Kill him. Liao's gaze darkened to the utmost, and he charged forth toward Liu, with the 3 divine warriors following closely behind. All 4 were divine warriors, and at full throttle. Their speed could break the sound barrier, so nearly instantaneously, they stood before Li Yu. Get lost. Li Yu retaliated with a swift strike of his blade. Enhanced by the 7th tier of the 9-fold Thunderblade, the force that initially measured less than 100,000 kilograms surged 56-fold, reaching over 500,000 kilograms with his Blood Shadow Battle Blade, instantly clashing with the weapons of the 4. The resounding clang of alloy colliding echoed, and Li Yu was sent staggering back over 10 meters. 500,000 kilograms of force. No wonder you were so confident. Though Li Yao's expression remained grim. His gaze toward Li Yu was akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter. At just 21 years of age, Li Yu's blade struck with a force nearing 600,000 kilograms. It was undeniable that he was impressive. Li Yao, having surpassed the half-century mark in age, could only muster a similar level of brute strength, given another year or 2 of development. Even if he could not ascend to the ranks of a council member, he would at least reach the level of an invincible divine warrior. But in reality, there are no ifs. The Black God suit is indeed impressive. Liwa Umfaza smiled and remarked on the Black God suit before charging forth once more. This time, his Blood Shadow Battle Blade shimmered with a golden radiance. Chapter 68. Li Yao defeated. The cornered beast fights back. Li Yao grinned, and the 3 divine warriors behind him followed suit. At this moment, they believed themselves to be in an invincible position, convinced that eliminating Li Yu was merely a matter of time. Quickly resolve him. Li Yao let out a furious roar, swiftly sidestepping to evade Li Yu's battle blade, and struck with a decisive slash. Excellent. Behind him, 3 warriors responded in unison, but in that fleeting moment as they surged forward, 10 flying daggers materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the 4 men with the terrifying force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms, leaving them in disbelief. Then, a figure instantly appeared within their sight, clutching a Blood Shadow Battle Blade and an alloy shield, clad in dark combat attire. Who else could it be but Luo Feng? Luo Feng? Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon twisted into a grimace of rage. Luo Feng. His face contorted into madness. This Luo Feng was actually a mentalist. Moreover, he was also present in that very area at the time. Coupled with his deliberate concealment of his identity as a mentalist, it was evident that he harbored sinister intentions. This implied that his culpability was no less than that of Li Yu. No, it must be that Li Yu and Luo Feng conspired together. Otherwise, they would not find themselves united against a common enemy at this very moment. A high-ranking warrior alongside a mentalist of equivalent rank, in a surprise attack, possessed the capability to instantaneously eliminate 2 high-ranking warriors and 1 low-ranking warrior. Luo Feng. Li Yao's eyes turned bloodshot, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Luo Feng. The bounty of 100 billion Huaxia coins had fallen into the hands of his son's murderer. How could this not drive him to madness? Take care of yourself. Li Yu's voice echoed coolly in his ears. Under Li Yao's incredulous gaze, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, glimmering with golden brilliance, collided with his own weapon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated violently, and Li Yao's battle blade shattered with a resounding crash. The momentum shifted, and the blade now aimed directly for Li Yao's head. Even though Li Yu had just severed his Blood Shadow Blade, Li Yao was filled with confidence in his Black God armor. He merely tilted his body, presenting his left arm beneath Li Yu's blade, while his right arm wielded the now broken Blood Shadow Blade to strike down once more. It seemed he intended to rely on the armor's defense to withstand Li Yu's onslaught. Yet, reality is often far more brutal than one can imagine. The black skin of the Black God armor could barely withstand even a second beneath the golden-tipped blade before it shattered into pieces. As blood spattered forth, Li Yao instantly retreated, along with a bloody, severed arm. Impossible. Li Yao stared at his severed limb, disbelief etched across his face. This was the Black God armor. Not to mention any attack below planetary level. He had previously tested it against a powerful figure of senator rank with whom he shared a close bond, and it took considerable effort for that individual to breach the armor's defenses. Yet, this Li Yu managed to cleave it apart with a single strike. What was his true strength? Brother Yu is formidable. On Luo Feng's side, he too wore an expression of astonishment. He had just attempted to attack Li Yao with flying daggers, launching 7, 4 of which struck true, yet none could pierce through the Black God armor. Those 4 daggers represented the full might of 4 high-ranking warriors. Yet still, they could not even scratch Li Yao's skin. The defensive prowess of the Black God armor was clearly evident. It could be said that when donned by Li Yao, it completely disregarded all attacks from warriors of the same rank. But now, Li Yu could actually sever the defenses of the Black God armor with a single blow. This was undeniably at a level exceeding that of a high-ranking warrior, approaching that of a senator. Maintain your focus. Liu waved nonchalantly at Luo Feng, his heart devoid of any tumult. After all, this was merely as he had anticipated. No matter how formidable the Black God armor was, it was ultimately just standard-issue defensive gear for planetary-level warriors in the universe. While it posed an insurmountable challenge for those below planetary level to adversaries of the same rank, it was hardly a significant obstacle. Even a robust planetary-level warrior, regardless of whether they were first or second tier, could likely cleave through it with a single stroke. Though Liu did not possess planetary-level power, his high-ranking warrior strength, combined with the realm of gold, allowed him to unleash an effect with a single strike that could rival those of planetary-level warriors. How much longer do you need to finish up over there? Liu first struck back against the retreating Li Yao, then inquired towards Luo Feng. Not long. Luo Feng shrugged, and with a mental command, the barrage of 10 flying daggers intensified. The 3 warriors who had been struggling suddenly saw one of their own fall into peril. Isaacson, the burly white man beside him, watched in horror as the tall and lean warrior found himself in dire straits. Unable to contain his panic as he shouted a warning, one of the 3 flying daggers targeting him had veered off course, heading straight for the warrior called Isaacson. Meanwhile, 2 of the 4 daggers attacking the medium-ranked warrior also broke away from the fray, hurtling towards Isaacson. Clearly, Isaacson had now become Luo Feng's primary target, given that he was already in a precarious position against 3 flying daggers. Clang! Isaacson barely managed to deflect one of the flying daggers with his sword. But as he faced the 6 daggers now aimed at him, despair crept onto his face. He had already been overwhelmed by 3 daggers. Facing a doubled threat was beyond his capacity to withstand. The medium-ranked warrior, witnessing this dire situation, roared and attempted to rush to his aid, only to be repelled by the onslaught of 2 daggers. The disparity in strength was too vast. Isaacson, all 6 daggers shot forth in unison. And after Isaacson managed to fend off 2, the 3rd dagger pierced through his forehead. His body slumped lifelessly to the ground, the first to fall. Following this, the remaining 2 warriors collapsed like a house of cards beneath the increasing number of flying daggers. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only Liu, Luo Feng, and Li Yao. To the victor go the spoils. I have lost. Li Yao cast a weary gaze at the corpses of his comrades, a look of desolation crossing his features. Then, with a furious roar, he lunged at Liu, launching what could only be described as a suicidal attack. Yet the outcome was already sealed. Liu swung his blade, successfully severing his head. The once mighty warrior, the vulture Li Yao, had fallen. Chapter 69, Babada. I have arrived. He did possess a certain bravery. Luo Feng nodded slightly as he gazed upon Li Yao's lifeless body. After all, he had emerged from a sea of corpses himself, so he could appreciate his tenacity. Li Iwa Shuja, blessing Anon Liu's just. And a drop of black liquid materialized in his palm. It was none other than the Black God armor. Here, Liu tossed the liquid to Luo Feng. Brother Yu, this is inappropriate. Luo Feng looked at the Black God armor that Liu had tossed his way, hastily rejecting it. Li Yao is your kill. This should be your trophy. Enough of your prattling. Just use it. I'll take you to find something good later. Liu waved his hand, cutting off Luo Feng's lengthy protest, then proceeded to search the bodies of the 4 for valuables before digging a grave to prevent their corpses from being left to the elements. Ultimately, neither Li Yao nor Luo Feng was in the wrong. Luo Feng had been forced into action, taking down Li Wei under the principle of preemptive strike, while Li Yao, having lost his only son, sought revenge and wrath. Their motivations merely differed. Only Liu had harbored intentions from the outset. Now that his goals had been achieved, ensuring Li Yao's peaceful rest was quite understandable. In the European Union, Paris-based city, Vanina sat alone in a tranquil room, her eyes vacant, staring blankly at 3 corpses before her. Yao is dead, Vanina murmured, disbelief clouding her features. Her husband, a high-ranking warrior, the vulture Li Yao, had actually met his end. It was the extreme martial arts school. Vanina suddenly rose, her exquisite and beautiful visage twisting into a snarl, her voice dripping with venomous rage. Li Yao is adorned in the Black God suit, rendering any attacks below planetary level virtually inconsequential. The intelligence she has gathered indicates that Liu possesses merely an average divine warrior level of strength. Even if one were to elevate that assessment to high divine warrior status, it would still be futile. She lacks the capability to vanquish Li Yao clad in the Black God suit. Thus, only one possibility remains: the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It must be that a congressman-level powerhouse from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall witnessed Li Yu in peril and intervened to eliminate Li Yao. Upon this realization, Vanina's eyes blazed crimson with fury, and she nearly lost her sanity, muttering through gritted teeth. Li Yu, you have the protection of a congressman-level powerhouse from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but your family does not. I, Vanina, will ensure you pay the price. With that, Vanina sprang to her feet. As for the warning from the HR Alliance chairman regarding the consequences of openly murdering a martial artist family, the capacity of her family, the Bolinas clan, to withstand the wrath of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, in that fleeting moment, none of it mattered. For a woman who had lost her only son and husband, any semblance of rationality was utterly absurd. All she desired now was vengeance, to make Li Yu pay in blood for her debts. Vanina Bolinas. Yet, as she stepped outside her residence, a triangular warplane materialized before her, followed by 2 divine warriors descending from it. Puka, Iron Sect. As a high-level divine warrior, Vanina instantly recognized the identities of the 3 visitors and hissed their names through clenched teeth. You are implicated in inciting the murder of martial artist families. Your guilt is established. Come with us for an investigation. On the Australian continent, Li Yu and Luo Feng followed the navigation on their 3D map, proceeding in a specific direction. During their journey, Li Yu's communication watch vibrated slightly. It was a communication request from the divine warrior Puka. Vanina has been apprehended. You can rest easy now. Thank you, Mr. Puka. Li Yu responded with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude. It's a trivial matter. Don't forget to treat me to a meal when you return. Puka chuckled heartily, jesting. I must ensure I have a proper feast to celebrate your emergence as an invincible divine warrior. Deal. When I return, the divine palace will host a grand banquet for you all. Li Yu shrugged in reply before ending the call. So, the situation with Vanina has been resolved? Luo Feng inquired, concern etched on his face. After all, if Li Yao had divulged any information to Vanina before his demise, she might seek retribution against his family as well. With Puka and Iron Sect, both high-level divine warriors, along with a patrol officer overseeing her, there was no escape for Vanina. It's settled, Li Yu shrugged casually. The moment she dealt with Li Yao, the news would undoubtedly reach Hong, who would promptly dispatch the special task force to detain Vanina. The HR Alliance also reacted swiftly, providing their support. They were equally apprehensive of any irrational actions for Vanina. Having lost both her husband and only son, she might disregard the consequences, but the HR Alliance could not afford such recklessness, nor could the Bolinas clan. It did not matter that she was merely the sister of the Bolinas clan leader, even as the clan leader herself. Should she dare to openly challenge the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Chinese authorities, the Bolinas would have to ensure her swift departure. If she wished to descend into madness, she could do so alone, without dragging them into her turmoil. They were a rational bunch. That essay relief, Luo Feng exhaled. Then couldn't he help but ask with curiosity, where are we headed? To meet something wonderful. Li Yu grinned, her speed suddenly intensifying. Though Luo Feng was puzzled, he followed closely behind. The 2 sped onward for nearly 10 minutes, until a vast river came into view. Put on the black god suit, Li Wa Baoja, advising Luo Feng as she dove into the river, her eyes shimmering with brilliant golden light once more. After swimming for approximately half an hour, Li Yu emerged from the water surface, gazing into the distance where a lake spanning 100 miles came into view. Eerie sounds emanated from beneath the lake, indicating the presence of numerous beasts, while an endless mist enveloped the lake's surface. The density of the fog was such that even divine warrior-level vision could barely penetrate beyond 100 meters. Mist Island. Babada, I have arrived. Chapter 70, Babada. Brother Yu, is the wonderful thing you mentioned really here? Luo Feng asked, his gaze fixed on the ominous lake, feeling an unspoken pressure. Indeed, Li Yu nodded slightly, her confidence radiating as countless golden sparks flickered in her eyes, before she plunged into the lake, swimming downwards. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed suit. After all, clad in the black god suit, he was eager to discover what marvel Li Yu spoke of. At the bottom of the lake, approximately 15,600 meters below, 2 targets were approaching. Targets locked, initiating subtle guidance. Accompanied by inexplicable phrases, a series of undetectable waves began to spread, penetrating through countless layers of rock, reaching the minds of Li Yu and Luo Feng as they descended rapidly. Brother Yu, I have a feeling something down there is deliberately guiding us to continue our descent. Luo Feng abruptly halted, gripping Li Yu's arm as he gazed warily into the depths. They had descended nearly 3,000 meters, and logically, they should have encountered several lord-level beasts in such waters. Yet in reality, there was not a single one. Not even a mere beast general or beast soldier was in sight. This was exceedingly abnormal, coupled with the persistent suggestion in their minds to continue descending. Luo Feng's vigilance heightened. I sense it. There's no major issue. Liu nodded slightly, and after responding to Luo Feng, she urged him to descend further. She understood that Babata could no longer contain itself below. It had waited for a full 50,000 years, ensuring that the legacy of the fallen ink star would not be extinguished. Seeing that her apprentice had already manifested a nascent domain, along with Luo Feng, a genius with mental prowess, it was not surprising that Babata would be compelled to act. However, this was somewhat superfluous, as both Liu and Luo Feng had intended to come directly to it. With this thought, Liu accelerated her descent, and although Luo Feng was perplexed, he had no choice but to follow. 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 12,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Target reached. Hatch concealed, now closed. Upon their arrival at 15,000 meters, countless layers of accumulated rock began to writhe, the once solid stone fracturing like foam. Then a dusty hatch, evidently sealed for ages, emerged. Over there, the moment the hatch appeared, both Liu and Luo Feng instinctively turned their gaze toward it. Despite the thick rock barrier, they both confirmed that the object guiding them was right there. Let us go. There is no turning back now. I've come this far with you, Liu. Luo Feng resolved, no longer hesitating. 10 flying knives, under the control of his mental power, swiftly shattered the rocks in their path, creating a passage wide enough for 4 to walk side by side. At the end of the passage stood a silver door, shrouded in dust, resting in a partially open state. A door? Luo Feng's gaze froze as he beheld the door before him. With a mental flick, the 10 flying knives transformed into shimmering streaks of light, striking against the rocks surrounding the hatch. What appeared before them was silver metal, identical in material to the hatch. Let us go. Liu gazed at the cautious Luo Feng, shaking his head slightly. Under the perplexed scrutiny of Luo Feng, he stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the half-open hatch. Shortly thereafter, he vanished from Luo Feng's line of sight. Luo Feng couldn't help but call out, aware that this place was likely a relic of an ancient civilization, fraught with unknown dangers. Yet, Liu had already disappeared from view. With no other choice, Luo Feng gritted his teeth and followed suit, entering the half-open hatch. Once inside, it wasn't too long before Luo Feng spotted Liu's still figure. Approaching cautiously, he followed Liu's gaze and beheld a colossal corpse before him. What manner of creature is this? Luo Feng pondered as he observed the enormous remains. Clad in archaic armor, its blood-red eyes exuding an aura of overwhelming power that sent shivers down his spine. A sense of astonishment welled within him. What kind of formidable entity must it have been in life to retain such an imposing presence, even after so many years of death? Perhaps it surpassed the status of a mere council member. Likely something even more formidable. In any case, it was certainly not a creature of Earth. Liu shuja nonchalantly, offering a lackluster response before maneuvering around the gigantic corpse and continuing onward. Although Luo Feng sensed that Liu possessed extensive knowledge, he could only helplessly follow closely behind, as Liu showed no inclination to elaborate. After traversing approximately 300 meters, the two came upon a massive stone door, towering over 10 meters in height. The door stood ajar, and they proceeded inside, revealing a grand semicircular hall, towering several dozen meters high and spanning about 200 meters in length and width. The decor was exceedingly opulent. Within the hall stood 5 remarkably lifelike corpses, alongside a skeleton radiating a golden hue, including the one they had encountered in the corridor. This amounted to 7 corpses. Yet, among them, only one bore resemblance to a human. The other 6 were distinctly not of earthly origin. Each of them emanated a sense of overwhelming life force, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in Luo Feng. Suddenly, a sound echoed. In an instant, the semicircular hall became illuminated, as countless strange lights converged, coalescing into the form of a child approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters tall. Luo Feng. The childlike figure spoke, accurately pronouncing their names as it stepped forward. Who are you? Luo Feng's expression turned wary as he regarded the cloaked figure, from which 10 flying daggers began to rise ominously behind him. Liu remained silent, sensing that excessive speech might provoke Babata's wariness. Should this entity become displeased or make unwarranted connections, it could lead to dire consequences. I have awaited your arrival for 50,000 years. The qualifications of you Earthlings are indeed lacking. After 5 millennia of waiting, I have finally encountered 2 worthy individuals, one a mentalist with barely sufficient talent to inherit the legacy of the fallen ink star, and the other, Babata appraised Luo Feng, then turned his gaze toward Liu, eyes brimming with delight. A novice, yet possessing a domain. Such a genius was never seen even during the most prosperous era of the fallen ink star, when my master still lived. However, none of that is of immediate concern. Follow me to pay homage to my master. You may refer to me as Babata the demon. Demon Babata? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, translated into universal language, it is XXXXX. Babata nodded slightly. Though Luo Feng and Liu understood the words clearly, their meanings eluded them entirely. You may simply call me Babata. The title of demon was self-bestowed in accordance with the style of your earth. Essentially, I belong to the category of intelligent life. In the opulent semicircular hall, Babata, resembling a child, pointed to the ground with his fair finger. With a soft sound, the silver metallic floor parted, revealing a passageway. He leaped into the opening, with Liu and Luo Feng following closely behind. As they walked, he elaborated, I am akin to what you earthlings might refer to as an intelligent assistant, but in terms of capability, I vastly exceed your conventional understanding of such entities. In my view, anything deemed intelligent must at least match human beings in terms of thought and problem solving, although I fundamentally remain an intelligence. My prolonged companionship with my master has allowed me to transcend the limitations of mere intelligence, placing me within the realm of sentient life. I am an independent existence akin to your human life, possessing emotions such as joy and sorrow, as well as the potential for cultivation and evolution. As Babata's voice rose with enthusiasm, a hint of melancholy washed over him as he recalled events from 50,000 years past. Liu and Luo Feng remained silent throughout. The former was already aware of these details, while the latter was taken aback by Babata's narrative. Here we are. Though Babata moved slowly, the passageway was only about 30 meters long, and during his recounting, they arrived at a dimly lit hall. As they stepped inside, countless lights flickered to life. Liu scanned the surroundings. The hall was octagonal in shape, devoid of any furnishings. Open. Babata pointed toward the ground. With a gentle tremor, the area began to part, and a transparent crystal coffin slowly emerged. Is this Huyanbo? Liu inquired, gazing at the body lying within the crystal coffin. Despite his preparedness, a wave of shock surged within him. The figure stood around 3 meters tall, apart from 2 flexible antennae on its forehead. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to human beings. It was reminiscent of Piccolo from Dragon Ball, albeit with a more delicate visage. By earthly aesthetic standards, it would undoubtedly be classified as handsome. Upon seeing Huyanbo, Babata's emotions shattered in an instant. 2 tears fell as madness flickered in his eyes, and his voice grew hoarse as he roared. It was only when he regained awareness that he slowly closed his eyes, reopening them moments later with a calm demeanor. I apologize. After 50,000 years without human interaction, my emotions got the better of me. Liu regarded Babata's explanation with understanding. It is only natural. If it were mere artificial intelligence, 50,000 years would be inconsequential. However, for a sentient being endowed with emotions, that span of time is unimaginable. Indeed, Babata forced a bitter smile. Without emotions, a simple intelligent life would find little significance in time. 50,000 years or 100,000 years would be little different. Yet, once emotions are involved, the passage of time becomes a burden. I used to have quite a good temper. Luo Feng and Liu exchanged bemused glances at Babata's self-defense. Returning to the matter at hand, Babata's expression turned solemn. Luo Feng, do you wish to take my master as your teacher and become the successors of the falling star? Of course, the fallen ink star has perished, and its influence has waned. Take a teacher? Luo Feng was taken aback, while Liu stepped forward, inquiring, while that is certainly possible. The legacy of the 9th ancient civilization's relics suggests that the lineage of the fallen ink star leans towards mentalists, and I am merely a martial artist, lacking the qualifications to inherit its legacy. However, Luo Feng could indeed qualify, as he is precisely a mentalist, with aptitude aligning perfectly. After speaking, Liu gestured toward Luo Feng with a smile. The legacy and inheritance of the fallen ink star held little significance for him, as he could utilize it within the simulation life system. Given Luo Feng's character and temperament, he would undoubtedly not refuse such an opportunity. Thus, what remained in reality for Luo Feng was the best choice in Liu's view. In the future, assistance can still be obtained from Luo Feng. However, if it is merely a matter of joining the fallen ink star to acquire its ancestral secret arts and the support of Babata, Liu does not oppose it. This is akin to Luo Feng later taking the initiative to replace Hu Yanbo and bringing Hong and the Thunder God into the lineage of the fallen ink star. Mirroring the attitude of Hong and the Thunder God. Is there only one person left in the sect? Has the base been destroyed by others? Are there formidable enemies lurking outside? This is, in fact, fortuitous. It indicates that the sect's legacy can be utilized to its fullest extent. After all, a powerful force must maintain a certain degree of fairness. Under this premise, regardless of how exceptional your talent may be, the resources allocated remain limited. However, if the sect has already perished, as the sole remaining member, you will naturally be prioritized for all resources as long as the legacy has not been exhausted. Moreover, there is no need to worry about being bound by the sect's regulations. As for formidable enemies, what's there to fear? The universe is vast. The one who killed Hu Yanbo, the Demon Hand King, is merely a rudimentary immortal deity at the initial level of kingship. If one deliberately hides, how could he possibly locate their coordinates in a virtual universe? Warriors? Mentalists? Babata seems to be baffled by Liu's reasoning. Why is joining not an option? As long as you are willing, the gates of the Fallen Ink Star stand wide open for you. Indeed, the founder of the Fallen Ink Star, who is also Babata's master, is a mentalist, but that does not imply exclusivity to mentalists alone. Liu, possessing his own domain even at the apprentice level, is an unparalleled genius unseen during the heyday of the Fallen Ink Star when Hu Yanbo was still alive. In the vast universe, even colossal powers such as the Virtual Universe Company and the great axe martial arts field would vie for him. How could the Fallen Ink Star possibly refuse? Then I am willing to join. Liu immediately responded. In truth, there was no second choice. If he chose not to join, whether he could walk out of the Fallen Ink Star ship alive would depend on Babata's disposition. This creature, though appearing soft and adorable, could hardly be described as merciful. Luo Feng remained hesitant, but upon witnessing Liu's response, he took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Chapter 73. The Force Unleashed. Planetary Level. A wise choice. Babata raised his head, expressing approval. Thanks to your decision, the entire Earth will benefit. With my assistance, the infamous Demon Babata, your names will echo throughout the galaxy, and even the entire Black Dragon Mountain star domain. At that time, countless races will revere you as deities. Your words will determine the prosperity or decline of a planet. To put it in terms familiar to you Earthlings, it will be a matter of life and death. A decree that shapes the fate of nations. When that time comes, you shall rejoice in your choice. Liu observed Babata, who was gradually becoming exhilarated while envisioning the future, and could not help but smile wryly. His future was uncertain, but he was clear about Lord Luo's. The galaxy? Black Dragon Mountain? The stakes are high. Once Lord Luo reaches his zenith, the entire primordial universe will resonate with his true name and with a mere breath. The Dry Witch Universe Kingdom would be reduced to ashes. How do we pay our respects? Luo Feng could no longer contain himself, hastily interrupting Babata's exuberance. Pay our respects? Babata fell silent for a moment, then turned to the crystal coffin and spoke again, his voice now somber. Under normal circumstances, as a formidable immortal deity, the master would invite numerous friends and hold a grand ceremony to accept 2 direct disciples. However, with the master deceased and the Fallen Ink Star extinguished, let's simplify matters. You and Liu merely need to bow 8 times before the Master S remains to complete the ceremony. Liu and Luo Feng nodded slightly. They then gazed at Hu Yanbo's body within the crystal coffin, kneeling on both knees, solemnly bowing 8 times. Neither felt there was anything inappropriate in this act. After all, they had willingly chosen to honor Hu Yanbo as their master, and bowing a few times was only natural. Good. Babata nodded slightly, looking at Liu and Luo Feng, his voice low. From this day forth, Liu, you shall be the 5th disciple of the master. Luo Feng, you shall be the 6th disciple. You are also the last 2 surviving inheritors of the Fallen Ink Star lineage. As the master has passed and cannot personally guide you, Babata hesitated momentarily. Although it possessed emotions and independent thought as an intelligent being, it could not perfectly divide itself into 2. However, Liu and Luo Feng were 2 individuals. If it chose to favor Liu, Luo Feng's growth would inevitably be affected, and vice versa. Yet, Liu had already displayed the ability to possess his own domain at the apprentice level, a talent that, in Babata's eyes, promised a future where, barring any deviations, he could comfortably attain the level of a domain master, with a high probability of eventually becoming a realm master. Indeed, achieving immortality was not beyond the realm of possibility. And once he became an immortal-level powerhouse, he would possess the qualifications and capabilities to assist in avenging his master. However, Liu was a warrior. Although the Fallen Ink Star did not exclude warriors, the core inheritance predominantly aligned with the mentalist lineage, making it more suitable for Luo Feng. Just as Liu had articulated, the talent and path he pursued did not correspond with the mainstream of the Fallen Ink Star lineage. Yet, Luo Feng's talent, at least currently in Babada's eyes, was deemed mediocre. Even with the fallen ink star's inheritance and Babada's meticulous arrangements, it would take him 50 years to become a stellar level, 500 years to reach cosmic level, and perhaps 5,000 to 10,000 years to attain domain master level. As for the realm master, that would necessitate an accumulation measured in units of 100,000 years. Immortality? Apologies, but at least for now, Babada did not believe Luo Feng could achieve such a status. Upon contemplating this, the decision became apparent. I shall take on the responsibility of guiding Liu. Luo Feng, I will create an intelligent assistant for you, responsible for your instruction. Rest assured, since the master entrusted everything to me before his demise, I, Babada, will certainly do my utmost. The synchronized intelligent assistant will present all the recorded teachings the master imparted to his direct disciples in video format. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Babada reassured Luo Feng with a hint of comfort. Luo Feng paid it little mind and nodded slightly. Perhaps in his heart, he recognized that his talent indeed paled in comparison to Liu's, and Babada's arrangement was only to be expected. The consensus between the two was smoothly reached. Yet, it was Liu who voiced a refusal. You are better off accompanying Luo Feng. Let me have that synchronized intelligent assistant. Why? Babada looked at Liu with confusion, slowly forming a question mark. After all, while it claimed that its presence would not affect growth, the truth remained that having it or not was fundamentally a different concept. A fact that both Liu and Luo Feng should have been acutely aware of. My chosen path diverges from the mainstream of the fallen ink star lineage. Your presence alongside me would not yield as significant an impact as it would with Luo Feng. After all, the fallen ink star primarily focuses on mentalists, and the inheritance leans toward the mentalist domain. Thus, the Master's legacy left for his disciples is also oriented towards the mentalist weapons of control, and these require you to teach Luo Feng how to utilize and practice. Liu organized his thoughts slightly before responding. Are you certain? Babada remained silent for a long while before looking at Liu to confirm. I am certain, Liu responded immediately. Not wanting to influence Luo Feng was one aspect. The desire to keep certain secrets hidden from others was another. It is worth noting that even if Babada was not human, it had emotions, desires, and, in essence, shared many similarities with humans. Very well. Babada nodded slightly and then casually tossed 2 silver glimmers toward Liu and Luo Feng. 2 unadorned silver rings lay before them. These were spatial rings designed for storage, capable of merging with the skin, allowing items to be stored and retrieved at will through mental focus. The interior space, measured by your Earth's units, was a rectangular prism measuring 612 meters in length, 521 meters in width, and 108 meters in height. Liu and Luo Feng exchanged slight nods before adorning their fingers with the silver rings, attempting to activate them before turning their gazes back to Babada. Babada, seizing the moment, initiated his educational discourse, elucidating the general state of the universe, which Liu listened to with rapt attention. Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the primordial universe from the original text in his past life, it paled in comparison to the insights of Babada, an intelligent entity that had traversed life and death alongside Huyanbo for millions of years. Thus, if I aspire to journey across the cosmos, must I attain planetary-level strength? Indeed, only by reaching planetary status can one claim citizenship within the universe and earn the right to traverse its vast expanse. Babada nodded in affirmation and activated the simulation of life. 1. Liu slightly inclined his head and subsequently issued a mental command, bypassing the simulation process to directly select option 1, martial arts realm. In an instant, Liu's consciousness began to resonate, as countless mists and streams of energy surged and swirled, coalescing towards a singular point akin to a black hole. Buzz! A soft sound reverberated as his consciousness trembled once more. Following this tremor, all mists vanished, leaving only the core luminous point within the boundless expanse of his consciousness. In this infinite sea of thought, that light point rotated like a celestial body. With its rotation, an intangible force rapidly disseminated throughout Liu's entire being, subsequently overflowing beyond him. The force was unleashed. Planetary level. Chapter 74. The first wave of Huyanbo's inheritance 45. Is this what it means to be planetary level? In Liu's perception, as the light point within his consciousness formed and the intangible force spread through him, his previously tranquil body commenced a violent transformation. His internal organs, bones, meridians, muscles, and even the genes within his skin disintegrated and recombined at an astonishing rate. It could be said that this represented a leap in the tier of life, a metamorphosis. If the transition from warrior to general, and from general to war god merely enhanced his existing physical attributes, this transformation fundamentally elevated his life tier to a higher echelon. The domain of gold, Li Iwa Murmurat. As he concentrated, countless resplendent golden rays emanated from him, expanding outward. Babata, observing from beside him, sensed an anomaly, his figure momentarily halting before reappearing at a distance from Liu. He has broken through to a planetary level. The golden rays represented the domain of gold he had mastered. In his mind, Babata spoke with a tone of muted astonishment. After all, in his eyes, achieving an apprentice-level understanding and possessing one's own domain was an extraordinary talent. And ascending to planetary level should be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. The domain of gold? Luo Feng slowly formed a question mark. It is the comprehension of laws, Babata elucidated. The four major realms are foundation, intent, domain, and world. Typically, intent corresponds to cosmic level, domain to domain lord level, and world to world lord level. Domain corresponds to domain lord level. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Babata promptly replied. Only by attaining intent can one qualify to enter cosmic level, and only by possessing a domain can one ascend to domain lord level. A cosmic level without a domain, no matter how long they endure, will never surpass that threshold to become a domain lord. Is it any wonder I am so astonished by Liu's possession of a domain? An apprentice-level martial artist, yet capable of comprehending and possessing a domain that even many cosmic-level beings might not attain. That is cosmic level, while it may seem trivial before my master. Under normal circumstances, only one exists per galaxy. At this point, Babata could not help but express his admiration among stellar-level beings. Those with a domain are already exceedingly rare. For a planetary-level individual to possess a domain could be likened to winning the lottery multiple times in succession, let alone an apprentice level. In my years of accompanying my master across the universe, I have never encountered a talent of such caliber. Luo Feng fell into silence. Although he had previously inferred from Babata's demeanor that Liu's talent surpassed his own, he was unprepared for its magnitude. Given that one cosmic level could emerge from a star system, and that not all would possess a domain, the difficulty for a planetary-level warrior to have one is evident. Yet Liu, astonishingly, possessed one even at the apprentice level. Is this the domain? Liwa Musa, gazing at the golden radiance enveloping him, initially murmuring before his expression solidified. This is indeed a domain. In comparison to this, what was the feeble semblance of a domain at the war god level? The embryonic form of the domain of gold he manifested during his war god phase merely attached a layer of armor-piercing effect to his blood shadow battle blade. However now, within the dazzling expanse suffused with golden light, Liu felt a harmonious balance among his mental energy, primordial force, will, and body, as if everything fell perfectly into place. The interplay between mental energy, primordial force, and will culminated in a fusion, generating golden energy that exerted control over the spatial dimensions within his domain of gold. This was no mere enhancement. It transcended simplicity, with the golden energy produced and its spatial control. Liu now harbored grave doubts that anyone on Earth could pose a threat to him, aside from the ancient civilization relics, leaving only Hong as a contender. Even the Thunder God would falter, at least until the Thunder God successfully traversed the pinnacle of the ancient Indian yoga he practiced. Achieving unity with the cosmos and entering the realm of domain, he too could not pose a tangible threat to Liu. Is it over? Babata inquired as he observed Liu slowly open his eyes. Yes. Liu stretched his limbs and nodded in affirmation. He then turned his attention to the recent simulation of life. At 21, you have reached the pinnacle among high-level war gods and possess the embryonic form of a domain, successfully joining the lineage of the fallen ink star, becoming one of its last two members. At 22, through rigorous training, you successfully ascended to planetary level, officially mastering the domain of gold. Subsequently, with Babata's assistance, you resolved the threat posed by the golden-horned behemoth. At 23, after a year of arduous training to solidify your realm, you boarded the Black Dragon X-81 spacecraft, setting off for the Chiolong star. At 27, while returning to Earth aboard the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft, you were ambushed by interstellar pirates. Ultimately, under their siege, you resolutely activated the self-destruction mode of the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following three options as a reward. 1. The martial arts realm at age 27. 2. The martial arts comprehension at age 27. 3. Half a day of memories before death. Surviving until the age of 27 is quite commendable. Li Yu, now possessing a sense of humor amidst adversity, glanced at the simulated age of death and found it somewhat amusing. Now, let me begin to discuss the legacy left by your teacher. Babata nodded slightly, then gestured with his hand, causing two piles of off-white crystals to materialize before Li Yu and Luo Feng. These are Muxia crystals, treasures for cultivation, also applicable for nurturing beasts and fostering plant life, with a wide array of uses. Just one Muxia crystal can enable an apprentice of levels 7 to 8 to ascend to planetary level 1 within a month. However, this is rather wasteful. In a normal universe, one would cultivate oneself or domesticate beasts, nurturing plant life. From now on, you too should refrain from directly absorbing energy from the cosmos, as that method is exceedingly inefficient. If the majority of your time is consumed in energy absorption, even the most gifted genius will experience slow progress. Henceforth, you should directly utilize the Woodya crystal for cultivation. I have an abundance of it here. With a grand gesture, Babata waved his hand. Once you've exhausted these, inform me, and I shall provide you with another batch. There's plenty. Luo Feng gazed at Babata's extravagant demeanor, slightly taken aback. Such a treasure, capable of enabling a war god to ascend to planetary status, was, in Babata's words, as common as cabbage. Chapter 75. Finally, I found you. Can this allow an ordinary person who has never practiced before to become a planetary level warrior? Liu casually picked up a piece of Woodya crystal, inhaling its faint aroma reminiscent of rice, and then turned to Babata with a question. Absolutely not. Babata shook his head. An ordinary person without prior cultivation. If they were to consume the Woodya crystal, the energy contained within would swiftly cause their bodies to explode. If you wish for ordinary individuals to attain planetary level status in a short time, it is quite simple. On the islands above, there are plenty of energy-infused weeds. You can find a few that contain less energy and are gentler, allowing them to consume those separately. Before long, their physical constitution would be enhanced to the point where they could consume the Woodya crystal. Liu nodded slightly. Brother Yu, are you planning to elevate your sister to planetary level? Indeed, Liu affirmed with another nod. Although he did not expect his two sisters to possess formidable strength, having the ability for self-preservation was still essential. Raising their powers to the planetary level, at least for the time being, would suffice for their safety in this region of Earth. Then don't forget about me. Make sure to acquire 3 more. Luo Feng exclaimed with a radiant smile. Not a problem. Liu shrugged and agreed. The Master is preparing for you at the planetary level, a defensive black god suit, an attack arc blade disc, with your crystals for cultivation, a storage space ring, as well as his cultivation inheritance, Babata continued. However, Liu, as a warrior, you won't need the arc blade disc. A psychic weapon. I'll check my warehouse later to see if there are any suitable primary force weapons for you. All right. After half an hour, as Liu and Luo Feng exited the meteorite star, Babata had customized an intelligent assistant for Liu. According to Babata's evaluation, it possessed logic comparable to that of a human, devoid of emotions or moods. However, this perfectly aligned with Liu's needs. He casually named this intelligent assistant Big White and stored it in his space ring. During this time, Luo Feng also took the opportunity to store 7 corpses, including the one in the entrance passage, into his space ring. The meteorite star had sustained severe damage and could no longer take flight. Standing at the entrance of the ship, gazing at the entirety of the meteorite star, Babata expressed a hint of resignation. This level of spaceship, one cannot expect from the Silver Blue Empire in the Milky Way. Perhaps the Black Dragon Mountain Empire might still have some possibility. And you know, I am currently in a virtual state and cannot depart independently, so I must rely on tools. After saying this, Babata waved his hand, and a black wristband appeared before Liu and Luo Feng. The inner layer of this wristband contains a crystal core, serving as my temporary dwelling. Luo Feng, you should wear it. Understood. Luo Feng nodded in comprehension, realizing that Babata would henceforth be his portable mentor. After seeing Luo Feng don the wristband, Babata smiled and then shattered into a multitude of bubbles. Subsequently, Liu witnessed the massive meteorite star vanish in an instant. Let's go. After speaking to Luo Feng, Liu shot upward like a cannonball. Luo Feng followed closely behind. 16 flying knives emerged behind him to augment his thrust. And though his speed did not surpass Liu's, it was not far behind. Upon breaking the surface of the water, Liu scanned his surroundings, diving into Mist Island, and began gathering the spirits of the grass and what, according to the testing data from the intelligent assistant, Big White. Half an hour later, he resurfaced, having collected all the necessary spirits. Home. Luo Feng nodded emphatically. All right. Liu nodded slightly, then took out his communication watch and dialed Hong's number. Liwa. What can I do for you? Hong's voice rang out flatly. I am applying to end the life and death adventure early. Reason? Hong's reply remained succinct. My strength has surpassed that of a war god, reaching planetary level. There is no longer any meaning in continuing the adventure on the Australian continent. Send your coordinates, and I will send someone to pick you up. Upon hearing Li Yu's response, Hong paused for a moment before deciding. There's another person with me who can also end the life and death adventure early. Li Yu cleared his throat and replied, Who? Luo Feng. All right. Hong nodded in agreement, then ended the call with Li Yu and contacted Puka, who was still at the Paris base in the European Union. What the hell? Are they already members of parliament? Upon finishing his call with Hong, Puka could not help but curse. Who became a member? Iron Zone beside him inquired, noticing Puka's demeanor. Who else? Liwa. Damn it. A string of expletives followed. A triangular warplane from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy soared over the Australian continent, swiftly heading towards the Jiangnan base city in Asia. Inside the cabin were none other than Li Yu, Luo Feng, and the others. Li Yu, your strength has already reached the parliamentary level. Once the appointment from the academy arrives, the headmaster will customize an intelligent warplane for you. At that time, wherever you wish to go, you can reach by your own warplane. Okay. Li Yu nodded slightly, responding politely. The triangular warplane was quite swift, and before nightfall, it delivered Li Yu and Luo Feng to the skies above Yangzhou City in the Jiangnan base area. In the Minghui community, Luo Feng's family was present, and beside his younger brother, Luo Hua, stood a slender, fair-skinned girl. Li Yu's family was similarly situated, with his sisters, Li Shui and Li Yu, standing in the villa's courtyard. Clearly, Luo Feng and Li Yu had previously called to inform their families. Mom and Dad, look, a warplane. Sis, it's my brother back. Luo Hua and Li Yu were the first to spot the triangular warplane gradually descending from the sky, excitedly pointing upwards to alert their family. Xiao Feng is back. My brother is back. Both families watched in amazement as the triangular warplane landed on the lawn about 100 meters away from them. The cabin door opened, and Li Yu and Luo Feng, clad in black combat suits, stepped down side by side. Is this Li Shui and Li Yu's brother? In a concealed corner of the Minghui community, a young nobleman watched Li Yu and Luo Feng disembark from the warplane. Frowning slightly, didn't he enter the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? How could he suddenly return after just a few days? And he is being picked up by the Academy's exclusive warplane. That is quite impressive. He was expelled from the elite training camp. Before the young nobleman's bodyguard could finish his statement, a sharp shout rang out. Who? It was none other than Li Yu. The formidable perception of a planetary-level warrior allowed him to sense someone was watching him with ill intent. His brow furrowed, and after a fierce shout, he quickly identified the direction of the observer. Turning around, a familiar face came into view. Damn it, I finally found you. Chapter 76, The Wang Family in the Capital. Appointing the inspector. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Luo Feng immediately sensed a shift in Li Yu's mood and followed his gaze, frowning slightly. Why is he here? Who is he? Li Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Otherwise, he feared he might impulsively rush forward and stab that scoundrel. The scion of the Wang family in the capital city, if memory serves, is named Wang Xingping. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng provided the answer. Wang Xingping. Li Yu repeated the name several times in his mind. No wonder Luo Feng was familiar with him. Isn't this the wealthy young master from the Wang family who competed with Luo Feng for a lady's affection? Damn it, if Luo Feng couldn't win her over. Was he now setting his sights on Li Yu? In an instant, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. How had he offended you? Luo Feng curiously sent a question mark. A sworn enemy. Li Yu slowly uttered those two words before turning to head toward his front door. Kill him? That would be too lenient. After having been killed dozens of times, to simply take his life now would be far too merciful. After parting ways with Luo Feng, Li Yu returned home and, following the guidance of his intelligent assistant, Dabai, selected a gentle medicinal herb, the Millennium Black Raven Root, from the heart of grass and what he had unearthed in Mist Island. He handed it to Li Shui. Take this, brew it into 3 kilograms of medicinal wine, and consume 100 grams daily. It will provide a slight enhancement to your physical constitution. He then handed her a detailed usage instruction, having hastily written it down on an A4 sheet from his room, before turning to ascend to his own chamber. Dabai, retrieve the personal information of the heir Wang Xingping from the Wang family in the capital city. Send a call request to Hong. Upon entering his room, Liwa Kumanda Dabai understood, commencing the search. The process was swift. Soon, Wang Xingping's personal information was projected before him. The call request to Hong is being sent now. Connection established, commencing communication. Dabai executed the task with remarkable efficiency, fulfilling Li Yu's request in no time. What a fine young man. Li Yu mused as he surveyed Wang Xingping's displayed profile. Predictably, everything appeared unremarkable. However, this was to be expected for Dubai, being merely an artificial intelligence. Could only access information available online, which could easily be altered. Independent storage and encrypted physical records were beyond its reach. Thus, he never had high hopes for Dubai to uncover anything of substance online. Home already? Hong's consistently calm voice emanated from the communication device. Yes, I have seen my family. Li Yu nodded slightly in response, then inquired, Master, my strength has now reached the level of a council member. Should I continue to the elite training camp? I heard from Puka that I can now become an inspector for the martial arts school. Hong nodded slightly. Your current strength places you as a formidable figure among council members. There is indeed no need for you to remain in the elite training camp. Not just you, but Luo Feng as well. His physical abilities have reached the God of War level, and his mental prowess is likely at the advanced God of War level, making his overall combat capability peak at the God of War threshold. He too has no need to stay in the elite training camp. Exactly, Li Yu affirmed. Just a moment, I will include Luo Feng in the call. We can address both of your appointments simultaneously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hong added Luo Feng to the conversation. Luo Feng, what is going on? At that moment, Luo Feng was celebrating with his family, and upon seeing the caller ID, he momentarily froze before finding a quiet corner to answer. Luo Feng, your strength has now reached the pinnacle among the gods of war. It is unnecessary for you to remain in the elite training camp. Hong got straight to the point. I present you with two options. First, return to Hongning Bay City and join a special operations group like Puka, or apply to become a teacher in the training camp. Second, be dispatched to another Bay City to assume the role of inspector. Choose wisely. Hong's tone was serious. Staying or being dispatched are two paths for the gods of war within the martial arts school. Once a choice is made, it will be challenging to alter it before you break through to become a council member. Luo Feng hesitated, as typically, once a choice was made, one would remain in that location for an extended period. What are you hesitating for? The voice of Babata echoed in his mind. Can you not broaden your perspective? You have inherited the legacy of the fallen star lineage, and yet you're concerned about not being able to break through to planetary level in a short time? If you begin cultivating with the wood yajing now, you could break through in a heartbeat and reach planetary level. I wish to return to Jiangnan Bay City and serve as an inspector there. Luo Feng, blushing from Babata's relentless teasing, made his choice. Very well. The current inspector of Jiangnan Bay City is not a local. According to the martial arts school's traditions, appointments prioritize one's hometown, Hong remarked, nodding slightly. To serve as an inspector, your title must at least reach that of an advanced god of war. Your task now is to obtain that title. Understood, Luo Feng affirmed. Once you achieve the title of advanced god of war, your appointment will be promptly finalized. As for Li Yu, no choice was necessary. His appointment as the inspector of the extreme martial arts school had already been issued. He could choose whether to remain in Jiangnan Bay City or return to Hongning Bay City. The intelligent combat aircraft allocated to him was already en route. He needed to remember to receive it. All right, Li Yu nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. With himself as the inspector and Luo Feng as the inspector of Jiangnan Bay City, leveraging the information channels of the extreme martial arts school, wouldn't he uncover every detail about Wang Xingping? Unless Wang Xingping were truly a saint, having remained compliant and never exploiting his noble lineage for personal gain. But is that truly possible? Based on Li Yu's understanding from their simulated encounters, such a scenario would be more improbable than a certain team winning the World Cup. Moreover, Li Yu's intentions were not merely to kill him. If he merely wished for his death, it wouldn't require such elaborate schemes. He aimed to dismantle the proud family that Wang Xingping belonged to as well. Otherwise, knowing that Wang Xingping harbored such intentions would be sufficient to provoke him into action against him. But that would be too merciful. Damn it. He had already been killed dozens of times. As for adhering to rules, what concern was that of his? In the realms of swallowing the starry sky, whether in the earth or cosmic chapters, the strong reign supreme while the weak submit. As long as Li Yu's fist is mightier than those who establish the rules, then his words shall be the law. Power is the essence of authority. Chapter 77, Retribution. In the main urban area of Jiangnan Bay City, the Extreme Association Hall, the president, Zhou Jingyong, sat in his office chair, reflecting on the call he had just concluded. It was from Lu Hui, the former inspector for the Extreme Martial Arts School in Jiangnan Bay City. With the reassignment of inspectors, the identity of the new appointee remained unknown. If their strength merely reached the advanced god of war level, it would be quite troublesome, as they would likely be outmatched by the representative from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, which had been dominating for years. Zhou Zhengyong sighed with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders as if speaking to himself. After all, he had no information about the newly appointed inspector. It was only last night that he received notification from headquarters that Lu Hui would be reassigned, yet the new appointment had yet to be announced. Instead, a new notice for an inspector named Liu had come through. It was the same name as the small fellow they had sent to the elite training camp 2 months prior. However, they paid little heed to it, as there were simply too many people with the same name. This Liu was likely just another one of them. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Guomin, as the door swung open, 3 individuals entered, including Zhuge Tao, the 3 principal managers of the Extreme Association Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. President, we have just received the formal notification regarding the transfer of Supervisor Liu, yet we remain oblivious to the identity of the new supervisor. Upon entering, the 3 of them could hardly contain their curiosity. Zhou Yongzheng shook his head, stating, I have not received any notification either. The trio, Zhuge Tao and the others, exchanged anxious glances, their hearts laden with trepidation. After all, the supervisor holds paramount authority, possessing inspection powers. Should the new appointee be as iron-fisted as the former supervisor known as Iron-Faced Baozhong, each of them would undoubtedly face extreme hardship. It is worth noting that the former inspector, dubbed Iron-Faced Baozhong, had once dismissed 6 department heads and even managed to impeach a president during his tenure. Quite terrifying. Ding! A soft sound emanated from Zhou Yongzheng's laptop. The notification has arrived, he exclaimed, swiftly clicking the mouse to access the message. Luo Feng? Hometown, Jiangnan Bay City. Yangzhou City? Strength rating, Invincible War God. For pairs of innocent eyes gazed at the information displayed on the screen, slowly forming a collective question mark. They then exchanged looks. This name sounded remarkably familiar. Wasn't it the young lad we just sent to the elite training camp? Zhuge Tao, who had interacted with Luo Feng more frequently, appeared utterly bewildered. If memory serves, when he sent him off, he was merely a mid-tier battle general. So how had he transformed into an invincible war god in just a month? The ID number, 4261. Date of birth, June 8, 2038. The 19-year-old invincible war god? Indeed, it was Luo Feng. While the 3 supervisors were still reflecting on this, President Zhou Yongzheng suddenly froze. Then clicked to exit and open last night's notification. The inspector from yesterday was named Liu, a resident of Jiangnan Bay City, Yangzhou City. It is he, a 21-year-old supreme war god. On the rooftop of Liu's home in Mingwei Community, Yangzhou City, Luo Feng leaned against the steel railing. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Liu. You want me to use the identity of the Jiangnan Bay City inspector to investigate the Wang family in the capital? Instantly, he deduced the reason behind it. It's that Wang Xingping who has his eye on my sister. A hint of malice flickered across Liu's face. Very well. Upon hearing this response, Luo Feng refrained from probing further, instead feeling a surge of shared animosity. He instantly comprehended the root of Liu's vendetta. After all, a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to court death. As for Liu, having lost both parents and raising 2 younger sisters alone to this day, his sisters were undoubtedly his reverse scales. Anyone attempting to harm them would be courting annihilation. Regarding the possibility of wronging Wang Xingping, Luo Feng felt confident in his judgment. After all, he had witnessed Wang Xingping's arrogant demeanor when he had left Suexine. Such behavior was not unusual for him. Moreover, Liu had only tasked him with investigating, not directly taking action against him. With his identity as the Jiangnan Bay City inspector and Liu's position as the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, uncovering Wang Xingping's deeds would be a straightforward task. He could ascertain everything from his bathroom visits in a single night. Once the truth was revealed, the Wang family would surely be in for a tumultuous time. Liu was evidently intent on exacting revenge upon the entire Wang family. The wrath of an inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would be more than enough to keep them on edge. Then came the request, Brother Yu, could you do me a favor? While you investigate the Wang family, please keep an eye out for any news regarding my long-lost relatives from my parents' side. Certainly. Liu nodded slightly. He recalled that among Luo Feng's missing relatives, one family resided in the capital Bay City. It was likely Luo Feng's cousin, entangled with a significant power, which ultimately led to Luo Feng's triumph in demonstrating his prowess. That influential family bore the surname Wang as well. How serendipitous. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy operated with remarkable efficiency, under the dual pressure of Liu as inspector and Luo Feng as supervisor. The misdeeds of Wang Xingping over the years were meticulously uncovered. Each scandal was more shocking than the last. The fact that he had reduced another to disability over trivial matters was among the least of his offenses. Instances of murder were rampant. According to the law, executing him 10 times would hardly be excessive. He was nothing short of a scoundrel. Moreover, he had indeed set his sights on Li Yu's 2 younger sisters and had already begun to act. This was something Li Yu had never anticipated. When he had encountered Wang Xingping a few days prior, he had thought it merely coincidental. After all, the simulations of his life had shown Wang Xingping only when he was weak, yet in reality, the latter was already aware of his enrollment in the elite training camp and still dared to extend his filthy hands? What audacity! Brother Yu, what do you intend to do? In the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Luo Feng's expression darkened as he scanned the documents in his hand, turning to Li Yu, his eyes equally filled with murderous intent. Such a scoundrel should not be allowed to live another second. Every moment he breathed was a waste of air. He certainly had to die. However, the Wang family must also face their reckoning. Li Yu took a deep breath, having contacted Hong. He had reached out to the chairperson of the HR Alliance, Isadora. If they were to kill him, they must eradicate the root of the problem. Moreover, the Wang family was not comprised of good people either. All right, Luo Feng nodded decisively. Based on the information he had obtained, the Wang family had numerous individuals who abused their power. Although he had anticipated such circumstances, knowing that a large family would inevitably harbor some rogues, he was determined to enforce justice without hesitation. In Chapter 78, the matter concluded accepting the legacy. By the way, here's another document for you to review. Li Yu nodded slightly, then handed over a stack of A4 papers to Luo Feng. It contained the current status of Luo Feng's cousin. This revelation ignited Luo Feng's enthusiasm. Li Yu's vengeance had commenced. With the dual pressure from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the HR Alliance, following Hong's nod of approval, they united to suppress the Wang family. As for the Chinese authorities, when presented with the opportunity to strike down a drowning dog, how could they possibly intervene? In a matter of days, under the combined efforts of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, HR Alliance, and Chinese officials, the Wang family's so-called connections and influence were rendered insignificant. Within just 2 days, the majority of the Wang family's key figures found themselves behind bars. During this period, the head of the Wang family had attempted to contact Li Yu, pleading for leniency regarding Wang Xingping. But Li Yu had simply hung up the phone without hesitation. How laughable! After being killed by that fool countless times, how could he possibly let it go without retribution? What gall you have! As for gold, Li Yu was no longer in need of such trifles. Since his ascension to the planetary level, the simulation life system had ceased allowing him to recharge with gold. The cost had transformed into cosmic crystals, which he had yet to accumulate. Previously remaining gold had been fully refunded by the system. Gazing at the several tons of gold within his spatial ring, tears welled in Li Yu's eyes. If he could no longer engage in simulation life, what use was all this gold? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Guomin, Li Yu called out. Luo Feng entered. It's already resolved. Luo Feng casually took a seat, smiling at Li Yu. The members of the Wang family witnessed him ascend the gallows. That's good to hear. Li Yu nodded slightly and accepted the phone Luo Feng handed him, which played the recording of Wang Xingping's verdict in court. Death sentence to be executed immediately. This troublesome matter had finally been resolved. The first to comment was Babada. Matters that could be resolved with a swift execution need not be dragged out for 2 or 3 days. Let his family witness him being sent to the gallows. That is the true satisfaction. Ah, indeed. Babada rolled his eyes at Li Yu, his sarcastic demeanor rendering both of them simultaneously amused and exasperated. Now, can you accept the inheritance? Of course. When the conversation turned serious, Li Yu and Luo Feng nodded gravely, then rose to head towards the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa. I will directly guide your consciousness into the virtual space created for you, while simultaneously maintaining vigilance over a kilometer radius. You may rest assured and proceed with your inheritance in the virtual realm. As Li Yu and Luo Feng settled into a meditative position within the training room, Babada's voice resonated within their minds. In a virtual space, atop a towering peak, 2 figures clad in white robes materialized. They were none other than Li Yu and Luo Feng. Nearby, Babada hovered in midair, adorned with 2 pointed horns atop his head. Today, you shall officially receive the Master's inheritance. With a wave of his tiny hand, a blood-red castle manifested before them. Follow me. A resounding roar echoed as the gates of the Crimson Castle swung open. First and foremost, you must understand that cultivation requires a solid foundation. Just like building a house, the foundation is of utmost importance. Only with a sufficiently robust foundation can the future be expansive. Babada's small face bore a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on Luo Feng. This is precisely why I said it will take you 50 years to reach the stellar level. With your current understanding of the laws, if you disregard the consequences, I'm confident that within a year, I could elevate your strength to the stellar level. However, the cost would be that when you wish to advance further to the cosmic level, it will be exceedingly difficult. The same applied to Li Yu. Though he had an advantage, having already comprehended a domain, if he were to undergo intensive energy supplementation, he could attain the cosmic level within 10 years. Yet, achieving the domain master level thereafter would also prove immensely challenging. The urge for rapid success would deplete potential and jeopardize the future. Hence, to become a domain master, or even ascend to the realm of the immortal gods, every step must be taken with utmost diligence and caution. With that, Babata waved his tiny hand again, and the trio found themselves in the training room on the second floor of the blood-red castle. Pointing to the walls, countless bookshelves came into view. Here lie the texts necessary for your studies across various levels: planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain master, and even domain sovereign. Since you are currently at the planetary level, you must focus on these two floors. Babata indicated two specific shelves. The upper shelf contained materials on martial arts cultivation, while the lower shelf held texts on mental cultivation. You both need to delve into these studies. As he spoke, Babata's expression grew earnest. A powerful mental cultivator must also possess a formidable body. And the same applies to martial artists. Having a weakness is fatal in combat. As for you, Luo Feng, I will personally instruct you. Liwa, I will soon synchronize this virtual space with your intelligent assistant, allowing you to access it at any time. Li Yue nodded in acknowledgement. The master's primary inheritance pertains to the mental cultivation lineage, with its secret techniques standing out even in the cosmos. The master's achievements are nothing short of extraordinary. Among the master's immortal servants, there are 9 in total. These 9 servants were bound through the master's secret techniques, having their souls permeated and enslaved from the very beginning when the master was still weak. As the master's power grew, so did the cultivation of these servants. All thanks to the master's secret methods. They enable the servants to possess self-awareness and continue their own cultivation. At this point, a hint of pride flickered across Babata's small face. Moreover, the servants dare not entertain even the slightest thought of betrayal. Should the master perish, the servants shall follow suit. The 5 immortal servants aboard the Starfall are a testament to this. Li nodded slightly. Possessing 9 immortal-level servants, Huyan Bo ranks among the more formidable within the realm of immortality. However, the master's inheritance is no small feat. Babata regarded Li Yu and Luo Feng with a contemplative expression. To ensure the continuation of the inheritance, the master specially crafted the inheritance soul seal. By employing the inheritance soul seal, it can silently merge into the soul, allowing one to grasp the secret technique within 3 to 4 hours. He paused, his tone grave. Yet, there is only one inheritance soul seal. Babata did not elaborate further. With one inheritance soul seal and 2 true disciples, it meant that one of them would inevitably be unable to obtain it. Give it to Luo Feng. Before Luo Feng could voice his thoughts, Li Yu responded first. Is cultivation difficult? Li Wa Shuja. Difficult is good. It allows my avatar in the simulation to cultivate more diligently instead of wandering aimlessly and dying so early. It's almost as if he believes he is cursed. What is the value of cosmic crystals in the universe? Chapter 79, Secret Techniques. Cosmic crystals? Babata paused for a moment. Cosmic crystals are condensed essence from the universe, akin to its spirit crystals, which can be used for cultivation, taming beasts, or nurturing plant life. However, their efficacy is superior, and even up to the domain's sovereign level, there remains a demand for them. If one wishes to construct a small world, a substantial quantity of cosmic crystals is essential for groundwork. As for their value, Babata pondered briefly before responding. 1 unit of cosmic crystal can be decomposed into 1,000 cosmic coins, with the official exchange rate standing at approximately 1 to 300. Therefore, 1 unit of cosmic crystal would roughly equate to 3 million Qianwu coins. 3.3 million Qianwu coins for 1 unit of cosmic crystal? Li was taken aback. Babata nodded slightly, then continued, however, I realize you may not be familiar with Qianwu coins. To put it simply, purchasing a first-tier stellar-level slave costs around 1,000 Qianwu coins, while a planetary-level slave is even cheaper. A 9th-tier mental cultivator at the planetary level is worth about 8 or 9 Qianwu coins. As for the war god level, they are practically a bargain. 1 Qianwu coin can buy over 100. Li Yu was stunned. He had no idea the value of cosmic crystals was so exorbitant. He had initially thought a unit of cosmic crystal might be worth a few thousand to 10,000 Qianwu coins, which he could barely accept, intending to venture into the cosmos to acquire some for his simulation. Yet he was now informed that a unit of cosmic crystal was actually worth a staggering 3 million Qinwu coins. What a joke. If he recalled correctly, the wealth of the richest individual on an ordinary native planet was only about 100 million black dragon coins. Converted to Qinwu coins, that would be around 100,000 Qinwu coins. Moreover, this was based on the official exchange rate. In reality, one would have to pay at least 12 to 13 black dragon coins to exchange for a single Qinwu coin. I shouldn't have harbored any illusions about this cursed system. Liu sighed softly. Life must go on. Initiate simulation life. Insufficient balance. Current simulation life cannot be initiated. Current balance, 0. Would you like to recharge? Available items for recharge, cosmic crystals. One use requires the expenditure of one currency. A series of texts floated through his mind. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was still absorbing Babada's explanations, utterly astonished. 8 or 9 Qinwu coins could actually buy a 9th-tier planetary-level mental cultivator. In Earth-S context, apart from Hong, that would be an invincible existence. Thor would stand a chance. Are you certain you wish to forego the inheritance soul seal? Babada concluded his discourse and turned to Li Yu for confirmation. I'm certain. Li Yu nudda. His mind now preoccupied with thoughts of leaving Earth to seek out a cosmic crystal for recharge, eager to ascertain the exchange rate between cosmic crystals and balance. If one unit of cosmic crystal equated to one balance, he would be utterly speechless. A planetary-level simulation would cost 3 million Qinwu coins. How much would it be for the stellar level? Even if the increase were only 100-fold, that would still amount to 33 million Qinwu coins. Acquiring a stellar-level warrior for merely 1,000 Qinwu coins. In response to Li Yu's remark, Babada nodded slightly. In its eyes, bestowing the inheritance soul mark to Luo Feng was indeed more fitting than granting it to Li Yu. After all, Li Yu was a warrior who had already carved his path in the martial arts realm, whereas the legacy of the Yuma Star lineage leaned more towards mental cultivation. If the inheritance soul mark were given to Li Yu, it would likely serve as an entry point to esoteric methods. But he would probably not pursue this as his primary focus. Luo Feng, the inheritance soul mark has already merged with your body. In 2 or 3 hours, you will officially embark on your journey. Luo Feng was somewhat bewildered, gazing at Babada as he slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Hadn't they just agreed on this? How had it already entered his body without any sensation? Basic operation, Babada replied. Having spent years on Earth, it had become adept at internet slang. My master is an immortal deity. If you could detect the merging of the inheritance soul mark he created, would that still be considered immortal? With my master's accomplishments in soul marks, not even you, a mere planetary-level being, nor your second senior brother, a formidable 9th-level realm master, would notice. With a flick of its delicate pink hand, a wooden recliner appeared behind Babada, which it promptly sat upon, crossing its legs as it continued. From this day forth, you may enter the virtual space to cultivate. I will guide you, Luo Feng, while you, Liu, must weigh the pros and cons on your own. You are not following the path of the Yuma Star lineage, so my advice can only serve as a reference. However, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I have accompanied my master across the universe for millions of years, and he once prepared a body for me. With that body, I resonated my true name across countless star systems. Yet, during the cataclysmic battle 50,000 years ago that ravaged numerous galaxies, my body was destroyed. A hint of sorrow flickered across Babada's face. I managed to transform into an intelligent being to survive, but my master, the past is but a memory. Moreover, it is imperative that you both learn the universal language. The universal language? Luo Feng paused, then voiced his concerns. ISNT their translation software? Liu found Luo Feng's expression somewhat amusing. However, he felt similarly. Whether before or after traversing into the cosmos, he had no aptitude for languages. Having struggled with English throughout his schooling, the number of words he could articulate was limited. Yet, the universal language was different. In his previous simulated life, he had primarily focused on learning it, understanding that speaking it fluently was not the same as relying on translation software. After his studies in the simulation, he could now use the universal language with relative fluency. Indeed, when Babada heard Luo Feng's reluctance to learn the universal language, its crimson eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. After a tirade of admonishments, Luo Feng quickly volunteered to study the universal language. Babada then summarized some knowledge before preparing to let Li Yu and Luo Feng study independently. At that moment, Li Yu interjected, Babada, can I travel to the universe now? Travel to the universe? Babada was taken aback. What means you have to leave Earth? There's an ancient civilization ruin on Earth housing a spaceship that is not significantly damaged. A spaceship? Babata was astonished. Indeed, Liu nodded slightly. In ruin number 12, there is a spaceship that appears to be only mildly damaged and should still be capable of flight. Are you referring to the ruin number 12, which is considered one of the 3 great perilous places? Luo Feng leaned in, his face alight with curiosity. That SA spaceship, a flying one at that, Liu affirmed with a nod. Your estimation is of no use, Babata rolled its eyes. That is a vessel capable of traversing the cosmos. It is not merely a simple mechanical structure. Countless intricate components must come together to form a spaceship. Just because the exterior appears intact does not guarantee its functionality. However, if the surface is only mildly damaged, the interior might still be salvageable. Let's go. Take me to see it. At this point, Babata was quite eager. After all, Liu and Luo Feng would ultimately need to leave Earth. Yet, there were no ships capable of dark universe travel on Earth. It had even begun to consider having them collect remnants of spaceships to construct anew from scratch. The revelation that there was a minimally damaged spaceship on Earth was an unexpected opportunity, as long as it was not one of those utterly worthless vessels. Even significant internal damage would be manageable. It was certainly easier than starting from zero. Shall we go now? Why not? Babata retorted. All right, Liu had no objections, especially since Hong had just sent over an intelligent fighter jet. 10 minutes later, a sleek, black triangular aircraft ascended from Jiangnan Bay City, calibrating its position briefly before swiftly heading towards the coordinates of ruin number 12. This contraption can only meander around live planets, Babata remarked, surveying the interior of the aircraft with a disdainful shake of its head. It was, after all, designed for use on live planets. Liu and Luo Feng exchanged amused glances at Babata's visible contempt. After all, it was a gift, according to Hong's description. This intelligent fighter jet, named Qianquan level, could withstand attacks from Lord-level monsters, which was commendable. It would serve as a temporary means of transportation. Babata shook its head. I will first upgrade the intelligence system of this fighter jet. Upgrade the intelligence system of the fighter jet? Luo Feng was surprised, unsure of Babata's intentions. Do as you wish, Liu shrugged nonchalantly. He wasn't particularly concerned about the matter. After all, he wouldn't be using it for long, and who held the highest authority was irrelevant. However, if Babata wished to improve it, he wouldn't oppose. It would be beneficial for a brief respite from Babata's incessant chatter. Then, Babata fell silent for 15 seconds. During this time, countless buttons inside the intelligent fighter jet lit up sequentially, and only upon Babata's utterance did silence return. Done. The primary authority of the intelligent fighter jet has now been transferred to you. What does that mean? Wasn't the primary authority of this fighter jet already Liu's? Luo Feng was bewildered, struggling to comprehend Babata's actions. However, with Liu's explanation, he soon grasped the situation. We have arrived. In the midst of their conversation, the sleek black fighter jet hovered over a vast expanse of ocean, and according to Babata's navigation, ruin number 12 lay beneath. The ocean's surface stood about 100 meters above the seabed, with ruin number 12 situated approximately 300 meters below. All right, Liu and Luo Feng nodded slightly, then opened the hatch and leaped down. As for why they didn't simply descend in the intelligent fighter jet, it was not that they were concerned about water ingress. Although the craft was labeled Qianquan level, capable of withstanding Lord-level attacks, the depths of the ocean teemed with monstrous creatures. In such environments, a Lord-level beast was trivial. They could encounter a King-level monster at any moment. Despite Liu's disdain for the aircraft, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Indeed, as they descended, guided by Babata to deliberately avoid powerful beasts, they still encountered a multitude of oceanic monsters. The Lord-level entities are ubiquitous, while the King-level monsters that represent planetary tiers are occasionally encountered. It is not until one descends to the ocean floor that the situation improves slightly. At this juncture, the waters surrounding them have already been stained crimson with blood, the remnants of marine monstrosities they encountered along the way. This is not a deliberate act by Liu. Rather, in his pursuit of speed, he has pushed the golden domain to its utmost limit, plummeting in a straight line. As for Luo Feng, he seems somewhat intoxicated by the thrill of the descent, unleashing 10 flying daggers under the command of his mental prowess, ruthlessly slaughtering all creatures within a 100-meter radius. Finally, they land upon the riverbed at the ocean's depths, approximately 5,000 meters down. The immense pressure exerted by the surrounding water has compelled both individuals to activate their battle armors, crafted from the elusive Mo Yunvine. However, Luo Feng's armor is but a juvenile form, while Liu's has matured to a planetary level. In terms of efficacy, Liu's armor surpasses Luo Feng's, yet in potential, Luo Feng's juvenile form meticulously nurtured, is destined to outstrip Liu by a considerable margin. At approximately 3,300 meters below, they locate the sought-after site number 12, as determined by Babata. Understanding this, Liu nods slightly, and the golden domain manifests beneath his feet, piercing through the rock as he resumes his rapid descent. Luo Feng follows closely through the passage Liu has created. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Babata suddenly exclaims, prompting Liu and Luo Feng to decelerate. With a soft thud, they appear to collide with a solid object, causing a slight tremor in Liu, yet it is easily penetrated under the brilliance of the golden domain. Could it be the wreckage of a warship? Babata's mental energy instantly spreads out, forming a rudimentary model of the area within his mind, revealing the presence of an enormous military vessel, a mothership. Babata's excitement is palpable. Now, follow this path straight ahead. With the protection of the mothership, it is quite likely that the spacecraft within has sustained minimal damage. It is no wonder that you humans refer to this place as a desolate land. A spacecraft with nearly intact functionalities must possess a defensive system capable of posing a threat to stellar-level beings. For your Earth, where the strongest lacks stellar-level prowess, it is indeed a desolate land. Liu and Luo Feng nod in agreement, and they promptly proceed along the passage as directed by Babata. Upon entering a vast chamber, Babata's laughter resonates. So it is here, in the immense chamber, a flying saucer-shaped spacecraft, approximately 100 meters in diameter and entirely black, adorned with the markings of a colossal dragon, presents itself before Liu, Luo Feng, and Babata. This dragon resembles those from Western legends, capable of standing upright, rather than the Eastern mythological variety. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spacecraft. Babata swiftly identifies the model, then excitedly begins to elaborate on its value, concluding with a hint of nostalgia. Who would have thought that, among the interstellar fleet destroyed by the Master back in the day, there would still be someone capable of affording a Black Dragon Mountain X-81? That would make one a significant figure in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. So how do we gain entry? Liu patiently listens to Babata's exposition, and, once the latter has calmed down, inquires. Entering is simple, Babata replies confidently. This model of adventure spacecraft has a structure I am intimately familiar with. Once the hatch is opened, you will enter a laser corridor. The lasers emitted within this corridor can effortlessly annihilate beings of planetary levels 5 and 6. Most of your so-called politicians on Earth would lack the strength to survive. With only planetary levels 1 and 2, even donning the Black God suit would lead to certain death. That fellow Hong might manage it by activating his domain and wearing the suit, but even then, it would be futile. There's a gate at the end of the laser corridor. To lift that gate requires a martial artist of at least stellar level 3. Even Hong, even at his peak, would find this impossible. At this point, Babata grins broadly. But perhaps it is fortunate that it is this way. Otherwise, such a fine treasure would not have come to us. Then how do we get in? Luo Feng asks, somewhat taken aback. Having yet to reach planetary level, and with Liu just having recently attained it, they are unable to even pass through the initial laser corridor. The battle armor you wear is composed of Mo Yun Vine. With this, even having just broken through to planetary level, you can dash through the laser corridor. You are currently only at the apprentice level, so when I open the gate, you must wait outside while Liu and I secure the spacecraft for you to enter. Upon hearing Babata's decision, Liu and Luo Feng nod in agreement. Liu then dons the black wristband handed to him by Luo Feng, approaches the hatch, seizes the gap, and pulls forcefully. Open. With a raucous clang, the hatch swings wide. Luo Feng, use your mental energy to control this tool, Babata instructs. Presenting a device resembling an axe. Simply slide the thinner edge into the gap between the gate and the ground. Don't worry about this tool being damaged. It is far more resilient than you are. All right. Luo Feng nods slightly, stepping through the hatch to behold the laser corridor. 19 strands of mental energy entwine around the axe-like tool, which then gathers strength before being hurled towards the gate. In an instant, brilliant white flashes erupt, illuminating the entire corridor. Some lasers, seemingly sensing the presence of Liu and Luo Feng, curve and shoot towards them. Golden Domain. Liu's eyes shine with a resplendent golden hue as he activates his domain to its maximum capacity, enveloping both himself and Luo Feng. Boom! A dozen lasers, weakened by the Golden Domain, still crash heavily against Liu's Mo Yun battle armor and Luo Feng's shield, sending both tumbling back several meters. As the barrage of laser weapons subsides, the duo returns to the hatch, witnessing the axe tool, propelled by Luo Feng's full force, resting just before the gate. Go! Luo Feng shouts, his mental energy surging forth as he manipulates the axe tool to fit into the gap between the gate and the ground. They then hear a peculiar sound emanating from the axe tool, accompanied by the slow ascent of the massive gate made of uranium. It turns out that the ultra-thin blade of the axe tool is gradually splitting into two layers, with the upper layer continually rising to pry the gate open, much like a jack from Earth. This leaves Luo Feng momentarily speechless, as he comprehends why Babata had just remarked that this tool is far more durable. Fengzi, step back a bit, lest this contraption fires lasers at you again, Liu advises, observing the entrance at the far end of the laser corridor, now open to a height exceeding 1 meter. Once Luo Feng nods and distances himself from the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft, Liu takes a deep breath, activating the golden domain once more to its utmost limits, and charges towards the end of the laser corridor. Countless lasers are fired at Liu, only to crash against his Mo-Yun battle armor after being diminished by the golden domain. Unfazed, he continues his sprint. Only when he leaps through the gate propped open by the axe tool does he finally halt his momentum. Boom! A resounding crash ensues as the elevated gate falls heavily, colliding with the metallic floor. Liu pays it no mind, knowing that Babata has stowed the massive axe tool away. Now, where should they proceed? Liu surveys his surroundings, hesitant to act impulsively. After all, his understanding of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship was limited to the cursory descriptions in the original text. He remained uncertain whether the unknown territories harbored dangers. However, now that he had entered the interior of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship, the likelihood of encountering peril diminished significantly. Ultimately, the ship was designed for human operation. Unless the former owner was exceedingly eccentric, it was improbable that traps would be present inside. Babata maintained a relayet Demeanov, stating, "Your only task now is to proceed to the command room and connect the signal device to the spaceship's intelligence system interface. The rest will be handled by me. Such matters are mere trifles for me." The demon Baba Ta. Subsequently, an object resembling a memory card materialized before Liu. Upon seeing him catch it, Baba Ta issued a command. Insert the golden segment into the interface. Now move. To the left. Good. Straight ahead. To the right. The command room is just inside. Similar to Luo Feng earlier, insert the thin side into the crevice. Be swift. Damn it, what kind of eccentric was the owner of this ship? This contraption has been submerged for nearly 800,000 years, yet it still has maintenance robots operational. In his mind, Baba Ta suddenly erupted in frustration. Hurry up and insert the signal device into the interface. How could you only sense it now, when it's right in front of your face? Liu cursed under his breath, too preoccupied to engage in banter with Baba Ta, especially since 3 metallic robots had already advanced toward him. Meanwhile, the axe-like tool had just been inserted. Boom! A battle blade appeared in Liu's hand, and the golden domain surged forth as he swung at the foremost robot. With a 2-tiered original force weapon and the golden domain combined, the strike was formidable enough that even Hong would hesitate to take it head-on. The robot that charged first was sent flying backward, its chest marked by a faint white scar. How resilient! Soon, the remaining 2 robots charged at him, launching heavy punches. Boom! Boom! The sounds of impact echoed. One was the clash between Liu's battle blade and a heavy fist. The other was Liu being struck in the shoulder by another heavy punch. In an instant, he was sent reeling, crashing violently against the wall. Damn it, this is a fight for my life. Liu suppressed the sweetness in his throat and quickly regained his footing as Baba Ta's urgent voice resonated in his mind. Just hold on a bit longer. I'm doing my best. Are you really? I'm the one getting pummeled. Liu stifled the impulse to spit blood, just as he was about to charge again. He casually noticed the command room's gates slowly rising and made a snap decision to rush inside, yanking the axe tool free. Boom! The gate slammed down heavily onto the ground. Done. At that moment, Babata also transmitted reassuring news. The 3 robots have been brought under my control. There is no need for concern. In truth, you didn't need to rush in. Those 3 robots are entirely composed of UYT metal. While their defensive capabilities are commendable, they possess numerous shortcomings. For instance, they lack autonomous intelligence and can only attack through simple maneuvers. Otherwise, if they had even a slightly higher IQ, they would be able to overpower you in a coordinated assault, especially since you were clad in the Mo-Yun battle armor. However, capturing you at first glance is not a challenge. Babata's tone remained annoyingly smug. What should we do now? Liu leaned against the door, gazing at the command room, pointing at the soldiers reduced to ashes and the 3 humanoid sentinels behind him, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Those 3 aren't alive, right?" "Indeed," Baba Ta nodded slightly, beginning a detailed explanation. Liu shrugged, choosing not to interrupt while directing his gaze toward the control panel before the Ashen soldiers. On the screen, an avatar of a green-haired woman appeared, followed by a universal language echoing throughout the command room, essentially instructing Li Yu to leave immediately. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Li Yu shrugged, unfazed, and forcefully inserted the signal device given to him by Baba Ta under the alarmed gaze of the green-haired woman. Immediately, a piercing alarm blared throughout the command room. Now was the moment for me to display my prowess. Baba Ta cackled, observing the control panel as he began his infiltration. Yet, the instant he commenced his full-scale invasion, the spaceship's defense system activated. Upon determining the futility of resistance, self-destruct mode initiated a countdown. Please enter the password within 30 seconds, or the self-destruct program will commence. 29, 28, 27. Just brutally destroy the spaceship's control system. Li Yu suggested with a hint of exasperation as he watched the countdown begin. This outcome was anticipated, and he didn't dwell on it. Furthermore, even if the control system were to be forcibly dismantled, the overall impact on the spaceship would be minimal. At worst, Baba Ta would simply need to reconstruct a new control system. Baba Ta appeared helpless, yet recognized that Li Yu's suggestion was indeed the best course of action at that moment. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds and a series of electrical sparks, the countdown for the self-destruct program abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, a profound silence engulfed the space. How long will it take to prepare a new control system? Li Iwa Inkirat. Go reopen that gate. I will control the 3 UYT robots to inspect the overall state of the spaceship. If the overall condition is acceptable, constructing an operating system will take half an hour at most. Baba Ta quickly responded, albeit his tone bore a hint of despondency. This was understandable. Mere moments ago, he had boasted about mercilessly tormenting the intelligent assistants aboard the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship, only to face a swift rebuttal moments later, which would naturally bruise his pride. All right, Li Yu nodded, using the axe tool to reopen the gate. Upon witnessing Baba Ta reconstructing the operating system of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship, he turned and exited, heading straight down the corridor to bring Luo Feng aboard the ship. By the time Baba Ta managed to resolve everything, 40 minutes had elapsed. The control system of the Black Dragon Mountain had returned to normal. Are you really planning to venture into the cosmos alone, Yuga? The trio, Luo Feng, Li Yu, and Baba Ta, found themselves embroiled in a dispute within the command room regarding Li Yu's intention to depart Earth solo. It wasn't that they feared Li Yu would monopolize the Black Dragon Mountain ship, although it was not inexpensive. In comparison to Baba Ta's lineage from the fallen Mo star and the inheritance of Hu Yuan Bo, it paled in significance. Primarily, they felt that Li Yu had never left Earth. Well, he actually hasn't, they reasoned, which justified their concern for him. Luo Feng could break through to the planetary level at any moment. Why not wait until his strength reaches that level and then venture into the cosmos together? Baba Ta furrowed his brow, questioning the plan. Exactly, Yugo. Luo Feng echoed in agreement. Li Yu fell silent. Given the timeline, there was roughly a year until the emergence of the Golden Horn Beast. During this year, Luo Feng would undoubtedly need to focus on training, patiently honing the secret methods of Hu Yuan Bo to the stage of possession. Only then could Luo Feng, akin to the original storyline, seize the Golden Horn Beast. Seizing the Golden Horn Beast was one of the most pivotal steps on Luo Feng's path to ascendancy. Luo Feng had more critical matters to attend to. After a prolonged silence, Li Yu slowly spoke. It's about seizing the Golden Horn Beast. Chapter 82. Arrival at Xiao Long Star. The Golden Horn Beast? Baba Ta could not suppress his exclamation. There's a Golden Horn Beast on Earth. Indeed, Li Yu nodded slightly. Located in the Atlantic Ocean, connected to the New York-based city, lies a massive egg poised to hatch. Through my research on ancient civilization relics, I have determined that the creature within this egg is none other than the Golden Horn Beast among the cosmic behemoths. Li Yu gazed at Babata, articulating, "This is precisely why I intend to bequeath the Legacy Soul Seal to Luo Feng. As a martial artist, even if the Legacy Soul Seal were conferred upon me, I would be incapable of mastering the secret technique to the level of possession within a year. However, Luo Feng is different. He is a mentalist, perfectly suited for this endeavor. If he can cultivate the secret technique to the level of possession within a year, he will be able to seize the Golden Horn Beast before it hatches. And you, Babata, are required to accompany Luo Feng, guiding and supervising his training." Babata nodded slightly. If, as Li Yu suggested, there existed an egg of the Golden Horn Beast on Earth, then nothing else would matter in comparison to this magnificent creature. After all, is the golden horn beast. As long as it does not perish prematurely, it is destined to grow into a realm lord, one of the universe's most elite bloodlines. Should Li Yu's assertion prove accurate, and Luo Feng manages to seize it before it hatches, then his future accomplishments will be boundless. Moreover, even if he cannot possess it, he can plant a soul enslavement while it is still weak, ensuring that a minimum-level realm Lord Golden Horn Beast will safeguard him on his path of growth. If what you say is true, then I, the demon Babata, acquiesce to your request to depart Earth alone, Babata remarked after a prolonged silence. Half an hour later, after allowing Babata to witness the Golden Horn Beast's egg with his own eyes, Li Yu soared into the skies, swiftly breaking through the cloud layer and reaching an altitude of approximately 8,000 meters. Accompanied by two figures clad in black robes, the Silver Guards he had acquired from the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship. Originally, there were 3 Silver Guards, but the one with feminine traits had been assigned to protect his sister. The 3 robots constructed from black yttrium had been entrusted to Luo Feng. Meanwhile, Li Yu had relieved Babata of all the Qianwu coins he had on hand for purchasing snacks, totaling 932 coins. He also recorded the bank card number and password of Hu Yinbo's estate, intending to use the inheritance obtainable at the stellar level to purchase Earth once his power advanced accordingly. To ensure he had sufficient funds for acquiring cosmic crystals, Li Yu casually selected a few items that appeared to be valuable from Babata's small treasury. Afterward, he bid farewell to his family and Luo Feng. Goodbye. Activate the spaceship's cloaking mode, Li Yu instructed his intelligent assistant. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship has been cloaked, came Debai's response. Hearing the confirmation, Li Yu nodded slightly, and with a mental command, a colossal saucer-shaped spacecraft materialized in the air beside him. It was indeed the Black Dragon Mountain X-81. Li Yu regarded the vessel, shrugging slightly. With a diameter of 100 meters, it may not seem large, but its imposing presence was undeniably visually striking. In terms of size, it rivaled the training hall of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Beep! With a soft sound, the external hatch of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship opened automatically. As Li Yu stepped into the laser corridor, the inner gate ascended in tandem. He proceeded directly to the control room of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship. Esteemed Master, Debai is here to provide you with attentive service. The holographic image of a sweet girl with twin ponytails appeared on the control panel, radiating warmth. Set sail. Understood. With a hum, the spaceship commenced its operations, accompanied by a faint sound, as Li Yu felt a minuscule vibration. Activate External Environment Simulation, Scale 70. Received. External Environment Simulation activated at 70. In an instant, the control room before Li Yu became nearly transparent, revealing a vast azure planet in his view, alongside the myriad wonders of the galaxy. You have now departed Earth. Please select your destination. Dragon Vein Star? Li Yu swiftly made his choice. In the original narrative, Luo Feng had opted to journey to Mars due to the presence of an abandoned mining base. However, Li Yu was not a golden horn beast and did not require the consumption of metals for enhancement. Thus, the benefits of the mining base were limited for him. It would be more prudent to leave it until Luo Feng had successfully seized the golden horn beast for his use. After all, the mined ores would not sprout legs and escape. Received. Destination, Dragon Vein Star, accelerating. As Debai's voice resonated, the external scenery began to change rapidly, while Li Yu felt no discomfort from the swift travel. According to Babata's prior explanation, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 was highly valued not only for its construction from the precious metal yttrium, but also for its impressive array of functionalities. What Li Yu was currently experiencing was the ship's automatic gravity adjustment feature, which maintained a consistent gravitational level within the vessel. This ensured that even at light speed, passengers would not experience pressure that could detract from their comfort. In contrast, lower-grade spaceships were slow to accelerate and required passengers to enter so-called safety pods during acceleration, as failure to do so could jeopardize their lives. I'm not referring to that spaceship of Hong-S. Although it is labeled as a spaceship, it is inferior to even the lowest tier, as it lacks the capability for light-speed travel. In the universe, a spaceship without light-speed travel capabilities cannot enter the dark universe, thus limiting its function to transporting between 2 nearby planets. The spaceship will enter light speed in 12 seconds. Deactivate External Environment Simulation. Received. The spaceship has entered the dark universe, and it is estimated that it will take 10 days to reach the Dragon Vein Star. Li Yu nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged, retrieving a wooden crystal from his spatial ring to begin his cultivation. 9 days later, we are about to arrive at Dragon Vein Star. Please prepare, Master. Cosmic traversal successful. Returning to the original universe. Debai's voice rang out punctually. Li Yu gradually opened his eyes, Activate external simulation, 100. External environment simulation activated at 100. As Debai's voice fell, everything in the control panel and the spaceship's control room became completely transparent, revealing a massive planet in the distance, shimmering with iridescent light. Chapter 83. Confirmation of Citizenship. Dragonvane Star? Liu observed the enormous planet in the distance, nodding slightly. Receiving docking signal. Do you wish to comply? Comply. Liu responda affirmatively. Received, proceeding to dock at the port of Dragonvane Star. Debai's voice echoed promptly. Liu nodded and, through the external simulation, clearly witnessed the Black Dragon Mountain ship being guided by the docking signal as it entered Dragonvane Star, moving toward the docking area. It then descended slowly in a zone marked as C. As the hatch opened, Liu stepped out. Good day, sir. A respectful voice greeted him from beside, and Liu turned to see a robust man in uniform with two curved horns standing politely before him. Welcome to Dragonvane Star. Your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship is docked at location C with an annual docking fee of 600 Black Dragon coins. For any period shorter than a year, the fee is charged as if for a full year. Here is your docking card. Saying this, he handed over a silver, semi-transparent card emblazoned with a symbol. Very well. Liu nodded slightly and casually retrieved a Qianwu coin from his spatial ring, tossing it to the uniformed man. A Qianwu coin. The man in uniform felt a surge of delight. According to the official exchange rate of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, one Qianwu coin can be exchanged for 1,000 Black Dragon coins, yet Black Dragon coins cannot be converted back into Qianwu coins except through the black market. However, transactions in the black market often require nearly double the amount of Black Dragon coins to acquire a single Qianwu coin. The disparity is evident. Without the need for change, Liu casually remarked before disembarking from the spacecraft, ascending into the sky, closely followed by his silver-clad guards draped in black robes. At the very moment Liu departed, Debai set the spacecraft to a state of alert. The burly man in uniform gazed at the receding figure of Liu, a surge of envy swelling within him. Utilizing Qianwu coins and aboard the extravagant Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model, it was clear that his background was far from ordinary. Debai, locate the nearest city where I can obtain citizenship. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Liu instructed within his mind, connecting to the internal network of Qiolong Star. The connection was successful, and the map of Qiolong Star was retrieved, revealing that the closest city where citizenship could be acquired was the capital, Qiolong City, with navigation initiated. As Liu currently lacked citizenship, he was unable to connect to the virtual network. However, Qiolong Star had an internal planetary network, through which Debai successfully obtained the map of Qiolong Star and identified the nearest city for citizenship processing. Observing the navigation display before him, Liu nodded slightly and proceeded towards Qiolong City, purchasing cosmic crystals, establishing a virtual universe account, and selling the force weapons obtained from Babata could only commence after acquiring citizenship. Upon entering Qiolong City, Liu made his way directly to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on Qiolong Star. Silver guards? At the entrance of the administrative building, two guards immediately recognized the silver-clad guards behind Liu and stood at attention, enthusiastically opening the door for him. Thank you, Liu said with a smile and nodded, stepping into the hall, with the two silver guards following closely behind. Hello, where should I go for nationality processing? Liu inquired as a receptionist approached. Receiving the answer, 32nd floor. Nodding slightly, he then took a seat on a nearby, circular sofa, while the silver guards stood beside him. 32, one of them announced. The tray beneath the circular sofa suddenly emitted a white glow, propelling Liu and the two silver guards skyward. Ding! Arrival confirmed. A melodious voice resonated from beneath the sofa. Good day. How may I assist you? A woman reminiscent of a cat girl approached, her demeanor becoming more respectful upon noticing the two silver guards behind Liu. I wish to acquire citizenship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Liu stated, articulating his request. Citizenship? The woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, responding, Sir, please proceed to the left. The second room from the end is where nationality processing occurs. Very well, Liu acknowledged with a slight nod, rising to follow the direction indicated by the woman. Such a gentle demeanor, accompanied by two silver guards and clad in the Black God ensemble. He must hail from a prominent family. The woman speculated as she observed Liu's retreating figure. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the room indicated by the receptionist, Liu extended his hand to knock. Come in. A casual voice called from within the room. Liu pushed the door open, and his gaze fell upon two uniformed staff members inside. Their expressions, initially nonchalant, shifted to surprise upon seeing the two silver guards behind Liu. However, They quickly donned professional smiles. Sir, how may we assist you? I wish to join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Liu reiterated. In Xiaolong Star, the only available cosmic nationalities for acquisition were the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the Silver Blue Empire. While the cost of joining the Silver Blue Empire was lower than that of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the citizenship of a primary civilization was considered the least desirable in the cosmos. Thus, it was not within Liu's considerations. Very well. May I ask which cosmic nationality you previously held? Do you have the release documentation from your original nationality? Stateless. The staff members were momentarily stunned by Liu's response. In this day and age, someone without nationality? Sir, please stand still. Upon seeing Liu nod, the staff activated a device on their arms. Enveloping Liu ina adziglo. No record found. They deduced that he was likely an elite from a newly emerged power. Observing the universal language displayed on the instrument screen, the staff nodded slightly, conjuring a conclusion in their minds before smiling and stating, since you have never held another nationality, you need only pay the processing fee. The processing fee is 50 Black Dragon coins. Understood. Liu nodded slightly, retrieving a Qianwu coin from a spatial ring and tossing it over. A Qianwu coin. Joy sparkled in the staff's eyes. They hastily produced a stack of gossamer thin banknotes from their pocket, extracted a 50 denomination, and deposited it into the device, handing the remainder back to Liu. Sir, here are 950 Black Dragon coins. Liu accepted them nonchalantly. Following the enthusiastic hospitality of the staff, he waited in the VIP room for approximately 20 minutes, after which his citizenship was officially confirmed. Chapter 84. The Pursuit of Self-Strengthening. Having resolved his citizenship issues, Liu proceeded to the virtual universe company on Xiaolong Star to finalize his residency. Now, it was time to contemplate financial matters. In a private dining room at a restaurant on Xiaolong Star, Liu found himself in a state of distress. Just moments ago, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the value of cosmic crystals through the virtual universe. The discrepancies he had heard from Babata were indeed minimal. 1 unit of cosmic crystal could be divided into 1,000 cosmic coins, with each cosmic coin officially redeemable for 300 Qianwu coins. However, this did not imply that 300 Qianwu coins could be exchanged for a single cosmic coin. The logic was akin to that of Black Dragon coins and Qianwu coins. The official exchange rate stood at 1,000,1, but in reality, it required at least around 500 Black Dragon coins to obtain a single Qianwu coin. The same principle applied to cosmic coins. To redeem a single cosmic coin, one would need at least 4,000 Qianwu coins. This meant that a single unit of cosmic crystal, at its most favorable price, would cost approximately 4 million Qianwu coins. He casually rummaged through his spatial ring, realizing that the only items he could sell were the several force weapons acquired from Babata, 1 at the 3rd tier and 2 at the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier weapon was for his own use, while he intended to sell the 2 2nd tier weapons, each potentially valued at over 10 billion Black Dragon coins, translating to about 100 million Qianwu coins. Even selling both would not guarantee enough to purchase a single unit of cosmic crystal. Now, 2 paths lay before Liu. The first was to sell everything he could part with, gather the funds to purchase a unit of cosmic crystal, and subsequently use it to initiate a simulated life. In this simulated existence, he could strive to break through to the stellar level to claim the inheritance left by Huyin Bo, which amounted to a staggering 1 billion Qianwu coins, sufficient to acquire the necessary cosmic crystals for the simulated life. The drawback, however, was that Liu had no idea what the cost would be for a stellar-level simulated life. If the expenses escalated significantly, then the extent to which 1 billion Qianwu coins would allow him to undergo simulated lives remained an unknown variable. The second option involved completing a few matters and then returning to Earth to seek the support of Luo Feng. After all, once Luo Feng successfully seized the Golden Horn Beast, his overall strength would surge rapidly, and by the time the Genius Battle occurred 5 years later, he would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, even if Luo Feng soared, it would not provide substantial assistance to Liu in the short term. He would have to wait until Luo Feng attained Domain Lord status and was reassigned to the Qianwu Universe Nation to truly grasp power. As I delved into the pages of the book, I scarcely perceived the passage of time. However, now that I find myself immersed in this reality, the experience is entirely different. Centuries and millennia. Indeed, in an instant, Liu's heart was filled with resolve. Dubai, where should we go to sell the force weapons? The nearest treasure shop to the master is situated 11 kilometers away. Bai promptly responded through the virtual universe, initiating navigation. Having made up his mind, Liu no longer hesitated. After summoning the navigation, he headed straight for the treasure shop. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Upon entering the treasure shop, The attendant immediately approached with warmth and inquiry. Do you purchase force weapons here? Liu scanned the shop, taking in a myriad of dazzling goods, and continued. What is the price for second-tier force weapons? And for third-tier ones? We do indeed buy them, the attendant replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. After all, while force weapons may not rival the value of mind weapons, they still commanded a considerable price. With each ascending tier, the value escalated. Second-tier force weapons were valued at no less than several hundred million, with exceptional ones reaching into the billions. As for third-tier weapons, they typically began at 2 to 3 billion. For a planetary-level attendant, such sums were astronomical. Please hold on, the attendant said before turning away. When he returned, he was accompanied by an elder standing approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding a presence indicative of a sixth-tier stellar-level strength. One of those formidable individuals who could stride unabashedly across the earth. Esteemed guest, I hear you wish to sell second-tier and third-tier force weapons? The elder inquired with a slight bow. I'll assess the prices and, if suitable, proceed with the sale. Upon hearing Liu's response, the elder nodded with a smile and led him to a reception room. What type of force weapons do you possess? Once inside the reception area, the elder posed his question. This, Liu said, revealing two weapons that appeared on the table, a sword and an axe. Both retrieved from Babada's small treasury. The elder promptly produced a device, which enveloped the weapons in a green light, displaying their information on the screen. These are both second-tier force weapons. What about the third-tier weapon you mentioned? The elder's eyes gleamed, but then he turned his gaze back to Liu. These two force weapons are indeed commendable, yet when compared to third-tier ones, their value is merely a fraction. Liu's mind focused, and a blood-red battle knife materialized in his hand. This was the weapon personally entrusted to him by Babada. According to Babada, this mind weapon was considered quite exceptional even among third-tier force weapons. Indeed, upon seeing the battle knife, the elder's eyes sparkled once more. Are you also willing to sell this force weapon, esteemed guest? Liiwa Nudda. If it's for this force weapon, I am prepared to offer 10 billion black dragon coins. As the green light enveloped the battle knife in his grasp, the elder declared the price. First, let us see how much I can offer for the other two weapons. Liu, unfamiliar with the value of the force weapons, simply shook his head and gestured toward the two second-tier weapons on the table. The sword is worth 900 million black dragon coins, and the axe is likewise valued at 900 million. Together, that amounts to 8 billion, the elder stated after a moment of contemplation. Liu shook his head, although he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the value of force weapons. He had consulted the virtual universe and discovered that similar weapons in a regular mind weapon shop were typically sold for around 1 billion black dragon coins each. If you include your third-tier weapon in the sale, then this price is acceptable, the elder remarked, a hint of difficulty in his expression. After glancing at the battle knife in Liu's hand, he continued, with the addition of this battle knife, I can offer a total of 15 billion black dragon coins. If that works, we can proceed. Liu pondered for a moment before reaching a conclusion. As for what he would use afterward, he reasoned that a lesser weapon would suffice. It was more prudent to elevate his strength first. Once he attained the stellar level, he could claim the 10 billion Qianwu coins inheritance from Huyan Bo before considering other matters. Agreed, the elder said with decisive ease, a broad smile illuminating his face. Shall we draft the contract now? The price seems a bit low. Chapter 85, Acquiring Slaves. Liu felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet he was unaware of the true value of force weapons. The three force weapons combined for 15 billion seemed acceptable. Do you have any cosmic crystals? Just as the elder prepared to process the transfer, asking for Liu's bank card, Liu inquired. Cosmic crystals? The elder paused momentarily before responding. Of course. Cosmic crystals serve as hard currency in the universe, akin to the gold of Earth in bygone times. The treasure shop naturally maintains an inventory. Can I settle the payment with cosmic crystals? Absolutely, the elder nodded slightly, then asked, how many cosmic crystals would you require? How much can I exchange for 15 billion black dragon coins? 15 billion black dragon coins equate to 5 million Qianwu coins, which translates to approximately 545 cosmic coins. How many would you like? 4,000. Liu replied with a slight nod. After deducting the 4,000 cosmic crystals, he was left with 8 billion black dragon coins. Is there anything else you require? No, just convert it to Qianwu coins for me. Very well. The two parties proceeded to draft the contract. Since Liu did not possess a bank card, he requested a new card be issued through the virtual universe at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, completing the transaction. The three force weapons were now the property of the treasure shop, while the 8 billion black dragon coins and the 4,000 cosmic crystals belonged to Liu. Exiting the treasure shop, Liu gazed at the cosmic crystals within his spatial ring and could not help but smile wryly. To acquire these cosmic crystals, he had even sold weapons. He hoped the current exchange rate would not be too outrageous. Muttering to himself, he recognized that once the cosmic crystals were exhausted, if he had yet to reach the stellar level, he would have no choice but to sell the Black Dragon spaceship. The spatial ring was indeed valuable, but he dare not sell it. A spatial ring of such magnitude would surely tempt even a domain master-level powerhouse from the Qianlong star. With 1.8 million Qianwu coins remaining, he decided to explore leisurely. This was his first time on an alien planet, and he saw it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. As time passed, Liu had barely finished exploring Qianlong City when a day had quietly slipped away. The money he spent was minimal. He purchased 10 temporary virtual helmets and acquired a century-long temporary account, then sampled the local delicacies at several restaurants. Yet all combined, he had not exhausted the coins initially given to him by Babada. Not to mention, the 1.8 million Qianwu coins in his account remained untouched. A slave market? Liu gazed at the vast area in the distance, momentarily taken aback, before a hint of interest graced his features. Purchasing a few slaves might not be a bad idea. From his recollections, the prices for these slaves were not exorbitant. Acquiring a few stellar-level slaves to protect and guide his 2 younger sisters in their training would be a commendable choice. With this thought in mind, Liu altered his flight path, heading directly toward the slave market. The despicable Lord of Luo Star has fled. The despicable Lord of Luo Star has absconded. He has run away after incurring a debt of 200 million Qianwu coins. That scoundrel indulged in debauchery and gambling, accumulating a debt of 200 million Qianwu coins and escaping. We are left with no recourse, but to use the slaves of Luo Star to repay the debt. The once exorbitantly priced apprentice-level 9th tier Iron Stars, which used to cost several dozen Black Dragon coins, can now be acquired for merely 99, for just 99 Black Dragon coins. You can bring home a robust and hard-working Iron Star. At just 9, you can't lose. It's an absolute bargain, a true testament to value and quality. As Liu approached the slave market, a cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of the street advertisements he had previously heard on Earth. Turning his head, he saw a group of slave traders peddling their wares. He wondered which eccentric mind had conjured such a marketing strategy. Liu felt a twinge of bemusement, though he couldn't deny that the prices were indeed appealing. An apprentice-level 9th-tier warrior was akin to a high-ranking battle god on Earth, and at just 9, it seemed Liao was worth no more than that. Glancing across, he noticed a throng of stunning and charming female slaves for various races, each one capable of being deemed a beauty that could topple kingdoms back on Earth. At least, from Liu's perspective, each was far more attractive than his 2 sisters. The price tag for these women was 5,000 Black Dragon coins. For males, 9. For females, 5,000. Liu fell silent. All were below planetary grade. How could females be so much more expensive than males? This is blatant gender discrimination. Frustration welled up within him. When would men be able to stand tall? Though he had a strong desire to purchase too, Liu remained resolute in his purpose and intentionally shifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. There were stellar-level warriors. A first-tier stellar warrior required only 1 million Black Dragon coins. A 4th-tier stellar warrior would cost 2 million, while 7th tier demanded 500 million, and an 8th tier, 2 billion, with a 9th tier reaching an astonishing 5 billion. Mentalists were priced at 3 times that of their warrior counterparts. Liu regarded the prices above with a slight nod. It didn't seem overly expensive. Sir, do you have an interest in these stellar-level slaves? Noticing Liu's apparent interest, a representative from the plaza hurried over, having recognized the 2 silver guards accompanying him. Yes. Liu nodded slightly and expressed his needs. I require several stellar-level slaves. Indeed, we have them. The representative, a slender creature resembling a monkey with 4 or 5 black antennae sprouting from its head, introduced itself. Liu couldn't ascertain its exact race, but it appeared to belong to the human category. The representative patted his chest, enthusiastically inviting Liu, please come this way. We have a vast array of virtual projections of our slaves, along with their prices displayed. You may select at your leisure, and the prices are absolutely fair. Should you purchase in bulk, discounts are available. Liu nodded slightly and followed the representative into the reception room. Soon, the virtual projections materialized before him, showcasing numerous slaves, including their appearances, cultivation directions, and even their height and weight. As for the prices, they were comparable to those outside, unless they were of a special kind, such as a stunning beauty skilled in hypnosis or an alchemist, in which case the price would be slightly elevated. The significantly higher prices were generally reserved for those whose warrior or mentalist levels aligned. 10 first-tier stellar warriors, any race, female. After briefly scanning the general list, Liu made his decision. I'll take 2 fourth-tier stellar mentalists. Excellent. The representative beamed. 10 stellar warriors would cost 10 million, while a fourth-tier mentalist fetched 60 million, totaling 2 billion. Indeed, those who could afford silver guards were undoubtedly significant clients. Chapter 86. Living Beyond a Century. What kind of discount can you offer for these? Li Iwa Inkirat. 97% off. The representative promptly replied, his smile widening. A 13 billion transaction would yield him a substantial bonus, along with 100 ninth-tier planetary-level warriors, evenly split between mentalists and fighters, and about 100 beautiful female slaves. No problem, right? Liu nodded slightly and began to negotiate. The representative hesitated for a moment before nodding. Certainly, 100 ninth-tier planetary warriors and mentalists would be valued at around 6 million, which was insignificant compared to the 13 billion deal. As for the 100 beautiful female slaves, their worth was negligible, although priced at 5,000 each. If someone were willing to take them in bulk, they could easily be sold for 1,000 each without issue. I'll pay a 10 million deposit now, and then you can deliver the slaves to the planetary docking port for settlement. Upon seeing the representative nod, Liu continued. Of course, over 100 slaves might not be a large number, but it was certainly not insignificant either. Transporting them to the docking port for handover would be convenient for both parties. Liu nodded slightly, and after completing the deposit, he turned to leave. Let us head directly back to the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship to conduct a simulation. Liu paused at the entrance of the slave market, making his decision. Although he had only explored a small section of Qiulong City throughout the day, his curiosity had nearly been satiated. He then directed his course towards the docking port of Qiulong Star. However, before Liu could reach the docking port, a communication request from the slave trader came through, and they arranged a time for the handover. By the time Liu arrived at the docking port, 4 figures were already awaiting him. Is this efficiency truly necessary? He thought with a hint of sarcasm as he accelerated towards the quartet. Mr. Liu, this is our supervisor. All business on Qiulong Star is overseen by him. The representative who had previously negotiated with Liu respectfully introduced the individual beside him. Liu nodded slightly and then turned to the supervisor, who was slender and had green hair. After a brief introduction, they delved into the matter at hand, heading to the slave trader's spaceship. Due to the highest level of ownership rights once concluded, we will no longer be able to control these slaves, so it may take some time. Let us begin as soon as possible, Liu responded. Understood. The slave trader smiled and led Liu to the second-floor hall of the spaceship, where 100 ninth-tier planetary warriors, 100 beautiful female slaves, and 12 stellar-level slaves were already gathered. At first glance, it was impossible to discern that these individuals were slaves. As Liu approached the front of the hall, a peculiar sound echoed, and almost instantaneously, all the slaves' eyes became vacant. As the slave trader began operating the equipment, their expressions gradually returned to normal. Master, over 100 slaves bowed in unison. Mr. Liu, everything is in order. Here are the 212 control chips corresponding to these slaves, 1 chip for each slave. The operating instructions are contained in the detailed information storage card. The supervisor handed Liu a silver iron box. All right. Liu nodded slightly, and then instructed Bai in his mind to transfer the remaining funds to the slave trader's account. Thus, the handover was deemed complete. With the slave trader's warm send-off, Liu departed the spaceship with the 212 slaves, heading towards his Black Dragon Mountain spaceship. In the outer space of Qiulong Star, a spaceship with a diameter of 100 meters soared into the sky. Recharge. Liu sat in the control room, activated the 100 external scene simulation, and then directed his thoughts. Recharge successful. Current balance, 40. Current usage, one-time cost 1 money. The simulation life system swiftly responded in his mind. Activate simulation life. A smile instantly graced Liu's face. In a realm of cosmic crystals, the investment of 40 units signifies that a mere 1/10 of a cosmic crystal facilitates a single simulation of life, equating to an expenditure of 330,000 Qianwu coins. This price is not trifling. A star-level first-tier slave merely requires 1,000 Qianwu coins. Hence, after procuring a star-level 5th-tier psychic master with 330,000 coins, one would still retain a surplus of 100,000. However, this cost is tenfold less than what Liu initially anticipated for a single simulation of life using a cosmic crystal. The 4 cosmic crystals in his possession afford him the opportunity for 40 simulations of life. At the age of 21, you have ascended to a planetary-level first-tier warrior. Having comprehended the realm of gold, after inheriting the legacy of the Yunma star lineage, you return to Earth to diligently hone your skills. At 26, the quintennial genius battle officially commences. You, along with Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, choose to participate. Ultimately, although you do not reach the finale, your commendable performance in the elimination rounds of the Qianwu universe grants you admission into the Qianwu secret realm. At the age of 126, you stubbornly delve into the realm of gold, and after a century of relentless effort, you attain the 5th level of comprehension. At 226, you successfully achieve the 7th level of the realm of gold. At 326, due to your prolonged stagnation at the cosmic level, you are expelled from the Qianwu secret realm and, during your return to Earth, encounter the insectoid race, falling into their enslavement. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial realm of your 326-year-old self. 2. The martial comprehension of your 326-year-old self. 3. Half a day of memories from your last moments. 326 years? Liu gazed at the densely packed text before him, then at the rewards at the simulation's end, rendered momentarily speechless. Has this simulator malfunctioned? I somehow lived to the age of 326? Option 2. A look of elation spread across Liu's face as he promptly responded. Whether the simulator had indeed malfunctioned remained uncertain, but he resolutely opted for the second choice. The 7th level of the realm of gold. How many levels has Hong attained at present? If memory serves, at the 7th or 8th level of star level, one is already on the cusp of comprehending the laws. In comparison, the strength of a star level 9th tier warrior pales against crossing the threshold of the laws. Moreover, with 39 more simulations of life at his disposal, it is almost guaranteed that he would attain the star level. Yet, a system breakdown of the simulator is a rare occurrence. With a swift flourish, as Liu made his selection, a torrent of information surged into his mind, and the realm of gold unfolded uncontrollably, enveloping the entire Black Dragon Mountain spaceship. Chapter 87. Ascension of Power. The 7th level of the realm of gold. In the command room, a brilliant golden radiance surged wildly, with Liu at the center. Resembling a deity, i.e., Liu suddenly called out, "Master." A striking figure pushed open the door to the command room and entered. She was one of the 2 star-level 4th-tier psychic masters among the over 200 slaves Liu had purchased. He had no desire to remember her original name, and casually named the 2 star-level 4th-tier individuals Ai and Asen. Suppress your power to the star-level 1st tier and engage me using only martial techniques, Liu commanded, his eyes gleaming with brilliant gold, his face alight with excitement. Understood. Ai nodded, gazing at the resplendent golden light enveloping her. As a star-level psychic master, she was acutely aware of what this shimmering aura represented. The realm. A possession not easily attained even at the cosmic level, yet my master possesses it at the planetary level. Such talent ranks among the highest in the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Clang! A violent clash resounded as Ai conjured a long spear, colliding fiercely with Liu's battle blade. Once more, Liu charged forward, his blade dancing with fluidity, yet Ai adeptly parried each strike with her spear. However, as Liu activated the realm of gold, under the influence of the radiant golden light surrounding him, Ai's spear gradually weakened, making it increasingly difficult to withstand Liu's onslaught. Unleash your full strength, Liu suddenly declared. His intention was to test the extent of his current prowess. But seeing Ai already at a disadvantage with her star-level 1st-tier strength, he was eager to gauge the capabilities of a star-level 4th-tier psychic master. Yes, with Ai's affirmation, her long spear instantaneously transformed into over a dozen short blades, each imbued with power and secrets far surpassing the previous spear's assault. Moreover, after Liu successfully blocked the thrusts of the short blades with his battle blade, the numerous short blades swiftly coalesced back into a long spear for a powerful counterattack. The skirmish escalated to a fever pitch. Ultimately, Liu's battle blade was shattered by a single strike from the spear, leading to his defeat. So, my current combat strength can be likened to that of a star-level 3rd or 4th-tier warrior. Liu mused, observing the remnants of his shattered blade, the brilliance of the golden light that had enveloped the combat room dissipating. Given your present condition, Master, you would have no issue confronting a star-level 4th-tier warrior. Ai promptly replied, affirming his strength. You may withdraw for now. I wish to engage in cultivation. Liu nodded slightly, watching Ai depart the control room, a faint smile gracing his lips. The 7th level of the realm truly is formidable. As a planetary level, 1st-tier warrior, coupled with the 7th level of the realm of gold, I can contend with the combat power of a star-level 4th-tier warrior. Check balance. Liu eagerly commanded in his mind. Current balance, 39. Would you like to initiate a simulation of life? The simulation system responded swiftly. Gomos. Liu did not hesitate. He had acquired the cosmic crystals for the purpose of simulating life, and with 39 opportunities remaining, there was no expectation of them breeding offspring, was there? The following text materialized before him. At 21, you have become a planetary level first-tier warrior, achieving the 7th level of the Realm of Gold. Your overall combat strength comparable to that of a star-level 4th-tier warrior. After much contemplation, you return to Earth to immerse yourself in cultivation, awaiting the genius battle in 5 years. At 24, nourished by Babata, your strength successfully reaches the star level. At 26, the quintennial genius battle officially begins. You, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God participate together, and during your journey aboard the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship to Qiulong Star, you encounter cosmic pirates. You rise in defiance, but the results are limited. Ultimately, only Luo Feng survives, relying on the avatar of the Golden Horned Beast to preserve his life. I knew it. The previous time was indeed a malfunction of the simulator. This is the norm. A faint wry smile crossed Liu's face as he surveyed the sparse lines of text before him. Among the group, only Luo Feng, blessed with the halo of a protagonist, managed to survive. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The martial realm of your 26-year-old self. 2. The martial comprehension of your 26-year-old self. 3. Half a day of memories from your last moments. Option 2. Liu's expression remained neutral as he made his choice. Although the 5 years within the simulation had elevated his realm, the insights and comprehension of the laws gained were limited, yet attaining star-level strength would undoubtedly enhance the cost of the simulation. It would be wiser to choose comprehension now and reserve the option for realm elevation until his remaining simulations dwindle, thereby raising his strength to star level and claiming the legacy of Hu Yanba. After all, he still had 38 opportunities for simulation left. There was no rush. Initiate simulation of life. The text materialized. At the tender age of 21, you have already ascended to the first tier of planetary rank, with the Realm of Gold reaching the 7th level. Your combat prowess rivals that of a 4th-tier stellar warrior. After much contemplation, you decide to return to Earth, dedicating yourself to rigorous training in anticipation of the genius battle 5 years hence. By the age of 22, as you immerse yourself in your training, adventurers from the Nolan Mountain family discover Earth. Upon confirming the existence of stellar-level warriors on the planet, they promptly inform their family. In the ensuing conflict, you tragically meet your demise at the hands of over 10 stellar 9th-tier warriors from the Nolan Mountain family. Simulation concluded. You may select one of the following 3 options as a reward. 1. The martial arts realm of your 22-year-old self. 2. The martial arts insights of your 22-year-old self. 3. The memories of the half-day preceding your death. This time, your life is even shorter, lasting merely a year. I am nearly on the verge of forgetting about Nolan Mountain. Liwa Siga. The adventurers of the Nolan Mountain family, even the strongest among them, are merely at the stellar level. The specific tier eludes Liu's memory, but it should be comparable to AIE's strength. It is only logical that they would report back to their family upon realizing their inferiority to the likes of AIE. After all, notifying their family to take charge of this planet, while perhaps less profitable than handling it themselves, is still considerably lucrative. At the very least, the cash reward would be calculated in the hundreds of billions of Black Dragon coins. Having lived again, the choice of rewards holds little assistance for Liu. He commands the initiation of the simulation once more, and the text manifests in his mind. Current balance, 37. At the age of 21, you have reached the first tier of planetary warriors, with the Realm of Gold attaining the 7th level. Your overall combat strength rivals that of a 4th-tier stellar warrior. After much hesitation, you command AIE to pilot the Black Dragon Mountain ship back to Earth, while you continue your training on the Dragon Riding Star. Chapter 88. Seizing the Golden Horned Beast. Familiar sin sanfold. As Liu peruses the floating text before him, he exhales softly. He has exhausted all 40 simulations. Most of his lives were cut short in their 30s or 40s, with none surviving beyond a century. Liu is uncertain whether the fault lies within himself or the system. Why is it that in reality, he encounters none of these predicaments, only to be beset by them in simulation? The methods of demise are myriad. Liu gazes at the reward options presented post-simulation, responding accordingly. He feels a familiar, tingling sensation as his physical capabilities surge, eventually enabling him to reach the stellar level. Initiating the simulation of life once more. The text appears. Insufficient balance. Would you like to recharge? Current balance, 0. Each use now requires a cost of 1,000. The words materialize in his mind. The cost has escalated 1,000-fold. Thus, he now requires 100 cosmic crystals to conduct a single simulation, which translates to approximately 3 billion Qianwu coins. First, I shall claim the inheritance from Hu Yanba. Li Yu swiftly resolves. Dabai, can you initiate a call request to Babata? Li Yu inquires, lifting his head. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he instructs, place a communication request to Babata. On Earth, near the New York-based city, Luo Feng, clad in his Mo Yun battle armor, finds himself submerged in the depths of the ocean, gazing at the enormous golden egg, lost in thought. Babata, is the golden horned beast that brother you mentioned truly this thing? Indeed, Babata, within the confines of Luo Feng's spatial wristband, observes the massive golden egg, contemplating the mysterious patterns on its shell, excitement illuminating his small face. This is it, the egg of the golden horned beast. I never imagined that Earth would actually possess a golden horned beast. Is it truly so extraordinary? Luo Feng looks at Babata, whose ecstasy borders on madness, with confusion. In his eyes, it is merely an egg. Although he sensed the significance of the so-called golden horned beast during previous discussions with Li Yu and Babata, he could not fully empathize. Extraordinary? Babata scoffs. You must understand. In my over 60 million years of following my master, I have traversed countless star systems and have only encountered 3 cosmic behemoths. None of those 3 can compare to this golden horned beast. Could you clarify? Luo Feng expresses his dissatisfaction. While the cosmic behemoths and the golden horned beasts share similar names, their distinctions elude him. I previously mentioned to you and Li Yu that in the universe, different races attain different heights of growth. Babata suppresses his excitement and begins to explain. It's akin to the offspring produced by a god of war and a god-level being on your Earth. They are more likely to become powerful. Why is that? Luo Feng's eyes widen. With nearly 100 billion humans on Earth striving to cultivate, dreaming of becoming a formidable warrior, the offspring of such powerful beings begin their lives already at planetary rank. They can eat and drink as they please, eventually becoming domain-level beings whom others can only gaze upon with reverence. People surpassing people is truly infuriating, and the same applies to these cosmic behemoths. A tremor interrupts Babata's lengthy discourse. Li Yu's call request? Babata furrows his brow. Hasn't this kid just left Earth? It has only been a mere 10 days. Brother Yu is calling? Indeed. Babata nods slightly, then grants access to Li Yu's communication request. Shortly after, Li Yu's projection appears before them. Have you located the egg of the golden horned beast? Observing Luo Feng standing beside the colossal egg, Li Yu smiles, saying, You've struck it rich, Fengzi. This is the golden horned beast, one of the bloodlines reigning at the pinnacle of the universe. By seizing it, you could effortlessly ascend to the level of a domain master. Seize it? Why? Are you suggesting I part with my own body? Li Yu humorously highlights Luo Feng's concerns. Foolish, as Luo Feng nods. Babata's scoffing laughter resonates once more. You are a mental warrior, and yet you fail to grasp that the essence of humanity is, in fact, the soul? Given this golden opportunity, how can you not cherish it? Indeed, this is certainly one of your best chances. Li Yu nods slightly, continuing to persuade. Your current physical constitution is subpar. If you can seize the golden horned beast, it will benefit both you and Earth. Moreover, even if you were to seize the golden horned beast, it does not mean you would cease to be human. If I recall correctly, the golden horned beast's life-preserving secret lies in its ability to create avatars. You could designate an Earthling as your first avatar. Avatar. Luo Feng blinks in surprise. Precisely an avatar. This is the golden horned beast's life-preserving innate secret technique. Akin to a second body, not a mere puppet. The golden horned beast possesses an internal world. The avatar must be nurtured within this internal realm. Akin to a woman carrying a child for 10 months, allowing the avatar to develop from an embryo until fully matured. The golden horned beast's avatar secret technique allows for a maximum of 3 avatars throughout its life, each corresponding to planetary, cosmic, and domain master levels. You have just reached the planetary level, so after seizing it, you could nurture an Earthling avatar based on your original genes. Where are you acquiring all this information? Babata's expression reflects confusion as he glances at Li Yu. You have in-depth knowledge of the cosmic behemoths, while I lack such familiarity. How do you know so much? The talent for survival has been comprehensively understood. The virtual universe. Li Yu shrugged, realizing he had perhaps said too much, and promptly diverted the conversation towards Luo Feng. After all, he had intentionally left the golden horned giant beast unaddressed to facilitate Luo Feng's possession. He fervently hoped that his prior revelations would not dissuade Luo Feng from seizing the golden horned giant beast. That would indeed be unfortunate. Could the Lord of Luo, devoid of the golden-horned giant beast's avatar, achieve the level of growth that Liu recalled? He held a pessimistic view. Having watched the entirety of Swallowing the Starry Sky, it was evident that Luo Feng's fortunes were intricately interconnected, with each link bearing indispensable significance. And possessing the golden-horned giant beast was precisely at the most critical juncture. After a prolonged contemplation, Luo Feng slowly responded. I am willing to seize the golden-horned giant beast. That's the spirit. Babata's small face radiated excitement. Undeterred by how Liu had acquired such profound knowledge about the golden-horned giant beast, he looked at Luo Feng and affirmed his choice. In the past, my master, through a fortuitous encounter, employed the possession secret technique to take over the body of a young member of the Lonka tribe. With that body, my master's cultivation accelerated at an astonishing pace. After enduring numerous trials, he ultimately became an immortal deity. Luo Feng, your current situation mirrors my master's early days remarkably. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Liu, what was your reason for sending the communication request? Having resolved matters concerning Luo Feng, Babata turned to Liu. I have now reached the stellar level. Please check the coordinates of Earth and send them to me. I will initiate the purchase of Earth. You have reached the stellar level? Babata was momentarily taken aback. If memory served him right, Liu had just ascended to the planetary level upon his departure. And merely a few days had passed. How could he have attained the stellar level? Did you not provide me with an abundance of Muya crystals? I directly absorbed the energy within, swiftly reaching the 9th tier of planetary level, and, subsequently, it was a natural progression to the stellar level. Liu offered a relatively plausible explanation after some thought. The coordinates of Earth are XXXXXXXX. Babata fell silent for a moment before responding. I have already sent the sampling and data regarding Earth to Dubai. As for the inheritance, your master left behind a sum of 10 billion Qianwu coins at the stellar level. After purchasing Earth, be judicious with the remainder. Luo Feng will require a substantial amount of metal to facilitate his growth post-possession of the golden horn giant beast. Even 10 billion Qianwu coins may prove insufficient, as the fundamentals are paramount. At this point, Babata felt a twinge of headache. Purchasing Earth, even with a priority right, would likely demand the highest tier of 30 trillion Black Dragon coins, equating to 30 billion Qianwu coins. From his observations, while there were not many powerful beings on Earth, it was still classified as a top-tier life planet. In the past, Babata would not have regarded even 30 billion Qianwu coins lightly, but now, the only funds at his disposal were the 10 billion Qianwu coins of inheritance. This drastically reduced the inheritance by 30%. The remaining 70 billion would be wholly allocated for Luo Feng's use, which may not suffice even to reach the cosmic level. The resource consumption of the cosmic giant beast is well known. However, if it were to develop in a wild manner, it could indeed reach the domain master level, and its combat strength might even rival that of a slightly weaker immortal deity. If such a feat had been proposed before knowing about the golden horn giant beast, Babata would have readily accepted it, but now it was intolerable. After all, if given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his master, Huyin Bo, and Luo Feng. Having possessed the golden horn giant beast, evidently had that opportunity. Once he matured into an immortal deity, his combat prowess could surely rival that of a typical Duke-level fighter. Rest assured, I won't spend excessively, Liu shrugged casually. Even if I exhaust my funds, I will reach the cosmic level before that, thus securing the second inheritance from Huyin Bo, right? I will ensure that Luo Feng never falls into a position where he lacks resources. Then let us commence preparations for Luo Feng's possession of the golden horn giant beast. I will remain on Qiulong Star. I will have AI pilot the Black Dragon Mountain ship back, which contains purchased slaves who can protect me and his family during the period of Luo Feng's possession of the golden horn giant beast. AIE. I purchased slaves on Qiulong Star. A stellar level 4th tier mental master should suffice to protect the family on Earth. Very well. Seeing Luo Feng and Babata nodding in agreement, Liu concluded the communication. Dubai. Return to the docking port of Qiulong Star. Understood. AIE and Hassan entered, 2 striking figures. It was not merely due to Liu's SP attributes, but rather because he found beautiful women to be a delight to the eyes. Hence the 12 stellar level and 100 planetary level 9th tier slaves were all of the same gender, charming women. I.e., select 3 to 5 stellar level slaves to accompany me on Qiulong Star, while Hassan will take the remaining to Earth. That the Dubai will ensure you have proper navigation. Upon arrival, you are to obey the commands of Li Shui, Liu, and Luo Feng, with the first 2 holding 2nd tier authority and Luo Feng holding 3rd tier authority. Additionally, Hassan, you will oversee the training of Li Shui and Liu. Liu promptly issued his orders. Yes, AIE and Asan slightly bowed in response. As the Black Dragon Mountain ship docked at the port of Chiolong Star, uniformed reception staff hurriedly approached. Esteemed sir, welcome to Chiolong Star. Your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model ship is docked in Area C, with an annual docking fee of 600 Black Dragon coins. If the docking time is less than a year, it will still be charged as a full year. Here is your docking card. Upon finishing, he presented a silver, semi-transparent card with both hands. Liu did not accept it. Instead, he tossed a Qianwu coin over and gestured towards the Black Dragon Mountain ship behind him. The docking card is unnecessary. They merely brought me here. I intend to reside on Chiolong Star for a while. Are there any fine estates you could recommend? May I inquire whether you intend to rent or purchase? The reception staff, observing the departing Black Dragon Mountain ship, silently stowed the Qianwu coin and docking card back in his pocket and hurried to catch up with Liu, his demeanor enthusiastic. After all, just these 2 non-refundable Qianwu coins would yield him an income of at least 2,000 Black Dragon coins, equivalent to over half a year's salary. How to buy? How to rent? Liu shrugged, indicating his unfamiliarity with such matters. I'm not well acquainted with estates. However, properties on Chiolong Star are generally spacious, starting at tens of billions. Rentals typically begin at 100 years. For properties costing tens of billions, the rental fee is approximately 30 to 50 million Black Dragon coins every century. Before leaving the docking port, the reception staff succinctly conveyed the information he possessed to Liu. Let us go with a rental then, for 30 to 50 million. I can secure a property for 100 years. Considering my stay on Chiolong Star, I might not even last a decade. Master, your current bank balance stands at 53 million Black Dragon coins. Dabei promptly informed. Then let us first claim the inheritance. Liu shook his head. Regardless, we must rent an estate. Chapter 90, Purchasing Earth. Chiolong Star, Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Indeed, one of the 5 colossal powers, the grandeur is simply breathtaking. Liu gazed at the imposing structure before him, unable to suppress his admiration. The land prices on Chiolong Star are rather exorbitant, and at the very heart of this celestial realm lies the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. An establishment not only expansive in its architecture, but also adorned with over 3 square kilometers of lush lawns and trees, completely devoid of any structures, purely for aesthetic appreciation. Such opulence. Liu shook his head in disbelief, then strode towards the grand entrance of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, closely followed by AIE and 2 silver-clad guards. Good day, sir. Do you possess an account with us? As he stepped through the doorway, a strikingly beautiful woman in uniform approached gracefully. Indeed. Liu responded with a slight nod. Very well, sir. Please proceed this way. Should you wish to open an account, that direction will serve you better, she explained, her professional smile unwavering. Liu nodded once more and entered. The entrance of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank resembled the mystical water curtain cave from the journey to the west, veiled in a cascade of flowing water. It must be said, it was far more dazzling than his previous visit to the Virtual Universe Corporation. What a display. Good day. Sir, please take a moment to rest here. We apologize for the wait due to a surge of clientele today. Another lovely attendant in uniform greeted him with a smile and a bow. Very well, Liu replied nonchalantly, choosing a sofa to sit on. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared beside him, displaying an array of options, snacks, main courses, beverages, everything one could desire. He selected a rather appealing drink, and it promptly materialized on the tray next to him. Thus began his patient wait. After about 10 minutes, a uniformed staff member approached and bowed slightly. Sir, it is now your turn. All right. Liu nodded slightly and rose to follow the staff member into the reception room. AIE and the silver guards remained by the sofa, awaiting his return. After all, within the domain of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, Liu's safety was assured. I wish to make a transfer, Liu stated upon entering the reception room and settling into a sofa. May I have your account number? 849-2859-3WXH 85-285-285-032. He recited the account number given to him by Babata, his demeanor calm. After all, he already knew the balance of this account. Please hold on for a moment. The staff member nodded and quickly began to operate the system. The Virtual Universe Network responded swiftly, synchronizing the account information Liu had provided onto the screen before the staff member. The staff member's eyes widened in astonishment, and after confirming the details on the screen were indeed accurate, his lips quivered. A 5-star user in their branch of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank on Chiolong Star. Encountering even a 1-star user was a rarity, while a 2-star user was a once-in-a-century occurrence. As for a 5-star account, it was nearly the stuff of legends. Ordinary cosmic-level powerhouses might not even possess a 1-star account, and a 5-star account was akin to purchasing a planet with the ease of buying a snack. Esteemed guest, A specialist will attend to you shortly. Please bear with us. With that, he dashed out, heading straight for the president's office. When questioned about the urgency, he remained tight-lipped. The moment it was confirmed that Liu held a 5-star account, the entire bank's authority shifted into the hands of the virtual universe's intelligence, and all personnel began to be monitored. Should anyone dare to discuss matters concerning a 5-star account, the bank's intelligence system would instantly eliminate that individual. Not even the president was exempt. As for the possibility of collateral damage, in the presence of a 5-star account holder, including the president, everyone else was but an ant. Who would care about the lives of ants? On the 9th floor of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank on Sulong Star, President Bai Itua sat in his office chair, lost in thought when the sound of hurried footsteps abruptly broke his reverie. Suddenly, the door to the president's office was flung open with a loud bang. "What is it?" Bai Itua inquired, his expression turning serious. "Let us discuss this in the confidential room," the staff member urged urgently. Seeing the urgency in the staff member's demeanor, the president's seriousness intensified. The confidential room was an exceedingly crucial part of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, designed for complete soundproofing, capable even of thwarting the eavesdropping of immortal beings. The staff member would not jest about such matters, indicating something of great importance had transpired. With that thought, President Bai Itua immediately rose and made his way to the confidential room, calling the vice president en route. "What is it?" Bai Itua asked as they entered the confidential room, where the operations staff awaited. "A serious matter." The operator swallowed hard. "There's a client downstairs wishing to make a transfer. His account is a 5-star account." A 5-star account. The president and vice president's faces paled instantly. Liu, seated in the reception room, appeared unfazed. After all, this was the account used by Hu Yanbo himself. With his marquee-level immortal strength, he could barely qualify as a 5-star user at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. It was only natural that members of the branch, at most stellar-level cosmic strength, would be left in shock. It wouldn't be long before the president of this Cosmic Galaxy Bank branch would arrive. Indeed, just as Liu contemplated this, a burly man entered the room, warmly introducing himself and displaying an exceedingly cordial demeanor. After ascending in a luminescent elevator to the 13th floor, the metallic robot greeted him with a crisp voice. "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. I wish to withdraw funds," Liu stated, providing his account number, 8492859-3WXH 85285285032. "Very well, please hold on," the robot replied. "Kindly scan your mental energy over the touch panel." A black metallic panel extended from the robot's arm, presented before Liu. He nodded slightly. Babata had already informed him that to withdraw funds, one must possess stellar-level strength and a specific type of mental energy unique to the Yuma star lineage. Liu naturally possessed stellar-level strength. As for the Yuma star lineage's mental energy, his 40 simulations of life had not been in vain. Each simulation had involved studying the secret techniques of the Yuma lineage. After 40 attempts, he should have successfully grasped the basics of Hu Yanbo's legacy. Focusing his mind, a surge of mental energy flowed forth, sweeping over the panel extended by the metallic robot. Data confirmed. The robot emitted a beep, then looked at Liu. "Please enter the 3-layer, 4-dimensional waveband password. You may choose to input it mentally, verbally, or manually." "Mental input," Liu commanded, connecting to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank system with his thoughts and inputting the password. "Password accepted. Please check your balance," he instructed casually. Instantly, a long string of numbers appeared on the screen before him. Apart from the leading one, the remainder were all zeros, 10 in total. The unit was Qianwu currency. "Transfer the funds to my account bound by my mental imprint," Liu directed the robot. "Please enter your account password," it replied. 10 minutes later, Liu exited the Cosmic Galaxy Bank on Sulong Star, flanked by the president and vice president. 1 billion Qianwu currency. "To purchase Earth, I will spend 300 million. I shall initially use 200 million. The remaining 500 million can be dealt with later." With the funds now in hand, Liu had already begun to strategize. After all, he could not afford a breakthrough to cosmic level just yet, due to his necessity to partake in the genius battle occurring 5 years hence. He must align himself with the Virtual Universe Corporation. Only by securing the backing of such a formidable entity can he alleviate his concerns regarding resource acquisition to a certain extent. Although he possesses a simulation life system, which could also facilitate this goal, utilizing such a system incurs a financial cost. In contrast, the training provided by the Virtual Universe Corporation is devoid of such expenses. In a sense, this is akin to a windfall. Of course, even upon achieving cosmic status, one can still participate in the genius battle, as it is divided into 2 categories, stellar and cosmic. However, once he ascends to cosmic level, the costs associated with the simulation life system are certain to escalate significantly. If the expenses were to multiply by 1,000-fold, resulting in a cost of 100,000 units of cosmic crystal for a single simulation, it would still be manageable. Based on the legacy left by Hu Yanba at the cosmic level, it would suffice to support Li Yu in conducting simulations. As for Luo Feng, he would have to fend for himself. Yet, there lies the apprehension of the system behaving erratically. Should he reach the cosmic level and the cost increase exponentially, Li would find himself in dire straits. Such occurrences are not without precedent. For instance, at the apprentice level, a single simulation necessitates the consumption of 100 tons of gold, while at the planetary level, it demands 1/10 of a cosmic crystal. The disparity between these two levels is far more than a mere 1,000-fold. 1 ton of gold cannot even procure a cubic centimeter of cosmic crystal. Hence, to ensure stability, Li resolved to postpone his attempt to break through to the stellar level until after the genius battle. Presently, his focus is on accumulating insights. By the time the genius battle commences, he aims to have crossed the threshold into the realm of the golden law, thereby propelling himself to the pinnacle of the rankings. If memory serves, there exists a sub-realm within the Thunder Realm Master, replete with cosmic crystals. It would be prudent to consider inviting Luo Feng along, as they're both at the stellar level. Would they stand a chance against me and Luo Feng? As Li Yu ambled towards the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's official office on Xiaolong Star, such thoughts occupied his mind. The Imperial Office. This denotes the coordinates of that celestial body. This serves as the interstellar flight record of our arrival at this planet. Herein lie the samples and data pertaining to this celestial body. Seated comfortably in chair, Li Yu is flanked by AI, E, and 2 silver-clad guards. Very well, sir. Should the interstellar coordinates and related records be confirmed without issue, you will receive a reward of 100 billion Black Dragon coins, stated the receptionist seated opposite him, accepting the various documents Li Yu had presented. No need, Li Yu replied, shaking his head. I have discovered an unclaimed planet, and I wish to exercise my right of first purchase. Purchase a living planet? The receptionist appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you certain, sir? I am indeed certain. Upon witnessing Li Yu's nod, the receptionist promptly turned to notify his superiors. After all, the price of a living planet is exorbitantly high, and even on a prosperous planet like Xiaolong Star, it is rare to encounter anyone willing to purchase one. Thus, he lacked the authority to handle or respond to such inquiries. Sir, please follow me upstairs. Moments later, a slender imperial official appeared before Li Yu, leading him into a shimmering lift that ascended to the 21st floor of the imperial office. Mr. Li, are you certain about purchasing the living planet identified as Earth? I am indeed certain, Li Yu affirmed with a slight nod. As the first individual to provide information regarding this unclaimed planet, you possess the right of first purchase. However, Mr. Li, you must understand that we have just transmitted the data regarding this planet to headquarters, and their response is that upon confirmation of accuracy, a reward of 100 billion Black Dragon coins will be granted to the information provider. Are you aware of the implications of this reward? I'm aware, Li Yu replied with an expression of calm. This signifies the highest reward, indicating that Earth is the most prestigious of living planets. Should I wish to acquire it, I must pay the highest price. The Empire's preferential policy for discoverers of unclaimed planets stipulates a minimum of 300 billion Black Dragon coins and a maximum of 3 trillion Black Dragon coins. Therefore, if I wish to purchase Earth, I must be prepared to pay 3 trillion Black Dragon coins, correct? Li Yu articulata plainly, observing the imperial official nodding in agreement. He decisively continued, that price is acceptable to me. When can we proceed with the transaction? Within 30 days, the official responded. We must submit an application, and various departments will need to review the data for accuracy before we can initiate the transaction. How quickly can this be expedited? Unfortunately, Mr. Li, as a minor official from a remote planet, I cannot ascertain how long it will take for the various departments at headquarters to conduct their reviews. I can only state that, under normal circumstances, it should be completed within 30 days. Li Yu sighed. Indeed, the universe is no different from Earth, where bureaucratic formalities abound. If they claim that 30 days is the norm, it implies that the fastest resolution would take 30 days, while the slowest could stretch indefinitely under abnormal circumstances. Let's not make this difficult for you, Li Yu remarked with a slight sigh, rising to face the official. If you can finalize all steps within 7 days, I will offer you 10 million Black Dragon coins as a reward. If completed within 3 days, the reward increases to 100 million. If resolved within 24 hours, it escalates to 500 million. Should everything be accomplished within 1 hour, I shall grant you 1 billion Black Dragon coins. Li Yu extended his hand, slowly opening his palm. Having already expended 3 trillion to procure the planet, I'm not particularly concerned with an additional 10 or 8 billion. I demand efficiency,